My Wife is a Beautiful CEO Chapter 1205 to Chapter 1272. Half a day passed by as the couple spent their time in the wooden villa. Time flew by. When they were done, even though Lin Ruashi's legs were limp, she couldn't wait to get up and cut this bad guy with a knife. What kind of physique was this? They were all inhuman. However, Xianxia was satisfied and refreshed. He had vented out more than half of his stock and felt comfortable to the bones. In this world, one had to be happy. Even if the future was unknown and the fog was heavy, one could not let go of the joy of fish and water that they should enjoy in front of them. After the two of them washed up, they ate a simple lunch. As Xianxia ate, he smiled evilly at Lin Ruashi. Lin Ruashi didn't even need to think to know what this guy was thinking. She felt ashamed for him. Because they still had to go back to Zhonghai in the afternoon to pick up Lan Lan, they didn't stay any longer and left the house hand in hand. When they arrived outside the house, the sun was shining brightly. The white snow forest, the tall cypress, and the sky was like an azure lake, highlighting the snowy scenery of the mountains and forests in the middle of Hokkaido. Lin Ruashi took a deep breath of fresh air and reluctantly looked at the Christmas trees not far away. She then looked at the wooden villa where she had spent the night before. Do you like it here? Xianxia asked with a smile. Lin Ruashi nodded. It's so quiet here, and it's so beautiful. And a particularly pleasant memory, right? Xianxia blinked and chuckled. Lin Ruashi rolled her eyes at him. Can't you not be so vulgar? I'm sincerely praising this place. What did I say? You're the one who thought wrongly. Xianxia shrugged. I can't be bothered with you. Lin Ruashi pouted. Xianxia put his arm around the woman's shoulder and whispered into her ear, if you want to come here in the future, just tell me. You can come anytime. This place belongs to me, I'll let Xianxia take care of it. He wasn't lying. What Xianxia didn't say was that the person who originally lived here was the previous leader of Yamada sect, Nariko Okawa. That old man bought this place to focus on cultivation. Now that he was dead, it naturally belonged to Xianxia. Xianxia's property naturally belonged to Xianxia. Lin Ruashi's eyes lit up. She thought about it. Since she had money, even if it wasn't hers, she could just buy it. Thinking of this, Lin Ruashi suddenly couldn't help but burst into laughter. She said sweetly, I'm starting to understand why there are so many news on the internet nowadays, saying that girls always look for rich men, regardless of whether they have family affairs or not. They're especially materialistic. Come to think of it, with money, you can buy anything you want and live wherever you want. Life is short, so of course, you should try to enjoy the best. If it were me, I would also like a rich man. Women are naturally gossipy. It's their nature. Stinky man like you won't know how to be loyal when you have the ability, Lin Ruashi snorted. Women are naturally gossipy. It's their nature. Stinky man like you won't know how to be loyal when you have the ability, Lin Ruashi snorted. Xianxia smiled awkwardly. You're the one I love the most, aren't you? I've been climbing up and down all day to make presents for you. Don't be so calculative. Do you dare to give me a Christmas present and say that you're going to throw away all those vixens? Lin Ruashi teased. Xianxia looked bitter. Can we not talk about this? Other than this, I'll promise you anything. How about I buy you a big diamond? The kind that's really, really big. Or, don't you and Lan Lan like pandas? I'll buy you a panda to raise at home? You're crazy. Buy a panda to raise at home. Lin Ruashi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even a man could think of such a thing. Xianxia had an innocent look on his face. What's wrong with that? At most, we'll just buy a safari park. Alright, you just know how to change the topic. Hurry up and bring me back to Zhonghai. We still have to pick up Lan Lan. Lin Ruashi didn't have the mood to talk about this anymore. Although she was unwilling, she had to admit that it was easier for her to accept this situation now. Just as Xianxia was about to nod, he suddenly froze and turned to look in front of him. A tall and enchanting figure seemed to have suddenly emerged from the snow. In a flash, she had already arrived in front of the two of them and gently bowed to pay her respects. Dressed in a white leather shirt and tight leather pants, Xianxia, who had a long ponytail, was like a ripe peach. Her plump buttocks and bulging waves all exuded a seductive charm. Master, madam, are the two of you returning to Xianxia? Xianxia asked with a smile. That's right, I still have things to do in Zhonghai. This time, we're not here for a vacation. What's the matter? A hint of disappointment flashed in Hanya's eyes. Oh, I see. Then may I ask, Master, do you have any other orders? Looking at the hope in Hanya's eyes, she was just short of directly saying, take me away. Yangqing was a little helpless. Wasn't this forcing him to make another mistake? Yangqing understood Hanya's slave mentality very well. As long as she didn't give her body to him, she wouldn't be on Qin. But such a big peach, if he could eat it, he would have eaten it long ago. Why wait until now? It's fine for now. You're the leader of Yamada sect after all. Just continue to stay in Japan. If I need you, I'll naturally contact you. Yangqing braced himself and said. Lin Ruashi looked at Hanya thoughtfully. She smiled and stepped forward, holding Hanya's hand and said, Hanya, thank you for your arrangements. I'm also very grateful for your help in Yulei Entertainment. If you don't mind, can you be the president of our Yulei Entertainment's branch in Japan? Hanya was stunned. Madam, you want me to be the president? Yangqing couldn't make heads or tails of it, so he could only stare blankly. That's right, I've carefully measured your ability. In the days when you were here, Yulei Entertainment's performance increased by a lot and it was stable. I'm only worried that it would be a waste of talent. However, our company's branches in North America and Europe are more mature. Japan's branch has just started not long ago, so we need an outstanding leader. Lin Ruashi said. Hanya looked at Yangqing with some hesitation. Lin Ruashi continued with a smile, if you become the president of the branch, you will directly report to me. Our company's high-level meetings will also be attended by you. At that time, there will be quite a lot of opportunities for you to meet. Hanya was overjoyed. Although she didn't understand why Lin Ruashi would give her such an opportunity, it was obvious that it was to give her a chance to return to Huaxia's place in Japan. I am very willing to serve, madam. Hanya said with a grateful smile. Yangqing's face stiffened. What's going on? Was this a test of his endurance? If Hanya really came to Huaxia all the time and kept swaying in front of him, how could he stand it? However, he didn't dare to object. He just said that he would be obedient. Just like that, the matter was settled. After Lin Ruashi gave some simple instructions, she told Hanya that she would talk to her in detail after returning to Huaxia. A few minutes later, Yangqing quickly returned to Zhonghai with the woman in his arms. On the way, Yangqing couldn't help but ask with a smile, Honey, what is the meaning of this move of yours? Can you tell me? Lin Ruashi pursed her lips, you finally can't help but ask? Hey, you still don't know. I'm not as smart as you. Of course I want to ask. Lin Ruashi said leisurely, first, Hanya is indeed a talent, and an absolutely loyal talent. Second, she is very obedient and easy to control. Third, if you always let her think about you in Japan, it's hard to guarantee that she will suddenly do something extreme to provoke you one day. Might as well let her see you occasionally, and I can keep an eye on her. That way, she won't be stifled to death. Yangqing was stunned as he listened. He gulped and was completely speechless. 10 minutes later, the two returned to the Shijiao villas in Zhonghai. When they entered the house, Mother Wang was already preparing a sumptuous dinner, and the house was filled with delicious food. Hearing that the two had returned home, Mother Wang came out with a smile and rubbed her hands on her apron. Miss, son-in-law, you're back. Did you have fun yesterday? Lin Ruashi blushed a little and nodded. Mother Wang, is everything okay at home? What could be wrong? Mother Wang patted her head halfway. Oh yes, that girl Xianxia called in the morning, but you guys weren't there. I asked her what happened, and she said she just missed you guys. I see, we haven't talked for a while. I'll call her and talk to her. Lin Ruashi said. Yangqing joked, could it be that the girl is trying to escape from the wedding and ran back to Zhonghai? How is that possible? I think that Kim Jip is quite reliable. He's not a child anymore, and Xianxia should know the severity of the situation, Lin Ruashi said. Yangqing didn't think much of it. This was a question of whether he was reliable or not. Although it was a little strange to think that Xianxia was going to get married, he couldn't say much. After a little preparation, the two went to the airport and arrived at the domestic arrivals terminal. Not long after, they saw a small red figure in the crowd of people getting off the plane, like a fast-moving meat bullet, running over from afar like the wind. It was Lan Lan in a red jacket. With a jump, she had already jumped into Lin Ruashi's arms. Some of the passengers were a little stunned. What kind of child was this? Her body was too agile. Mom. Lan Lan missed you so much. Lan Lan shouted sweetly, and her fat face rubbed against Lin Ruashi's cheek. Lin Ruashi gently shook the child. After being separated for a few days, she kissed her daughter's forehead affectionately and scolded jokingly, "You are such a disobedient child. How much delicious food did you eat in Yanjing this time? You have become so heavy." Yang Chen, on the other hand, didn't have the time to care about the extra flesh on the chubby girl's body. Surprised, he looked at the person who came with Lan Lan. What surprised Yangqing wasn't Minwan, who followed Lan Lan, but another woman. The woman's footsteps were light, as if her feet weren't touching the ground, but her speed wasn't slow. With just a few steps, she had already passed through the long line of people getting off the plane. She was wearing a khaki British knee-length coat with a simple grey scarf. Her hands were in her pockets, and her hair was simply tied behind her head with a hair clip. She looked to be in her 20s, but she had a mature and steady demeanor, and at the same time, she was elegant and graceful. Lin Ruashi also noticed her when she got closer. She couldn't help but ask, "Sister Kaining, why are you?" The woman who came was Kaining. She looked at Yangqing gently, reached out to stroke Lanlan's mushroom-shaped hair, and smiled at Lin Ruashi. "Lan Lan and Minwan don't know how to fly, and I'm coming to Zhonghai anyway, so I brought them along," Kaining said gently. Lin Ruashi wouldn't think that this was the only reason. Firstly, Guo must have interacted with Kaining quite a bit in Beijing. Secondly, Lan Lan seemed to be very familiar with Kaining. "Mom, Auntie Ning is amazing. She can fly very high, just like Dad," Lan Lan said excitedly. "You only know how to fly, naughty." Lin Ruashi rubbed her daughter's nose helplessly. Yangqing was overjoyed. "I was wondering why a soul formation cultivator suddenly came here." "It's you, Ning Er. When did you break through? Why didn't you tell me?" Lin Ruashi was stunned. "Sister Kaining broke through to the soul formation stage?" Kaining nodded with a smile. Just the night before yesterday. Actually, I'd been in the perfected stage for a long time. With so many elixirs, it would be embarrassing if I didn't break through. Since I'm coming to Zhonghai, I'll just treat it as a surprise. This is indeed a pleasant surprise. Hee, in this case, both you and Xiangwei have broken through to the soul formation stage, so there's no problem with the cultivation technique that I've organized myself. However, the aura of a soul formation cultivator on your body feels quite different from that of Xiangwei. I can't tell for sure. Although it's the same cultivation technique, the Tao that you've comprehended is still different, Yangqing said. I heard it from Yonyan. Unfortunately, I didn't have the chance to talk to Xiangwei. I had an epiphany when I was practicing the shower of flowers hidden weapon technique. Maybe everyone's epiphany is different. Kai. Ning said. So that's how it is. I can't wait to see what it looks like. Xiangwei comprehended the Tao of falling rain while Ning Er comprehended the hidden weapon technique. They will definitely be very different, Yangqing said excitedly. In fact, there was another thought in Yangqing's mind at the same time. Since Kaining has broken through to the soul formation stage, does that mean that the last hurdle between the two of them should be passed? Thinking about this and looking at the elegant and charming woman, Yangqing's heart was burning. Lin Ruashi couldn't help but feel a little upset. She also knew that the soul formation stage meant hundreds of years of lifespan and permanent youth. Now that both Xiangwei and Kaining have broken through, it seemed like she had to work harder. Otherwise, even though she had been with Yangqing for the longest time, she still couldn't break through to the Xiantian stage. That would be too embarrassing. Sister Kaining, since you're back in Zhonghai, why don't you ask Yonyan to join us for dinner? Mother Wang made a lot of delicious food. Lin Ruashi got rid of the distracting thoughts and invited with a smile. Although Choi Yun had quit her job as a police officer, she was used to living in Zhonghai for a long time. Therefore, she didn't return to Beijing for long and spent most of her time in Zhonghai. Kaining didn't stand on ceremony and nodded with a smile. As soon as Lan Lan heard about food, her little tongue was already licking her pink lips. Lin Ruoshi had a headache watching this. Other children had to be coaxed to eat, but this daughter of hers had such a good appetite. Returning to their home in the Shijia villas, because they had already spoken to Choi Yan on the way, Choi Yan arrived at the same time in her yellow sports car. When she saw her sister, she was naturally very excited. She rushed up and hugged her sister tightly. She smiled and said, "Sister, why didn't you tell me that you were coming? Luckily I don't have class today, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to welcome you. It's not like we rarely meet, why would you tell me?" Kaining smiled faintly. "Class? What class?" Yangqing was puzzled. "Yonyan, you're going to school?" "What school? Didn't I resign? Now the police academy is inviting me to be a guest lecturer." Choi Yan rolled her eyes at him. "Why didn't I know?" Yangqing was stunned. This woman really couldn't stay idle. Choi Yan pouted. "There are so many sisters, you're busy, how can you care about them all?" Yangqing was embarrassed and could only smile foolishly. Lin Ruoshi coughed a few times. "Let's not stand at the door, let's go in and talk." Seeing her husband chatting and laughing with other women, she naturally didn't want to listen too much. But perhaps because of all the things that had happened, the taste of jealousy now wasn't as sour as before. Mother Wang was also surprised to see the Kai sisters. She invited them to sit down and prepared to serve the dishes. During the meal, Yangqing suddenly remembered something and asked, "Ning Er, you didn't come to Zhonghai just to send Lan Lan off, right?" Before Kaining could speak, Choi Yan smiled and said, "It's your fault for not visiting my sister, so she had to come and visit you." "Yonyan, don't talk nonsense," Kaining scolded with a smile. Kaining laughed and scolded before saying, "It's my dad, he asked me to come find you and ask you to arrange a safe place for me." Yangqing was stunned for a while before he recalled something and said, "To avoid the rules of entering Hongmeng?" According to the rules, Kaining was not a member of the four major families and had entered the soul formation stage, so she had to enter the illusion realm and join Hongmeng. But with Changwei as an example, Kai Yunqing naturally didn't want his daughter to leave home and never return. After all, Kaining had been away from home for a long time since she was young. She was only in her 20s and had to go to Hongmeng again. Both of them couldn't bear to see her go. Therefore, they had to ask Kaining to find Yangqing. The meaning was clear. They had given their daughters to him, so they couldn't send them into the illusion realm for nothing. Yangqing smiled bitterly. Did he have to give a bunch of elixirs to the absolute sword Taoist? Bribery would only increase the appetite of the tiger. It wasn't a good thing. He thought for a while and said, "Ning Er, if you don't mind, I can arrange a place for you to stay overseas. You are already in the soul formation stage anyway, so it's not a problem to go in and out of Huaxia. If you meet the absolute sword Taoist, you can just go abroad. As long as you stay in my territory, the other gods won't care." The place Yangqing was talking about was naturally the Forgotten Country. It was located in the Mediterranean Sea with beautiful scenery and a small population, which suited Kaining's temperament. Kaining didn't say much and happily accepted it with a smile. Choi Yan felt that it was unfair for her sister. "What? Send my sister abroad? Why do you have to hide from those people in Hongmeng? I say, if that absolute sword Taoist comes, I'll give him a good spanking. Just bear with it for now. It's not like I'm exiled. I can come back whenever I want. That absolute sword Taoist can't take Ning Er away by force. Besides, it's not a torture. My place is beautiful. If you don't believe me, you can ask Ruoshi. She has been there before." Yangqing smiled. Choi Yan's eyes lit up. She turned and asked Lin Ruoshi, "Ruoshi, is that place really beautiful? Is it the place where you had your wedding?" Lin Ruoshi couldn't help but think of the big castle that could accommodate many women. She rolled her eyes at Yangqing, but still nodded. After all, it was indeed beautiful. "Then I'll go too. I'll accompany my sister and treat it as a vacation. I'll strive to break through as soon as possible." Choi Yan was in high spirits. Yangqing also followed the women's wishes. He was about to talk about the specific origin of the forgotten country when he paused and turned to look at the door. Kai Ning also noticed something and looked over with interest. The door wasn't locked. At this moment, someone opened it from the outside and walked in leisurely. It was Xianxia, who was dressed casually. As soon as she entered, Xianxia's eyes locked on Kai Ning. She smiled and said, "I was wondering why a soul-forming stage cultivator suddenly came." So it's Sister Kai Ning. Although the two women weren't familiar with each other, they recognized each other. "We're about the same age, so you don't have to call me sister." Kai Ning smiled. The two women had both entered the soul-forming stage and were particularly fond of each other. They were also particularly curious about the other's cultivation level. This kind of relationship was inextricably linked to the two women's dedication to cultivation. "Xianxia, where did you go just now? Why did you come back so late?" Xianxia asked casually. "I just found a quiet mountain to cultivate. Now that I'm back in a blink of an eye, of course I have to find a place with beautiful scenery," Xianxia said and looked at Kai Ning eagerly. "Then I'll call you Ning Er. Since we're cultivating the same cultivation technique, why don't we go out and compare notes?" "Compare notes? We're eating, what do you mean compare notes for?" Xianxia was speechless. Kai Ning, on the other hand, was surprisingly straightforward. "Sure, I've just entered the soul-forming stage and haven't really tried it yet. Where should we go to compare notes?" Xianxia could only stare at her helplessly. Why did it feel like the harem was out of control? Lin Ruoshi pursed her lips and looked at Xianxia's defeated expression. She was strangely happy. She was very curious about who would be stronger between Kai Ning and Xianxia if they fought. "Let's go to the back mountain. It's just a simple sparring session and it won't cause much of a commotion," Xianxia said. The two women hit it off. Kai Ning quickly left the table and floated out of the house with Xianxia. After they left, Choi Yun, Lin Ruoshi, and the rest naturally lost their interest and left one after another. Only Mother Wang and Minwan were left to accompany Lan Lan to continue eating. The little girl was obviously more interested in eating than watching her aunts fight. Under the night sky, the cold wind rustled on the back mountain. Kai Ning and Xianxia were already standing silently on the opposite side of the platform, their eyes filled with anticipation. Xianxia stood on the other side of the mountain with Lin Ruoshi and Choi Yun, quietly waiting for the two women to make their move. Gradually, the true elemental energy within the two women began to be released. Because of the difference in physique and bone structure, Xianxia's true elemental energy was blue, while Kai Ning's was light gold. However, if one looked closely, they would not be able to see the stable color of true elemental energy. The two women did not have any magical treasures on them, so they naturally used their own understanding of Tao to fight against each other. Xianxia took the initiative and spread her arms. Instantly, a large amount of crystal-clear water spiritual qi was condensed from all directions, like countless pearls of ice. The scene was quite spectacular. "Ning Er, I'm not joking." Kai Ning, who had always been indifferent, was also quite excited at this moment. "Don't worry, just use it." Xianxia did not say anything else. She waved her hand and all the water spiritual qi whistled towards Kai Ning's position. Facing the pouring rain, Kai Ning's mouth curled into a delicate smile, but her body did not move at all. Xianxia, who was watching from the side, could not help but be stunned when he saw this scene. He was a little surprised. Xianxia was curious why Kai Ning did not have any intention of defending or attacking at all. In the next second, she realized something was wrong. A water spiritual shield suddenly condensed behind Xianxia. Bang! A light gold halo splashed onto the water spiritual shield, creating a large amount of turbulent spiritual qi. At the place where Kai Ning originally stood, the Kai Ning turned into a golden stream of light, flashed, and then disappeared. She actually left behind an illusion in an instant. The key is that her speed is extremely fast. The Tao that Ning Er comprehended is indeed very different from Xianxia's. Xianxia muttered. On the other hand, Lin Ruoshi and Choi Yun were a little nervous. Why didn't this look like a sparring match? Instead, it looked like they were fighting for real? What the two of them didn't know was that although Kai Ning and Xianxia had used their moves, they hadn't used a large amount of true essence. Even if they were hit, they wouldn't be seriously injured. Kai Ning's figure flashed in the air at this moment. After a quick spin in the air, for some reason, she actually transformed into many figures. It was as if she was being replicated infinitely. All of the Kai Ning's bodies emitted a faint golden glow. The golden glow scattered like countless golden flowers. And these flowers all began to drop pieces of golden fragments, as if the petals were gradually drifting away. So beautiful. What is this? Cui Yan couldn't help but ask. Yangqing was also very pleasantly surprised. Perhaps it's because they used hidden weapons. These are all metallic spiritual energy. Although they look gentle and beautiful, they are extremely sharp and deadly. Just as Yangqing was speaking, all of the Kai Nings in the air waved their arms. Like a goddess scattering flowers, they scattered all the golden petals. Xianxia didn't have time to appreciate this beautiful scene. After activating the water spiritual shield to protect her body, she gathered countless water spiritual energy and formed a proud water dragon. Then, it flew towards the sky with the momentum of breaking through the clouds. As the blue dragon danced, the golden petals created countless sparks. Many of the Kai Ning's illusory figures in the sky were crushed. At the same time, there was still a large number of sharp golden petals that fell around Xianxia's body. The seemingly soft and small petals emitted the sound of metal clashing. Fortunately, Xianxia continued to circulate her true core strength and managed to resist. Seeing that there were only a few Kai Nings left, Xianxia suddenly changed her move. Her higher intelligence suddenly dropped several black water alls. A scene of golden blue explosions shook the entire mountaintop. However, when all the illusory figures were torn apart, none of them were real. Oh no! The moment Xianxia reacted, she quickly moved to the side. Right at this moment, a golden stream of light flashed past him. She saw a golden arc in her hand, and it shattered Xianxia's shield. Xianxia, who thought that she had dodged this attack, was about to turn around and counterattack, but there were 3 golden lights intersecting from 3 other directions. All of them were illusory figures? While Xianxia was stunned, she instinctively used her own body as the origin, and a mighty water spiritual impact came down from midair. Boom! All the illusory figures were shattered the moment they came into contact, leaving only a pale golden illusion that floated there and made a sharp turn, landing far away. The scene finally calmed down at this moment. The 2 women still maintained their original positions, as if nothing had happened. After a long silence, Yangqing was the first to laugh and applaud. All right, stop fighting. Neither of you can do anything to the other. Xianxia and Kai Ning were also clear that one couldn't catch, the other couldn't attack, so neither of them could do anything to the other, unless someone's true core strength increased by leaps and bounds. The 2 women smiled at each other in a friendly manner, walked together, and reached out to hold each other's hands. Actually, it should be considered my loss. After all, I haven't been able to hit you directly, Xianxia said with a smile. Kai Ning shook her head. It doesn't count. Even if I hit you, I would be blocked outside, which means there's no effect. My attack method is more dependent on technique, unlike yours, which can be huge. The 2 women complimented each other, as if they regretted not meeting each other earlier. Both of them were particularly interested in the path of cultivation, so naturally, they had a lot of common topics. Ning, you said that you had an epiphany when you were practicing the hidden weapon technique. Then, those illusory figures that were as fast as real people should be derived from your skyflower rain technique, right? Yangqing asked. Kai Ning nodded. That's right. When I used skyflower rain, I felt that the moment the hidden weapon flew out, I could also feel the hidden weapon. There was a strange connection. I can't explain it clearly, but later on, I realized that I seemed to have entered a whole new realm. I'm so envious of you, sister. When will I be like you? Cui Yan pounced on Kai Ning dejectedly. Kai Ning helplessly stroked her sister's hair, sighed softly and smiled. Sooner or later, you'll be stronger than me. Hee hee, although I know that sister is comforting me, I'll take it seriously. This sparring session didn't take too much time. Everyone returned home, and Xianxia also followed, so that she could exchange more insights with Kai Ning. Knowing that Yangqing was planning to help Kai Ning settle down overseas to avoid Hongming's troubles, Xianxia's eyes immediately lit up. Why don't I go too? I can be your companion. Anyway, Channy and Auntie Ma are living together at home, mother and daughter are just right, Xiangwei suggested. Kaining didn't expect Xiangwei to say this, but after thinking about it, it wasn't a bad suggestion. When the two of them were together, they wouldn't be lonely, and they could come and go as they pleased. Yangqing already had this thought in his mind. After all, going overseas was actually safer than staying in Huaxia. It was easier for the hidden aristocratic families to make a move on them in Huaxia, and going overseas would save them a lot of trouble. Now that Xiangwei took the initiative to mention it, there was no reason for Yangqing to reject. He immediately agreed, and after getting Xiangwei to prepare, he would send her and Kaining together the day after tomorrow. Hearing that it was the day after tomorrow, Xiangwei was a little puzzled. Can't we do it tomorrow? We don't have anything to pack. Yangqing scratched his head embarrassedly, looked at Lan Lan, who was eating, and then looked at Lin Ruoxi, who had a calm expression on her face. Isn't it Christmas tomorrow? The kindergarten is going to have a garden party, and parents are going to accompany their children to play games and whatnot. If I don't give my all, someone will get mad at me. Xiangwei and Kaining suddenly understood, and couldn't help but smile at Lin Ruoxi, but there was also a bit of envy in their eyes. After all, they still didn't have the qualifications to participate in such a family activity. Seeing Yangqing's sneaky manner, Lin Ruoxi got angry, and said with a red face, "What are you talking about? I didn't tie you up with a chain." Just as Yangqing was about to continue joking, he suddenly froze, and looked at the door in confusion. Not long after, the sound of a car came. "It's so late, who would come to our house?" Mother Wang was puzzled. Yangqing stood up and walked to the door. He smiled and said, "It's Hui Lin. Why didn't she inform us in advance that she was coming back? Didn't she say that she was rehearsing for the Spring Festival Gala in Beijing?" As soon as the door opened, Huilin, who was wearing a white down jacket, was standing outside. The girl seemed to have just returned to Zhonghai, and there was no one with her. Kaining and the rest didn't feel unfamiliar when they saw Huilin. They looked over with a smile. Huilin had just greeted Yangqing when she saw that there were so many people in the room. She stuck out her tongue and smiled embarrassedly. "Are you celebrating Christmas Eve?" "No, we just finished dinner and are chatting." Yangqing asked, "Why did you come back so suddenly? Didn't you say that you were preparing for the show?" Huilin followed him into the room. There are still 2 months before the Lunar New Year. The director team hasn't decided on the show yet and it's difficult to choose the songs and dance group. Since it's Christmas, I told my manager that I would come back to Zhonghai for a few days. It's just waiting there anyway. Lin Ruoxi also missed Huilin a lot. She grabbed her sister's hand and smiled. "It's good that you're back. I told you not to work so hard. I opened the entertainment company to give you a good environment, not to make money for the company." Huilin shook her head. "No, I like my current job too. I can see all kinds of people who like music. It's fun to hang out with them." The two sisters chatted as they sat down. Since Huilin was now a well-known celebrity in the music industry, Rose and Kai Yan did not have much contact with her, so they had a lot of questions to ask. For a while, the fire of gossip was ignited, and the whole house was full of discussions about the miscellaneous things in the entertainment industry. Yangchen looked at the women's peaceful expressions and felt rather proud of himself. It was such a harmonious scene. However, Yangchen was still lacking something. It was true that Huilin was popular, but the key was that Huilin was also liked by Lin Ruoxi. In this way, Choi Yun and the other women would naturally want to build a good relationship with Huilin, which would also shorten the distance between them and Lin Ruoxi. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Huilin was also a chatterbox when it came to singing and the stage. The tiredness she felt when she first arrived at home had vanished. She talked eloquently. Lan Lan, who was sitting on Minzhuan's lap, was burping with her eyes half closed. She was about to fall asleep when she heard Minzhuan's aunt talking about the performance. She opened her eyes abruptly and said, "Auntie, can you teach Lan Lan to sing?" When Huilin heard this, she looked over in surprise. "Lan Lan likes singing?" Lan Lan nodded. "She likes it. Lan Lan is going to the kindergarten to perform for the children tomorrow. She's going to sing 2 tigers and dance." "That's amazing. Does Lan Lan know how to sing? Hui Lin was also interested in chatting with her child. Lan Lan pouted. She knows how to sing, but I don't think she can sing as well as the other children. Xiaoya and the others dance well too. Lan Lan even practiced when she was at great-grandfather's house. Kids, don't be naughty. Do you still need Auntie Hui Lin to teach you two tigers? Everyone knows how to sing such a simple song. Yangqing pinched his daughter's cheeks and said. Lan Lan was indignant. She pouted and said, Daddy is lying. Mommy doesn't know how to sing. Oh. In the end, Lan Lan quickly covered her mouth with her chubby hands and said softly, oh yes, Mommy didn't allow Lan Lan to say it. The house was dead silent. When everyone looked at Lin Ruoxi, the woman stood up from her seat calmly and caressed Lan Lan's mushroom-shaped hair. Lin Ruoxi looked calm and expressionless. I'm going to take a shower. Take your time. After that, the woman turned around and walked upstairs as if nothing had happened. However, her footsteps looked like she was running. Everyone tried their best not to laugh out loud. Even Mother Wang, Minwan, and the others were having a hard time holding back their laughter. Their expressions were strange. Just when everyone thought that Lin Ruoxi had run back to her room, the woman suddenly walked to the railing and shouted downstairs in exasperation. Yang Lan Lan. You're not allowed to sleep with Mommy. Tonight. After saying that, the woman slammed the door shut with a loud bang. This time everyone couldn't help but laugh out loud. Mother Wang laughed so hard that tears were coming out of her eyes. To her, it was as fun as watching a big kid arguing with a little kid. Lan Lan pouted and looked at Hui Lin pitifully. Auntie, can Lan Lan sleep well with you? I'll get spanked if I go looking for Mommy. You've changed so quickly. Hui Lin caressed the girl's face with her finger. Your mommy is so angry that she can't sleep tonight. Hui Lin was in a good mood after witnessing such a farce as soon as she returned to Zhonghai. The whole house was filled with joy and harmony. Of course, only Lin Ruoxi hid in her room and refused to come out. When it was late at night, Chang Wei and the Kai sisters went home respectively. Hui Lin naturally returned to the room that was prepared for her. Lan Lan also ran over happily. The little girl pestered Hui Lin to teach her how to sing tonight. Unfortunately, her talent in singing seemed to have something to do with a certain someone. It wasn't easy to teach her. Yangqing remembered that he had to call Xianxia. He was afraid that Lin Ruoxi wouldn't be in the mood to do so, so he made the call himself. The person who picked up the call wasn't Xianxia, but the maid, Anjing. Hearing that it was Yangqing, Anjing was a little embarrassed and told him that Xianxia had already gone to bed. After all, she had lessons the next day. Yangqing was glad that there were no problems. He hung up the phone and walked to the second floor. He knocked on Lin Ruoxi's door. His wife had been ridiculed by her family for a while because of her musical talent. Although it wasn't a big deal, he still had to show some concern. When Lin Ruoxi opened the door, her face was gloomy. What's the matter? If you have something to say it quickly. I want to sleep. Yangqing knew that she still bore a grudge against him. He couldn't help but laugh. Don't be like this, baby. As a father, you're already unreliable enough. The little one is even more ungrateful. You made your mother embarrass herself in front of others. You've doted on her for nothing. Lin Ruoxi clenched her teeth. Yangqing went forward and hugged her. He ignored Lin Ruoxi's pushing and kissed her red lips. Alright, being angry isn't good for your health. I say, you're usually quite calm. Why do you act like a child when you're faced with certain things? Are you saying that I'm being unreasonable? Of course not. Yangqing chuckled, I just want to sleep with you. Tonight, Lan Lan and Hui Lin went to sleep. I'm not in the mood to do that. Lin Ruoxi frowned. Yangqing laughed strangely, I only said that I wanted to sleep with you, but I didn't say anything else. Darling Ruoxi, why do you have to do some other exercise when you think of sleeping? You. Lin Ruoxi's face turned red. She stepped on Yangqing's foot in embarrassment and anger. You guys are bullying me together. Yangqing laughed out loud. After closing the door, he carried Lin Ruoxi and walked towards the big bed. Tonight, I'll sleep with you, this big baby. Don't wet the bed at night, I don't know how to change diapers. Humph, I don't want you to change it if you don't have anything nice to say. Lin Ruoshi wanted to laugh but was indignant. She bumped her head against Yang chest and enjoyed his warm embrace. Christmas Eve passed peacefully. At least for Lin Ruoshi, Yang was very peaceful that night. Early the next morning, Lan was very excited. She had rushed back from the kindergarten's garden party on Christmas Day and was going to perform on stage today. How could she not be excited? She was wearing a red and white vest with a small braid. She was humming Two Tigers while eating breakfast. Lin Ruoshi deliberately wore casual winter clothes and didn't dress up much. She was afraid that there were too many people in the kindergarten and she would feel uncomfortable if people kept staring at her. Yang didn't care about his appearance, but they were very compatible. It was rare for her parents to accompany her to kindergarten. Lan was in a good mood. The world of children was always naive and easy to satisfy. Looking at the family of three, Huilin was a little envious and lonely at the same time. However, she still had a smile on her face. With Lanlin's arrival, Huilin felt more and more that even though Lin Ruoshi and Yang took care of her, she was just an outsider in this family. Maybe she should stay in Beijing with her grandma. Lin Ruoshi suddenly shouted. Ah? Huilin pulled herself out of her thoughts and was confused. What's wrong, sister? Don't you have nothing to do at home? Why don't you come with us to accompany Lan? You're her aunt, Lin Ruoshi said with a smile. Huilin was stunned and a little dazed. I don't think that's a good idea. My family is invited today, and I might bring inconvenience to you. Huilin was tempted, but she still had to tell them her worries. Don't tell me that you're not willing to go out with us now that you've become a superstar. Lin Ruoshi joked. No way. Sister, you know it's not like that. I'm just afraid of bringing trouble to you. Huilin sighed helplessly. Yang could roughly understand what Lin Ruoshi meant. She was afraid that Huilin would feel lonely and separated. So he smiled and said, if we're your family, you shouldn't say trouble. Trouble is for outsiders. There's no trouble for family. Family. Huilin glanced at Yang with mixed feelings. Then, she smiled and nodded. Half an hour later, Yang drove the car to Yunhua Kindergarten with 3 women, 1 young and 2 older. The kindergarten had been decorated as a happy place for Christmas and New Year. There were colorful cartoons and Christmas-style accessories everywhere. Although it snowed a few days ago, it had melted. However, because of the cold weather, the children were wrapped in thick clothes even though they were playing in full swing early in the morning. All of them were round and looked especially cute. Yang and the others brought Lan into the kindergarten. Soon, Lan found a few boys and girls she was familiar with. She shouted happily and ran to them. Although many children were afraid of Lan for a while because of the fight, Lan made it easy for her to make friends. Moreover, children were often forgetful. Soon, Xiaoya and the other girls played with Lan. In order to conceal herself, Huilin carefully wore a mask and a plain gray coat. This way, she wouldn't be easily recognized. The kindergarten held a garden party this time, so it was natural to have a lot of games. These games couldn't be fully understood and carried out by children alone, so parents of various families were invited to visit and celebrate. When Teacher Ho saw Yang and his wife, she smiled warmly. Lanlin's parents are here. I was worried that you would be busy with work. May I know who this is? She asked Huilin. Hello, I'm Lanlin's aunt, Huilin nodded softly. Oh, I see. Welcome, welcome. You must have caught a cold. Take care of your body. Although Teacher Ho found it strange, she still greeted him in a friendly manner. Lin Ruoshi also asked politely, Teacher Ho, has our Lan caused any trouble recently? Of course not. Lan is very obedient and sensible. I think it's because of her good upbringing. Teacher Ho quickly flattered her. She wasn't stupid. She knew that it would definitely be good for her to have a good relationship with a parent like this. Lin Ruoshi was very satisfied with this answer. She could look at other things rationally, but if someone said that her daughter wasn't good, then there must be something wrong with that person too. The garden party was free time in the morning and afternoon. The teachers were in charge of all kinds of games, such as stick-to-nose, pitch-pot, etc. There were also games that required physical strength such as rope skipping, hula hooping, etc. Because those who finished first in some games could get a big doll or chocolate as gifts for children, Lon Lon was very enthusiastic about them. However, under Lin Ruashi's request, games like rope skipping, balloon shooting, and hula hooping were games that could easily get her first place due to Lanlan's physical fitness, so Lon Lon would restrain herself. According to what her mother said, as long as she got the first place, she didn't have to use all her strength. Even so, this chubby little girl's feat of dominating the entire garden party still amazed other parents. Yangqing felt that this was too normal, so he didn't feel anything. However, Lin Ruashi was very proud of her daughter, and her eyes were full of joy. Hui Lin was also infected by such a festive and childlike activity. She cheered for Lon Lon and helped her to get the prizes. She was very busy. Many parents came up to Lin Ruashi and Yangqing to ask how they trained their children to such amazing physical fitness. Yangqing didn't know how to answer this question, and Lin Ruashi didn't want to answer, so he just casually said, "If your child can eat a dozen steaks for a meal, then she can do it too." Actually, Yangchen had stopped talking, but the other parents still looked at him as if he wasn't serious. After a simple lunch at the kindergarten, it was finally afternoon, and it was time for the children to perform. In the auditorium of the kindergarten, the children and their parents were sitting in the audience seats, and the children who were performing were preparing backstage. Lin Ruashi took out her camera early on, but realized that the seat was too far away. She happened to see an empty seat in front of her, so she said to Yangqing, "I'll go to the seat in front to film, you and Hui Lin can sit here." "Why don't I do it? I'm quite good at photography," Yangqing took the initiative and offered. Lin Ruashi refused, "No, I have to be the one taking it for it to be memorable." Yangqing was speechless. What difference does it make? But he knew that the woman was very excited today, so he didn't say much. Sister is very into it. Seeing Lin Ruashi sitting among the crowd, which she rarely did, Hui Lin smiled and said. Yangqing couldn't help but sigh. Actually, other than being a little busy at work, Lin Ruashi was much more competent as a mother than a wife. But maybe this was also one of the reasons why he liked her. After the performance began, the children began to sing and dance on the stage, wearing all kinds of colorful costumes. As one of the famous kindergartens in Zhonghai, Yunhua Kindergarten was still willing to spend a lot of money on such activities to build its reputation. The kindergarten director was also very considerate and asked a few well-behaved little girls to walk between the seats of the parents with fruit candies, giving sweet candies to the parents. When a cute little girl with 2 braids and a round face walked in front of Yangqing and Hui Lin, she immediately said sweetly, "Uncle, Auntie, have some candies." "Uncle doesn't like sweet things, there's no need for that," Yangqing said as he touched the girl's head. The girl pouted, "No way. I'll be angry if you don't eat it." Children nowadays were quite unreasonable. Yangqing was speechless and had no choice but to take one and put it into his mouth. Although Hui Lin wasn't interested in sweet candies, she still took one. However, the little girl was worried that Hui Lin would lie to her, so she stared at Hui Lin and said, "Auntie, eat it for me to see. Put it in your mouth." Ah. As she spoke, the little girl even made an example of opening her mouth wide. Hui Lin couldn't stand the child's innocent gaze. She looked around and saw that no one was looking at them, so she took off her mask and put the candy in her mouth to chew. "Is this okay?" Hui Lin asked with a smile. The little girl smiled sweetly and nodded before running away. At this moment, the music of 2 tigers suddenly sounded on the stage. When she heard that it was Lanlan's performance, Hui Lin couldn't care about anything else and looked up. She saw Lanlan and a few other boys and girls wearing tiger-patterned costumes. They skipped out and started to perform a silly dance on the stage. Yangqing couldn't help but laugh out loud. He didn't know why, but he felt a sour feeling flowing through his nose. He couldn't tell if it was happiness or satisfaction. Although it was a joyous scene, Yangqing felt that his eyes were moist. Lin Ruashi stood in front and didn't care about blocking the people behind her from watching the performance. She took out her camera and kept taking pictures. Occasionally, she would wave to Lanlan. Lanlan's singing was indeed not good, but her tender voice was pleasant to the ears. The little girl didn't care about her pitch and performed with great joy. When the song ended, the group of children left the stage. The adults also gave them warm applause and cheers. When Yangqing saw that Hui Lin was applauding and didn't even put on her mask, he quickly helped her put on her mask. Hui Lin woke up from her dream and quickly helped herself. She looked around worriedly and only heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that no one was paying attention to her. This Christmas, everything seemed to be filled with peace, warmth, and joy. However, Yangqing and the others didn't expect that at a filming location beside the stage, a man's phone was secretly taking a series of photos. The whole day passed unknowingly in the kindergarten. In the evening, as the crowd receded, the gray sky began to snow again. Lan Lan, who had played all day, got on the car and fell asleep in Lin Ruashi's arms without saying a few words. She smacked her lips as if she was still thinking about what to eat when they got home. Lin Ruashi and Hui Lin sat in the back seat together. Hui Lin was holding a video camera in her hand, playing the stage scene that she had just shot in the afternoon. She played it repeatedly and felt that it was very interesting. She didn't feel that she would get tired of watching it. She even deliberately turned down the sound so as not to wake up Lan Lan. Yangqing sat alone in the front driving. Looking at the two women's smiling faces in the back seat and his daughter's silly sleeping posture through the rearview mirror, he couldn't help but feel a warm wave in his heart. This kind of ordinary happiness and satisfaction, was it what he had dreamed of when he returned to China? At least now it seemed that this kind of feeling was really fascinating. If only there was no one watching him covetously, if only no one came to find trouble with him, and if only he could continue living peacefully. For the first time in his life, Christmas passed in a flash, and he was a little reluctant to leave. The next day, as promised, he took Kaining and Xianxia to the Forgotten Lands. Because he had told Ron long ago, the old man had already arranged everything that the two women needed. Even the maid who was responsible for taking care of the daily chores had been assigned. Xianxia and Kaining also brought some daily necessities and didn't bring any luggage. Setting off from Xianxia, they quickly flew to the Mediterranean Sea with the two women, and it only took 10 minutes. It was the first time that Yangqing flew with his women in the way of a cultivator, and he felt a sense of accomplishment. Although they arrived at night, because the two women's cultivation had reached the soul formation stage, they could see clearly at night as if it was daytime, so it didn't hinder the two women from enjoying the beautiful scenery. As soon as they landed, Yangqing said with a smile, "You came at the right time. The Mediterranean climate is mild and rainy, not dry and cold at all. You've come to enjoy your holiday." Rose and Kaining were indeed captivated by the beautiful scenery here. Their eyes were filled with excitement. Initially, they had left the country in order to avoid Hongmeng. But now, it seemed like it was killing two birds with one stone. They were here to enjoy their vacation. Stepping on the soft sand, Yangqing led the two women slowly from the coastline to his castle, where Ron was waiting with champagne. "Hubby, you said that everything here is yours?" Xianxia asked, playing with a big shell that she had just picked up. Yangchen was rather proud of himself. "The entire group and the surrounding waters are not only mine, but also my private navy. These areas are gray areas. No country can get close to them or probe them, so they can't be found on the map. Do all the gods have private territories like this, or is it only you, hubby?" Kaining asked curiously. Yangqing thought for a while and said, "Actually, I'm not sure. The earth isn't big, but it's not small either. The gods that were left behind have lived for at least 20,000 years, so they must be very familiar with every corner of the earth. It would be easy for them to have a private territory like this, but it depends on whether they're willing to or not. I heard from Christine that she has a private territory in Canada, and Poseidon has his territory around Hawaii. I don't know about the rest, but everyone has different preferences, so they might not care about this. Now that you mention it, I feel that Huaxia's Hongmeng is more pitiful, hiding in an illusion." "It's not cool at all," Xianxia said sarcastically. "Maybe it's because Athena's deterrence is too strong. After all, cultivation is not easy, and no one wants to fail at the last step," Kaining said. Yangqing thought to himself, if the gods really only have 20% to 30% of their strength left, not to mention Athena, any one of them could slaughter a group of cultivators from Huaxia. Maybe Hongmeng was afraid of something that he didn't understand, so he had been hiding in the illusion. Not wanting to affect the order of the secular world was probably an excuse. Unknowingly, the three of them had arrived at the huge castle while chatting. Xianxia and Kaining looked at the apartment building that Yangqing mentioned in astonishment. It was too huge, just like the king's castle in fairy tales. Yangqing held the two women's hands and jumped up the cliff easily. Outside the castle, Ron was wearing a black retro suit and a bow tie. He was already waiting with a few old friends who lived on the cliff with a smile. "Your Majesty Pluto, two beautiful ladies, welcome home," Ron said in Mandarin as he turned sideways like a gentleman. Yangqing patted the old man's shoulder and greeted a few acquaintances. These were his comrades who retired from his mercenary group and the Zero organization. Their relationship was built with blood, so there was no need to say much. When Xianxia and Kaining heard being called madam, they couldn't help but blush, but they also felt sweet. It was the first time that the two women felt the shadow of Yangqing's past life at such a close distance. These men all looked kind, but there was always a bloody aura around them, which made the two women a little reserved and didn't know what to say. After entering the castle, everyone took their seats in the large dining hall. The maids served them the delicacies on silver paper plates one after another and began to serve them with smiles on their faces. Ron and the others didn't feel much doubt about the two strange women that Yangqing brought. They greeted them warmly, which made Xianxia and Kaining relax quickly. "Madams, I specially recruited a chef from Xianxia and a French chef to work in the kitchen here. No matter what dishes the two madams like to eat, they can be made immediately," Ron said cheerfully. "Thank you, Mr. Ron, you're so considerate," Kaining said sincerely. "Hehe, we don't have a lot of people. If there are new members joining, we will warmly welcome them. Moreover, the two of you are His Majesty Pluto's lovers, so you are naturally the mistresses here." Ron's mouth also seemed to be smeared with honey. The two women couldn't help but blush again. Speaking of which, the two of them weren't official wives, so how could they be called mistresses? However, in the eyes of these foreigners, as long as it was a woman around Yangqing, they could be taken in as mistresses. Seeing that the two women could chat with these old friends, Yangqing felt more at ease. After half of the wine, Ron and the others had drunk so much that their faces were already red. Their voices were particularly loud and clear, and the atmosphere was particularly cheerful. A bearded man named Callahan was a Nordic man. He used to be one of the people in charge of the Sea Eagles in Northern Europe. He was over 70 years old this year and had been living in seclusion for 5 or 6 years. At this time, he raised the silver wine glass and grinned at Yangqing. "Your Majesty Pluto, next week is the Caesar Conference. Why don't you stay for a few more days? Or bring your family along and come with us to see what level the little bastards are at now." Yangqing raised his eyebrows. "Caesar Conference? By the way, it's been 4 years. Where will it be held this year?" "Not far, just across the sea, near Ron's hometown, hehe." The one who laughed evilly was a skinny old man. "Sicily? In that case, Ron, you'll be busy. Don't let someone secretly smash your treasury." Yangqing joked. Ron shook his head. "I haven't been in charge of the family business for a long time. Let them do it." Xianxia was a little confused and asked Kaining in a low voice, "What are they talking about?" Kaining also shook her head. "They're talking about Italian, Russian, and other languages. I only know English, French, and Spanish. I really don't understand these." Ron was very considerate and helped to translate. "Madams, we're talking about the Caesar Conference." "What's the Caesar Conference?" Xianxia was full of curiosity. "Hehe, to put it simply, it's a fighting party where mercenaries from all over the world who think they are capable come together to compete. The reason why it's called the Caesar Conference was originally to commemorate the elite cavalry of the ancient Roman Emperor Julius Caesar to show respect. The modern Caesar Conference can also be called the Mercenary Conference. Everyone feels that if they want to increase their employment funds, they have to get a high ranking in this competition. This is also a step to raise the reputation of the new mercenary corps. During World War II, the Caesar Conference was stopped because most of the mercenaries were full. However, after World War II, especially in recent decades, it was held every 4 years. Such a grand event is not only attended by the big customers hidden behind the scenes in the world, but also some representatives sent by some countries to see which mercenaries are worth paying a high price. Therefore, any famous mercenary corps will come to participate. Otherwise, they will be considered weak, and how can they have a source of income? Hearing this, Xianxia, who came from the underworld, and Kai Ning, who was a member of the National Special Organization, immediately had a strong interest. The two women's eyes lit up. This was much more interesting than any song and dance performance. Mercenaries from all over the world to fight? That was too exciting. Mr. Ron, which mercenary corps won the championship 4 years ago? Xianxia asked. It should be Sea Eagles. Aren't the two strongest mercenaries in the world, Sea Eagles and Sandstorm? Kai Ning said. However, Ron shook his head helplessly. Madam, it's a pity that the last champion was not His Majesty Pluto's Sea Eagles, nor was it Sandstorm under the God of War's command. Choi Yan and Xianxia looked at each other. This answer surprised them. In fact, in the past half a century, although the Sea Eagles once ranked first or second in the world's mercenary army rankings, they have never defeated that mercenary army in the Caesar Conference. Ron continued to keep them in suspense. Rose's interest was piqued. She was very curious about Yang Chen's past and these fields. She tugged at Ron's sleeve and shook it. Mr. Ron, don't tempt us. Tell us, which unit is it? Yang Chen couldn't stand it when he heard Xianxia began to act like a spoiled child. He said on behalf of Ron, it's a family mercenary army called Cyclops. Before I was born, they were already the champion of the Caesar Conference. Cyclops? What do you mean? Cyclops, the legendary Cyclops race born by the gods. They are enemies of the Titan god and are good at forging all kinds of artifacts, Ron explained. Of course, although that family is very mysterious, and no one knows where their headquarters is, they are not the legendary Cyclops, they are all normal humans. However, each of their family members has a strong superpower and physique, and they are cruel and ruthless. Some people suspect that they may be the descendants of some special bloodline. This is not surprising. Just like the panther of South America, the blood of the shaman has a strong talent for natural magic cultivation, and the mages of the stone sword are also passed down from generation to generation. However, because the people of the Cyclops family are unruly and extremely conceited, although they have been the champion in previous years, no employer is willing to pay them. Firstly, the price is sky high, and secondly, they are not obedient at all. It is said that there was once an employer who hired them, but they took the enemy's money and killed the employer instead. It can be said that they are notorious. However, because the Caesar Conference is open to both regular mercenaries and gray mercenaries, their qualifications have always been preserved. But the industry is unwilling to mention them, so naturally most outsiders don't know about them. It seems very scary. Xianxia bit her lip. Although she said this, her eyes were shining. Obviously, she wanted to see it. She turned to Yangqing and asked, Hubby, did you participate in the last conference? Are you no match for them? Yangqing rolled his eyes. You think too much. I am not qualified to participate. Firstly, I have never been a mercenary. Secondly, I have divinity, so I can't take the initiative to participate in this kind of international affairs. The participants are all elites of Sea Eagles. Ordinary people with superpowers are no match for them at all. But Cyclops is indeed a master with both physical and superpower, so it is normal for them to lose. Fortunately, the Caesar Conference prohibits malicious killing, so although Cyclops occasionally crippled some of his opponents, he didn't cause any trouble. Callahan chuckled and said, Your Majesty Pluto, how about we go and watch together next week? I heard that there are a few new boys in Sea Eagles this time, and they are very skilled. Maybe they have a chance of winning against Cyclops. In fact, Yangqing wasn't very interested. From what he saw 4 years ago, the strength of Cyclops was at least at the great perfection innate stage after combining their superpowers with their physique. They might still be holding back. If Yangqing didn't use the law of space, he might not be able to defeat them. Therefore, even if Sea Eagles did become a lot stronger, they had almost no chance of winning. But when he saw the two women looking at him eagerly, he couldn't help but ask with a smile, Are you interested? Choi Yan and Xianxia nodded vigorously. Then let's go. But I can't wait here for a whole week. You guys stay here first, I will come back after a week to accompany you. Yangqing didn't want Lin Ruashi to be jealous at home. The two women were overjoyed and couldn't wait for the conference during the Chinese New Year. After the meal, Yangqing took the two women for a walk around his big castle. When they saw so many luxurious rooms and huge beds in the castle, the two women thought of the key point, just like Lin Ruoshi who came here before. However, the two women weren't angry, they just blushed and their hearts were beating fast. After introducing his collection and a series of internal facilities, he talked with Ron about some things to pay attention to in life in the future. Seeing that it was about time, he hugged the two women and said goodbye. When they hugged, Yangqing deliberately said in the woman's ear, "The next time I come here, I will eat you." After Kaining understood what he meant, she was stunned at first, then her face turned red and she almost hid behind Xianxia. Yangqing smirked and disappeared in a flash. When he returned to Zhonghai, it was already daytime. Yangqing looked at the time and it was almost time to go to work, so he didn't enter the house. He took the car and went straight to the company. After arriving at the company, Yangqing felt that the atmosphere in the big office was strange. In the office that was originally full of vitality, the staff felt a little depressed. When they saw their director, their eyes were quite complicated. When Yangchen walked into his office, Zhao Ting was already pacing around in circles, as if his forehead was on fire. "Director Yang! You're finally here!" Zhao Ting shouted. "What's going on? Why does the whole company look like someone died?" Yangqing was puzzled. Zhao Ting slapped his thigh. "I knew you were kept in the dark. I just called General Lin to report and she said that she will wait for you to come back and talk to her office. I was waiting to tell you about it." "Ruoshi wants me to talk to her?" Yangqing frowned. When Lin Ruoshi was at work, she rarely asked him to go over because she didn't want the people in the company to see it and gossip. It seemed like the matter was very serious. Zhao Ting had already pulled Yangqing to the desk and pointed at the computer, then at the big pile of gossip magazines and newspapers on the desk. "Look, Director Yang, this matter is getting out of hand." Yang Chen's face darkened as he took a quick glance. The headlines were either in bold black or bright red font, eye-catching, glaring, and shocking. "Little Empress Lin Hui is willing to be a mistress, the man is suspected to be a company executive." Empress Lin Hui appeared in a kindergarten, suspected to have given birth to a child. How did Lin Hui become popular so quickly? He's the mastermind. Yulei International CEO Lin Ruoshi slapped herself. Empress Lin Hui is suspected to have an affair with her husband. Empress Lin Ruoshi welcomes spring? Intimate photos with mysterious man exposed. These titles were basically accompanied by one or more photos. Most of these photos were of Hui Lin sitting among the parents in the kindergarten, chewing something in her mouth while Yang Chen beside her pulled up her mask. The two of them were smiling intimately, like a couple. Yang Cheng's hands were trembling, and he almost smashed the desk. *T, *T, *T. Where the F***ck did this news come from? Which agency is it from? Do you want to die? Yang Cheng was burning with anger, and his lungs were about to explode. It would have been fine if it was just talking about him, but this report had implicated Lin Ruoshi, and even portrayed Hui Lin as a bad woman. Yang Chen had no words to describe the exasperation he felt when his heart was being trampled on. He didn't expect that he would be photographed when he pulled off his mask for a short while. He regretted it so much. Zhao Ting said bitterly, "Director Yang, I believe you are innocent." *T. I'll kill anyone who doesn't believe me. Yang Qing roared, his face red. Zhao Ting was so shocked that his ears were about to go deaf. Calm down, Director Yang. This won't solve the problem. I've just sent people to investigate. The source of these reports came from the paparazzi of some small gossip magazines. They got it from a private person's phone photos. I'm afraid that someone took the photos secretly when there were many people in the kindergarten, and then sold them to the paparazzi for a high price. We, Yulei, have connections with the official media. They know that we can't afford to offend them, so they definitely wouldn't dare to do anything to us. So, these were all published by the small gossip media on the internet and in the streets. But because of this, we couldn't stop them in time. Now, not only in Zhonghai, but also on the internet, especially on private blogs and Weibo, we can't stop them in time. I'm afraid it won't be long before the whole country, and even overseas, sees these news and photos. We have to think of a way to restore Miss Hui Lin's reputation, and prove your and General Lin's innocence. Yangqing turned his head and took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. He asked coldly, "Is Miss Lin Hui in the office now?" Zhao Ting shook his head. "No. She's in the limelight right now. Huaxia's media are all chasing after her. We booked a private plane for her to return home in Beijing the moment the report came out. That should be the safest place for her." "That's good. Don't let those flies keep an eye on her. I'll go to the headquarters now. Get the mainstream media to write positive reports no matter how much it costs. Also, find the source of the scandal. We have to make these drags whose brains are filled with sh*t understand that not everyone is allowed to gossip." Yang Chen's voice sounded rather sinister. Zhao Ting shivered and nodded in fear. He couldn't imagine what would happen to those people if Yangqing found out which media had published the report first. When he rushed to Lin Ruoxi's office, she was on the phone. All right. Thank you, Mom. I'm fine." Lin Ruoxi looked rather haggard, and her lips were pale. Seeing that Yang Chen had come in, she hung up the phone after replying a few times and sighed faintly. "Did you ask Mom for help?" Yang Chen walked to her and patted Lin Ruoxi's back. Lin Ruoxi forced a smile. "Yeah, I'm not familiar with the people from the SARFT and the Press and Publication Bureau. Mom can talk to them and get more media to help. We'll try our best to suppress this matter." Yangqing nodded. This kind of thing required connections. Otherwise, they couldn't just kill anyone who dared to speak ill of them. The public's mouths could not be shut. They could control some big media, but there were tens of thousands of media in the country. They couldn't control all of them. "I didn't expect things to turn out this way. It's my fault that day. I wasn't observant enough and didn't notice that someone was taking pictures of us." Yangqing asked guiltily, "Ruoxi, you didn't misunderstand, did you? I was just helping Hui Lin to adjust her mask. She was eating sweets and forgot about it." Lin Ruoxi furrowed her brows and said unhappily, "What do you think I am? Is this the time to be calculative? You should be more concerned about Hui Lin now. She is being condemned by everyone. Those who supported her and those who didn't like her are now doubting her and scolding her. She's so young and innocent. I'm afraid she won't be able to handle it." As she spoke, tears welled up in Lin Ruoxi's eyes. She blamed herself deeply and said, "I was worried that the entertainment industry would be too chaotic and Hui Lin would get hurt if I couldn't control it well. I didn't expect that something like this would happen even after I set up my own company. And it happened because I asked her to go to the kindergarten. I'm so sorry." "Don't say that. You're just being kind. Besides, if this didn't happen, Hui Lin would be very satisfied with her work." Yangqing comforted her and tried his best to distract her. He said, "Have you informed the kindergarten? Someone will definitely go there to interview the teachers." Lin Ruoxi said, "I've already asked Mingyu to take charge. She's very good at public relations. It shouldn't be difficult to control it. But the problem is, there are so many media outlets in the country, especially those that are against Yulei. With this momentum, they definitely won't listen to us and stop. When the time comes, the public's curiosity has been aroused, and they won't stop until the matter is blown up. When that time comes, how do we clean up the mess and clarify the situation?" Yangqing was also having a headache. He had never dealt with something like this before. He had no idea what to do at all. At this moment, Zhao Hongyan's scream could be heard from outside. "Hey! Madam! You can't do this. You can't." Yangqing heard it and came back to his senses. He suddenly realized that someone was here. He frowned and smiled bitterly. "You sure came fast." The door was pushed open so forcefully that even the lock was broken. Abbess Yin Miao was dressed in a blue coat. Her hair was tied up and she looked exceptionally elegant. But at this moment, her aura was fierce and her eyes were filled with killing intent. It was obvious that she was here to vent her anger. Zhao Hongyan followed behind and couldn't stop her no matter what. She bowed to Lin Ruoxi apologetically and left. Lin Ruoxi was also stunned. When she saw Abbess Meow, she stood up and wanted to say something. But she saw Abbess Meow rushing forward and slapping her. Slap. It wasn't Lin Ruashi who was slapped. It was Xianxia who had come over and grabbed Abbess Meow's wrist. Abbess Meow's eyes were fierce as she sneered. I forgot that you're still here. Why? I can't hit your wife, but my precious granddaughter has to be bullied? Abbess, I know you're angry. We're angry too. I didn't expect you to come here so soon. But you can't hit my wife. Xianxia tried his best to be calm. Under such circumstances, it was understandable that Abbess Meow wanted to hit Lin Ruashi. Lin Ruashi was shocked, but she quickly pulled Xianxia's hand away. Don't hit her. Hubby, let me speak. Speak. Humph, what else do you have to say? Abbess Meow questioned. Lin Ruashi sighed. Madam Lin, I know you hate me for letting Hui Lin enter the entertainment industry. I'm also responsible for this. But I'll do my best to save Hui Lin's reputation. Please believe me, I really want Hui Lin to be well. Abbess Meow snorted. You only know how to talk nonsense. Tell me, what can you do to save my Hui Lin's reputation? The public is in an uproar. Xianxia is full of nonsense. My Hui Lin has been cultivating with me since she was young. She's such an innocent and kind child. Do you think she can take it when people from all over the country look at her with disdain? Would you be able to take it if it was you? To think that she kept calling you, an outsider, sister. How can you face her as a sister? Do you know what the people are saying? They're saying that she destroyed your marriage. That she secretly gave birth to a child. Do you think Hui Lin's heart will hurt when she hears these words? I told you not to sing, not to appear on TV, not to enter the entertainment industry. But you didn't listen. Now it's all over. My Hui Lin, an innocent girl, has been harmed by you. Are you satisfied? Questions and roars echoed in the office. Xianxia was speechless. His heart ached at the thought of Hui Lin being alone in Beijing. On the other hand, Lin Ruashi's eyes were also red. She was trying her best to hold back her tears. I'm sorry, Madam Lin. I didn't want Hui Lin to feel lonely, so I asked her to come with us to watch the children perform. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. If you want to hit me or scold me, I can accept it because I'm indeed responsible. Yun Miao sneered, Lin Ruashi, I know you're smart, but don't try to show off in front of an old lady like me. You're just worried that my Huilin will be like other women and want to share your husband, right? Don't tell me you're purposely trying to tarnish our Huilin's reputation? Lin Ruashi raised her head abruptly and shook her head vigorously. No. No. I didn't. I've never thought of it that way. Xianxia said in a deep voice, Abbess, you've crossed the line. I know you're angry, but you can't spout nonsense. Nonsense? Fine, let me ask you. Do you like my Huilin? Do you really not have any feelings for Huilin? Yun Miao turned to look at Xianxia. Xianxia was stunned. After a while, he said, Huilin is a good girl, but I really don't have any feelings for her. Humph, you don't have any feelings for her? That means you don't reject liking her, but you don't dare to. Men are like this. What they can't get is the best, Yun Miao said in disdain. Abbess, this isn't the problem now. Instead of belittling and cursing us, why don't you think about how to help Huilin out of her predicament? Xianxia was also a little annoyed. Yun Miao shouted, do I need you to say that? Do I still need to rely on sanctimonious sisters and brothers-in-law like you? I'm here today to tell you that I'll be bringing Huilin back to Amei tomorrow. I'll have nothing to do with you anymore. Don't ever come into contact with my Huilin again. Get out of my sight. Madam Lin, you can't do this. The more you do this, the harder it will be to salvage Huilin's reputation. She can hide for a while, but can she hide forever? If there's a problem, we have to solve it. Lin Ruashi said anxiously. While they were arguing, a gray figure walked out of the elevator and arrived at the office in a few quick steps. The old man smiled at Xianxia and Lin Ruashi. He looked kind. It was Grey Robe. Madam, you can't blame Child Yang and his wife for this. Let's return to Beijing first. Taking care of Miss Hui Er is the most important thing. She's the only child of the Lin family, Grey Robe advised. Ever since Lin Jiguo left, Grey Robe remained in the Lin family to assist Yun Miao in managing the family. His loyalty was evident. Yun Miao obviously respected Grey Robe a lot. Although she wasn't done venting her anger, she nodded reluctantly. After glaring at Lin Ruoxi and Yang Chen, she turned around and left quickly. Seeing that Yun Miao had left, Yang Qing said to Grey Robe in shame, "Thank you. It was thanks to you that I was able to save Ruoxi in time. I'll have to trouble you to mediate this time." Grey Robe was confused when he heard that. Last time? Which time is it that Child Yang is talking about? Yang Qing wondered if this old man had dementia. He forgot about it so quickly. It's about the fake magical girdle. Didn't you tell me that the bloodlings went to Nanshan? Yang Qing said. Grey Robe frowned and thought for a while. He still couldn't understand. Why do you say that? I haven't left Beijing for 2 months. I'm only here to follow Madam. Why would I be involved in the magical girdle? Yang Cheng's mind buzzed, and he was dumbstruck. After confirming that Grey Robe wasn't joking, he had no choice but to believe it. This matter was fishy. Actually, Yang Cheng was also puzzled. Last time, he couldn't see through Grey Robe's cultivation, but this time, he could see that Grey Robe was in the Xiantian realm. Originally, he thought that Grey Robe didn't hide anything, but he didn't expect that it wasn't the same person. When Grey Robe found out that someone was pretending to be him to deliver a letter to Yang Qing, he was also stunned for a long time. To be able to hide from your eyes and perception, this person's strength is definitely not below Child Yang's. Unless it's someone in an illusion, or one of the gods, and is proficient in disguise and illusion techniques, then perhaps it can be done. Yang Cheng's mind quickly filtered through the opponents that he had seen before. Suddenly, he remembered that. Mysterious Raphael, Hermes, wasn't he proficient in illusion techniques? He still remembered that when he wanted to kill Yang Lai, he was forcefully pulled into an illusion by him and stopped after seeing 17. If it was Hermes, his strength was indeed not inferior to his, and with his double serpent staff, even a god would be dragged into a dream. As long as he used some special illusion techniques, it wouldn't be difficult for him to deceive him for a short period of time. I roughly know who did it, but I just don't understand his intentions. Yang Qing murmured. Grey Robe nodded and didn't ask who it was. Child Yang, be careful. Right now, Huaxia seems to be peaceful, but compared to the past few decades, too many things have happened in the past 2 years, especially after Child Yang returned to Huaxia. All kinds of strange things have happened. It was obvious that there were many forces and people who were ready to make a move. It's a pity that it's not convenient for me to say too much today. I still need to follow Madam back to Beijing. Yang Qing and Lin Ruoxi also politely bid farewell to the old man, thanking him for his persuasion. Although Yun Miao had temporarily returned to Beijing, the matter was far from over. Once such gossip spread, it couldn't be controlled. For the whole afternoon, Lin Ruoxi was busy dealing with all kinds of problems. Originally, the affairs of the entertainment branch should be handled by Yang Qing, but this time, it involved herself. If she didn't stand up, it was inevitable that people would gossip. What made Lin Ruoxi most distressed was that some small online media started to fabricate all kinds of sensational news. Within a few hours, the internet was filled with different opinions. Some said that Hui Lin was the mistress, while others said that the CEO of Yulei was the mistress. Who was the father of the child? Was this man a senior executive of Yulei? There was even a master of drawing who actually combined a picture of an unknown little girl with Huilin's picture, causing an uproar for a while. Yang Qing couldn't help but admire the imagination of the rumormongers. Whether it was true or not, as long as it was related to a celebrity, it would naturally attract attention. Looking at Lin Ruoxi's anxious and frustrated look, Yang Qing felt sorry for her. Regardless of the woman's objection, he dragged Lin Ruoxi out of the office and went home once it was time to get off work. Lin Ruoxi originally wanted to work overtime to deal with these matters, but she couldn't persuade Yang Qing. She didn't have any experience in this area, so she could only leave it to Lu Mingyu. It was good for her to go home and calm down. However, as soon as she left the office, she saw Zhao Hongyan hurrying out of the elevator. Oh no, General Lin, something happened outside the company building, Zhao Hongyan said anxiously. Lin Ruashi's exhausted face stiffened. What's the matter? There are many crazy fans of Miss Hui Lin's fan club. They're chanting and holding banners. They're scolding you. Scolding me? Zhao Hongyan couldn't say it out loud. Yangqing could roughly guess what was going on. It was most likely those fans who thought that Lin Ruashi was an interloper, or that Lin Ruashi was purposely slandering Hui Lin and trying to hide Hui Lin. Don't worry about them, let's go home, Yangqing said. Although Lin Ruashi was unwilling, there was nothing she could do. She nodded silently and said to Zhao Hongyan, tell the security not to hurt them. They'll leave when they're tired of shouting. If the police come, tell them not to use force. Got it, General Lin. Go back and rest, I'll inform you if anything happens in the company. Zhao Hongyan couldn't bear to see him like this. Lin Ruashi smiled at her, leaned on Yangqing, and slowly walked towards the elevator. Zhao Hongyan turned around to watch the two leave. For the first time, Lin Ruashi's back looked so haggard and tired. They took the elevator to the underground parking lot. Yangqing held the woman's hand and walked towards their usual parking spot. However, before they could take a few steps out of the elevator, they heard hurried footsteps coming from different directions. Click. Click. The sound of flashing lights and cameras could be felt and heard from afar. Yangqing was preoccupied with his own thoughts, so he didn't pay much attention. He didn't expect that there were already dozens of paparazzi in the parking lot, waiting for them to come down. After all, Lin Ruashi was a person who had appeared in financial magazines and TV reports. The paparazzi recognized her after doing some research. They snuck into the parking lot and surrounded Lin Ruashi the moment they saw her coming down. General Lin, is this your husband? General Lin, can you tell us your thoughts on this incident? Sir, are you Miss Lin Hui's mysterious boyfriend? The paparazzi started asking questions like crazy. They surrounded them tightly, not letting the couple take another step. Lin Ruashi was shocked. She subconsciously curled up in Yangqing's arms with her back facing the paparazzi. She was embarrassed and angry. She had never suffered such humiliation in her life. It was as if she was a mistress who couldn't see the light of day. Now that she had been found out, she had to face all kinds of questions. Yangqing's face immediately darkened. His eyes were filled with dark clouds. He gently hugged his wife and said coldly, "Get lost." The paparazzi were experienced. They were happy to hear Yangqing say "get lost." That was a foul language. They could add fuel to the fire again. Sir, you're being so rude to the reporters. Are you feeling guilty? Another paparazzi raised a recording pen and asked expectantly. With lightning speed, Yangqing grabbed the recording pen and crushed it in his hand. I'll count to 3. If you don't get lost, don't even think about leaving. Yangqing's throat felt like there was a knife hidden in it. Of course, the paparazzi didn't believe him. A few of them who were more sensitive started laughing. A paparazzi with his hair standing up laughed evilly. Sir, you must be Yulei's CEO, Lin Ruashi's husband, Yangqing. It's hard for us to write an article if you treat us like this. Just cooperate. We're all just trying to make a living. Just give us some information so that we can report to the higher-ups. General Lin, you're a strong woman. Why don't you come clean with us? Are you really the rumored mistress? Are you slandering Miss Lin Hui because you're jealous? Lin Ruashi bit her lip and leaned against Yangqing's chest. Her shoulders shook as she sobbed. Her sobs had already soaked the man's chest. She knew very well that people wouldn't believe her just because she explained it. The media wanted explosive news, not the truth. What made the woman even sadder was that Hui Lin was involved. The guilt and grievance in her heart made it difficult for her to stand up like she usually did. But it wasn't the case for Yangqing. Yangqing's patience had reached its limit. It was this group of people who created rumors and caused trouble. If it weren't for their immoral actions, the situation wouldn't have escalated to this extent. Abbess Yin Miao was Hui Lin's grandmother. Technically speaking, she was his martial uncle. Of course, he couldn't do anything to her. But this group of people, who weren't related to her at all, dared to touch the tiger's whiskers. They were courting death. I told you to live. If you don't want it, then die. Right after Yangqing said that, the paparazzi laughed at him. In the next second, all of them widened their eyes in shock. A dark blue liquid surrounded by black fog suddenly formed around Yangqing's body. It looked like a wriggling life form, but it emitted a terrifying aura. This was the Ming water that Yangqing had recently learned. Even though it was like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife, it was the most direct and effective method. Before the paparazzi could react, the Ming water had already spread out and attached itself to their bodies. Under Yangqing's precise control, all the Ming water landed on the paparazzi and their equipment. It didn't damage anything else. The paparazzi didn't even have the time to scream. After all, this was the Ming water that could even corrode a prince of the blood breed. How could an ordinary person withstand it? When Lin Ruoxi realized that her surroundings had quietened down, she looked back and was stunned to find that there was no one around. There wasn't even a trace of someone being there. You killed them all? Lin Ruoxi asked in a daze. Yangqing snorted. It's already too easy for them to die a quick death. Lin Ruoxi sighed, but she didn't blame Yangqing for killing people randomly like she used to. As she cultivated and experienced all sorts of things, a woman's mentality slowly changed. Uncontrollably, some thoughts that she had never had before appeared in Lin Ruoxi's mind. She was entranced. Yangqing didn't care about the woman's blank expression. He held her hand and continued to walk to the parking lot. But when they reached the red Bentley, Yangqing frowned. Damn it. They're really dedicated. Yangqing couldn't help but curse. These paparazzi actually deflated the tires of Lin Ruoxi's Bentley just to prevent the two of them from leaving so easily. He really didn't know how this group of people was so resourceful that they even knew which car Lin Ruoxi was driving. When Lin Ruoxi noticed it, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She said softly, "Forget it, let's go take your car." "Then we still have to cross the road. Aren't you afraid that someone will stop us?" Yangqing laughed. "Can't you go over yourself and drive the car over to pick me up?" Lin Ruoxi rolled her eyes at him. "So that's how it works. Ruoxi, darling, you're so smart. Alright, stop teasing me." Lin Ruoxi knew that the man was trying to make her happy, but there was no way she could make her feel better. 10 minutes later, the two of them finally avoided the crazy fans and took a detour to the highway to return home. Along the way, Lin Ruoxi was silent, her head lowered as if she was thinking about something. Yangqing saw that the woman was deep in thought, so he didn't disturb her. He just pretended that she was still worried about Hui Lin. When they reached home, Lan Lan happened to come back from kindergarten. The little girl was holding a dozen mutton skewers in her hands, and Min Wan was holding a bag of fried chicken fillet in her hands. Just like that, he jumped up and down, and his mouth was still oily with spicy cumin powder. When she saw Yangqing and Lin Ruoxi get out of the car, Lan Lan immediately stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. Her face was slightly red as she lowered her head and wanted to sneak into the house. Although Lin Ruoxi didn't stop her daughter from eating the food from the roadside stalls, she had said several times that she wouldn't allow her to buy such a large amount of food. Min Wan did not expect that Lin Ruoxi would be home so early. She awkwardly explained, "General Lin, I bought this chicken fillet for myself. Please don't misunderstand." Lin Ruoxi was not in the mood to care about these things. She walked over to Lan Lan and picked up her daughter from the ground. Lan Lan widened her watery eyes and whispered, "Mom, Lan Lan will be a good girl and won't buy it anymore." "Mom, don't be angry." Lin Ruoxi suddenly smiled warmly, "Are the mutton skewers delicious?" Lan Lan nodded subconsciously, but immediately realized something was wrong and shook her head. "Eat it if you like. Mom just wants Lan Lan to be a good girl. It's not that I won't let you eat it. If you like to eat anything in the future, just tell Auntie Minwan and ask her to buy it for you. But don't spend money carelessly. You have to eat it after you buy it, understand?" Lin Ruoxi said seriously. Yangqing and Minwan were stunned. What was with Lin Ruoxi's attitude? Why did she suddenly turn 180 degrees and become so open? Lan Lan was overjoyed. She smiled sweetly and nodded, "Mom is the best." Lin Ruoxi pinched her daughter's face and asked, "How many days until Lanlan's winter vacation?" Lan Lan rolled her eyes, 6 more days. Then it's winter vacation. Mom will take Lan Lan out to play. We'll go to all kinds of places to eat all kinds of delicious food. Lin Ruoshi said. Lanlan's eyes lit up, but she was immediately puzzled. Mom doesn't go to work? Lin Ruoshi smiled mysteriously. If Lanlan is obedient, Mom won't go to work and accompany Lanlan to play. Lanlan will definitely be obedient. The chubby little girl immediately said seriously. Listening to Lin Ruoshi's words, Yangqing couldn't help but ask, "Wife, are you really going to give yourself a holiday?" The end of the year was always the busiest time for Lin Ruoshi. How could she suddenly take her daughter out on a trip? Lin Ruoshi looked at him meaningfully. Let's go in first. I'll tell you in detail tonight. Yangqing felt strange, as if Lin Ruoshi had already made some kind of decision. He couldn't believe it, but he still nodded and didn't rush to ask. Entering the warm home, it was like entering a haven. He let go of his guard and got rid of the noise around him. Having a child in the house always made the atmosphere particularly warm and joyful. After taking a hot bath, Lin Ruoshi had dinner with her family. Her mood was particularly comfortable. After watching TV for a while, Lanlan was also sleepy. Minwan carried her upstairs to sleep, while Yangqing was called out by Lin Ruoshi. Yangqing had been waiting to hear what Lin Ruoshi wanted to tell him, but the woman didn't seem to be in a hurry to say it. She paced in the yard and occasionally looked up at the sky. Looking at the stars in the night sky, in the cold winter, her breath was puffs of white mist. Lin Ruoshi was silent for a while and suddenly sighed. Husband, didn't you say that you would do anything for me except for giving up other women? Yangqing was stunned. He didn't expect that to be the first sentence. After thinking for a while, Xianxia said, "That's what I said, but I can't really do everything for you. Are you not going to keep your word?" Lin Ruoshi frowned and looked at the man with a sullen expression. Yangqing waved his hand and smiled awkwardly. For example, if you want to leave me, I can't agree. If you want to bully others, I can't sit by and do nothing. I can only say that I will support you most of the time. I knew you wouldn't be so generous. Lin Ruoshi glanced at him. Then let me ask you, if it's the operation of Ulay International, no matter what decision I make, will you not oppose me? Yangqing didn't even think about it. Of course. The company was founded and developed by your grandmother and you. To put it bluntly, it's your career, and I've never thought of interfering, right? Lin Ruoshi nodded, took a deep breath and said, "Then if I said that I wanted to leave and hand over the CEO to someone else, would you still support me?" Yangqing was stunned. He stared blankly at the woman for a while before smiling bitterly. "I was just guessing that you had the intention to retire, but I didn't expect." "Do you really think so?" Lin Ruoshi smiled bitterly. "I'm really tired, and I can't do as I wish. In the end, I'm not heartless. I can be cold-blooded to outsiders, but I really don't know how to face my own people at work." "Is it because of Hui Lin?" Yangqing asked. "That's only part of the reason," Lin Ruoshi said with a hint of bitterness. "In the company, whether it's Qianni or Mingyu, they are both very important people. I can't leave them, but whenever I think about their relationship with you, I feel uncomfortable. But because they still have to work with me, I have to try my best to control my emotions and pretend that nothing happened. Do you think it's easy to do that?" Yangqing's face turned red. Actually, he had thought about this problem before. He thought that Lin Ruoshi didn't care about it anymore, but he didn't expect that the woman had been enduring it all this time. Lin Ruoshi continued, "Also, from an outsider's point of view, this incident with Hui Lin should have hidden this artist for a period of time, at least half a year to a year, and then find an opportunity to make a comeback. But I can't do that, because I'm not only the CEO of this company, but I'm also Hui Lin's sister. How can I treat Hui Lin so cold-bloodedly? This is equivalent to destroying her future. Officially, I can't let so many employees in the company be criticized by outsiders and the public. Privately, I can't do anything to hurt Hui Lin. I really don't know how to face what might happen next. I'm so tired. I want to rest." Yangqing frowned, went forward and gently hugged the woman's shoulders. He patted her and sighed, "I can understand your feelings, but, if you retire, even if you hand over the position of CEO to someone else, it won't help with Hui Lin's matter. Those people will only say that you can't handle the pressure, so you retired." "I know, so I plan to hold a press conference to officially announce our relationship." I want the public to know that Hui Lin is innocent, and I want to help Hui Lin clear her name. They will then push the responsibility of damaging the company's image and Hui Lin's reputation to me. In this way, I will naturally step down from the position of CEO, Lin Ruoshi said. When Yangqing heard this, he objected, "What responsibility do you have? This is all caused by those people who created hype. But someone has to take the blame. Anyway, I don't plan to continue doing this. Just take it as doing something for Hui Lin to make up for my guilt towards her," Lin Ruoshi said. Yangqing felt that the woman's decision was extremely stupid, but he couldn't bear to reject her. Indeed, if they didn't find someone to take the blame, it would never end. Unless Hui Lin disappeared from the public eye, it would be difficult for her to raise her head again. At this moment, the door opened from the inside. Mother Wang suddenly ran out and shouted anxiously, "Miss, young master, come in quickly." Something happened. The husband and wife were also shocked. Why did something happen again? Mother Wang, calm down. What's going on? Yangqing asked. Mother Wang was so anxious that she didn't know what to say. I can't explain it clearly. Come in and watch TV. It's a live news broadcast. Live news broadcast? Lin Ruoshi was stunned. She quickly ran into the house. When the couple returned to the house, the television in the living room was broadcasting the evening news. Although the evening news usually had a variety of topics, most of them were summaries of the events that had happened in the day. But today, due to the sudden breaking news, a reporter was specially sent to the venue to broadcast the news live. A reporter in formal attire stood in front of the camera with a microphone in his hand. His back was facing the venue of the press conference. The venue was filled with reporters and cameramen. Flashes were everywhere. Dear viewers in front of your TV, we're now broadcasting the private press conference of the rising star of the music industry, Lin Hui, that has attracted a lot of attention both at home and abroad. After the intimate photos of Lin Hui and the mysterious man were widely spread on the internet, they were also involved in the marriage of Yulei International CEO and his wife. Miss Hui Lin has reached an agreement with the television station through her manager to hold this press conference to clarify the truth for her fans and netizens. Standing in front of the television, Lin Ruoshi's face turned pale as she thought of something. Her lips trembled as she grabbed Yangqing's shirt. What's going on? Why is there a press conference like this? Why didn't I know about it? Yangqing turned his head with difficulty. Don't ask me. I don't know either. No one informed me. Could it be Hui Lin herself? Lin Ruoshi murmured. She didn't dare to continue the thought. Beside them, Mother Wang's face was full of anxiety. What on earth is going on? Don't you know? Did Hui Lin do it behind your backs? That's the only possibility. She contacted this press conference personally. What a silly girl. Yangqing's mind was in a mess. He didn't know what to do. No. I won't allow her to do anything stupid. Lin Ruoshi ran to the coffee table, picked up her phone and dialed Hui Lin's number. The call connected quickly, but the person who answered wasn't Hui Lin, but Hui Lin's manager. You men let Lin Hui speak. Stop this press conference. Lin Ruoshi was furious. Yu Min, on the other hand, was in agony. General Lin, it's really too late now. The reporters are already here. We can't stop. How could you do such a thing without consulting the higher-ups of our company? Aren't you afraid of being fired? Lin Ruoshi started to lose control of her emotions, which was rare for her. Yu Min said sadly, I didn't want to, but Miss Lin Hui secretly made a deal with the TV station. We didn't have time to stop her. That's why we didn't dare to report this to Director Yang. I'm so sorry. There was no turning back now. The press conference had already begun. Hui Lin was wearing a black suit. She sat on the seat, looking extremely dignified. She didn't have any makeup on, and she looked rather haggard. However, she forced a smile. Compared to the time when she first came to Zhonghai from Amei, she was much more mature and steady. However, she also had a sense of vicissitudes of life. Just like in the past, there was a shy smile on that pure and flawless face. From the live broadcast, it could be seen that the person standing behind the podium was Abba Xun Miao, who was rushing back to Beijing. Abbess Yunmiao's expression was complicated and solemn. However, no one would know that this woman, who looked as charming as ever, was actually Hui Lin's grandmother. There was no host for the press conference. It was obvious that Hui Lin planned to take on the leading role alone, facing the reporters and the audience in front of their televisions. After the crowd quietened down, Hui Lin said in a clear voice, "Sorry to keep everyone waiting. What happened today forced me to hold this press conference. Although it hasn't been a long time, I've learned a lot. I don't think I need to elaborate on the specifics of what happened. If anyone has any questions, please ask them one by one. I will tell everyone the truth." As the reporters fought to be the first to speak, the security at the scene tried to control the situation. In the end, Hui Lin chose a reporter to ask. "Miss Hui Lin, may I know who the man in the photo is? What's his relationship with you? Why did you go to the kindergarten?" Hui Lin smiled and said, "The man in the photo is my brother-in-law. The reason why I stepped into the music industry is because I love singing and music. My elder sister is the CEO of Yulei International, Lin Ruashi. Although we're not biological sisters, she dotes on me a lot. Back then, she founded Yulei Entertainment largely because of me. My elder sister and brother-in-law have a daughter who goes to that Yinhua kindergarten. On Christmas Day, the children had a performance, so my elder sister invited me to watch her performance. As for me and brother-in-law, we don't have any other relationship." Immediately, another reporter asked, "Miss Hui Lin, may I ask if your meteoric rise to fame was due to the selection of the star of Yulei? Is it because your elder sister is the CEO of Yulei International that you won the championship so easily?" This question was undoubtedly a provocative one. Many staff members glared at her. Hui Lin smiled faintly and said, "I think there will definitely be such doubts. There will be now and there will be in the future. After all, I'm still young and I rose to fame too quickly. Indeed, if it wasn't for my elder sister's support on my path to fame, it would have been difficult for me to achieve what I have now. I can only say that those who like to listen to my singing must have their reasons. I believe the audience has their own opinions on whether I'm qualified to win the championship." Hearing this answer, the reporters nodded in agreement. Although they were all media workers, many of them liked to listen to Hui Lin's songs. They needed someone to nurture them, and they themselves needed to have the ability to reach where they are today. In front of the television, Lin Ruashi was so touched that tears welled up in her eyes. At the same time, she calmed down. Perhaps, Hui Lin's sincere attitude could really save them from this crisis. Suddenly, a male reporter with a fake smile stood up and asked, "Miss Hui Lin, according to my investigation, when you were filming the movie Sword Fairy, there was an incident where the male lead, Zhang Kaiwei, was replaced at the last minute. There were also all sorts of scandals about Zhang Kaiwei. It was said that you resisted the unspoken rules and refused to act in a kissing scene, so you hit Zhang Kaiwei. Is that right?" Many people at the scene were in an uproar. How could this matter be brought up so suddenly? Was there an inside story? Zhang Kaiwei's incident happened a month ago, but everyone still remembered it clearly. To be honest, many experienced reporters still felt that there was something fishy about the incident. After all, most of the film crew were trying to cover it up. It was a pity that Zhang Kaiwei was locked up in prison, so there was no way for them to interview him. Hui Lin subconsciously became nervous because Yangqing was also involved in this incident. However, she still nodded and said, "Yes, that's right." The male reporter laughed in disdain and said loudly to the crowd, "Everyone, last week, I had the opportunity to interview Zhang Kaiwei, who was released from prison due to illness. He was very weak because of pneumonia, but he still told me some dirty secrets of Yulei, as well as the unspeakable secrets of Lin Hui and her so-called brother-in-law, in order to prove himself." Wow! The entire venue was in an uproar. Everyone's camera flashes were especially tight. This was a major breaking news. In front of the television, Lin Ruashi looked at Yangqing with a puzzled expression. Yangqing's eyes widened in shock. He never thought that something like this would happen. Zhang Kaiwei? That guy actually dared to mess things up at a time like this. They thought that they had already passed this page, but now there was a hidden danger. Hui Lin's pretty face was also pale. She didn't expect things to turn out this way. Her delicate body couldn't help but tremble. The male reporter proudly took out a CD and said, "This is a copy. It contains the audio and video of Zhang Kaiwei's interview with me. It's all exclusive information. We originally wanted to announce it at a suitable time, but Yulei International is too big and we can't afford to offend them. But now, in order to prevent our colleagues from being used, and the public and fans from being deceived, our president has decided to reveal the ugly side of Yulei, as well as the atrocities of Lin Hui and her brother-in-law to the public." The male reporter was scheming as well. He first said that Zhang Kaiwei was hospitalized for pneumonia and that his condition was serious. Then, he took out the disc and whetted everyone's appetite. Under such circumstances, the audience would usually sympathize with the weak. Since he had evidence to back up his claims, he was able to gain the upper hand in an instant. "What kind of evidence is it? Why don't we show it to everyone?" Immediately, someone began to shout noisily, and the echoes also became continuous. Abbess Yun Miao had been standing quietly at the side of the venue. She thought that the matter had settled down, and she was even happy that her granddaughter had grown up. She didn't expect a clown to jump out and mess things up. For a moment, Abbess Yun Miao was furious. She turned around and signaled to the head of the security team. The head of the security team understood and ordered 2 security guards to chase the troublemaking reporter away. But before the 2 security guards could get close, the male reporter pointed at them and shouted, "Everyone, did you see that? They're asking the security guards to chase me out. That's what a guilty conscience looks like." At that moment, all the reporters were filled with righteous indignation. The scene was chaotic. Abbess Yun Miao's face darkened. She didn't expect the matter to be so difficult to solve. She didn't know what to do even if she was anxious. Hui Lin stood up and raised her voice. "Everyone, please be quiet. I'm willing to look at the evidence on the disc. I guarantee that if it's real, I won't lie in front of so many people." After all, there were many witnesses at the scene. The reporters finally quietened down. The male reporter sneered and walked up with a righteous expression. He inserted the disc into the broadcasting equipment and turned on the projector. Soon, a video appeared on the big screen. It was Zhang Kaiwei, sitting on the hospital bed with an 4 drip. His face was pale as a sheet. Zhang Kaiwei's voice was extremely weak, but everyone could still hear him clearly. During the interview, the male reporter asked, "Mr. Zhang, can you reconstruct the real situation at the filming site?" "Yes." Zhang Kaiwei nodded weakly. That day, our filming was going smoothly. However, there was a dispute over whether or not we should have an actor perform a kissing scene. In my opinion, if a stunt double were to be used in that scene, it would lose the beauty of the scene. That's why I suggested to perform with Miss Lin Hui in the spirit of professionalism. I am a professional actor. I am disgusted by people acting with personal emotions. I feel that since we have chosen to act in a film, we should give ourselves to the film and the director. We shouldn't ruin a film for personal reasons. Zhang Kaiwei spoke to the point that glistening tears started to form in his eyes, and he seemed to be extremely indignant. Many reporters at the scene also showed sympathetic and appreciative expressions. After all, they were also in the entertainment industry and knew that it was not easy for actors. I didn't expect Miss Lin Hui to refuse to film just because I objected to the filming. What angered me even more was that a man who claimed to be the director of Yulei Entertainment came to visit Lin Hui with gifts. When he found out that we were arguing about the kissing scene, he used violence to beat me up. I am just an artist without a powerful background. They ganged up on me and threatened to beat me up on the spot if I didn't do as they asked and record a fake video to frame them. I only found out later that this man was not only the director of Yulei Entertainment, but also the husband of Yulei's CEO, Lin Ruashi. At that time, I was very confused as to why he would visit Lin Hui alone. Moreover, the two of them were very close. How could he use violence against me because of Lin Hui? I really didn't expect. In front of the television in Shanghai, Lin Ruashi's face turned pale when she saw the scene. Yang Qing frowned. He wanted to send the video to Yan Jin immediately and destroy the venue. However, he couldn't do that. If he used violence, it would only cause a huge uproar. He was not afraid of anyone in the world. He could do whatever he wanted regardless of whether he was innocent or not. However, that didn't mean that Hui Lin or his family could do the same. Is what he said true? Lin Ruoshi asked with a trembling voice. Yangqing let out a deep sigh and shook his head. Half of it. He was the one who started it. He insisted on kissing Hui Lin. However, didn't we agree before that we weren't allowed to act in intimate scenes? He was being unreasonable with me at that time, so I beat him up. I didn't expect him to say anything when he was seriously ill. Lin Ruoshi didn't doubt his words. After all, she remembered that when they signed the contract, it was stated that Hui Lin was not allowed to act in intimate scenes. As for suspecting that Yangqing and Hui Lin were having an affair, she knew it very well. Naturally, she wouldn't think too much about it. She was the one who mentioned it when Yangqing visited her at the set. What should we do now? The situation over there is very disadvantageous for Hui Lin, Lin Ruoshi said worriedly. Yangqing furrowed his brows. He couldn't come up with a solution. I don't know. No matter what I say now, the situation is against Hui Lin. No one will believe me. At the press conference in Beijing, Hui Lin's face darkened. Facing the questioning gazes of the reporters and the flashing lights, her eyes were filled with complex emotions. After playing the video, the male reporter said proudly, "All right, Miss Lin Hui. Everyone here is an expert in distinguishing the authenticity of my evidence. I'm sure you all know very well that my evidence is authentic. I'm really curious. Is this really the only relationship between you and your brother-in-law? Why did he visit you at the set alone? Why did he abuse a famous artist in broad daylight just because of your kissing scene? From what I know, you were the one who accompanied your brother-in-law out of the set that day. There were quite a number of people in the set as witnesses. Your relationship must be really good." The male reporter fanned the flames, causing the atmosphere to reach its climax. The other entertainment media couldn't be bothered to care whether it was true or not. In short, the more explosive the news, the more popular it would be. Abbess Xianxia, who was standing at the side, had a murderous look in her eyes. She had made up her mind. Once the press conference was over, even if she had to be suspected by the public, she would still kill this male reporter with her own hands. Seeing her only precious granddaughter receiving so many mocking gazes, Abbess Xianxia could even feel her heart bleeding. In front of the television, Yangqing clenched his fists. "Ruoshi, I have to go to Beijing. If this goes on, Hui Lin won't be able to take it. This started because of me, I should be the one to solve it," Yangqing said. Before Yangqing could leave, Lin Ruoshi grabbed him forcefully and said anxiously, "You want to go to the scene? Are you crazy? If you go now, not only will everyone suspect how you got to Beijing in an instant, you'll only add fuel to the fire. Can you shut everyone's mouths? Will they believe your explanation?" Yangqing was stunned. It wasn't that he didn't know that his efforts would be in vain if he went. But looking at Hui Lin facing all the media alone on the television, his heart couldn't help but twitch. She didn't get anything from him. All she got was silent rejection. All he did was make her fall into heartache. But now, because of him, she was going to be scolded and mocked by so many people. Yangqing suddenly felt lost. Was his attitude towards Hui Lin right or wrong? Was it for her own good or did it harm her? Before Yang Chen could sort out the thoughts in his head, Hui Lin stood up in silence at the scene of the press conference. In front of all the cameras and entertainment media, Hui Lin looked as though she was facing rows of gun muzzles. She revealed a faint and shy smile. The press conference quietened down. Everyone was confused and amazed by the girl's sudden and elegant smile. Hui Lin heaved a sigh of relief, pursed his thin lips, and bowed slightly to everyone. "I'm sorry that I've caused trouble to those who support me. I know that after today, I might not be able to be active on the stage and on the television anymore. But I hope that everyone can listen to me quietly. I'll explain my relationship with my sister and brother-in-law. This way, everyone can understand why this happened." After a short pause, Hui Lin seemed to have mustered all her courage. She faced everyone and said in a clear voice, "Yes, I like my brother-in-law." The whole place was dead silent. One could even hear a pin drop. No one would have thought that the girl would casually pour a bucket of oil on top of the raging fire at the heart of the storm. Even Abbess Xianxia, who was standing at the side, thought that her granddaughter had been frightened by the scene. Had she gone crazy? After a few seconds of silence, the whole place erupted into a tsunami of exclamations. Far away in Zhonghai, in front of the television, Yangqing and Lin Ruoxi were speechless as well. Mother Wang, on the other hand, covered her mouth in shock. She looked at Hui Lin on the television with a face full of love and confusion. Yangqing felt as if someone had grabbed his heart and pinched it hard. Even breathing became difficult. Lin Ruoxi, who was standing at the side, was trembling slightly. Biting her lower lip, she suddenly turned around and walked upstairs. "Miss, where are you going?" Mother Wang asked worriedly. "Rest." Lin Ruoxi replied plainly and went back to her room without turning back. Yangqing stood there without moving. He didn't have the time to care about what Lin Ruoxi was thinking. His mind was in a mess. At this moment, Hui Lin, who was the center of attention, seemed to have been relieved of a heavy burden. She felt much more relaxed. Facing all the attention, Hui Lin smiled and said, "I don't want to hide my feelings because I can't control them. Since a long time ago, when I first met my brother-in-law, I've been curious about him. After spending some time with him, it evolved into liking him. But I hope that everyone won't look at me with such disdain. I know very well that my sister and brother-in-law treat me like a younger sister. I've never had any improper dreams, and my brother-in-law hasn't crossed any boundaries. Humans aren't made of wood. How can we cut off all our feelings just like that?" That day, my brother-in-law beat up Zhang Kaiwei because of the kissing scene. It was because he wanted to protect me, not because he had other intentions. If you don't believe me, you can ask Director Yu Shua and the other staff at the scene to testify that I never took the initiative to cause trouble. On this point, I will not give in, because this is not only about my moral character, but also about my sister's company and my brother-in-law's character. From today onwards, I'm no longer a singer, actress, or artist. I'm just Hui Lin, an ordinary girl who doesn't have to worry about her reputation or hide her feelings. At this point, Hui Lin silently took a step back, bowed deeply, and walked down the podium. It wasn't until Yun Miao escorted her to the backstage that the reporters went crazy and wanted to ask more questions. However, the bodyguards had been given a death order. They would never let anyone go to harass them again. As they walked into the corridor, Yun Miao hugged her granddaughter's shoulders and said lovingly, "Hui you did the right thing. I'll get someone to kill that reporter later." Hui Lin shook her head and chuckled. "It's okay, Grandma. I've said that I'll quit the entertainment industry. They can do whatever they want, and I'll forget about them after some time." "You're really not going to sing?" Yun Miao was surprised. "Yes." Hui Lin nodded. Yun Miao had a complicated look on her face. She sighed. "It's strange. I was against you singing and acting at first. Although our Lin family isn't as powerful as before, we're still a respectable family." "You're a lady from a respectable family, what's the point of being an actress?" "But later on, I realized that you're really happy on the stage, so I thought it was good." "Now, you suddenly said that you're not going to sing anymore. I know that this is your favorite thing. Don't you think it's a pity to give it up?" Hui Lin forced a smile and shook her head. "It's not a pity. I've already experienced it. It's enough." "Humph, it's all that Yang Cheng's fault. Since he refused to accept you, he put you in so much trouble. Now, he's hiding in Zhonghai, and you can't even see him. You're a girl, and you have to face a bunch of hungry wolves." Yun Miao grumbled. "Grandma, how can you blame Brother Yang? He's doing this for my own good." "He must be feeling terrible," Hui Lin said. "You're already in such a state, yet you're still speaking up for that rascal." Yun Miao sighed helplessly. "Hui what do you want to do next? Stop singing and find something to do." Hui Lin lowered her head for a while and said softly, "Grandma, I want to go back to Mount Amei and cultivate for a period of time. I need some peace and quiet." Yun Miao seemed to have expected this, so she wasn't surprised. She nodded and said, "That's fine. I haven't been back to the sect for a long time. You can go back and take care of the sect. Now that there aren't many people in Shu Mountain, we'll be extinct if this continues. Go back and take care of yourself. Also, teach your juniors martial arts." "Okay. Grandma, take care too." Hui Lin hugged her only relative gently. Yun Miao's eyes were a little red. She forced a smile and patted her granddaughter's back. Don't worry. Grandma is still so young. I'll go back to Mountamay to see you in a few days. The loving relationship between the grandmother and granddaughter seemed to be very warm in the corridor. A gray-robed old man stood silently at the back, his face full of regret. After the live broadcast ended, this storm gradually turned into a confrontation on the internet. Some supported Hui Lin for her courage, while others thought that Hui Lin was trying to create hype. However, the fact that Hui Lin had chosen to leave the entertainment industry was even more shocking. She had already reached such a high status, yet she suddenly left and even gave up on the upcoming Spring Festival Gala. Many people were completely convinced of Hui Lin's innocence. How could a woman who could give up fame and status so easily bully others? Moreover, with Hui Lin's reputation, there was no need for her to create hype anymore. However, Yangqing didn't think too much about these miscellaneous things. After standing in a daze for a long time, Yangqing went upstairs silently and knocked on Lin Ruoxi's door. Lin Ruoxi didn't open the door. Instead, she said softly, "I don't know anything. I didn't hear anything. I'm going to rest." Although there was a door between them, Yangqing could still hear what the woman was saying. After living together for so long, Yangqing knew what Lin Ruoxi meant. She didn't want to face all this, but she didn't want to stop Yangqing's decision either. At this time, if Yangqing didn't go to Beijing to visit Hui Lin, she wouldn't be able to bear it. However, she couldn't bear to do it herself. Therefore, she might as well pretend that she knew nothing. Even if it was just an act, it would be easier than facing it directly. Yangqing didn't hesitate anymore. After leaving the door, he rushed to Beijing as fast as he could. It wasn't difficult to find Abbess Yun Miao and Grey Robe, who had cultivation. After appearing from a hidden corner, Yangqing walked straight to the car park. Abbess Yun Miao and Grey Robe were discussing something when they walked over from the direction of the venue. When they saw Yangqing standing beside the car, they were stunned for a moment. "Where's Hui Lin?" Yangqing went straight to the point. After searching the area, he couldn't find Hui Lin. Looking at Yangqing's concerned face, Abbess Yun Miao's anger finally calmed down a little. "You're late. That child has already left in the car," Abbess Yun Miao said. "Where did she go?" Yangqing was surprised. "Back to Mountamay. She wants to cultivate for a while. She even told me to tell you that she has stopped all her work," Abbess Yun Miao said plainly. Yangqing was a little annoyed. The guilt he felt towards Hui Lin was getting stronger. He was still discussing with Lin Ruoxi about how to get through this crisis. He didn't expect Hui Lin to be the one sacrificing herself in the end. "I'll go find her. I can't let her leave alone like this." Before Yang Qing could leave, Abbess Yun Miao stopped him and said with a serious expression, "So what if you find Hui Lin? Can you give my granddaughter happiness? Can you let her raise her head in front of Lin Ruoxi? What can you do for her?" Yang Chen stood rooted to the ground, unable to utter a single word. "You can't do anything. Hui Lin wouldn't want you to see her at this time. She's a sensible child. If you want her to relax, let her go back to Mountamay alone." Abbess Yun Miao sighed. She signaled Grey Robe and walked towards the car, passing by Yangqing. Yangqing stood there in a daze until Abbess Yun Miao's car drove away. At the same time, in the faraway North Pole. It was the polar night. On the boundless ice sheet, the sky was dark, and the stars were shining brightly. It was as if the entire North Pole had become one with it, forming a world of its own. Under the ice sheet near the North Pole, in the huge laboratory built by Yan Buwen, the atmosphere was extremely strange. The white-hot light illuminated the entire laboratory as if it was daytime. A large number of computer screens were displaying all sorts of complicated data and information. In the middle of the laboratory, there was a huge square operating table. Densely packed tubes and small wires were attached to a man's body. Around the operating table, there were 4 strange instruments made of silver-gray metal. They looked like 4 twisted water columns that had converged together. At the point where the 4 water columns converged, a blurry energy was condensing and forming. The man's muscular body was naked. His limbs were fixed there, and he couldn't break free at all. This man was Yang Lai. Although he was still conscious, Yang Lai wanted to faint. This was because the ball of murky dark energy floating above the operating table was ready to corrode him. Don't be nervous, everything will be fine soon. This is for your own good, hee hee. A man's sinister laughter sounded from the side. He was wearing a white-stained and dirty gown. His hair was disheveled and his face was covered with a long beard that had not been trimmed for a long time. With Wen Tao's appearance, if he looked in the mirror, even he would not be able to recognize himself. Other than the white gown on Wen Tao's body, there was not an inch of clothing on the rest of his body. The muscles on his body appeared extremely firm and cold, but it did not seem to have any fat, and the lines on his ribs were extremely clear. On Wen Tao's chest, there was a mass of gray energy. If one looked closely, they could clearly see that it was the crystallization of antimatter energy, which was also God's stone. Just like the original Yen Buwen, Wen Tao borrowed the technology left behind by Yen Buwen, and after fusing the God stone with his own body, the power he possessed had already far surpassed that of the original Yen Buwen. At this moment, the antimatter energy emitted by the four strange instruments was all emitted from Wen Tao's body. The use of antimatter energy had become easy and familiar, and it even seemed to be endless. You. What the hell are you doing? Yang Lai was going crazy. He had been hiding in the North Pole to cultivate, but today, Wen Tao suddenly came to find him, but after forcefully controlling him, he was pressed on the operating table. Being oppressed by the antimatter energy, Yang Lai could not move at all. He thought that his cultivation had made a qualitative leap in his strength, but he did not expect that Wen Tao's speed of improvement was even more terrifying. Hee hee. Don't you want to become stronger? This is the result of my latest research, the anti-energy transformation device. As long as I use the God Stone to activate it, it can strengthen my antimatter energy by at least 300 times and use it to change and restructure your gene chain. As long as the first time is successful, once my antimatter gene chain is opened, I can do whatever I want in the future. Wen Tao's laughter was extremely proud, and even his bloodshot eyes were full of fanaticism. What does that mean? Yang Lai asked with a trembling voice. How would I know? Wen Tao grinned. According to Yen Buwen's idea, this kind of transformation will make the experimental body become unknown. Of course, no matter what, the results of the experiment will definitely be very useful to me. Even if I explain it to you, you won't understand. You. How? Can you use me as a test subject? Aren't we partners? Yang Lai roared angrily. Wen Tao threw his head back and laughed. Accomplices? Are you worthy? You're just a dog that I raised. Do you think you're better than that bitch? What a joke. As soon as his voice fell, Wen Tao suddenly opened his arms, and the God Stone on his chest suddenly burst out with a dazzling gray light under his will. The four energy heads condensed the magnified antimatter energy and continued to stimulate it. Finally, it reached the edge of endurance. Boom! A pillar of antimatter energy shot down from the energy ball and instantly engulfed Yang Lai's body. Yang Lai's facial expression froze for a moment, and very quickly, his entire body was submerged. On the dark ice field, a destructive gray pillar of light broke out from under the layer of ice, shattering a large area of ice. After more than a minute, the sound of cracking gradually subsided. More than half of the laboratory had been destroyed. There were jumping flames and electric sparks everywhere. Only in the middle of the antimatter energy shield, everything was safe and sound. The bed that Yang Lai was originally lying on was now completely gone, and there was no sign of Yang Lai. What was left behind was a ball of gray energy. Wen Tao stood at the side, his hands trembling as he placed the basketball-sized ball of energy in his hands. Slowly, that ball of energy, like a spring, actually surged towards the God Stone on his chest. I did it. I did it. Wen Tao was ecstatic. When all the energy was absorbed into the God Stone, Wen Tao's body suddenly squirmed, and all of his cells seemed to be active. In just a second, Wen Tao had turned into Yang Lai's figure and appearance. Yang Lai smiled evilly, and with a grab, a large layer of ice, hundreds of tons of ice and snow, was disintegrated and dissipated by a wave of antimatter energy. With a leap, Yang Lai had already arrived on the dark Arctic ice field. At this time, two figures came behind Yang Lai consciously. It was Luo Tsuishan in a red dress, and Ning Guodong in a suit and leather shoes. Standing in this extremely cold place, this pair of mother and son, who were no longer the same as before, did not feel the cold at all. When Luo Tsuishan saw Yang Lai in a white coat, a flash of shock flashed in her eyes, and she immediately giggled coquettishly. "My dear little cripple, you finally succeeded. Should I call you Child Yang now?" Wen Tao turned around, and with a grab, Luo Tsuishan fell directly into his hands while exclaiming in surprise. The powerful strength of his arms made Luo Tsuishan's soft and plump body feel like it was about to be flattened. But Luo Tsuishan did not feel uncomfortable at all, and instead licked her red lips with a charming look on her face. Seeing this scene, Ning Guodong was completely expressionless. In his eyes, this woman was no longer related to his mother. However, at this moment, Wen Tao obviously had no intention of sleeping with this slut. "I told you to go to Beijing to investigate, have you found out?" Wen Tao asked coldly. "I've found out that there are two middle-aged men in the Ning family called Ning Xian and Ning Da. They are highly respected, and even Ning Guangyao is courteous to them. If I'm not mistaken, they should be the cultivators sent by the Ning family in the illusion," Ning Guodong answered. "Very good. Of course I have to enjoy the fat meat that is delivered to my doorstep," Wen Tao sneered. Luo Tsuishan mumbled, "Little cripple, are we going to the Ning family? Why don't you eat that Ning Guangyao and become the prime minister of a country for fun?" "Stupid," Wen Tao sneered, "do you think that Ning Guangyao is stupid, and that Ning Xian and Ning Da are weak, so you can get rid of them easily? Do you think the hidden aristocratic families are easy to fool? This kind of risky thing should be taught to others. I'm already Yang Lai, how can I waste this identity?" "You mean?" Luo Tsuishan's eyes flashed, and she suddenly thought of something. She smiled in surprise, "Little cripple, you're so smart." Wen Tao sneered, and he lowered his head to smell the fragrance on the woman's fair neck, but there was no lust in his eyes. "Alright, we've stayed enough in the North Pole, let's go back to Beijing." On a glacier a few kilometers away from the laboratory, an iron-masked man in a black robe witnessed everything that happened. Just as Wen Tao and the other two were leaving the North Pole, a slim black figure appeared out of thin air behind Black Robe. Black Robe immediately turned around and bowed, "Your Excellency Athena, you're here." Athena responded faintly, looked into the distance, and said, "He succeeded." Black Robe nodded, "Yes, as you said, he has activated the gene chain of devouring. He ate Yang Lai and became Yang Lai, and his strength has increased greatly. He's still a little slow, looks like there's still a gap between him and Yan Buwen." Athena seemed to feel pity for losing Yan Buwen, a chess piece. Black Robe laughed, "From what I see, although Yan Buwen is more talented in research, Wen Tao is more ambitious and ruthless. He will become a big problem in the future. I don't know why Your Excellency wants me to keep him. Since he has completed his research, isn't his mission over? I naturally need the results of his research, but his existence has other values. You don't have to ask too much." "Yes," Black Robe said obediently. Athena looked at the laboratory from afar and said, "Help me move the equipment he left behind to a safe place, and destroy the rest. Then, go to Beijing and help me keep an eye on him. Remember, without my orders, don't give yourself away. Soon, Yangqing will go to Beijing, don't let him find out. Otherwise, I won't save you again." Black Robe was drenched in cold sweat. He didn't want to be eaten by the chaos cauldron again. After responding in a hurry, he quickly flew towards the direction of the laboratory. With his supernatural power, it was too easy to move and hide some things. However, Athena was playing more and more mysteriously, and her every step was extremely accurate. Even with his tens of thousands of years of experience, he couldn't guess what this woman was thinking. He really respected and feared her. Zhonghai, Shijiao Villas. It was the second day since Yangqing returned home from Beijing, and it was time for breakfast. At the dining table, apart from Lan Lan who was gorging herself as usual, Lin Ruoshi and Mother Wang, even Yangqing didn't have much of an appetite. In fact, Yangqing didn't sleep the entire night. He sat on the sofa in the living room and thought about it the whole night. Should he look for Hui Lin? Or should he let her return to Amei on her own? Yangqing realized that his heart was still wavering and he couldn't make a decision. Lin Ruoshi was halfway through her meal when she suddenly put down her chopsticks and said to Yangqing, Hui Lin went back to Amei, right? Yangqing was stunned. How did you know? She sent me a message, telling me not to worry about her, and that she's sorry for the company I founded. Lin Ruoshi's tone was calm, but there was a hint of sadness in it. Yangqing laughed at himself. Why didn't she send me a message? Are you going to look for her? Lin Ruoshi suddenly asked. Yangqing was stunned and didn't know how to answer her. I won't stop you if you want to go, Lin Ruoshi said word by word. Yangqing sighed deeply. I know you won't stop me because she's Hui Lin, but because of that, I can't go. Lin Ruoshi smiled faintly. I don't know if I should be happy, regretful, or sad. Don't think too much, no one did anything wrong. There are always things that don't go your way in life, but there's no obstacle that you can't overcome. Hui Lin is still so young, she might figure things out during her meditation, Yangqing comforted her. Lin Ruoshi sighed in her heart. It's not a matter of whether Hui Lin can figure it out or not, but how you view Hui Lin in your heart. Of course, Lin Ruoshi wouldn't say it out loud. Her sensitive position forced her to remain silent. Shaking her head, Lin Ruoshi patted Lanlin's head and got up to go to the company. Yangqing was stunned. You're not eating? Is there something urgent at the company? No, I have an appointment, and I need to prepare a lot of things for the meeting, Lin Ruoshi said. Yangqing's heart skipped a beat. He asked in surprise, Wife, you're not really going to retire, are you? Lin Ruoshi nodded. Didn't I tell you yesterday? You said that you would support my decision. But you don't have to be in such a hurry. You have to choose a suitable successor. Yulei is such a large multinational corporation, it's not easy to find someone who is proficient in these businesses and familiar with the company. Yangqing sighed. This woman was too fast. Lin Ruoshi smiled mysteriously. If you're curious, you can come to the headquarters later. I've already chosen the successor. He'll be at the company this morning. Seeing that the woman was still keeping him in suspense, Yangqing suddenly had an ominous feeling. He felt like he was being played again. No matter what, it was a sensational event for a giant like Yulei to suddenly change its CEO. Especially the incident with Hui Lin, Yulei Entertainment suffered a heavy blow, causing Yulei International's stock price to drop by quite a few points. Of course, since Yulei's entertainment company wasn't the main source of income, it didn't have much impact on Yulei International. In contrast, Lin Ruoshi was in the prime of her life. Retreating in the face of a crisis made the outside world especially curious. Since Lin Ruoshi had already gathered all the higher-ups of Yulei and Huaxiao last night, when she arrived at the company early in the morning, the higher-ups were already sitting nervously in the big conference hall. Naturally, this included Mo Qianni and Lu Mingyu. However, the two of them didn't know what Lin Ruoshi wanted to do, so they shook their heads at the questions of their colleagues. Changing the CEO might be something that other companies had to be extremely careful about, but in Yulei, it was difficult and simple at the same time. The power of Yulei was almost entirely in Lin Ruoshi's hands. If she said that she wanted to quit, no one could stop her. The most important thing was that Lin Ruoshi was willing to hand over the position of CEO to someone else. This would affect the direct treatment of the employees of Yulei International, so it naturally attracted a lot of attention. At 10 o'clock, Lin Ruoshi appeared in the conference hall on time. When she walked into the conference hall calmly, all the higher-ups of the company almost stood up at the same time to welcome her. The ups and downs in the business world over the past few years had made the young Lin Ruoshi a heavy weight in these people's hearts. Yangqing didn't attend the meeting as a higher-up of the company. He just stood quietly at the door of the conference hall, leaning against the door frame, quietly waiting for the surprise that Lin Ruoshi mentioned. Zhao Hongyan followed behind Lin Ruoshi, feeling extremely complicated. She was one of the first people to know that Lin Ruoshi was going to step down as the CEO because she was responsible for contacting the people in charge of the subsidiaries to come to Shanghai for a meeting. It was also because of this that Zhao Hongyan had been in a state of confusion. If Lin Ruoshi wasn't going to be the CEO, then would she still need to continue as the special assistant? Everyone, please take a seat. Lin Ruoshi reached out her hand and gestured for everyone to sit down. The entire conference hall was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Pairs of eyes were fixed on Lin Ruoshi. Lin Ruoshi was silent for a while, then she smiled and said, I know that everyone has all kinds of guesses, doubts, and uneasiness in their hearts. But these have no impact on what I'm going to announce today. I'm going to resign from my position as the CEO of Yulei International. Some people in the conference hall gasped, but there were still some senior executives who looked at Lin Ruoshi in disbelief. General Lin, what happened? The company is doing well now, how can we do without you? Yeah, General Lin, you can tell us if you have any difficulties. Yulei International has been through a lot, what's there to be afraid of? A group of people finally couldn't take it anymore and started to persuade Lin Ruoshi. Lin Ruoshi shook her head and signaled for everyone to be quiet. She said, I'm not going to be the CEO, but it doesn't mean that I'm abandoning Yulei. This is a company that my grandmother spent a lot of effort to build up. Ever since I could remember, it's like another home for me. I won't abandon my home. What I'm saying is that I'm going to resign from my position as the CEO, but I'll still hold more than 50% of the company's shares. I'll still be the CEO of this company, but, due to some personal reasons, I can no longer work from 9 to 5 like I did in the past few years. The senior executives in the conference hall felt a little more at ease, but there were still some who were puzzled. General Lin, is it because you're under too much pressure from work that you're only the CEO? Lin Ruoshi smiled. There are many reasons, I'm sure everyone has heard. Not only am I married, but I also have a child. I want to spend more time with my daughter and watch her grow up. Also, my husband doesn't like me to work too hard, so I should give more time to this family. Also, I'm really tired, and I really should give myself some time to rest. Now is the golden period for Yulei's development, and I don't have much to do, so I can step down and let someone else do it. The senior executives whispered to each other. They could understand this reason, after all, most of them were parents. But General Lin, if you resign, then who will take over as CEO? Such a person must have a good understanding of Yulei, sufficient experience in working there, sufficient ability, and must be able to convince the public, someone asked. Lin Ruoshi glanced at the clock on the wall and said, the successor should be here by now. Everyone, please wait for a moment. While everyone was puzzled, about 2 minutes later, Xianxia, who had been quietly standing at the door, stood up from his leaning position. When Xianxia saw the man and woman walking out of the elevator, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The man was dressed neatly in a suit and trousers with a red tie, appearing to be in high spirits. Although the woman's appearance was average, she also had a reserved and graceful demeanor of a professional. Shui Mingyi, Wu Yu. Xianxia never thought that this pair of fugitive lovebirds who had gone to America would actually come back. Not only Xianxia, when Shui Mingyi and Wu Yu appeared in the conference hall, everyone else was also stunned for a while. Shui Mingyi first smiled at Xianxia with a complicated expression, a little shy and embarrassed, while Wu Yu nodded and bowed extremely politely, as if expressing her gratitude to Xianxia. Isn't this Vice President Li? And Assistant Wu, didn't she go to America? The ordinary senior executives of Yulei were very surprised, while Mo Qianni and Lu Mingyu, who knew the inside story, looked serious. Long time no see, Mr. Yang. I hope our appearance didn't make you unhappy, Shui Mingyi spoke very carefully, as if he was afraid of angering Xianxia. Xianxia looked back and forth at the couple a few times, then looked deeply at Lin Ruoshi in the conference room. Lin Ruoshi's eyes were obviously filled with nervousness as she looked at Xianxia with a pleading look. Xianxia sighed weakly and laughed at himself. He didn't answer Shui Mingyi's words and directly turned around to walk to the elevator. He was no longer interested in listening to this meeting. No wonder she repeatedly asked him if he would support her in any decision. It turned out that the person this woman called to replace the CEO was none other than Shui Mingyi. Xianxia couldn't help but admire Lin Ruoshi's brain. Firstly, Shui Mingyi had worked in Yulei for a long time. Secondly, he was very clear about his own abilities and had seen Xianxia's strength. He didn't dare to have second thoughts. Thirdly, Wu Yu's return to the company would play a very good role in smoothing things out. Both husband and wife returning would only strengthen the coordination of management. Most importantly, Shui Mingyi was, after all, Lin Ruoshi's cousin. Now that he was called back from the United States to Yulei's headquarters, even if he wasn't really grateful, he was still considered half one of them. Lin Ruoshi wasn't too willing to hand Yu Lei to an outsider. Yangqing couldn't help but sigh. It seemed like his wife had already arranged all the contingency plans. Otherwise, she wouldn't have immediately called Xue Mingyi and his wife after saying that she was going to retire. She must have contacted him before but didn't tell him. This wasn't the first time he was tricked by Lin Ruoshi. Yangqing still didn't feel good. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve. Lin Ruoshi saw that Yangqing turned around and left. She showed a hint of disappointment and worry, but she immediately summoned Xue Mingyi and Wu Yu into the conference room. Xue Mingyi and Wu Yu were also a little embarrassed, but they still greeted everyone in a friendly manner. After Lin Ruoshi got everyone to sit down, she introduced, "Not bad, everyone. This is Mr. Li Mingyi, who was previously the vice president of our company. However, his original surname is Xue Mingyi, and he has changed it back. His work ability has been recognized by everyone in the past. It is also a blessing for our company that he and assistant will return to the company. After I step down, I will only attend the company's board of directors meetings, and Mr. Xue Mingyi will be the CEO. As for assistant Wu, she will be the CEO's assistant. The former CEO's assistant, Zhao Hongyan, will replace Lu Mingyu as the head of the public relations department. Lu Mingyu will be promoted to the second vice president, the same rank as Mo Qianni. Lin Ruoshi quickly reported a series of changes in the senior management, which overwhelmed everyone present. Mo Qianni, Lu Mingyu, and Zhao Hongyan were also a little caught off guard, especially Zhao Hongyan. When she heard that she was going to be promoted to the head of the department, she felt like she was dreaming. However, Lin Ruoshi had always been a man of her word, so there was no need for her to say anything pretentious. The matter was settled just like that. After the meeting ended and the other senior executives left, Mo Qianni and Lu Mingyu came to Lin Ruoshi's side and walked with Xue Mingyi and his wife. "Ruoshi, did you tell Yangqing before you made such a decision?" Mo Qianni asked worriedly. Lin Ruoshi sighed. "He said that he would support me no matter what I do, but he seems to be a little angry. Of course he's unhappy. How did he treat you back then, and now you're like this?" Xue Mingyi said guiltily, "I'm sorry, Vice President Mo. Actually, and I came back with thick skin. After all, we've done so many evil things in the past." "Humph, it's good that you know. Only General Lin treats you as a cousin. Otherwise, Yangqing would have killed you back then," Lu Mingyu said unhappily. Xue Mingyi and Wu Yu smiled awkwardly and had nothing to say. Lin Ruoshi tried to smooth things over. "All right, let's not talk about the past. In the future, when I'm not in the company, just take good care of Yu Lei. I just don't want the only bloodline of my mother's family to wander overseas." Mo Qianni and Lu Mingyu looked at each other and sighed. "Ruoshi, if you resign from your position as CEO, then there's no point for me to stay here as the vice president. After a few days, I'll find a successor and quit my job." "You can't reject me," Mo Qianni said. Lin Ruoshi smiled. "I knew you would say that. Where's Mingyu? Are you going to resign too?" Lu Mingyu nodded. "I'll also leave after the handover. I don't want to fall behind you guys on that path." Xue Mingyi and Wu Yu were puzzled. They didn't know what fall behind on that path meant. Although there was some unhappiness in the past, since they were back, they still had to express their gratitude. Therefore, under Lu Mingyu's suggestion, the group decided to go out for a simple meal to ease their relationship. But when they arrived downstairs, Xue Mingyi and Wu Yu first walked to a cafe-style resting area in the lobby. "Why, do you still want to drink coffee?" Mo Qianni was puzzled. Wu Yu said a little shyly, "No, Vice President Mo, we have to bring our child." "Your child?" Mo Qianni was stunned. Lin Ruoshi explained, when Wu Yu went abroad, she was already pregnant. She gave birth to the child in the United States. Mo Qianni and Lu Mingyu were a little surprised, but they also understood Lin Ruoshi's intention in bringing Xue Mingyi and his wife back to Yu Lei. After all, no matter what, the child was Lin Ruoshi's nephew. Although his father had made mistakes, the child himself was innocent. Lin Ruoshi also hoped that her nephew could have a more honorable and successful parents. But when they walked to the resting area, they found that Yangqing, who had just come downstairs, was also standing there. In front of Yangqing was a stroller. Yangqing had a smile on his face as he reached out to tease the chubby boy in the stroller. The child's hair was very thick, and he looked very clever. He kept giggling from Yangqing's teasing. There were a few beautiful receptionists at the front desk of Yulei, and they couldn't stop looking at the child and laughing. "Hubby!" Lin Ruoshi was stunned and couldn't help but call out. She didn't understand why Yangqing was here. Yangqing raised his head, and the smile on his face gradually faded. He looked at the woman with a complicated expression. "I was right. This is Shui Mingyi and Wu Yu's child, right?" Lin Ruoshi nodded cautiously. "How did you know? Who would push a stroller to the headquarters building for no reason? Unless they couldn't rush over." Yangqing looked at Shui Mingyi and sighed. "This child is very similar to you. In the future, treat them better and don't be silly." Although Shui Mingyi was much older than Yangqing, when he heard Yangqing's words, he still nodded sincerely and even felt a little grateful. Seeing that Yangqing seemed to have calmed down a little, Lin Ruoshi tentatively asked, "Hubby, come with us for lunch. What do you want to eat? We'll listen to you." Yangqing snorted lightly, turned around and walked out. When the surrounding Yulei's employees saw this scene, they were immediately dumbfounded. General Lin was actually afraid of her husband. Lin Ruoshi also felt a little embarrassed. She secretly cursed and quickly followed. She grabbed Yangqing's arm and said in a low voice, "What are you doing? Didn't you say that you would support me last night? I didn't ask you to give up on other women. This matter has nothing to do with us. Can you bear to see your nephew wandering abroad?" Yangqing put on an act and said, "If I knew you were going to call them back, I wouldn't have put in so much effort in the first place. Cousins are cousins. They will always be more important than me, your husband." Lin Ruoshi could tell that this man was deliberately waiting for the opportunity to extort something from her. It was most likely something sexual. Blushing, Lin Ruoshi gritted her teeth and said, "All right, it's my fault this time. It's not fair to you. What do you think? Aren't you angry at me?" Yangqing was secretly pleased. In fact, when he saw the child, he was no longer angry at Lin Ruoshi. He was just using this opportunity to tell her about his upcoming schedule. "Since you're begging me, then all right. I'm going to Sicily next week to accompany Changwei and Ning Er for a week. Maybe I won't have time to accompany you and Lan Lan, so." Yangqing realized that before he could finish his sentence, the woman's face was almost covered with dark clouds. He couldn't help but stop abruptly and suck in a breath of cold air awkwardly. Yangqing quickly changed the topic and said with a smile, "Of course, if you don't agree, we can discuss it." "I agree, of course I agree," Lin Ruoshi said expressionlessly, "Go ahead. Anyway, we're a widow. We won't starve to death without you and can't find our way. At most, I'll tell Lan Lan that your father has to accompany other aunties and can't accompany you." Yangqing pulled a long face and smiled bitterly, "Wife, how can you teach your child like this? The chubby girl will misunderstand." "This isn't a misunderstanding. You're going to accompany another woman," Lin Ruoshi said straightforwardly. Yangqing didn't dare to look at the woman and scratched his head. "You don't know, many old friends in Sicily also want me to go and have a look. I can't be too cold to so many old friends' hearts, can I? Just give me a week's time. I'll come back when I'm done with my work." Lin Ruoshi narrowed her eyes. "Why can Changwei and sister Kai Ning go, but Lan Lan and I can't?" Yangqing quickly waved his hand. "That won't do. Sicily is mainly a mercenary convention that focuses on fighting. It's not like you don't know Lanlan's temper. There are fierce and aggressive people everywhere. If she goes, she'll definitely cause a lot of trouble." When Lin Ruoshi heard this, she understood Yangqing's meaning. Her heart calmed down a little, but she was still very unhappy. Yangqing looked at the woman's slightly pouting face and knew that he was about to be convinced. Just as he was about to say a few nice words, his phone vibrated. He took it out and saw that it was Guoshuahua. Yangqing picked up the phone. "Hello, Mom, what's wrong?" Lin Ruoshi heard that it was her mother-in-law and listened attentively. After a while, Yangqing's face turned a little ugly. After a few words, he hung up the phone. "Why did I hear that it's about Yang Lai?" Lin Ruoshi asked worriedly. Yangqing didn't deny it. He nodded and said, Mom said that Yang Lai has returned to the Yang family. He said that he wants to turn over a new leaf and has re-entered the military. The old man wants us to go to Beijing earlier in January. We will have a lot of things to do before and after the new year. Then, what do you mean? You're not really going to kill Yang Lai, are you? Lin Ruoshi looked at the man nervously. Yangqing was silent. In his heart, he was not as determined to kill Yang Lai as before. Firstly, he didn't care much about Yang Lai as he had grown up. Secondly, he cared more about this family, so he didn't want to make a big fuss. However, faintly, Yangqing felt that Yang Lai's sudden return this time was strange, but he couldn't tell what was strange about it. After a deep sigh, Yangqing said, let's talk about it when we get back to Beijing. I have to see what tricks he is playing. If he really knows his place, I won't bother to kill him. At least, I can't let Lan Lan know when she grows up that her father killed her blood-related brother, right? Lin Ruoshi finally heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. It seems that my husband has matured a lot. Yangqing blushed and felt a little embarrassed. However, his mentality had indeed changed since he got married and had a daughter. He chuckled and said, let's go back to the topic just now. My dear, do me a favor and give me a few days off. I'll definitely rush back and bring Lan Lan back to Beijing. You guys can play however you want, okay? Lin Ruoshi knew that she couldn't stop him even if she tried, so she rolled her eyes at him and nodded. However, she warned, if you dare to stand us up, you'll have to bear the consequences. Yangqing agreed immediately. He thought that if the conference wasn't over, he would have to come back even if he had to blow up the venue. In the next few days, Yulei International's handover work was completed smoothly. Shui Mingyi arranged everything orderly as soon as he took office. The director position of the entertainment company that Yangqing was originally in was taken over by Zhao Teng. After all, Yangqing wouldn't have much time to manage it in the future. Once Lin Ruoshi stepped down, she put more energy into cultivation and accompanying her daughter. Mother Wang, on the other hand, was more cheerful at home. To her, it was like watching her daughter and granddaughter together every day. From time to time, Xia Qiqing, Li Jingjing, Choi Yun, An Qin, and the other ladies who were more leisurely would also come over to sit and play mahjong. The atmosphere was getting more and more lively. When An Qin learned that Lin Ruoshi resigned, she was also thinking about finding a successor to manage Madaman. However, no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't find anyone reliable and could only give up for the time being. Only the nanny, Minwan, was a little worried about being fired. After all, Lan Lan didn't need her nanny to take care of her anymore. Fortunately, Mother Wang kept her as a helper at home so that Minwan could take care of An Qin. After guiding the women for a few days, Yangqing rushed to the Mediterranean sea base as promised. Xianxia and Kaining had been waiting for a week. In another day, the Caesar conference would be held. During these days living on the island, apart from focusing on cultivation, Xianxia and Kaining also mingled with the residents on the island. Although they often didn't speak the same language, the two women's memory was extraordinary after they entered the soul-forming stage, so it was naturally a piece of cake for them to learn the language. In particular, most of the residents on the island were Grey people who retired from the special forces, mercenaries, and Zero. This made Xianxia and Kaining feel that they could find a common language. The two women's superb skills also made the children on the island who loved fighting and other activities especially fond of them. Giving guidance to the children also became an interesting activity. All in all, the two women were a little reluctant to let them go now. And as the absolute tour guide of this trip to Sicily, old Ron naturally did all the preparations without hesitation. On the day Yangqing arrived, a luxurious private plane had already been prepared, waiting for Yangqing and the two women to set off. It was only about half an hour's journey from the Forgotten Kingdom to Sicily, which could be said to be a blink of an eye. However, after all, it was an entertainment-oriented trip, so Ron still paid great attention to quality. As the most densely populated island in the Mediterranean, Sicily was located in the southwest of the Apennine Peninsula. Historically, the ancient Greeks, the Roman Empire, the Byzantines, the Normans, and so on all ruled this island. With the division of the Kingdom of Sicily, the Spanish moved into the island, and later, the Kingdom of Italy took over Sicily. Now, Sicily had gained autonomy. This island was often known to the world, largely because the Italian mafia was everywhere on this island. The mafia families formed a shadow government. They were almost parallel to the regular government, and their minions controlled the entire island under their own banner. Here, the law was empty and pale. The mafia's profiteering law and network of interests were the most reliable guarantee. Old Man Ron's Constantine family was one of the oldest and most powerful families in the Italian mafia family. However, Ron had been the head of the family for many years. Although he was still the most senior in the family, the old man did not take the mafia background seriously. On the plane, Kai Ning and Xianxia were fascinated by Ron's talk about the various local customs, but they were more curious about the mafia alliance. Mr. Ron, I heard from the people on the island that you are also the honorary president of the Mafia Alliance for life. Tell us how you became it, it seems very powerful. Xianxia sincerely wanted to ask clearly. Her Red Thorns society was nothing in front of the Italian mafia family. It was too amateur. They were a mafia with a history of hundreds of years. Ron looked very calm and didn't think much of it. He chuckled and said, Madam Xianxia, all of this is due to the great His Majesty Pluto. In fact, if it weren't for His Majesty Pluto's help, our mafia might have disappeared from Sicily. Hubby? What did he do? Kai Ning asked curiously. Ron sighed, Madams, in fact, these old families in our mafia alliance have gradually declined in recent decades. After all, the scope of our activities is still too small, and most of the world does not tolerate our existence. Back then, the Italian government found the right opportunity and joined forces with France and Britain to send many special forces to land on the beach to fight, wanting to annihilate the main force of our mafia family in one fell swoop. Although we received the news, it was still difficult to resist their surging firepower. You should know that when the national machine is forced to operate, some of the usual concerns are no longer a problem. But just as our main force was about to be defeated due to a lack of ammunition and personnel, His Majesty Pluto suddenly appeared. Ron's pair of old eyes bloomed with a glimmer of light. I still remember in my dreams that His Majesty Pluto broke several steel guns in front of us in a hail of bullets, overturned a few armored vehicles, and directly rushed into the rear of the British Army and twisted the head of their commander with one hand. That kind of figure made us old fellows' blood surge, not to mention the fanatical worship of those young people. At that time, because I happened to be the president of the alliance and successfully survived such a crisis, I was lucky enough to get the title of honorary president. Xianxia and Kai Ning's beautiful eyes lit up, and they looked at Xianxia with surging emotions. However, the latter was holding a toothpick in both hands, constantly poking the tropical fruits in the fruit plate and sending them to his mouth. Being stared at by the two women like this, Xianxia subconsciously poked 2 pieces of dragon fruit and sent them to the 2 women's mouths. He asked with a silly smile, Do you want to eat? Xianxia and Kai Ning suddenly felt that the difference between reality and imagination was indeed a little too big. Although they felt that this guy was too improper, they were just talking about his great achievements. How could he only care about eating fruits like a starving ghost? However, when it reached their mouths, the 2 women still bit into the dragon fruit. Do you want more? It tastes pretty good. Xianxia asked. Xianxia swallowed and rolled her eyes at Xianxia. I was just talking about you, why don't you tell us about it? Ninger and I both like to hear about your past stories. Xianxia waved his hand, what's there to tell? It's not like it's a happy story. Kai Ning turned her head and asked Ron, Mr. Ron, how did you get to know Xianxia back then? Why did you go from being the president of the Mafia Alliance to being his butler? Ron looked helpless, Madam, to be honest, this is what I've always wanted to ask His Majesty Pluto, but he refused to tell me. In fact, before the 3 countries invaded Sicily, I didn't know His Majesty Pluto at all, and our mafia had almost no interaction with him. At that time, the sudden appearance of His Majesty Pluto also shocked us, but no matter what, it was thanks to him that we were able to repel the British elite troops, and then the Italian and French troops were defeated. The 2 women looked at each other. They didn't think that Xianxia was the kind of messenger who would uphold justice. Even the mafia had nothing to do with justice. Hubby, why did you help Mr. Ron back then? Xianxia asked curiously. Xianxia rubbed his nose, what's there to ask? Maybe I was drunk that day and wanted to kill people randomly. Don't be muddle-headed. Whenever you want to lie, you like to touch your nose. Xianxia pinched Yangqing's nose and scolded jokingly. Yangqing was stared at by the two women in a daze. After thinking about it for so many years, he decided to just say it, so he said, actually, it was also by accident. By accident? Ron was also listening carefully. He was also very confused about the cause of the sudden situation back then. Yangqing nodded. At that time, I happened to promise Catherine, Jane's mother, to help them get rid of the British royal family's pursuit and seize the British royal power. It just so happened that the commander of the special forces who was responsible for the pursuit was also the guy who was responsible for attacking Sicily Island. I found him that day. He was leading his troops against the mafia. How could I wait for them to finish fighting before killing them? Time is precious. I still have to return to England to fight the Sword in the Stone. Thus, I didn't care too much. I'll just kill them first. Ron looked conflicted. He finally understood why Yangqing refused to tell them why he helped them back then. It turned out that helping them was really just a bonus. Ron smiled bitterly and didn't know what to say. However, he didn't care too much about it since he had done him a great favor. Xianxia and Kaining couldn't help giggling. This kind of shameless and outrageous thing was what Yangqing would do. While talking and laughing, everyone had arrived at Palermo, the capital of Sicily. Palermo was praised by the great poet Dante in the early Renaissance as the most beautiful Muslim city in the world. Here, there were beautiful Arab architectural sceneries everywhere. After getting off the plane, the current patriarch of the Constantine family, Federo, who was also Ron's eldest son, had sent several black Bentley limousines to wait silently outside the airport. Federo's appearance was very similar to Ron's. He had two small mustaches and wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He didn't look like the leader of a mafia family at all. When the figure of Yangqing wearing a flowery shirt appeared in front of this group of mafia, Federo and several other children of the Constantine family were obviously quite eager. Your Majesty Pluto, welcome to Sicily again, Federo bowed and saluted, and a group of men in black suits behind him also followed humbly. Some passers-by didn't feel too surprised when they saw the scene. In Sicily, especially in the mafia, class distinctions were very common. It wasn't a big deal for someone to suddenly kneel on the main road. Yangqing waved his hand indifferently. Federo, you can do this with your father, I won't. Ron chuckled and said, Your Majesty Pluto, this group of kids is expressing their respect for you. If it weren't for you, they would have been dead under the cannon. Yangqing shrugged, knowing that these guys hadn't changed for so many years and couldn't be changed, so he didn't bother too much about it. After Xianxia and Kaining got in the car together, they curiously looked at the scenery of Palermo outside the window. The rich Gothic, Roman and other characteristics here made the two girls dazzled. On the streets, in the market, tourists and local residents were chatting excitedly. There were all kinds of people, all kinds of costumes, and the whole world was a big fusion. It doesn't look special. It looks like a tourist city. Is this really the territory of the mafia? Xianxia was a little incredulous. Yangqing couldn't help but laugh. Xianxia baby, do you think the mafia is like what is shown on TV? People also have to live. Who likes a foul life? They also want to live in a beautiful and quiet place. The mafia is just another ruler of the island, not a terrorist organization. It's just that compared to ordinary governments, they are more inclined to solve problems with violence. Ron agreed, yes, Madam Xianxia, in fact, this is mostly maintained and built by our Mafia Alliance. For us, this is our home. It's not as exaggerated as the outside world thinks. Kaining asked, Are we going to Mr. Ron's house now? Ron shook his head, Madam Kaining, our Constantine family is located in the central Cartonicia. We came to Palermo mainly because the opening of the Caesar Convention tomorrow will be held in the Colosseum of the port here. Now we are going to the booked Federico Hotel. Colosseum? Isn't that in Rome? Kaining wondered. That is the most famous ancient Roman Colosseum. In fact, there are many Colosseums around the world. Our Colosseum in Palermo is also one of them, but it is built on an independent seat in the port. It is usually used for our mafia's internal training. During the Caesar Convention, it is changed to a fighting venue, Ron explained. Hearing Ron's explanation, the two women were particularly looking forward to tomorrow's itinerary, as if it was a grand event in another world, making their hearts beat faster. After 10 minutes, Federo, who was sitting in front of the car, received a phone call. After saying a few words in Italian, he hung up the phone with a solemn expression. Federo, did something happen at the hotel? Ron asked after hearing something from behind. Federo turned around respectfully and nodded. Yes, father, the owner of the Federico Hotel said that someone occupied the VIP suite that we had originally booked and threatened to kill all the staff of the hotel if we dared to call them out. Ron's usually peaceful face suddenly darkened. Who is so bold? I'm not sure. The owner of the hotel said that it was a group of weird people wearing white cloaks and golden masks. I can't tell where their accent is from, but a few mercenaries who wanted to ask the owner for help were directly beaten and thrown out on the spot. Their strength seems to be very good, Federo said. White cloak. Golden mask? Ron frowned deeply and asked Xianxia, who was half lying on the seat in distress, Your Majesty Pluto, in my memory, there is no mercenary group dressed like this, do you know? Xianxia squinted his eyes and said lazily, I haven't seen it before, maybe it's a new mercenary group. Ron nodded. If Xianxia hadn't seen it before, it could only be a new mercenary group. Kaining frowned and asked, why do they have to snatch our room? Is it against us? Ron shook his head, not necessarily, Mrs. Kaining, you don't know, the Federico Hotel is one of the most luxurious hotels in Palermo, and its VIP suite is almost equivalent to a symbol of status. In recent days, politicians, rich people, and powerful mercenary groups from all over the world have gathered here. During the Caesar conference, the people who can enter the VIP suite of the Federico Hotel are 1 in a million, a symbol of nobility. Therefore, it is very likely that they are doing this to prove their status, to show everyone that they are not afraid of anyone. After listening to Ron's explanation, Kaining and Xianxia were both a little nervous. They were not afraid, but as soon as they arrived, there were signs of violence. It was simply too exciting. Federo, who was sitting in front, was very uneasy. He was ordered by his father to arrange Xianxia's trip to the Caesar tournament, but as soon as it started, he encountered a group of weirdos. He was afraid that Xianxia would put the blame on him. Father, we have booked a total of 3 VIP suites at the Federico Hotel, in addition to His Majesty Pluto and the ladies. In addition to His Majesty Pluto and the ladies, there are 2 more for the elite warriors of the Sea Eagles. I'm worried that if the members of the Sea Eagles arrive, there will be a fierce conflict with the other party. Ron frowned, you don't have to be nervous. It's not your fault. If we get there quickly, the members of the Sea Eagles shouldn't have arrived yet. Xianxia couldn't help but ask, Mr. Ron, this time, are all the members of the Sea Eagles mercenary group? Ron smiled and explained, Madam, the selection of personnel is decided by Sauron. Although the team is named Sea Eagles, the internal members are from various forces under His Majesty Pluto, including the Killers and Zero. It's just that we can't hurt our own people, so we gather in a team. Every Caesar tournament, we will select the warriors who have made the most progress among all the troops, and their strength is relatively at the top. When I was in Zhonghai, I got to know Molan from the Sea Eagles. What level of warrior is Molan in the Sea Eagles? Xianxia asked curiously. Ron thought for a while. Seeing that Xianxia was dozing off and had no intention of talking at all, he had to continue. Captain Molan is in charge of the affairs in Northern Europe. In fact, he is best at projects such as Snow Combat Command. As for combat, he is also one of the best in the Sea Eagles, but he is not the top warrior of the Sea Eagles, let alone the level of the top killer in Zero. After all, many top-notch warriors, in addition to outstanding combat skills, are also adepts or inheritors of some ancient powers. Their strength actually surpasses that of ordinary humans. Xianxia's face lit up when she heard this. She knew very well that Molan and the others weren't even at their strongest when they unleashed their full strength. She couldn't wait to meet Xianxia's representative team. Xianxia looked at the woman's jubilation and sighed in his heart. People were really different. They were both women, but Lin Ruashi always told him not to fight and not to kill, but if it was Xianxia, she would probably want to kill an expert and solve the problem with violence. As for the Federico Hotel, Xianxia didn't care too much about what the group of people in white cloaks were doing. He had seen many storms and waves, and the boat would naturally straighten out when it came to the bridgehead. After a while, the Bentley arrived outside the luxurious Federico Hotel. They were already at the seaside. The setting sun was silent, and the sea breeze carried a faint saltiness. The entire atmosphere was comfortable and warm. Outside the hotel, a large number of antique vehicles showed the slow and retro pace of life here. It was a peaceful picture. If it weren't for the bloodstains left by the fight outside the hotel, as well as a large number of onlookers from the hotel and a large number of strong mercenaries, it wouldn't seem so uncoordinated. As soon as Xianxia and others got out of the car, they saw several ambulances carrying 7 or 8 injured and blood-stained mercenaries. The owner of the hotel was an Arabian with a big belly. He kept praying to Allah, hoping to bless these mercenaries who stood up for his hotel. "Hassan, how's the situation?" Federo took the lead and walked over. The hotel owner, Hassan, was obviously familiar with Federo and had a bitter face. "Allah bless, Mr. Federo, you're finally here. Forgive me for my incompetence, but I can't keep the VIP suite you deserve. The arrogant attitude of those people forced me to think about the lives of my employees." "No one died, right?" Hassan patted his chest rejoicingly. "Yes, although those kind mercenary warriors were injured, their lives weren't in danger. Maybe those people also took into account the rule that killing before the Caesar tournament will disqualify them." "That's good." Federo breathed a sigh of relief. "Where are they?" Ron came forward and asked. When Hassan saw Ron, he immediately bowed respectfully. "Oh, that's great, President Ron, you're here too. Please help me, they're in the VIP suites." Ron nodded, turned to Xianxia and said, "Your Majesty Pluto, I'll bring people up and talk to them clearly. They shouldn't be enemies with the entire Mafia alliance on the island just for a room." Xianxia actually didn't think so, but the old man obviously wanted to protect his face, and he couldn't refute the landlord's face. "Leave it to us." At this moment, a black Dodge business car that had just arrived, and several men and women of different shapes got out. A bald, strong white man with yellow teeth shouted with a bright smile. Following closely behind the bald man was a slim Asian woman with wheat-colored skin and black hair, and a young Caucasian man with long hair and a pair of devilish triangular eyes. The most striking contrast was a fair-skinned, golden-haired Caucasian girl and a tall, skinny black man. They walked over together, and it was a challenge to the eyes. These 5 people were dressed in all sorts of different styles, like 5 groups of tourists on a vacation that didn't match at all. When the 5 of them came to Xianxia at the same time, suppressed their excitement, and bowed, everyone came back to their senses. "Your Majesty Pluto, it's an honor for you to come to watch our competition this time," the bald white man said with a nervous smile. Xianxia looked at the 3 men and 2 women with interest. "Are you the elites selected by Sauron to participate in this competition?" "Yes, Your Majesty Pluto, we are real. If you don't believe it, General Sauron will come here later, and then you will know." The white girl was not afraid of Xianxia, and said excitedly. The bald man's eyes signaled the girl not to be rude, and then said to Ron, "Mr. Ron, let me introduce myself. I am the captain of this team. My name is Nasri, and I am from the Eastern European branch of the Sea Eagles. We have been informed that since our room was robbed, let's go and get it back." Ron had never seen the 5 people chosen by Sauron before. Knowing that they were the elites of this competition, then they had nothing to say to settle this matter. The bald Nasri walked to the boss, Hassan, and after asking for the specific location of the room, he glanced at a balcony on the 5th floor. Under the gazes of the surrounding mercenaries and warriors, Nasri's seemingly clumsy body actually leaped up easily and rushed towards the balcony that was over 20 meters high. However, this physical fitness was not enough to make people feel too surprised. Many mercenaries were curious to see if Nasri could win against the group of weirdos. After Nasri came to the balcony, he directly pushed open the glass door outside, but just as he was about to step in, he let out a roar. "Oh!" A white figure, when Nasri was about to step in, like a stream of light, hit him in the chest. Nasri's body flew out from the balcony railing on the 5th floor like a cannonball. Ron, Federo, and others' faces changed greatly. This skill was really not something that they, the Mafia, could face. The speed was so fast that it was unrecognizable. However, Nasri was obviously caught off guard. When he was knocked down, he did not suffer any injuries. In the eyes of many people, Nasri stabilized his body in midair, and his feet landed heavily on the ground. Bang! After the muffled sound, Nasri's 2 feet crushed the concrete on the ground. The chest that was hit had a hole in his clothes, but there was no damage on his body. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Although it was only a very fleeting scene, he still didn't miss it. Unexpectedly, this seemingly reckless bald man was actually a psychic. And the white figure naturally knew that it did not cause any damage to Nasri, so he also flew down from the 5th floor. From the other 2 VIP suites on the 5th floor, 4 figures in white cloaks and golden masks also fell down. This time, Xianxia and others saw the costumes of these weirdos clearly. It was said to be a snow-white cloak, but in fact, there were strange gilded patterns that seemed to depict some complicated runes. Under the hat was a golden mask, and only 2 eyes could be seen. Half of the face could not be seen at all. However, what caught Xianxia's attention was not their costumes and masks, but the conspicuous tattoos on the back of each of their hands. Deicide. The bright red tattoo was dazzling and dazzling. God. Slayer. Xianxia murmured. The meaning of this word, Xianxia would not naively think that they were like some bored and boastful young men, just to disguise a certain part of a woman's body. Ron, who was good at observation, quickly saw the uniform tattoo on these people's hands, and his face turned ashen. God Slayer? What a big tone. A few years ago, when Xianxia got the divinity from the previous king of hell, it was not considered slaying a god. It was just because his strength was enough to bear the divinity, and it seemed that by chance, he got the divinity of the king of hell who was seeking liberation. The so-called slaying a god to become a god was more of a rumor and exaggeration in the outside world. Xianxia himself never really felt that he was a god slayer. In fact, in a sense, the gods who had reached the level of the 12 main gods could not be killed, unless they gave up reincarnation, passed away the divinity, or dispersed their divine sense. The reason why the main gods were superior to those dead gods was not only that the law of space had reached a very high level, but their own spiritual power had also been able to completely preserve their own divinity and divine sense to carry out a complete reincarnation. The strength of the law of space and the level of spiritual power also determined the time of awakening after the reincarnation of the main god, whether it was long or short. The 5 white-robed golden-masked men in front of him dared to use deicide as a uniform tattoo. Xianxia could not help but wonder about their origins. At this time, Nasri, who had landed, grinned, "It's good that you came down, so as not to destroy our room." After saying that, the bald man rushed over again like a smoothbore cannonball. The sprinting traces brought a strong wind, and every step he took shook the ground. The white-robed man in the middle suddenly reached out and clenched his fist. Bang! Nasri was 1 meter away from the 5 people when he was suddenly bounced back. Ah! Nasri cried out in pain. He did not expect that there would be something like an air wall. Because the reaction force was too strong, he directly rolled and rolled across the ground, leaving a long mark, and directly rolled up a gully on the concrete floor. However, Nasri's body was still unscathed, but his pair of boots were so eye-catching that they had no bottom. The surrounding mercenaries exclaimed. They couldn't see how the white-robed freak did it. In a flash, Nasri rushed forward and bounced back. On the other hand, Xianxia's pupils involuntarily constricted. Spatial barrier? Although this was only a very basic use of space, it was still a use of space law. These people could use the law of space. Even though the technique was not the same as the Protoss, and the formation method was rather peculiar, it was indeed the power of space. However, Huang Xiaolong couldn't sense any divine aura from these people, and they didn't have godheads either. Just who were they? If ordinary humans could also use the law of space, then the gods would have no choice but to abandon the Treaty of Gods and unseal it without any scruples. Only then could they protect themselves. The eyes of those white robes that were exposed outside the masks also looked towards Xianxia. Among them, there was a hint of strange mockery. Nasri was beaten back twice in a row, and he didn't know what was going on. Although he was not injured, he felt that he had lost all his face and was very angry. The long-haired white man with triangular eyes on the side laughed strangely and said, "Nasri, do you need help? You seem to be struggling." You lost your face in front of His Majesty Pluto. How are you going to explain to General Solon? Go to hell, Diamond, I haven't used my strength yet. Nasri said angrily. Just as Nasri's momentum continued to rise, and he was about to fight with these guys, Yang Cheng's figure flashed silently. He came to his side and patted Nasri on the shoulder. Nasri's momentum suddenly fell, and he asked doubtfully, "What's the matter, Your Majesty Pluto, do you want to do it yourself?" "This won't do." "Who do they think they are?" Yang Cheng smiled indifferently. "Forget it, I mean, since the competition starts tomorrow, if someone dies and disqualifies, the loss outweighs the gain. Since they also came to participate, sooner or later, you will meet them. Today, don't expose your strength first." Nasri thought about it and agreed. It was more fulfilling than killing the opponent on the field, but... "Your Excellency, what about our room?" Yang Cheng turned back and waved to the hotel owner, Hassan, and asked, "Hassan, your hotel, how much does a VIP suite cost?" Hassan wondered, but he still replied, "About 100,000 euros. Yang Cheng nodded and suddenly jumped to the balcony of the VIP suite and walked in by himself. When the 5 white-robed weirdos saw this, they immediately jumped up and didn't bother to pay attention to Nasri downstairs. But when everyone was wondering what Yang Cheng was going to do, from the VIP suite, there were several fierce explosions. Boom boom boom. A large expanse of crimson flames shot out from the balconies and windows like fire snakes, giving everyone a fright. The white-robed weirdos who were about to go in were also swallowed by the fire snakes at that moment. Downstairs, the Arab boss, Hassan, suddenly came to a realization and exclaimed, but it was too late to stop it. Everyone felt the blazing heat, and Nasri and the others also felt a little uncomfortable. Who would have thought that Yang Cheng would blow up all 3 suites? On the balcony, when the flames dissipated, everyone was surprised to find that the 5 white-robed weirdos were floating in the air unscathed. No one saw how they avoided the scorching flames. Yang Cheng came out of the suite that had turned into a pile of debris. He didn't find it strange that these guys weren't injured. He only used a little Nanmingli fire, so it was normal for them to use a spatial barrier to block it. "Alright, now that the room is like this, I won't stop you if you want to stay." Yang Cheng spread out his hands. "Hades, this is the behavior of a coward. Why, don't you dare to fight us head-on?" The leading white-robed man sneered in English without any accent. Yang Cheng chuckled, "If I make a move, you will have to die, and that will drag down my contestants. Anyway, you won't leave Sicily Island during this period of time, so I'm not in a hurry." "You sure talk big. You don't seem to understand the meaning of the word on the back of our hands." "God slaying?" Yang Cheng smiled evilly. "I originally thought that watching the Caesar assembly this time was to accompany my woman for entertainment. Your appearance made me somewhat look forward to it. I'll wait for you guys." With that, Yang Cheng floated downstairs. The 5 white-robed weirdos didn't have any intention of chasing after him. They were obviously not in a hurry. After landing, Yang Cheng said to Ron, "Give Hassan 400,000 euros, let's go." "Your Majesty Pluto." "That's it?" Nasri asked unwillingly. "Idiot, do you want to be disqualified? If you can't participate, the commission will be reduced. Do you want all your brothers to hate the 5 of us?" The long-haired diamond rolled his eyes at him. After quickly signing a check to Hassan, Ron came up and asked, "Your Majesty Pluto, since we can't stay here, let's go to the Casano Hotel by the sea. Our family has invested there. Although it is far from the venue, the conditions are not worse than here." Federo on the side was a little anxious. He pulled his father's sleeve. "Father, it's a little inconvenient." Ron frowned. "Why?" Federo didn't speak, but he glanced at Kai Ning and Xianxia, who had been watching the situation quietly, with a bit of worry in his eyes. Ron suddenly thought of something and began to think carefully. Xianxia and Kai Ning were curious about the white-robed weirdos, so they didn't notice the weird expressions of Ron and his son. Yang Cheng patted Federo's shoulder understandingly and said with a deep smile, "Don't think too much, my woman is not ordinary, nothing will happen." Ron and his son nodded slightly awkwardly and asked Yang Cheng and the others to get in the car. Nasri and the other 5 contestants naturally followed along. When the crowd outside the Federico Hotel dispersed, the 5 white-robed weirdos stood on the top floor of the hotel, looking at Yang Cheng and his team leaving. Aries, are you letting him go just like that? He doesn't seem to be a threat to us, a white-robed weirdo asked. The white-robed weirdo in the middle sneered, a half-baked Lord God naturally has no ability. Don't worry, the show has just begun. When they are all here, wouldn't it be better to deal with them all at once? On the way to the Casano Hotel, Xianxia was silent for a long time. Ron and Federo, who were sitting in front, couldn't figure out what their master was thinking. After a while, Xianxia suddenly said, "Go check the names of the participants, the team name and all the origins. The more detailed, the better. Tell me before the opening of the conference tomorrow." "Yes, Your Majesty Pluto," Federo nodded. In fact, he had already sent people to investigate. Xianxia took out his phone and dialed Kristen's number. It was still morning in the United States, and the big star quickly picked up the phone. "Hades, where did you go this time? Why is your number displayed as unknown?" Kristen asked with a smile. "Sicily." "Well, are you still interested in watching the Caesar conference? Are you trying to encourage your subordinates? They will be under pressure." Kristen teased. Xianxia sighed softly, "I'm not in the mood to care about the Caesar conference now. Guess what I just saw?" "What? A beauty?" "I'm not joking with you," Xianxia said helplessly. Okay, tell me, I'm eating breakfast." Kristen laughed. Xianxia then said, "I met 5 guys in white cloaks and golden masks. They said they were participating in this Caesar conference, but they will use the law of space, and they don't have divine spark." Kristen on the other end of the phone suddenly went silent. After nearly a minute, the woman said in a rather solemn tone, "Are you sure they are using the law of space? And they don't have divine spark? Unless their strength has reached a level that I can't figure out at all, but I still can't understand it, so I think you or someone else should come and see," Xianxia said. Kristen responded, "I will talk to Poseidon and the others." Xianxia frowned, "From your tone, it seems like you know something?" Kristen chuckled, "I'm not sure yet. It's useless to say it. I'll tell you when we see it with our own eyes." After that, without giving Xianxia a chance to ask more questions, Kristen hung up the phone. Xianxia was a little depressed. He always felt that this woman was getting more and more confusing, as if she was deliberately hiding something from him, but he couldn't force her to open her mouth. After all, the lifespan of the gods was too long, and they must know a lot of the past that he didn't know. Xianxia didn't expect to know everything in one go. He just hoped that no tragedy would happen during this casual trip to Sicily. Just as Xianxia was feeling slightly melancholic, a cold and delicate hand suddenly pinched and pulled his face a few times. Xianxia turned his head and saw Changwei smiling mischievously at him. "Don't frown so much. Aren't we here? If anything happens, Ning-Er and I will protect you," the woman said seriously. Xianxia smiled and couldn't help but laugh. He turned his head to look at Kai Ning, who was smiling without saying anything, and his mood was much better. There was no sign of anything yet. Perhaps he was indeed worrying for nothing. It was more important to have fun with the women. Not long after, everyone arrived at the Casano Hotel. The temperature difference between day and night in Sicily was relatively large, and the sea breeze blowing on everyone's faces was already relatively dark and humid. The neon lights of the hotel were dazzling, and the entire coastline was filled with all kinds of luxury cars. Under the street lamps, many amorous beauties were holding their men's arms, walking and laughing there. The atmosphere here was obviously more open and noisy than the previous Federico Hotel. Kai Ning and Changwei were sensitive to a special aura. When a long-haired girl with charming eyeshadow and flashy perfume, most of her clothes revealed deep ravines, and her buttocks and legs walked past them, this discomfort became more and more obvious. Many guests, regardless of whether they were men or women, more or less glanced at the two women. This was because the makeup of these two women was too pure in such a gorgeous scene. Xianxia held a woman in each hand and said without hesitation, "Don't think it's strange. This is a famous open area on the island. It can be considered half a red light district. The Casano Hotel is one of the main gathering places here. There are a lot of prostitutes in Italy. In a place like this where the mafia covers the sky, they will be like fish in water." As they walked into the hotel, the two women looked at Xianxia suspiciously. You seem to be very familiar with this place, Xianxia asked sourly. Yangqing said calmly, didn't I hear it from Ron? Since I dared to bring you here, how could I make you unhappy? Ron, don't you think so? Ron immediately nodded with a friendly smile, Madams, how could His Majesty Pluto like these vulgar girls? Don't doubt him. I told him everything. Xianxia and Kaining were a little relieved. If Yangqing used to hang out with these prostitutes, they would feel a little disgusted. These Balkan and Mediterranean women who passed by with a charming smile were twisted no matter how they looked at it. Just by the fact that they were surrounding a rich man, it could be seen how absurd their lives were. Seeing that the two women finally didn't ask any more questions, Yangqing quietly raised his eyebrows at Ron, and Ron also blinked in his heart. The old and the young had a tacit understanding. In addition to the more eye-catching prostitutes in the hotel, other facilities such as swimming pools, gyms, casinos, and so on were all available, and they were very luxurious. Not to mention a week here, even a month would be enough to live a fulfilling life. They entered a luxurious suite with ancient Greek style. The walls were full of paintings of ancient heroes, and all the furnishings were simple and exquisite. There was only a huge round bed in the room, and the white gauze danced with the sea breeze blowing in through the window, like a dreamy scene. As soon as the two women saw the only bed, they couldn't help but blush. Not to mention Kaining, even if Xianxia had shared a husband with Mo Qianni more than once, she couldn't just come with anyone. Will sleep here tonight? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Yangqing laughed strangely, there's no other way. There are no other rooms during peak hours. Liar. Liar then. None of you can escape tonight anyway, Yangqing pretended to be serious. Kaining couldn't help but be nervous and her palms were sweating. This way of playing was too exciting for her nerves. She had always been the type of obedient girl since she was a child. She didn't expect to encounter such a day. And she couldn't resist it. Yangqing could see Kaining's nervousness and moved closer to her ear, Ning Er, don't be afraid. It's good to have Xianxia with you. She has experience in this area and can teach you. You're shameless. Even the usually calm Kaining blushed and punched Yangqing a few times. When Xianxia heard this, she found out that Kaining was actually still a virgin. While she was shocked that Yangqing, this animal, didn't have the heart to eat a beauty until now, she also had an evil thought. So Ning Er hasn't been harmed by you yet. Hee, Ning Er, don't worry. Big sister will keep an eye on you and give you pointers, Xianxia teased. Damn, you're not even older than me yet. Kaining felt that she was finished. She was going to be bullied by these two heartless men and women. After tonight, you'll be older than me. Right now, you're the little sister. Xianxia's hand quickly pinched Kaining's butt. Kaining was hit, so how could she admit defeat? These days, when they were bored, the two women didn't stop playing with each other. They weren't shy anymore and directly attacked Xianxia's chest. For a moment, the two women jumped up and down in the room. Fortunately, the ceiling was high, so they didn't bump into each other. While Yangqing felt a little helpless, he was also pleasing to the eye. It was a pity that if they both took off and jumped, it would be exciting. He couldn't help but want to end the banquet quickly so he could go into battle. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. Come in, Yangqing gestured for the two women to settle down first. The person who entered the door was Ron. Ron looked a little uneasy and forced a smile. Your Majesty Pluto, Sauron is here. Make Don, Edward, and the others are also here. They're waiting to see you. Oh, so late. Yangqing saw that Ron's expression wasn't right and asked, what's wrong with you? Is there something you're hiding from me? Ron smiled bitterly and mustered up his courage. I hope that you can spare General Sauron's death on account of our many years of friendship. Looking at Ron suddenly pleading for mercy, Yangqing frowned deeply and his face sank. It seems that something damn happened. Yangqing sneered and didn't ask much. Let's go. Since you're too embarrassed to talk about it, I'll go and ask for you myself. Kaining and Xianxia wanted to follow, but Yangqing waved his hand and said in a gentle voice, don't go to see them this time. I may have to deal with some problems between men. It's not appropriate for you to be there. The two women were also clever and didn't mind. Anyway, there were many interesting places in the hotel. They could go and play by themselves. With Ron leading the way, Xianxia walked into a VIP reception room in the hotel. On the soft Persian carpet, there were already many acquaintances standing there. In addition to Soren in a Navy uniform and Maekdan with a big belly, Edward and several other Zero and Sea Eagles executives were also standing respectfully inside. After seeing Xianxia, the crowd nodded solemnly to greet him, but didn't say a word. Xianxia glanced around and his eyes fell on the corner, but he paused. Jane? There, bound by handcuffs, the beautiful woman kneeling on the ground was wearing a white hospital doctor's robe. It was Jane. However, this Jane looked at Xianxia with disdain. Xianxia immediately noticed the strangeness. After a careful identification, he shook his head. No, you're not Jane. Although you look exactly the same as Jane, your eyes, temperament, and expression are different from Jane's. The group looked at each other and sighed inwardly. Sure enough, Xianxia could see it at a glance. What's going on? Who is this? Xianxia had already guessed something. Ron didn't dare to speak, and his voice became heavy. Being swept by Xianxia's burning eyes, everyone's heart beat wildly subconsciously. A faint pressure shrouded their hearts, and they didn't dare to look up. Soren stepped forward, and the red-haired man knelt on one knee solemnly. Your Majesty Pluto, it is my dereliction of duty. Princess Jane has been kidnapped. As if a bolt of lightning had flashed through his mind, Xianxia took a quick step forward and grabbed Sauron's collar. Soren's tall and burly body seemed a little fragile at the moment. Can you King say that again? Maekdan and the others anxiously tried to persuade him, but Ron shook his head and stopped them. Soren replied, It's Princess Jane, she was kidnapped. Bastard. Wasn't Jane in England? How could you let her be kidnapped in England? What the hell are you doing? I gave you so many people to command, but are they all just for show? What the hell is going on? Xianxia's eyes shone with a ferocious light, like a man-eating beast. His roar almost shook the entire reception room. Everyone's faces were pale. It had been too long since they had seen Xianxia so furious. But no one was surprised, because Jane's identity was too special for Xianxia. When Xianxia was still a teenager, he had already known the girl. Over the years, he almost watched the girl slowly grow into a charming beauty, a behind-the-scenes think tank, a full-time doctor who treated his illness. General Lin always gave and helped Xianxia countless times. As long as Xianxia had a need, Jane would do her best to fulfill Xianxia's request without hesitation, but never asked for anything in return. If one wanted to repay the kindness, no matter how great the kindness of the past was, it should have been paid off long ago. After all, the hidden disease in Xianxia's head, if not controlled by Jane from the side, would have completely destroyed Xianxia, but Jane never had the slightest dissatisfaction. This kind of affection, not only Xianxia, but also the people around Xianxia sincerely admired and envied. If there was anyone in the world that Xianxia owed, it might only be Jane. Because of this, Soren, who was responsible for protecting Jane, rarely dared to look at Xianxia's eyes. He said in a low voice, It's my dereliction of duty. After the other party sent someone to secretly kidnap Princess Jane, they arranged a fake to replace her. Until today, I was supposed to bring Princess Jane to the Caesar convention, but this fake Princess Jane suddenly didn't react, so I began to doubt it. Because no matter how busy she is, she never forgets an appointment with others. Xianxia threw Soren to the ground. In this mood, even if they were old comrades for many years, Xianxia didn't treat them well. That woman is the fake you were talking about? Yes, Soren got up from the ground and nodded, Your Majesty Pluto, I came late today. First, I was too ashamed to face you. Second, I asked someone to check the background of this woman as soon as possible. We found that she was a female spy with a Russian background. She used to belong to the Black Widow terrorist organization, but she had defected. Her face was disguised through nanotechnology with the 3D printing technology that has not yet been officially available. The technology is very advanced. It should be a special organization that completed this replacement after many planning. You mean, you haven't found Jane yet? Xianxia's eyes were cold. Soren nodded in acquiescence and felt ashamed. Maekdan, who was at the side, tried to smooth things over. Your Majesty Pluto, I've already sent all of my Mossad subordinates to investigate all over Europe. Any clues will be reported to me immediately. I believe that we'll have some leads very soon. Xianxia ignored it and asked Edward, does Catherine know about this? Edward smiled helplessly, Aunt doesn't know yet. She is in Wales. She has been busy with the New Year's celebration for more than half a month, so she hasn't seen her cousin. We have no plans to tell her for the time being. That's the right thing to do. Send more people to protect her secretly to prevent it from being targeted at her and her daughter. After that, Xianxia reached out, and a great force pulled the woman from the ground to his hand and strangled the female spy's neck. This Jane had a disdainful face. Even if her face was red, she had no intention of speaking at all. I know that you have all been trained as agents and know all kinds of suicide methods. You will also keep your mouth shut and not say a word. But I tell you the truth, I am not in the mood and have no time to torture you. If you are willing to cooperate, nod. If not, I will twist your head now. Xianxia's other hand had covered the female spy's head. The impostor showed a sarcastic smile. Hades, you devil, you have provoked the anger of both men and gods. Since I came to participate in this operation, I did not expect to go back alive. You kill me. I will wait in hell to see all the people around you come down to accompany me one by one. Courting death. Without hesitation, Xianxia exerted a little force with his right hand. There was a crisp sound of bones breaking, and the head of the fake Jane in front of him was twisted off. A dark red color dyed Xianxia's cheeks, as if his eyes had been dyed red. Blood stained the carpet, and the smell of blood filled the air. Soren and others could not help but raise their eyebrows slightly, as if the Xianxia in front of them had returned to the period of the bloodthirsty and brutal devil. However, at that time, there was still 17 and Jane beside him to control him. At this time, no one was around. Everyone was worried, frightened, and uneasy, but no one dared to raise any opinions against Xianxia at this time. Just when everyone thought that Xianxia was going to be furious, Xianxia silently wiped the blood on his face and threw the headless female corpse in his hand to Maikden's feet. Go, check her fingerprints, DNA, and confirm when she appeared in Jane's research institute. Judge clearly that Jane has been replaced for a few days. Since they want to use a fake to confuse us, it means that they are trying to buy time. They must do this for some of Jane's inventions and technologies. Therefore, Jane should not be in danger for the time being. For these people, Jane's greatest value must be to make some special weapons and devices. Strictly investigate the circulation of rare weapon manufacturing materials in the world recently. If you find anything suspicious, tell me immediately. After listening to Xianxia's analysis, Maikden and others' eyes lit up. Indeed, if it was purely to blackmail them, then there was no need to take the trouble to find a fake to replace Jane. It could be seen that the other party actually wanted to delay time. It just happened that the Caesar conference happened and Jane went out, so they exposed themselves early. Everyone thought that Xianxia would not be able to control the violence in his brain, but unexpectedly, although Xianxia was furious, he still stabilized his thoughts. Maikden made a clean promise, asked someone to carry the bleeding female corpse, and immediately left the living room with his own men. He knew very well that if something really happened to Jane, it would not be a joke. With Xianxia's thunderous character, he might use the method of exterminating the 9 generations to wash Europe with blood. Edward took the initiative to suggest, our Rothschild family is involved in the international underground trade of all rare metals and elements. I'll go check it out. I hope it will help. You'd better find some of Jane's favorite students and secretly check Jane's research projects in the near future. Try to narrow the scope as much as possible, Xianxia suggested. Got it, Edward also left. Xianxia pondered for a moment, turned around, and looked at the red-haired man in military uniform. Soren, whose face was as white as paper, still stood in the same place, waiting for Xianxia's decision. Soren, you'd better be aware. If Jane can't be found safely, then you'll have to bear the blame. I won't kill you, but the shame of this incompetence will accompany you for the rest of your life until you're buried. Soren stood at attention and saluted, Your Majesty Pluto, the lives of my family were given by you. I'm ashamed of my promise to you. I failed to protect Princess Jane. I'll take all the responsibility. Please give me a chance to redeem myself. I'll definitely find Princess Jane's whereabouts in the shortest time possible. I hope you won't let me down again. Yes. Sauron waved his hand, and a few of the higher-ups from Sea Eagles and Zero saluted Yang Chen before leaving in quick steps. After everyone left, Ron came forward and whispered, "Your Majesty Pluto, actually. If the other party really has a very high level of combat ability, Soren may indeed be unable to catch up." Yang Qing narrowed his eyes. "Do you think I didn't think of that?" No. I know, Your Majesty Pluto actually doesn't blame Sauron completely. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let him go so easily, Ron hurriedly said with a smile. Yang Qing sighed. I just hoped to sound the alarm. That Russian female spy was right. I've killed too many people. There are people everywhere who want to drink my blood and eat my flesh. Their relatives, their disciples, their friends, and their lovers all want my life. Even though I've been in seclusion for almost 3 years, and even though many people have forgotten what I've done in the past, those enemies who have a blood feud with me will not be erased by time. There was an old saying in Xianxia, for a gentleman to take revenge, 10 years is not too late. Even if they could not wait 10 years, 3 or 5 years was not a big deal. Although ordinary enemies pose no threat, the enemy is in the dark while we are in the light. If they really face the current situation with such a relaxed attitude, they will only be plotted against like this time. Ron nodded. I think this time, it's most likely that someone used those forces who hate you to carry out a planned counterattack. I just didn't expect that they would directly enter London and make a move on Princess Jane. There may be more things you didn't expect. Yang Qing sighed deeply and asked, by the way, have you found out the details of those 5 guys in white robes? Oh, Federo just checked the information, I was about to give it to you. Ron handed a piece of paper to Yang Qing. Yang Qing took a rough look and couldn't help but frown. He sneered and said, it's really secretive. The reason why he said this was because Yang Qing found that on the information, in addition to knowing that this 5-person team was participating in the competition with the team named Godslayer and Decide, the names of the 5 people were actually replaced by numbers, which was everyone's participation number. It just so happened that such an incognito practice was allowed by the Caesar Convention because many mercenaries themselves were nameless. These people didn't even want to reveal their names, which gave Yang Qing a headache. There was really no trace to find. It seems that they came prepared. Yang Qing chuckled and burned the paper in his hand to ashes. Ron asked cautiously, Your Majesty Pluto, do you need to send someone to monitor their movements? I'm worried that they have something to do with Princess Jane's disappearance. No need, Yang Qing vetoed, sending people is just courting death. I can't see through those people. It's not too late to see what they are going to do when the other lords come. After explaining a series of things, although Yang Qing was anxious to find Jane, he couldn't search the world blindly. After all, Jane didn't have cultivation, and it was impossible to easily detect her aura. Not to mention that the other party had gone through so much trouble, how could she be found so easily? Therefore, what Yang Qing could do was to wait for news from MakeDawn and the others, and then narrow down the scope before going deeper into the search. Before that, Yang Qing didn't want his inner depression to affect the 2 women who came here to relax and play, so he specifically told Ron and the others not to mention Jane to Xianxia and Kai Ning. Just when Yang Qing was about to return to his room, he was told by Federo that Xianxia and Kai Ning had gone to the casino under the Casano Hotel. Yang Qing was stunned, he didn't expect the 2 women to find a place to play so soon. The casino of the Casano Hotel was already quite formal. Although it was a place covered by the mafia, no one dared to break the rules on the gambling table. In addition to a large number of slot machines outside, inside, there were all kinds of card tables and gambling games. The bunny girls were holding plates and serving the guests enthusiastically. Whether it was day or night outside, it couldn't affect this place. It was to let the gamblers keep playing until their pockets were empty. Accompanied by Ron and his son, Yang Qing soon found Xianxia and Kai Ning at the blackjack card table. The 2 women were engrossed in playing with a group of men, women, old and young in a variety of costumes. Okay, Xianxia, the cards are very big, don't ask for it. Kai Ning was obviously playing the role of a strategist and didn't participate in it herself. However, Xianxia didn't buy the strategist's persuasion and still asked the dealer for a card. What are you afraid of? You have to be bold to win big money. When she got the card, Xianxia bit her lower lip and lifted it up nervously. Her expression immediately became a little bitter. What? Were these guys cheating on purpose? Why did it break again? Xianxia angrily threw the card away, causing a few gamblers to laugh. A white-haired old man opened a pair of blackjack and proudly shook his finger at Xianxia. Little girl, you're still too young. It's all in vain. You have to know how to give up. Xianxia almost crooked her mouth in anger. Stop being sarcastic, I don't believe that I'll always lose today. Again. However, the dealer was a little embarrassed and said, Madam, you don't have enough chips. Only then did Xianxia realize that the tens of thousands of euros worth of chips she had exchanged were all gone. TSK, no matter how much money you have, you'll still lose it all. I say, Xianxia darling, everyone here is a professional gambler. Do you think that with your years of gambling experience in the underworld of Shanghai, you can compete with them? Yangqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These two women were so focused that they didn't even realize that he was already standing behind them. Xianxia's underworld bloodline was indeed very strong. Even if her cultivation had reached the soul formation stage, she still wasn't immune to recreational activities like gambling. She was still particularly serious. Hubby, when did you come? Xianxia's face turned red, but she quickly grabbed Yang Cheng's hand and shook it. You came at the right time. Give me the money. I didn't have much money in my card when I went abroad. Now I have no money to change my gambling capital. Yang Cheng liked Xianxia's straightforward temperament. If she needed something, she would say it directly, even if it was something vulgar like money. He signaled to Ron with his eyes, and the old man immediately asked his son Federo to change the money. Federo was very enthusiastic. Spending money for his master's wife was a good opportunity to flatter him. Yangqing asked Kaining again, Ning why don't you play a few rounds? Kaining smiled shyly and shook her head, I'm just playing with Xianxia. I'm not interested in this. Ah, you're not interested? Then you should have said so earlier. Now I'm embarrassed, Xianxia said gloomily. Yangqing laughed, you're so focused, how can you care about others? Xianxia pouted and ignored him. She was having fun. Yangqing simply pulled Kaining's hand and said, then I'll go out with Ning Xianxia, little god of gamblers, you can play by yourself. I know you're not very interested in the scenery. Xianxia nodded repeatedly. Indeed, she was more interested in the gambling table than the scenery. Previously in Shanghai, she played mahjong with Guo Shuihua and the others. It was too childish and not exciting at all. After giving Xianxia enough gambling money, Yangqing pulled Kaining out of the casino and went to the charming night beach outside the hotel. Walking on the light golden soft beach, most of the people walking towards them were male and female couples. However, compared to the open dressing of those Western women, Kaining's slightly light t-shirt and denim shorts always looked very conservative and out of place. Therefore, many tourists passing by would subconsciously glance at Kaining a few more times. Kaining felt weird. Her hand that was holding Yang Cheng's hand was sweating a little. Walking in front of the world like this and holding hands, she was already a little unnatural. Now that she was treated as an alien, she was even more nervous. Yangqing thought that Kaining was feeling hot, but then he thought that it was wrong. How could there be a soul formation cultivator who couldn't control their body temperature? Looking at the woman's evasive eyes, he finally understood. He couldn't help but smile and said, Ning why do you care about them? Their living environment and culture are different. They like to show more, but it doesn't mean that they look good. Kaining blinked and asked, then do you like to show more or less? Yangqing pretended to be thoughtful and said, show more in front of me, and less in front of others. Kaining couldn't help but turn her head away, but the corners of her mouth were pursed, so stingy. How is this stingy? This shows that I care about my women, Yangqing said righteously. Then look at their girlfriends, why are they wearing so little? I don't see those men being unhappy, Kaining said. Yangqing smiled evilly and said, you're wrong. Of course, those men don't mind. How many of them do you think are wandering around here with their women? What do you mean? Kaining asked in a daze. Didn't I tell you just now? This is one of the hottest red light districts in Sicily. Most of these men are here to have fun. These women are all doing business, so of course, they have to dress to attract men. That's right. Kaining couldn't help but widen her eyes and blush. She felt a little uncomfortable when she thought about the beautiful girls she had passed by and how they were actually doing that job. Then let's go back. Kaining whispered. Yangqing was puzzled. Why are you going back so early? Don't worry. With Qiangwei's temper, she won't stop until she loses a few million tonight. I'll take you to the seafood restaurant in front to eat the best seafood here. Later, we'll go to the market in the city and enjoy the night view. It's much more interesting than staying in the hotel. After Kaining heard this, her eyes revealed a look of anticipation, but she still asked vaguely, then will they also see me as that kind of woman? Yangqing was stunned for a while before he realized the reason why the woman wanted to go back. He couldn't help but laugh. Oh my god. I say, darling Ning do you think you're stupid or naive? Let's not talk about why you care about this. Just based on your attire, it's impossible for people to think you're a prostitute. He thought that it would be over with this, but Yangqing still underestimated a woman's seriousness. Do you mean that I don't look good in it? Kaining frowned slightly, revealing a hint of seriousness. Yangqing waved his hand awkwardly. No, I mean, you're dressed very properly, different from those frivolous women. I know I don't look good in it, I'm used to it. Kaining shook her head. You don't have to coax me, I know it myself. Looking at the woman's depressed mood, Yangqing couldn't help but recall that from the time he first met Kaining, this woman had always been cold and quiet. She wrapped herself up tightly, like a pool of tranquil spring water. It seemed that other than the time when she rejected the engagement at the Kai family and confessed to him, he had never seen her have too many emotional fluctuations. In a sense, she was very similar to Lin Ruoxi. Most of the time, she was calm and elegant, but the difference was that although Lin Ruoxi looked cold on the outside, deep in her heart, she was a muddle-headed little girl who loved to eat glutinous rice balls, and would occasionally do extremely childish things. But Kaining was quiet and well-behaved in her bones, like a girl who grew up as a good student. Even though she was working in the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade, she was mostly carrying out missions and didn't come into contact with things in society, causing the world of women to be relatively conservative. Just when Yangqing was silent and didn't know what to say, Kaining suddenly smiled. Let me tell you a secret. What secret? Yangqing asked curiously. Kaining's face was red, as if she was whispering, actually, every time I carry out a mission, I need to wear some skirts and gowns. I get Yonian to pick them for me, and she even lent them to me to wear. She always laughs at me for stealing my sister's clothes to wear. Yangqing was stupefied, and he didn't know what to feel. Don't you have your own skirts and gowns? Kaining shook her head. No, because I went to the Tang sect when I was 11. How could I wear skirts to practice in the sect? When I returned to Beijing and joined the group of 8, I rarely had to wear skirts. No one taught me how to put on makeup or how to choose clothes. I actually don't know what's fashionable or good, so I could only ask Yonian. It's so embarrassing to ask someone else. Listening to the woman's narration, Yangqing held her hand and continued to walk slowly to the restaurant in the distance. The sea breeze brushed past their cheeks, and Kaining's hair was blown like black waves, bringing with it a delicate fragrance. When I was young, I felt very envious when I saw other girls wearing flowery skirts and princess dresses. But because we were children from the military, my dad never allowed me to wear skirts, and he didn't allow my mom to buy them for us. Because of this, I remember my mom quarreled with my dad, saying that it was all his fault that my daughter couldn't get married in the future. Ning isn't your master dressed up pretty? Didn't she teach you how to dress up? Master? No, my master hates men the most. She always told me that there's no good man in the world, even her brother rarely pays attention to them. She said that girls don't need to dress up, as long as they're stronger than men, men will become obedient, Kaining said, and glanced at Yangqing with a little bitterness. But I still found someone who's stronger than me. Yangqing shrugged. Fortunately, your personality wasn't distorted by your master. It's your fortune to find me. Why would other men bring you to such a beautiful place for a vacation, and there's a bunch of people fighting to pay for you? A strange smile flashed in Kaining's eyes, and she said, Hubby, you know, you can't hide it from me. What do you mean? Why do you say that all of a sudden? Yangqing stopped in his tracks. When you first came back, the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade received the news. After thinking for a long time, they sent me, the person with the best qigong and concealment skills, to watch over you in the dark. Although I only went to watch occasionally before the large-scale underworld war in Zhonghai, I've been watching you for a long time, Kaining said with a smile. Yangqing nodded. Of course I know that, I didn't pay much attention to it. I only knew that there was someone always watching me in the dark, and he would leave after an hour. But ever since the Red Thorns Society and the West Union Society went against each other, he came more frequently. That's me, Kaining said with some emotion. That night, it was the night you and Ruashi had sex. If only I was there. Yangqing laughed weirdly. Why, Ning Er, are you thinking that if I didn't have sex with Ruashi that day, you would have had the chance to beat me to it? Of course not, I didn't think that way. I just didn't want Ruashi to be bullied by you, no matter what. We've known each other since we were young, Kaining sighed, but maybe everything is arranged by the heavens, and even if I was there that day, I might choose not to stop it, since it's not my responsibility after all. Yang Chung thought to himself, just based on the situation of drinking and seeing a top-grade beauty that night, if Kaining really came out, both of them would probably be pressed down on the bed by him. But Yangqing didn't dare to say it out loud. With Kaining's personality, how could she take such provocation? No matter what, although we've only been together for a short time, I might know you better than you know yourself, because I've been observing you for 2 years, Kaining said proudly. Yangqing couldn't help but laugh. Alright, what are you trying to say? You're hiding something from me and Xianxia on purpose, and you're very anxious and perturbed now, Kaining said firmly. The smile on Yangqing's face froze. In the end, he could only say self-deprecatingly, I thought I hid it well. When you have something on your mind, your smile will be more exaggerated than usual, your laughter will be a few decibels higher, your eyes won't like to focus, and your steps will be heavier. I only need one look to know everything, Kaining said one by one. Yangqing opened his mouth. He didn't expect Kaining to see through him so clearly. You've been observing me like this? Yeah. Why are you observing my habits? Yangqing couldn't help but ask with a complicated expression. Could it be? You were interested in me before we met? Kaining was stunned for a moment, only then did she realize that she had exposed herself a little, but she didn't deny it, nodding her head with a blush on her face. Yangqing also didn't expect it to be like this. He couldn't help but ask curiously, why? Could it be that the way I sell mutton skewers is also very charming? Of course not. Kaining mumbled. Dear, just tell me. Yangqing touched the woman's face. Kaining couldn't take it anymore. She pulled Yangqing's hand away, then said, I used to hear them say that you're a very cruel and vicious person, a butcher who kills without blinking an eye. But when I was watching you in the dark, I couldn't tell. Other than selling mutton skewers on the street, you were chatting and bragging with a few other peddlers. But you're really a pervert. You didn't have much money on you, yet you still went to small bars to look for women. At that time, I really felt that you were too weak. How could you be the Pluto that could summon wind and rain overseas? Until that day, the first time you made a move, was to help Xianxia escape from the hands of those West Union Society people, but I feel. You are indeed very powerful, but your actions were kind, and you didn't ask Xianxia to give you anything. I'm very curious about you. Don't you like beauties? Why don't you touch Xianxia? Is what they said true, or is what I saw true? Later on, I found out that you gave money to Jingjing to study, which was why you had no money to sell mutton skewers. When you were being blackmailed by that brat from the Chen family, you didn't do anything. Instead, you stood up for Jingjing's father. Looking at all these, it makes me really want to know what kind of person you are. When a woman starts to have the idea of understanding a man, she is not far from falling in love with this man. Yangqing didn't think that he would inadvertently awaken the heart that Kaining had locked away for more than 10 years just because he did a few insignificant things. Seeing that Kaining's chin was about to touch her chest because of shyness, Yangqing no longer asked more questions. He smiled and said, okay, I know. Then why don't you tell me what you are hiding from us? Kaining asked. Yangqing no longer hid it and told her about Jane being swapped and kidnapped. Kaining also understood the importance of Jane very well. After listening, she couldn't help but worry, this is very dangerous. Princess Jane is a character that all countries in the world are fighting for, but they dare not touch. She knows too much advanced technology. If she is used by others, it is likely to bring great trouble to the world. Jane's wisdom is something that others can't guard against. She must have other ways to protect herself. I just hope to find clues as soon as possible. Xianxia sighed, then grinned and said, okay. It's useless to worry too much. Before finding Jane, I'm here to accompany the beauty to play. Let's go eat. Kaining was a little helpless about Xianxia's optimistic attitude, but she couldn't help, so she just smiled and nodded. At the same time, in a secret base, under the bright white light, there was a huge space made of precisely sealed alloy steel plates. After a steel door slowly slid open, a chestnut-haired white man in a white lab coat came in. The man looked a little thin, but his eyes were bright, and he wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses, looking quite delicate. In the closed room, there was only an old wooden chair. The woman sitting on the chair was also wearing a white coat, and her amber hair covered half of her face. She looked a little haggard, and her lips were slightly pale, but her sapphire-like eyes still flowed with intriguing brilliance. This woman was none other than Jane. Teacher, I'm here to see you again, the chestnut-haired man bowed. Jane raised her head, and there was a trace of disappointment in her eyes. Jerry, stop. Jerry laughed. Teacher, it's been so many days, are you still dreaming? Stop? Since I became your disciple 2 years ago, I have always been looking forward to this day. You are telling me to stop now? Do you know that I have never had such an idea? You are one of my favorite students. Although I once doubted your research direction, I still chose to believe you, but I didn't expect you to still do something that disappointed me, Jane said with great regret. A trace of guilt flashed in Jerry's eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. Teacher, let me ask you again, what is the last synthetic element of fury? Jane sighed deeply. Are you still so stubborn? I thought that when you know what the birth of fury means, you will stop. Why should I stop? I have followed you for 2 years, and finally found what I want. Why should I stop? Jerry said with some excitement. Don't let hatred blind your eyes, Jerry. Jane shook her head and said, you know very well what will happen if fury is created. After I conceived the framework of the entire design system 3 years ago, I have no intention of developing it again. This is a sin against the entire human race. This is not something that we scientists should create. If anyone creates it, he will be the sinner of mankind. But you still kept its design system, didn't you? Jerry sneered. Dear Teacher Jane, you are my idol. You used to be. As I learned more from you, my respect for you became deeper and deeper. The most important thing that you like me as a student is that we have one thing in common: we are all reluctant to give up great scientific achievements, even if it can destroy mankind. Although you keep saying that you don't want to create fury, haven't you always kept this secret silently? I don't believe that there is nothing crazier than this in your mind. Jane closed her eyes silently. It seems that no matter what I say, you will not stop. In that case, go. Even if I die here, I will not let you complete fury. Teacher, do you think that if you don't tell me what the last synthetic element is, I can't crack this secret? There are only dozens of elements in the world that can be used to perfect this balance. I can try one by one. Although it will take a lot of time, I will eventually succeed, Jerry said proudly. You should cooperate with us obediently. With your talent, the higher-ups will definitely put you in an important position. Why work for a devil for free? Jane chuckled, seemingly a little sarcastic. Why are you laughing? Jerry frowned and felt strange. The devil you are talking about, he killed a lot of people. I can understand that there are countless people who want to seek revenge on him, but what are you doing now? Do you think that you can kill him by creating fury? Do you know how strong he is? It's none of your business. Even if I can't kill him, I will kill all the people around him. Let him taste the feeling of life and death. Jerry's eyes widened in anger. By doing this, you are crueler than the devil. Xianxia just killed a lot of people, but you are going to destroy mankind. Jane reprimanded. Jerry snorted coldly. Teacher, don't worry about the safety of the world. When I find the last element, it will be the time for us to create a new world order. You are too naive, Jerry. Jane looked up and said, if I can be your teacher with such a level, then am I still Jane? If the last element is an element that originally exists in this world, then fury is too easy to create. Jerry's face turned pale and he cried out involuntarily, could it be? Is it, artificial element? Jane pursed her lips and said, you guessed it? Yes, in this world, except for myself, no one will know what the last element is. You will never know. Jerry's face was livid. His work for so many days was actually in vain. Finally, a sinister smile appeared at the corner of Jerry's mouth. Teacher, it seems that the gap between me and you is still very big. I didn't expect you to be able to go beyond the scope of this world. But it doesn't matter, if you don't cooperate with us and create the last element, then, the group of children by St. Mary's Church, may never see tomorrow's sun again. Jane raised her head abruptly and looked at Jerry in disbelief. Are you crazy? They are just children. They are innocent. They are cancer patients, and they are still so young, how can you? Of course I can. Since you can't cure the cancer of those orphans until now, why don't I let them go to God earlier? Wouldn't it be less painful? Jerry, you are crazy, you are no longer my student, no. Jane's eyes were filled with tears. Jerry grinned and said, I will ask one last time, cooperate or refuse? Jane took a deep breath, closed her eyes and thought for a long time, then sighed dejectedly, I know. I will go with you. I will study it. When Jerry heard this, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. Teacher. Although you are a little better than me, you are still too young after all. I still beat you in the end. Haha. Fury. My fury. Haha. In the secret room, the man's sharp laughter echoed constantly, like a ghost's cry and wolf's howl. In Sicily, it was already night. The ships on the sea were still busy sailing, like moving starlight on the sea. In the restaurant by the sea, Xianxia ordered a large table of seafood, causing many guests to look over. This was because there were only two people at the table, Xianxia and Kai Ning. Ninger, eat. Why are you looking at me in a daze? Xianxia held up a crab leg that was thicker than a thumb and placed it on the big plate in front of Kai Ning. Kai Ning was a little embarrassed by the surrounding gazes. Seriously, you ordered so much, can you finish it? Don't worry about this, I just want you to taste everything. I'll wipe out the leftovers you eat, Xianxia said cheerfully. Kai Ning still enjoyed this kind of time with the two of them. Seeing that Xianxia was about to pile up his plate into a small mountain, she smiled and began to taste it. The two of them chatted, talking about some topics that they didn't have time to talk about in the past, but they became more and more agreeable. In terms of background, although Xianxia grew up abroad, most of the people he came into contact with were from the underground world. On this point, Kai Ning was the closest to him among these women. Once they started talking, they realized that there were many common topics. Kai Ning was also extremely interested in the hidden strength of various countries in the world, as well as various mercenary groups. This made Xianxia's eyebrows dance with joy, as if he was a true confidant. Ninger, why don't I ask Ron to get a yacht and we can spend the night at sea? Xianxia licked the tuna meat on his mouth and said with a grin. Kai Ning's table manners were more ladylike. She pursed her lips, going to sea? Why? Didn't we say we were going shopping? Besides, Xiangwei is still in the hotel. Sigh, you don't understand Xiangwei. If she doesn't lose all her money tonight, she won't stop playing until dawn. We can go shopping tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Let's take advantage of our time tonight and get down to business. Xianxia's final smile became somewhat meaningful. Kai Ning was still very naive in this aspect. She spent a lot of time thinking about it before she realized what the proper business was. Involuntarily, the shy woman almost pierced the plate with the fork in her hand. Why did you suddenly say this? Didn't I say it before I returned to Huaxia last time? Xianxia rubbed his foot against Kai Ning's calf under the table. If you don't agree, we can go back to the hotel, but Xiangwei might be watching. Ah? Kai Ning looked up and shook her head. No, it's too embarrassing. As a conservative person, how could she imagine that her first time would be stared at by another woman? Honey, just give in to me. I already endured it last time at the Tang sect, and now I can't hold it in any longer. Xianxia had a greedy look on his face. Kaining couldn't help but bite her lips as she giggled. Yonyan was right. You're just putting on an act, but your mind is actually filled with those thoughts. You're so shameless. Are you thinking about it every day? That's because my Ning-er is too charming. In that case, I'll take it that you've agreed, baby. Yangqing chuckled. I'll ask Ron to get a boat over immediately. Kaining didn't know whether to laugh or be angry when she saw how excited the man was, but she was also looking forward to it. After all, the two of them hadn't taken the last step yet. Yangqing had many women, but Kaining didn't mind this. When she was secretly monitoring Yangqing, she knew almost all the reasons why Yangqing had relationships with other women. Kaining also understood why these sisters would abandon secular prejudice and choose to love the same man. Perhaps it was because she had grown up in an environment that was divorced from secular morality. Kaining was more concerned about the relationship between herself and her lover. She didn't care much about other things. If they hadn't taken the last step, Kaining always felt that everything was still undecided. Just when Yangqing was about to take out the phone and ask Ron to do something, a group of people suddenly came in from the entrance of the restaurant. They were all sturdy. The leader was the red-haired Soren. Soren, who was quite excited, walked into the restaurant and went straight to Yangqing's table. The store owner and other guests didn't dare to complain. Just by looking at the momentum of these people, they knew that they couldn't provoke them. They could only admit defeat if their business was disturbed. Your Majesty Pluto, there are clues in the investigation. Soren nodded and said. Yangqing had already put down his mobile phone. The mischievous look just now had completely disappeared. It was as if he had become a different person in an instant, revealing his sharpness. Kaining almost couldn't get used to it. It was as if a kind and funny man had suddenly become a cold and dignified man. Have you found Jane? There is no specific whereabouts of Princess Jane for the time being, but Mossad agents in Macedonia have collected information that North Korea has recently secretly cooperated with a terrorist organization in Eastern Europe through Southeast Asian channels. They participated in a new type of nuclear test. It is said that this nuclear test has been launched for more than a year. If North Korea hadn't suddenly joined in recently, it would have been difficult to find the flaw so quickly. Soren said. North Korea. Nuclear test. Eastern Europe. Yangqing narrowed his eyes. You mean that Jane may have been captured to help them complete this experiment? There's a high possibility of that. According to our investigation, the North Bio clan, an underground organization that has existed on the Korean peninsula since ancient times, is one of the instigators of this plan. They purchased quite a lot of rare elemental ores from American arms dealers and underground laboratories and secretly smuggled them to Europe. That's why they suddenly joined the alliance this time. According to Princess Jane's students, there are very few scientists in the world who can skillfully extract and use these elemental ores. Princess Jane is one of the best. More importantly, we calculated the time when the dead female spy's DNA appeared in the research institute. It has been almost 3 weeks since then. There is a lab member named Jerry, who is also a student of Princess Jane. After taking a leave 3 weeks ago, he did not return on time. We can't find evidence of his travel now. We suspect that he is the spy who coordinated with the inside. Princess Jane is likely to have been kidnapped by him and others. When Yangqing heard the words North Bio, he suddenly felt confused. He didn't expect that the North Bio, who had caused trouble in South Korea, had such great ambitions. Although he didn't know what the purpose of their investment in nuclear weapons was, it was definitely not a small plot. You've said so much. To what extent did you narrow the scope? Yangqing frowned. Soren lowered his head and said, Your Majesty Pluto, because the transportation of those rare ores was dispersed by the underground black market after entering Eastern Europe, we can't track which ones are real and which ones are misleading. So I'm afraid that even if we find out, we won't be able to find Princess Jane in time. Then why did you come to me? Yangqing was a little unhappy. Soren bit the bullet and said, Although we can't find Princess Jane in time, we can quickly find different routes. If, with your understanding of the European terrain and your speed of action, it may be able to speed up our search. Yangqing finally understood what Sauron meant. Indeed, if he were to look for it himself, it would be much faster than his subordinates flying around and traversing through the mountains. The most important thing was that he could perceive a larger range of information, which was much faster than his men searching slowly. As long as he thought that Jane was now in a cage, Xianxia couldn't care too much. He got up and said, "In that case, send me the specific coordinates through your phone, and I'll search one by one. I'm sorry to trouble you to do it yourself, but..." "Alright," Xianxia waved his hand, "you're right to come to me." With that, Xianxia looked at Kai Ning with a rather ashamed look. "I'm sorry, Ning-er. It seems that I can't accompany you tonight." Kai Ning couldn't help but feel a sense of loss in her heart. Just now, they were still so affectionate, and now the man had to run away again. But she still smiled and said, "It's okay. It's more important to find Jane." "Do you want me to help you find her?" Xianxia shook his head. "You don't know the terrain of Europe, and you don't know the language. You can't find those secret bases. You can go back to the hotel to rest, or find Xianxia to play casually. Ron will arrange for the opening of the Caesar conference and the competition tomorrow. I'll leave first." "Well, then be careful yourself." Kai Ning didn't say much, but sighed slightly in her heart. Even with a lot of guilt, Xianxia still had to hurry up and take over the first target from Soren. It was Gotland Island in the Baltic Sea. At the same time, in the laboratory of the secret base, wearing a series of experimental protective equipment such as gloves and goggles, Jane, who had her hair tied up, did the experiment with a blank expression. In the huge laboratory, there were all kinds of advanced instruments, which were not inferior to some national development laboratories. It could be seen that the investment was abundant. Jean stood in front of the computer, her fingers quickly tapping on the light-sensitive keys. Complex equations were shuttling back and forth on the big screen. Correspondingly, in the huge tempered glass pool in front of her, the mechanical arm was precisely making adjustments. Around the corner of the laboratory, several strong men in white coats stood, but they were obviously guards. The chestnut-haired Jerry looked at the various complicated data on the big screen with glowing eyes, deeply obsessed. If one didn't have enough scientific attainments in nuclear biochemistry and other aspects, it would be impossible to understand what kind of shocking scientific research results Jane was operating at this moment. "It's wonderful. I never thought that there would be such a way to carry out a fusion reaction. The power of Fury turns out to be built like this." Jerry turned his head stiffly, and his eyes behind the goggles were burning at Jane, full of admiration and various complicated emotions. The appearance of this woman had made those vulgar women completely unable to compare with her. What was more valuable was that her wisdom simply exceeded the limits of human beings. What kind of man could be worthy of a woman like her? "Teacher, if you weren't on the side of that devil, how good would that be?" Jane didn't seem to hear it. She suddenly stopped her movements, turned to an experiment table on the side, and began to manually prepare some chemicals. "Teacher, what do you mean? Why don't you continue?" Jerry was dissatisfied. Jane then looked up and pouted at the glass pool. "It will take about an hour for the fusion to complete. I need to confirm the purity of some elements, which will affect the direct result of the final element." Synthesis. Jerry looked at Jane suspiciously, doing all kinds of strange mixtures. To be honest, although he was also an expert in this field, he was still far from Jane. However, even if he couldn't figure out whether things were really as Jane said, Jerry believed that Jane would not dare to joke with the lives of hundreds of innocent sick children. "Teacher, you'd better not play any tricks. You know very well what will happen if there are no results within 3 days. I don't need your reminder." Jane responded without raising her head. Her hands continued to adjust the ingredients in an orderly manner. In her mind, however, the scene from her childhood that could never be erased kept replaying. In the church in Italy, at the moment of crisis, the young and inexperienced boy who seemed to be getting further and further away from her, would he still save her from the abyss like he did in the past? When they came out of the seafood restaurant, Kai Ning was followed by Ron, who came to pay the bill. Although Kai Ning had repeatedly told Ron that he didn't need to serve him so attentively, old Ron still liked being a housekeeper. He liked to do everything himself, which made Kai Ning feel a little helpless. "Madam Kai Ning, do you want to return to the hotel or go to the market? If there is a need, I can ask my 2 little daughters to accompany you shopping as a tour guide," Ron suggested enthusiastically. "No need, Mr. Ron. I'll go back to the hotel to accompany Xianxia." Kaining said politely. Ron smiled and said, I know you must feel a little disappointed that His Majesty Pluto suddenly left again. I only hope that you and Madame Chengwei can be happy on this trip. Kaining responded with a kind smile, there's really no need. I'm not the kind of woman who can't live without a man. In fact, I'm quite used to being alone. Ron was overjoyed, Madame Kaining, you are very similar to Madame Persephone, but you seem to be more mature and steady. Persephone? Kaining thought for a moment, do you mean Ruashi? Ron nodded, yes, but it's a pity that Madame didn't come this time. Kaining sighed in her heart. Perhaps Ron and the others still didn't know that His Majesty Pluto, whom they respected and worshipped, was a henpecked man. He didn't dare to bring Lin Ruashi over. The old and the young walked from the cobblestone walkway by the beach back to the hotel. Suddenly, Kaining felt a familiar pressure approaching from the front. Although the other party had restrained himself before, she was still detected when he got closer. Looking straight ahead, a man with curly black hair, blue eyes, and a bronze spear tattoo on his resolute face walked over. He strode over with large strides, as if he was the only one who could do it. Where's Hades? The man looked for Kaining and asked. Ares? Kaining had seen this belligerent guy when Brahma of India attacked Shanghai. Now that they met again, she immediately recognized him. Ares was originally looking at Ron, but when he was called by Kaining, he frowned and looked at Kaining up and down. You know me? Kaining didn't speak. She wasn't too surprised by Ares' appearance. After all, Yangqing had spoken to Christine before, and the latter said that she would contact other gods to come here and take a look. After Ron knew that it was the god of war, he immediately said respectfully, Your Excellency, the King of Hell's pavilion has gone to the Baltic Sea. They may be around Europe in the next 2 days to find an important person. What, he's not on the island? No wonder I couldn't find him, Ares was a little displeased. I wanted to fight with him, but it seems like I can't do it tonight. Now that Kaining had entered the soul formation stage, she didn't think that she was inferior to this god of war. She continued, Is there a need to fight? You lost to Yangqing in Zhonghai. Now that his strength is not what it used to be, you're definitely not his match. Ares said disdainfully, Woman, what do you know? I didn't give it my all at that time, and I underestimated him. If I knew that his internal energy and martial arts were the cultivation techniques of Xianxia cultivators, I wouldn't have underestimated him. What innate true qi! This god has fought against Xianxia and other cultivators in the soul formation stage and tribulation stage. Although his cultivation technique is strange, after I went back that time, I've been concentrating on my cultivation until now. I've already thought of many ways to deal with his strange cultivation technique, so I wanted to try it out on him. Kaining was disdainful. Yangqing had also mentioned that although this guy was belligerent, his strength was the lowest among the gods. However, she also knew that this guy was arrogant, so she didn't want to argue with him. But at this moment, laughter that sounded like silver bells came from behind. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. I haven't seen you for so long, Ares, why do you still like to brag? Kaining turned around and saw a tall, handsome blonde guy in a flowery shirt, holding a charming beauty in a white silk dress with long silver hair, slowly walking over from the beach. Artemis, Apollo, you're early too, Ares said grumpily. Stern shrugged helplessly, after Aphrodite informed us, we had no choice but to come. This is no small matter. How can we siblings miss out on settling old grudges? Kaining was already a little confused. Why did Apollo and Artemis suddenly come? These gods that she had only heard about in the past were actually chatting in front of her like mortals. Alice, on the other hand, greeted Kaining enthusiastically, Hi, beauty, are you Hades' woman again? Hee. You have the aura of a cultivator on you, looks like you're not weak. As the sun god and moon god, who were ranked higher among the gods, this pair of siblings would not take Kaining, who was in the soul formation stage, seriously. Is there a need for you to say that? If she wasn't Hades' woman, then according to the agreement of the past, any cultivator who leaves China's territory is our enemy, I would have taken action long ago, Ares snorted coldly. Kaining was immediately unconvinced, whether you can defeat me is still a question. What did you say? Ares raised his voice and questioned angrily. Stern helplessly came over to smooth things over. All right, since she's Hades' woman, she's one of us. Ares, your bad temper won't change even if you were given 30,000 years. Let's go to the hotel where Hades is staying. When Poseidon, Hermes, and the rest arrive, we should discuss how to greet our old friends. Humph, I'll give you face, Ares glared at Kai Ning and turned to leave. Over the Norwegian Sea, although the sky was clear, the wind was cold. On the boundless blue sea, there were only thin and sparse white clouds, reflecting and floating. One night had passed. Xianxia, who had been searching all night in all kinds of barren mountains and rivers in northern Europe, stood in the sea in the morning and stopped silently. From the Baltic Sea to Stockholm and Oslo in Sweden, and then to Bergen in Norway, there were a total of 8 terminals along the way, all of which were erroneous targets confused by the terrorist organizations. Xianxia only found some special military bases in local countries, and there was no secret nuclear test laboratory. If he hadn't come to find it himself, he was afraid that his men would have caused conflict because of the wrong target. At that time, it would be a double loss. If it weren't for Xianxia's strong perception and extremely fast speed, it would have taken him about 2 days to search thoroughly. However, it was still too slow. Xianxia took out his mobile phone. The specially modified mobile phone could receive the signal from Sauron and others around the world. Sauron, how many more points are there? Xianxia asked. Sauron, who had not rested all night, immediately replied, Your Majesty Pluto, north from the Norwegian Sea, there is Wilwick, further west, there are ships going to Iceland, Nuuk in Greenland, and south, there is Rotterdam in the Netherlands, Leipzig in Germany, Marseille in France, Lodz in Poland and so on. After listening, Xianxia gnashed his teeth and said, Damn it, they deliberately scattered the points. It will take a week to find all these. Sauron said, Your Majesty Pluto, I think we can actually exclude some points, such as France, which is very close to the Mediterranean Sea and has a high population density. It is not suitable for hiding. The probability of them choosing there to conduct nuclear tests is very small. Moreover, relatively speaking, it is easier for our troops to search. They can't take such a risk. Why don't you go to the west to search, and I will command the people below to search near those Nordic cities? Yang Chung pondered for a moment before rejecting, No, it's the opposite. We'll search from low latitudes to high latitudes. We'll prioritize searching the cities and areas closer to the Mediterranean Sea. Sauron was taken aback and said, Your Excellency, do you think that they are doing the opposite and deliberately making a secret base in a place that we think is impossible? It's not that simple, Xianxia analyzed, I only remembered it after you mentioned it. It was impossible for a laboratory to only be supported by a few scattered people. In order for a group of people to be able to hide for at least 2 years, the best way was to hide them in the crowd. Therefore, I believe that the more prosperous an area is, the more suitable it is to establish such a laboratory. Of course, this is only my guess. However, rather than searching around like a headless fly, we can only take a gamble. Sauron nodded repeatedly on the other end of the phone. You're right. I'll immediately mobilize my men to search the south. After Xianxia hung up the phone, he rushed to the vicinity of Marseille, France. Although suddenly appearing in all kinds of places in broad daylight might scare some people, Xianxia couldn't care less. With his speed, most people would only think that they were hallucinating. He was still thinking about Sicily. The Caesar convention should have begun. Also, Christine should have informed the other guys. He just hoped that there would not be any big movements, at least before he went back. At the same time, in the sea area of Palermo City, Sicily, a huge antique Colosseum above the sea was already bustling. The huge oval-shaped Colosseum was completely made of heavy granite stones. It was originally located on a stable territory that extended from the continental shelf, so it could safely bear the weight of the Colosseum. After the renovation of the facilities in the Colosseum, the Mafia had been maintaining it all year round. It was also extremely modern. Except for various ancient Roman-style murals and decorations, everything else was similar to a modern sports field. Mercenary groups from all over the world, rich people, nobles, as well as important military personnel and politicians of some major countries, had already taken their seats at the venue. More than 30,000 seats had been filled, and even many ordinary mercenary soldiers could only stand in the aisle. Except for the elite mercenaries who were going to participate on the first day, the atmosphere of the venue was like a fan gathering to watch a game. The noise of various languages and accents was deafening. In a VIP room above the Colosseum, Kai Ning and Xianxia had already taken their seats early. Stern and Alice, who arrived last night, also appeared next to them. Christine, Ron and his son Federo were carefully serving them. Why haven't we started yet? The opening ceremony has been over for almost an hour. Xianxia was a little anxious. Do you want me to play a few more rounds of cards with you to kill time? Kai Ning teased. Xianxia bit her lower lip and couldn't help but puff up her cheeks. Humph, you can laugh at me. Didn't I just lose? What's the big deal? Those are professional gamblers. It would be strange if I won. From last night to this morning, Xianxia had lost millions of euros, but it didn't affect her mood too much for a woman who didn't care much about money. By the way, Miss Christine, oh, should I call you Venus? Xianxia looked over hesitantly. At the side, Christine and Alice were holding a fashion magazine and commenting on the clothes on it. They didn't look like the main gods at all. Hearing Xianxia calling her, Christine smiled. The blonde beauty in simple clothes and a smile alone made Xianxia, who was also a woman, feel a little dazzled. Anything is fine, as long as you don't call me Venus in public. Christine winked. She had been in contact with Xianxia in Zhonghai before, so she wasn't unfamiliar with her. Xianxia nodded. I just want to ask, do you know who those strange people in white cloaks are? Why haven't you guys reacted? Christine pointed to a VIP room opposite. Inside, there were 3 men sitting in different postures. It was Poseidon in a navy uniform, Hermes and Ares in suits and leather shoes. These 3 male lord gods weren't too happy to sit in the same room with a few women. However, even if they sat in the same room, the 3 of them who had known each other for tens of thousands of years actually didn't talk much. You see, they are also waiting, and so are we. We can only confirm when we see those people on stage. Besides, Hades is not here, and Athena can't be contacted. None of us are here. If we really meet an old opponent, it won't be easy. Hearing Christine's words, Xianxia became more and more curious about who those strange people were. In her heart, she hoped that Yangqing would find Jane and return here soon. There was always an ominous premonition that something would go wrong in this conference. In the midst of boredom, the host platform of the venue finally issued an announcement, and the first round of the competition was about to begin. Due to the large number of participating teams, the first day was basically a team elimination. There were 6 teams on stage at each time. After a 2-on-1 competition, the winner would enter the second day of the competition. The Caesar tournament prohibited killing opponents in the arena, but if accidental death or disability, etc., they would not be disqualified. This had been signed before the competition. In fact, the mercenaries who dared to participate in the competition, even if they were not 100% sure of winning, had their own ability to escape. It was not easy to deliberately kill them, so in previous years, there were only a few people who died in the arena. One after another, in the 3 battle areas in the center of the Colosseum, 6 participating teams walked out from each side. To Xianxia and Kai Ning's slight disappointment, the elite team of the Sea Eagles did not appear in the first round. However, soon the 2 women's eyes lit up. A guy in a white cloak, alone, faced the 5 opponents opposite, walked onto the stage. 1 against 5. It was allowed in the rules, but this was obviously a complete contempt for the opponent. Whether it was Christine, Stern, Alice, or the 3 gods in the opposite VIP room, the moment they saw the man in the white cloak, they finally stood up with a serious face. It's really them. How did they come back? Hermes couldn't help but murmur. Hee, isn't this just right? We shouldn't have kept them in the first place. This time, we will get rid of them completely. Ares was eager to fight. Poseidon's expression was solemn. He frowned at Ares' arrogance. Get rid of them? Do you think you're Zeus or Athena? They couldn't do it, but you can? And since they can come back, they must have some special advancement. If they weren't competent, why would they appear in front of us in such a high-profile manner? Ares said disdainfully, Poseidon, I think you're becoming more and more timid. They're just the lowly people of the Protoss, a group of rebels and traitors. Even after 20,000 years, they won't be able to change their nature. Hermes laughed sinisterly. Stop fighting. Why don't you think about how to inform that woman Athena as soon as possible? Now that Zeus isn't here, I don't know if Hera, Hephaestus, and Dionysus have awakened. If she doesn't come, I really don't know how to control this situation. Humph, haven't you always hated Athena and wanted to prove that you're stronger than her? Ares mocked. I hate her, but in the face of a common enemy, we're still on the same side, Hermes said. Hypocrite. Hee, whatever you say. Hermes didn't mind at all. There were all kinds of screams and cheers around the venue. For an unfamiliar team like Deicide to only send one member to fight, some people were excited, while others felt that they were overestimating themselves. At this moment, the 5 members of the mercenary team from Africa, who were his opponents, charged towards the strange man in the white robe with anger. These 5 African mercenaries had extremely strong physical fitness. Although their attacks were rough and simple, they were fast and fierce, and each of their attacks was aimed at the most vicious parts. The golden-masked man stood in the same place, but he had no intention of moving. When the 5 mercenaries touched his body, the golden-masked man stood firmly in the same place, not moving at all. The 5 mercenaries then realized that something was wrong. When they combined their strength, they all hit the golden-masked man's face, chest, and waist. However, their strength was like a clay ox entering the sea, it had no effect at all. This abnormal phenomenon made them completely unable to react to the next step. But at this moment, a snort came from behind the golden-masked man's mask. Then, the 5 mercenaries felt a surge of power coming from behind the white cloak. This was a kind of pure physical elasticity. It was like the rebound force of a rubber ball after it had been hit. The 5 of them had never imagined that this seemingly ordinary body would actually contain such ferocious physical strength. No matter what, these 5 mercenaries were completely confused and were sent flying out of the arena. The electronic referee on the sidelines immediately announced that Deicide would advance to the next round, and the tens of thousands of spectators on the sidelines also let out various exclamations after being shocked. The gold-masked man didn't care about that at all. Instead, he raised his head and glanced in 2 directions. The 6 overgods in the viewing gallery were naturally his targets. His gaze was filled with provocation and disdain. It can't be wrong. This kind of body, this kind of gaze, I can't feel any spiritual energy fluctuations, it's them, Stern said with a frown. But since they came out, why did they come to participate in such a conference for humans? Shouldn't their target be us? Alice was puzzled. Stern shook his head. I can't figure it out for the time being, but if we start a war with them, it won't be as easy as it was 20,000 years ago. The people involved may cause a worldwide panic. Let's just wait and see. Xianxia and Kaining were confused by the sight and couldn't help but ask, who are they? Now that you've confirmed it, you can tell us, right? Christine sighed and asked with a forced smile, have you heard of giants, this race? Giants? Kaining thought for a while. I heard that the champions of the previous Caesar conference were won by a family mercenary called Cyclops. It seems that this family's name is Cyclops. You're right, but Cyclops is only one kind of giants. They have a close relative, Centimani, which means 100-armed giant according to Chinese. Christine explained, the legend of giants has existed in the myths written by humans since ancient times. Some are false, but some are true. The Cyclops family is actually the hybrid descendants of giants and humans. Just by inheriting the blood of giants, they can already surpass the world's top mercenaries. The real Cyclops and 100-armed giants originate from the same ancestor, and their ancestors are similar to the ancestors of our Protoss race. But that was a long time ago, and it happened in our hometown, Mars. The physical strength of the giants surpasses that of our Protoss race, but their spiritual power is not as good as ours, so their ability to use the law of space is weaker. Naturally, they are not our opponents. In the past, they have always been driven by us as a lower race. After Mars could no longer survive, our Protoss race came to Earth. Some strong Cyclops and 100-armed giants also came here. They stood on the same side as us at that time. The Cyclops also assisted Hephaestus and created many artifacts for us. The 100-armed giants also killed many Xianxia cultivators for us. However, halfway through, they discovered that it was difficult for the original bodies of our Protoss race to reproduce and needed to reincarnate with the help of human bodies. Thus, they rebelled. After all, as the number of our people decreased, their lifespan and reproductive ability were stronger than ours, and they had the opportunity to escape from our shackles. It was also the accumulated grievances of generations that made them no longer willing to endure. The 6 strongest representatives among them proposed to Zeus at that time that they should divide the worlds outside of Xianxia equally. Otherwise, they would switch sides to the side of Xianxia. Zeus did not give them a chance to negotiate at all. He suppressed them with thunder and locked them in a different space, which is a crack between parallel spaces, a turbulent space. It is reasonable to say that with their spatial laws and mental strength, they should not be able to come out. I didn't expect that after 20,000 years, they would appear again. Now that you mention it, they don't seem strong. Didn't Zeus take care of them alone? Xianxia said immediately. Kristen smiled helplessly. If he could really take care of them, Zeus might have killed them directly. Their bodies are too strong. Even Zeus' thunder couldn't destroy them. In the end, he had no choice but to imprison them in a different space. Although we are not necessarily afraid of them, if we were to really fight, we would still have to go to war. Moreover, it is already difficult to understand why they could come out. Perhaps they have some special ability, otherwise they would not be looking for us so blatantly. Isn't Zeus the strongest among you? Even he couldn't kill them? Kaining said in disbelief. Christine and Stern looked at each other in dismay, as if it was difficult for them to speak. In the end, it was Alice who said, if we had the strength we originally had on Mars, they would not dare to rebel. Unfortunately, we are no longer the original us. What do you mean? Don't ask too much. Hurry up and contact Hades and ask him to come back soon. Kristen laughed. The 2 women also realized that these people knew something, but they were unwilling to say anything. Although they were puzzled, they did not ask any more. Germany, above the Bavarian region. Xianxia, who had returned from Marseilles, France, without any results, was ready to go to the next area, Leipzig, Germany. However, the moment he passed by Muni's black market, Xianxia's figure suddenly stopped. Originally, he was comparing the search area with Soren, but at that moment, the original clear signal suddenly became blurred. Sauron, who was on the opposite side, heard Xianxia's sudden silence and wondered, Your Majesty Pluto, did you find something? Xianxia thought for a moment and asked, Sauron, the communication frequency we use is designed independently and has an independent satellite, right? Yes, Your Majesty, in order to prevent other organizations from eavesdropping, we also specially added frequency password protection, Sauron said. That is to say, if the signal suddenly became blurry, is it possible that someone interfered with the satellite signal from the inside? Xianxia asked. If that's the case, then it's very possible. After all, our communication signal has always been very clear. After Xianxia immediately turned back for a while, he finally heard the blurry signal again. Although it was very short, because of Xianxia's keen senses, he still noticed it. Check for me immediately, in the Bavarian region where I am now, where there is a place to build a base. Xianxia's heart began to beat faster. After Sauron received the order, it took a while to send the point and location map to Xianxia. Your Majesty Pluto, this area is mainly an industrial park. Except for some abandoned mines on the edge, there seems to be nothing suspicious. Mines? Xianxia thought for a moment and said, You mean, the coal mines from the East German era? Yes, but even if the coal mines from the East German era are big enough, the East German coal mines in that area are often very deep and the temperature is quite high. It should not be conducive to the construction of the laboratory, Sauron said. However, Xianxia smiled excitedly and said, You are wrong, Sauron, this is the key. It is because of the high temperature that they may have built a base there. Sauron was stunned and could not help but exclaim, Could it be, to use geothermal energy? A laboratory, especially a high-energy weapon development laboratory, if it constantly transported energy from the outside, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. But if it was geothermal energy, it could be said to be inexhaustible, and it could be silent. Soren also had to admire Xianxia for being able to think of this. Xianxia didn't have time to speculate with Soren. He flashed and landed in a suburban wilderness below. Although Bavaria was a powerful economic area in Germany and even the world, with developed industries, there were also many places that looked quite desolate, especially the depleted mine area. As soon as Xianxia landed, he immediately spread out his divine sense and carefully searched the various levels on the ground and underground. In a moment, Xianxia's mind was filled with ecstasy. Sure enough, less than a kilometer ahead, there was an area with a structure that was obviously different from other underground coal mines. If there was no accident, it should be the target he was looking for. And just 10 minutes ago, in the underground experimental base. Standing in front of the huge radiation shield, Jane's eyes calmly looked inside the protective glass, and the robotic arm accurately carried out the final assembly of the experimental results. The fully automated smart arm had already produced 2 silver-gray, streamlined projectiles that were half the height of a human. Jerry, with an excited face, looked at the results with greedy eyes, and laughed almost crazily. Fury is finally born, teacher, you must be very excited in your heart. This is a masterpiece that subverts the entire human civilization. Even gods can't have such surging and great power, can they? Jane's face was indifferent. I never thought about making it. It's just my idea. If you still think of me as your teacher, listen to my advice, don't use it. Haha. After Jerry laughed, his finger pressed a button on the console. The 2 completed Fury were immediately taken away from the inside by the robotic arm and transferred to another channel. Don't worry, teacher, if that demon obediently obeys, then of course we don't need to use our nemesis, but before that, we must produce enough capital to destroy the world. Our funders are waiting. After that, we will have the capital to negotiate with the world, Jerry grinned. Jane sighed faintly, although I don't know who you are listening to and what organization it is, the power of Fury is not something that can be controlled by humans. You will regret it. Teacher, oh no, I should call you Miss Jane. I'm the one who wants to advise you not to put on an act. Jerry smiled strangely and said, do you know, in my eyes, you are actually the same person as me. We are all people who pour our blood, sweat, and tears into scientific research. Our souls belong to our research. Surpassing the limits of humanity and exploring the origin of the universe is the most fundamental meaning of existence in our bones. If you weren't looking forward to creating Fury and breaking the limits of human nuclear weapons, why did you describe the concept of Fury so many years ago and keep it? Didn't you study medicine and perform surgeries to conduct the most direct physiological experiments on the human body? Those ordinary stupid humans, in our eyes, are actually experimental subjects. They are just lab rats in a cage, there is no difference between them. Even if you didn't use Fury. I think, in your heart, you are also looking forward to the effect of detonating Fury, right? Jane raised her head, and her eyes were already misty. I really didn't expect you to view your mission and me like this. I went into medicine initially to help my beloved man out of his pain. I designed Fury just to use that principle to enhance the utilization of nuclear energy, but I gave up because I was afraid that it would be used by the country to make weapons. You are right, I have integrated scientific research into my bones and blood, but that is not all. There are many things in this world that deserve our anger, but you should not become a slave to anger and hatred. Don't tell me these useless things. Jane, don't be too arrogant. In the Research Institute, you are my teacher, but here, you are just my prisoner. I am your master. Jerry suddenly took a few steps forward with a grin, approached Jane's body, and hugged her waist. Although she was wearing a white coat, although she hadn't rested for a few days, and her body was weak, Jane still instinctively dodged quickly. Jerry! What are you doing? What am I doing? Jerry smiled sinisterly. It's not easy for me to relax and report. If I don't enjoy a beauty like you, would I waste it and give it to someone else? You. I am your teacher. Jane looked at the student she didn't know at all in disbelief. Shit. F***ck teacher. You are a woman who is 3 years younger than me. If it wasn't for the technology in your hands, would I worship you as my teacher? Save it, there are no teachers and students here, only a man and a girl who is about to become a woman. Jerry moved closer and closer. After all, Jane had learned a lot of defense and fighting skills. She stepped forward and was about to throw Jerry to the ground, but she immediately didn't dare to move. Jerry suddenly took out a silver pocket pistol from his pocket, pointed it at Jane's forehead, and shrugged. "Sorry, I know you are very tough, so I prepared a gun. To tell you the truth, there are more than a dozen guards outside the laboratory who are not weaker than you. You can't escape." Jane clenched her fists and bit her lower lip. Her eyes were filled with grief and pain. "What are you waiting for? Quickly take off your clothes, I am in a hurry to report to the organization." Jerry greedily looked up and down at Jane's graceful figure. "I have waited for almost 3 years just to have sex with you once. Today, I am finally going to get what I want. You have to let me enjoy it." "Shoot me if you have the guts," Jane said coldly with a piercing gaze. Jerry sneered. "If you want to die, that's fine. But if you don't cooperate with me, then I might plant a bomb in the Santa Maria orphanage. Oh, by the way, I'll also take care of the schools you've invested in." Despicable. "Quickly, take it off." Jerry's eyes were ferocious. Jane took a deep breath, and a touch of determination flashed in her eyes. She suddenly took out a cotton ball from her pocket and quickly put it in her mouth. After sucking something out of the cotton ball, Jane spat it out. "What are you doing?" Jerry exclaimed. Jane chuckled disdainfully. "Can't you see? Even if I die, I won't let a despicable person like you touch me. If you like a cold and poisonous corpse, then I'll do as you please." After speaking, Jane's face quickly became ugly, and her lips gradually turned pale. She was short of breath and weakly fell to the ground. Jerry's bloodshot eyes widened, and he couldn't believe it. He muttered to himself, "How could this be? How could you have poison in your body?" Suddenly, Jerry remembered that Jane said yesterday that she wanted to do some element detection manually. At that time, he couldn't understand it, and he had some doubts about what kind of potion Jane was concocting. Now that he thought about it, it was at that time that Jane might have concocted the poison under his supervision. She had actually predicted that he might be interested in her body, so she had this trick up her sleeve. The more Jerry thought about it, the angrier he got. He was still deceived. He rushed forward and mercilessly kicked the belly of the woman who had fallen to the ground. "Ow!" Jane screamed, and her body was kicked and rolled several times. The pain made Jane curl up. Her face was full of sweat, and her amber hair was wet. She was in a mess. Looking at the woman who was about to die, Jerry naturally had no interest in King her, but he couldn't help but feel pity and regret in his heart. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have been in a hurry. It would have been much easier to secretly drug Jane and CK her. "Well, I didn't expect your temper to be so fierce. I was wrong about you." Jerry sneered. "I'm not interested in your corpse, but the beasts in the Black Forest will probably be interested in your body. I'm afraid no one would have thought that the wisest woman standing at the top of the world's pyramid would die in front of me like this, and be thrown into a pile of beasts and dismembered." Jerry didn't bother to watch anymore. He put the pistol back into his pocket, snorted coldly, and turned to leave the laboratory. But just as he was about to take a step, he heard a loud bang. The alloy steel door of the laboratory was blown open from the outside. Jerry thought he was hallucinating. This was a protective door made of alloy that even armor-piercing bullets could not break. How could it be blown up so easily? Rather than saying it was blown up, it was better to say that a huge force had twisted the door from the outside. Electric sparks were overflowing, and smoke and dust were rippling. A man's figure stepped on the broken steel door and walked into the laboratory. It was as if a demon had walked into the abyss. Behind the man, in the corridor where blood flowed like a river, there were scattered heads, human hands, half-bodies, and flowing brain matter. They were all the guards of the laboratory. They had all been forcibly torn apart and dismembered. Obviously, these people had become cannon fodder to vent his anger. Xianxia, who found this base, had just vented some of his anger about Jane's arrest. When he saw the situation in the laboratory, especially the woman who fell to the ground and curled up, his mind seemed to be ignited with gasoline. "Jane!" Xianxia roared and rushed forward, picked up Jane, shook the woman's body, and patted Jane's face with his palm. "What happened to you? You're poisoned." Xianxia hurriedly ran the endless resolve restoration scripture and checked Jane's body. Jane gasped weakly, and a gratified smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She looked at the man in front of her with blurred eyes. I knew you would come to save me, just like 9 years ago. Don't be silly. I will detoxify you. Xianxia's eyes turned red. He couldn't immediately check what poison Jane was poisoned with. He could only detect that there was a poison in the woman's body, which made the woman's physical function degenerate rapidly. But because this poison was too viscous and highly integrated with the blood, Xianxia only dared to carefully use the power of heaven and earth to guide and expel it. Soon, Jane spat out a mouthful of extravasated blood. However, this made Xianxia particularly desperate. Jane's symptoms were not relieved at all. What poison are you poisoned with? Tell me how to detoxify it. Xianxia said loudly. Blood stained Jane's lips, but the woman shook her head slightly. It's a poison I concocted at the last minute. In order to prevent them from saving me, I used some special techniques. It will slowly stop the functions of my body. It's too late to cure it. Xianxia couldn't believe his ears. It was like a bolt from the blue. His body trembled as he shook his head. Impossible. Impossible. Suddenly remembering something, Xianxia turned his head and looked at Jerry, who was shrinking beside the control panel, with a fierce look in his eyes. Bastard, it's all your fault. If you give your teacher the antidote immediately, I'll leave your corpse intact. Jerry felt an immense pressure, as if the might of the heavens had descended, causing his legs to go weak. Especially when he saw the large pile of corpses in the passageway, he simply wanted to vomit. However, his hatred for Xianxia made him laugh crazily. You demon, although I don't know how you found this place, let me tell you. No way. The poison that Jane concocted herself was the only one in the world who could detoxify it. It's a pity that she's dying, and you can't save her. You're courting death. Xianxia's patience had reached its limit. Seeing that Xianxia was about to attack him, Jerry shouted, Don't come over. If I die, this laboratory will detonate because the biological timer is terminated. At that time, the 2 Fury bombs that have been built here will completely detonate. Not to mention you, even the entire Bavaria. The entire Frankfurt. It will become purgatory on Earth. Are you going to use the lives of hundreds of millions of people to die with me? Xianxia's rage was forcibly suppressed, and he turned to look at Jane. Fury, the weapon he mentioned is the reason why they kidnapped you? Jane nodded weakly. Yes. It's the name I gave it. It means nemesis. What the hell is that? It's a kind of advanced nuclear weapon. 1 is equivalent to 500 hydrogen bombs detonated. What? Xianxia couldn't help but be stunned. 500 hydrogen bombs? A normal hydrogen bomb's pure radiation could reach nearly 1,000 kilometers. Not to mention Frankfurt and its neighboring countries, if it wasn't concentrated detonation, the entire Europe would become purgatory. What kind of ambition did North Bio and other terrorist organizations have to create such an anti-human monster? Hee, now you know how powerful I am? If you dare to kill me, I'll be happy to be killed by you. Jerry smugly smiled and said, You devil, watching your beloved woman die in front of you, don't you feel very painful? Haha. I've been waiting for this moment for too long. You deserve it. You should go to hell. Xianxia's lungs were about to explode, but he really didn't dare to make a rash decision with the lives of hundreds of millions of people. How is it, you don't dare? Jerry laughed wildly, You came at the right time today. I want to avenge my father, my mother, and my 3-year-old sister. Avenge? What grudge do I have against you? Xianxia asked rhetorically. Jerry sneered, Of course you don't remember. You've killed so many people, do you remember all of them? You might have long forgotten, but 5 years ago in Belarus, in Simbakrog, there was a village called Wazits, right? Wazits? Xianxia frowned. He really didn't know of such a place. After all, there were some small places that he didn't even know the name of. You really don't know. Jerry's eyes were filled with the raging flames of revenge. Our village had 186 lives, among which there were more than 30 children. I was the only one who didn't make it home because I was studying in another place, and I was slaughtered by you and your people. Just because your enemies sneaked into our village, you killed them all, not letting a single one go. Even if you wanted to kill, why didn't you let a 3-year-old child go? Could it be that 3-year-old girls were also disguised by your bastard mercenaries? You didn't have the ability to find them all, so you just killed the innocent, and even set fire to our village, not even leaving the corpses. In Xianxia's mind, he finally vaguely remembered the past. At that time, his mind was at its most uncontrollable stage, and it was also the stage where he was bloodthirsty and close to becoming a demon. He vaguely remembered that because he slaughtered more than 100 ordinary people indiscriminately, 17 even slapped him in the face. Hearing Jerry's bitter words, Xianxia couldn't help but feel a sense of desolation and loneliness. No matter how much he pursued a peaceful and stable life, no matter how much he tried to live an ordinary life, he was afraid that in this world, those who hated him to the bone would also do everything possible to seek revenge from him. Although now that he thought about it, many of the killings in the past weren't his true intention, but he was indeed an executioner, a butcher, and a demon. Now, do you remember? Jerry wiped away his tears and said gloomily, "It's time for you to be punished. Originally, the organization promised me that they would avenge me. That's why I've been enduring until now with hatred. But today, since you found this place, I don't plan to leave alive." Only then did Xianxia withdraw from the scarlet memories. When he heard Jerry's words, he couldn't help but shout, "What are you going to do? Do you think that by detonating fury, you can really kill me to avenge your parents? Don't be whimsical, you will only kill more ordinary people than me. So what? This is all your fault. It's your evil deeds that made me embark on this path. Don't think that I don't know that even if I leave today, you will still find me and kill me. I might as well drag hundreds of millions of people to be buried with me. These people's lives were all killed by you." Ha ha ha. While laughing wildly, one of Jerry's hands, after smashing a glass cover, pressed a big red button. Beep. Beep. The alarm sounded, and the electronic female voice began to announce mechanically, "The destruction mode is activated. After a countdown of 30 seconds, the laboratory will be detonated. 30. 29. It's over, everything is over." Jerry opened his arms wide and laughed with relief. Xianxia was stunned. He couldn't kill people, otherwise fury would detonate. Now that even the laboratory would detonate, wouldn't it be impossible to stop this destructive nuclear bomb explosion? Looking at Jane, who was already dying in his arms, Xianxia gritted his teeth, picked up Jane and rushed out. The explosion of the laboratory, the detonation of fury, he couldn't stop it at all. The only thing he could do was to leave as soon as possible with Jane in his arms. As long as he thought that Jane's life was passing away rapidly, Xianxia's heart ached as if it was crying blood. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia had come from the Bavaria area with Jane in his arms to an uninhabited mountain area south of Austria. At this distance, even if a nuclear weapon exploded in Germany, it would not affect them in a short time. In the dense fir forest, Xianxia found an open space covered with soft dead leaves. He put Jane down, hugged her gently, and ran his martial arts to investigate again. At this time, it was meaningless to go anywhere for help. Xianxia could only try his best to save her again. Jane's breathing was getting weaker and weaker, and it seemed that it would stop at any time. Once again guiding the power of heaven and earth through Jane's meridians, Xianxia was disappointed again. Jane's physical function seemed to be dying, but it was still deteriorating at a rapid rate towards death. "Damn it, Jane, tell me. How can I save you?" Xianxia hugged the woman's upper body, and his eyes were red and full of tears. Many times when he was lonely, painful, and helpless, it was this woman who worked tirelessly to develop potions, design treatment plans, and help him out of the nightmare. He had never repaid her well, but he kept asking her to do this and that for him. Now, her life was passing away in his hands, but he was powerless. Jane trembled, raised her hand with difficulty, and wiped it on Xianxia's cheek. Xianxia felt something cold, and he didn't even notice that he was crying. Tears fell from his eyes, and he couldn't control them at all. A faint smile appeared on Jane's mouth. "It's okay, you can't cry. I'm so happy, the last to see is you." Xianxia finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Like a helpless child, he fell head first into the woman's chest, tears streaming down his face. "How could you just leave like this? You're too cruel. I'll never be able to forgive myself. You've saved me so many times and done so many things for me. But I can't even save your life. I'm really useless. Yangqing suddenly raised his head. In his grief, he slammed into a fir tree beside him. Bang! Bang! Bang bang! The fir tree was shaken violently by the impact. Leaves flew everywhere, and a large piece of bark fell from a depression, sticking to Yangqing's hair and forehead. He looked very embarrassed. Jane's eyes were moist and she opened her mouth weakly. No, don't do this. Yangqing grabbed Jane's hand, which was so cold that it seemed like it would freeze at any moment. Okay, I won't do this. Jane, don't die. I can't imagine you leaving me. Yangqing cried like a helpless child, staring at the woman. Jane's voice was getting weaker and weaker. I want to ask you a question. Tell me, I will tell you everything. I will do anything you want me to do. Yangqing immediately shouted incoherently. There was a glimmer of light in Jane's sapphire eyes. Yangqing. I just want to know whether you love me. Yes, I love you. I've always loved you very much. You're one of my favorite women. Yangqing blurted out without hesitation. He would never say such words to this woman in his life. A dirty and blood-stained wastrel like him was not qualified to have this girl's holy life in the past, not to mention that she was his benefactor. And now, he had a home and a home. He couldn't let such a woman standing on the altar devote herself to him. Yangqing never doubted his love for Jane. Perhaps when he was young, it was a kind of love for a little girl, but as he grew up, it naturally became a kind of love for a man for a woman. This kind of love was not the ordinary but sincere love between husband and wife with Lin Ruoshi, but a kind of love between men and women beyond the understanding of ordinary people, beyond time, beyond ethics, and beyond life and death. Perhaps in this world, there were many women he liked and loved. They could give everything for him, and he could also overcome difficulties for them. However, the true love in his memory might only be 17. The real and current true love was only Lin Ruoshi, and the dream and ideal lover was only Jane. Really? Jane seemed to be a little unbelievable. She tried to open her eyes and asked again. Yangqing nodded with all his strength. Really, what I said is true. You have to believe me. I never dared to expect to get you, because I don't think I deserve you. Only in front of you, I don't have the courage of a man. I'm sorry. I didn't say this until now. Jane's eyes were full of joy and relief. The happy smile made the pale and beautiful face look like a flash of epiphyllum. Darling. I know you love me. Su Qingsong's voice trailed off. Yangqing was choked with sobs and couldn't speak. He could only nod silently and tell the woman how much he loved her. Jane smiled softly. Suddenly, she lowered her head and opened her mouth, wanting to bite something. After noticing it, Yangqing looked in the direction of Jane's bite in confusion. Collar. Jane said a word in a low voice. Although Yangqing was confused, he still pulled the collar of the white coat with trembling hands so that Jane's lips could touch it. Jane, what are you doing? You bit the collar, Jane did not answer, but used the last of her strength to suck the collar after closing her mouth tightly. Soon, the collar was wet with saliva. Only then did Yangqing realize that the part of his collar that was soaked in water had a faint blue tint appearing. If it weren't for the wet, this blue color wouldn't have been discovered. Just when Yangqing was puzzled, something particularly shocking happened. Phew! Jane loosened her mouth and let out a breath of foul air, as if she had been holding it in. Following that, Jane's complexion quickly began to improve, like a high fever quickly subsiding, and her whole person began to have vitality again. Yangqing's brain seemed to be hit by a big bell, and an incredible idea came to him. He didn't know whether to be ecstatic or stunned. In short, Yangqing was completely dumbfounded. His eyes widened as he looked at Jane in his arms. She was lifeless just now, but less than half a minute later, a bunch of blue eyes were full of life again. Jane licked her red lips with her pink tongue, looking a little shy. After biting her lower lip with her teeth, she pursed her lips and smiled. What's wrong, dear? Are you scared, silly? I'm not a reincarnated soul, I'm alive. Swallowing his saliva, Xianxia could hear the sound of his Adam's apple in his throat. How did you? Why did I suddenly return to normal? Because I detoxified the poison. Jane giggled and used some strength to sit up. She broke away from Xianxia's arms and began to slowly comb her messy hair. Xianxia looked at the blue collar again, then looked at Jane's happy look of success, and cried out involuntarily, "You lied to me. Who asked you to be so gullible, and you even believed me?" Jane proudly raised her head, her swan-like neck was slender and white. "Who am I?" "I'm Jane, I'm that stupid Jerry's teacher. How can I lose to a student who hasn't graduated from my school? You underestimate me too much." "Suicide? Ha, that's for those stupid women, I'm not that stupid." Xianxia was completely speechless. Looking at the energetic woman in front of him, he suspected that everything he had seen and experienced before was a dream. "You planned all this?" Xianxia asked foolishly. Jane shrugged, "Yes, do you think it's a fluke that you can find me? When I used their computer, I secretly set up a link to your Sea Eagle satellite. It's just that as a teacher, I know that Jerry is not proficient in computer knowledge, so he can't find it at all. As long as your people pass through the area where I am, the satellite signal will be interfered with. Didn't you notice that when you go over the base, the received signal will be blurred?" Xianxia nodded. He did find it by relying on this clue. Although he had previously expected that someone deliberately tampered with it, the situation just now was critical, so he didn't think about it carefully. Sure enough, this was Jane's work to save herself behind the scenes. "What about the poison, what's going on?" Xianxia clearly noticed that Jane's physical functions had recovered. Jane continued to smile playfully, "That's true. I did secretly mix a new type of poison. In fact, it's a kind of fake death drug that can stop the body's functions for a period of time, as if you're dead. If you don't take the antidote, your body will be cold after an hour and you'll fake death. After 24 hours, your body temperature will slowly recover and you'll wake up. This is what I prepared to protect myself. If they find me dead, maybe they'll find a place to bury me or do something else, so that I have a chance to escape. Of course, this is just the last resort. I can't guarantee that they won't cremate me. But in any case, under the premise that no one will save me, I can only fake death to avoid being harmed by them. Fortunately, you arrived in time, so I used the second plan." As she spoke, Jane reached out and lifted her collar, blinking, "I secretly smeared the antidote on my collar beforehand. As long as you inhale it within an hour, you can directly return to normal." After hearing this, Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Why do you have to play me like this? Don't you know that my heart was almost broken into powder just now?" Jane opened her arms and hugged Xianxia's neck. Her plump breasts pressed against Xianxia's face, and her red lips pressed against Xianxia's forehead. Immediately, Xianxia's head fell into the land of tenderness. "If I don't take this opportunity, you'll never tell me these true words in your life, right?" "My dear Xianxia," Jane said softly beside his ear. Ugh. Xianxia wanted to reprimand this woman for being too crazy, but before he could open his mouth, Jane sealed his mouth with her red lips. After a light kiss, Jane had a pleading expression on her face. Her pair of eyes that could speak looked pitiful. "Dear, don't be angry with me. I just want to be with you. If you don't tell me for the rest of my life, I'll be sad for the rest of my life," Jane said with a pout. Xianxia sighed. He had been running away for so many years, and there was still such a day in the end. Maybe this was God's arrangement. "You've planned everything from the beginning. You've been waiting for me to jump into the trap, but I still cried my heart out." "It's so embarrassing," Xianxia smiled bitterly, but in his heart, he was overjoyed to find Jane again. Jane stuck out her tongue, "I just beat you at your own game. Because that Jerry threatened me with the lives of many children, I had to design all this." When Xianxia heard this, he couldn't help but slap his forehead. "Oh no. Fury. Germany is finished." Pfft. Jane couldn't help laughing. She reached out and pinched Xianxia's nose helplessly. "I told you, all this is my design. How can it really detonate fury?" "Ah? This? What's going on?" "That's also fake." Yangqing was stunned. Jane nodded naturally and said, "Why don't you think about it? Would I gamble hundreds of millions of lives for the lives of a group of children? I can't be so soft-hearted, can I? Fury is actually just a concept I designed. How can it only take a day or two to manufacture? The synthesis of artificial elements it needs is unstable. It will take at least a year and a half to complete the experiment. What I showed Jerry was just an unstable artificial element. Once Fury is started, the result is like the fuel tank of a supercar that can't be ignited. It can't move at all, and it will directly stall." Yangqing suddenly realized and smiled bitterly. "So, when the laboratory exploded just now, didn't that Jerry die with grievances?" "Probably." Jane giggled, "but let's not care about that first. The Germans will clean up the mess there. I'm so happy now. I want you to kiss me." "Ah? What ah? You said you love me. I've suffered for so many days, you have to compensate me." As she said, Jane raised her head and pouted. After all, she was still a young girl. No matter how intelligent she was still extremely active when it came to the matters between men and women. However, even if Western women were extremely open-minded, it was inevitable that they would still blush and be shy at this moment. Yangqing looked at the delicate face in front of him, and the red lips that still exuded a faint smell of blood. After relaxing, he finally showed an evil smile. This girl relied on her cleverness and made herself cry miserably. I can't let her off easily. When Yangqing hung a smile on the corner of his mouth, Jane found herself a little sheep in the lion's mouth. Her delicate and small chin was pinched by a slightly rough hand, and the two perfectly curved lips were forced slightly open by him. They were bright like pink cherries that had just been picked in the morning. Then, she was kissed gently by Yangqing. This moment happened in an instant, full of the man's possessive desire, which made Jane stiff on the spot. Western women's understanding of kissing was innate. Not long after Yangqing kissed her, Jane began to cater to him. Her toes curled happily. Her height of more than 1.7 meters was enough for her to rub the man's messy hair with. Her fingertips, and the pad of her fingers slowly slid across the cheeks with stubble. The hot breath from the beautiful woman's small nose brushed Yangqing's ear, and those big eyes that were more blue and clear than the plateau lake looked at him without blinking. Yangqing clearly felt that there was something called deep love in it. It seemed that a beast like him had really captured a pure girl who had fallen in love with him many years ago. In the fir forest, the two began to entangle their lips and tongues, and it was difficult to separate them. Jane tilted her head back naughtily, and her slender fingers stroked gently along the edge of Yangqing's lips from top to bottom. Her eyes were always fixed on the bad guy who had haunted her dreams countless times. Then, she ignited more enthusiasm. Suddenly, she pulled him closer, sucked the man's sexy hot lips into her mouth, and stuck out the tip of her tongue, sliding between his lips like a snake. It swam softly around Yangqing's taste buds, and his throat involuntarily had a thin moan, and finally there was only a whimper. More than 10 minutes of hot and wet fragrance passed in a flash. It could have continued, but Jane really didn't eat much these days. She mostly drank nutrient solution, so her stomach had begun to growl with hunger. Yangqing resisted the urge to strip the newly confirmed woman naked in the field, but he still tidied up his appearance and took Jane to a nearby border town in Bavaria to eat some simple food. Before that, he had to inform Soren and others that the matter was over and Jane was safe. Jane's face was still flushed, and she was drooling, but it didn't matter anymore. In front of her lover, Jane clearly remembered what her unscrupulous mother, Catherine, once said, "Lady? That's just for other men to see." After the two arrived at the border town in Germany, they found a restaurant and ordered 2 steaks. Many townspeople saw Jane's white coat, still dirty and bloodstained, and felt a little strange. But after all, there were few people in the town, so it didn't cause any uproar. Yangqing came to this rural area in Germany because there weren't many people around. The people were simple and honest, which was a good place for Jane to relax. While Jane was waiting for the steaks to come, Yangqing's eyes inadvertently fell on a sign across the street, and his eyes suddenly lit up. "Honey, you wait here, I'll go across the street first." Under Jane's puzzled gaze, Yangqing got up, walked out of the restaurant, and walked towards a shop across the street. Palermo, Sicily. It was already nighttime. The Colosseum on the sea was brightly lit, but it was already desolate and empty. The first day of the competition had already ended without much suspense. The previous strong mercenaries had successfully advanced to the next round. The real competition would start tomorrow. On a large open-air balcony outside the Cassano Hotel, a middle-aged man wearing a white chef's uniform and a chef's hat was swiftly slicing the salmon on the chopping board with a knife in his hand. Every slice of salmon looked as if it was being cut by a machine. The neatness was jaw-dropping, and it was just the right thickness to slowly melt in one's mouth. Meanwhile, the two hotel maids continued to deliver the seafood dishes to a long table not far away. At the long table, Kristen raised the champagne in her hand and clinked glasses with Xianxia, who was closest to her. After the crisp sound, the two women smiled tacitly and downed the champagne in one gulp. Both women's faces were slightly flushed. It was obvious that they had drunk a lot of alcohol before the dishes were served. "Aphrodite, you don't look worried at all. You're really enjoying yourself," Ares, who was sitting opposite, leaned lazily on the chair with a disdainful expression. "Why not? I'm here for a vacation," Kristen said nonchalantly. As she spoke, Kristen turned around and shouted at the chef, "Poseidon, are you not done yet? I can't wait to start." Poseidon, who was a chef, frowned and raised his head, "No touching the food before I'm done. Otherwise, no one is allowed to eat." Kristen could only shrug and turn around in boredom. Kai Ning had been staring at Poseidon's cooking for a long time. She did not expect Poseidon to be a retired Navy and a chef in a Hawaiian restaurant. Seeing Poseidon cooking, seriously, she was really surprised. "Miss Kristen, why do we have to wait for him to finish before we can eat?" Kai Ning could not help but ask curiously. "Let me answer you." Alice, who was also getting impatient, pursed her lips and said, "Poseidon is very serious about his meals. If he wants to make a table full of food, he has to wait for all the dishes to be served and complete his work before he can start eating. Otherwise, he will feel that it is not perfect. Simply put, he's paranoid about cooking, a perfectionist and paranoid chef," Stern teased with a wink. Kai Ning and Rose could not help but laugh when they heard this. Logically speaking, these fellows had lived for tens of thousands of years and should be old antiques. However, no matter how they looked at it, they were just a bunch of eccentric, cynical children. However, if one were to look at it from another perspective, it would not be difficult to understand. After all, time was too long. If the gods didn't find something to do to kill time and cultivate various interests, it was likely that Hades wasn't the only one who didn't have the desire to live. After another 10 minutes of waiting, Poseidon finally finished the remaining sashimi platters and placed them in the middle of the long table. The entire seafood banquet was colorful and extremely tempting. Poseidon even took out his phone and took a photo of the entire table, looking rather pleased with himself. After a round of ridicule from the other gods, Poseidon finally sat down and gestured for everyone to start eating. He also dismissed all the waiters. This dinner had been initiated by Kristen in the afternoon. Although there were many grievances between the gods, there were still many open and secret struggles that had never ceased. But at the end of the day, they were still of the same race and old friends, so it was reasonable for them to have a meal together. Kai Ning and Xianxia were able to participate partly because of their relationship with Yangqing, and partly because the gods had acknowledged their strength. After all, they had fought with cultivator Xianxia, so they could clearly feel the annoying aura from the two girls. "Hermes, we're already on the island. Can't you take off your black suit? Don't you think this is very inappropriate?" Kristen was drunk and her eyes were misty as she pointed at Raphael opposite her. Raphael picked up a white napkin and wiped his mouth elegantly. "Don't worry, the Blood Clan doesn't have body heat. Who cares if you're hot or not? Besides, you can just suck blood. Why do you need to eat like us?" Raphael chuckled. "This is an affirmation of Poseidon's cooking." "I don't need your affirmation. It's perfect," Poseidon praised himself slowly. Xianxia and Kai Ning looked at each other. Not only were these guys weird, they were also very thick-skinned. Ares devoured the food in front of him very quickly. When he was almost done, the long-haired god of war stood up and walked out of the balcony. "Ares, where are you going?" Stern asked with a frown. "Do you still need to ask?" Ares turned his head. Now is not the time to look for them. What do you think you can do to them alone? Ares sneered. I don't have the time to eat with you guys until midnight, nor am I interested in watching the entire human mercenary conference. I'm here to fight with them. Hey, brother, do you want to be sent to Samsara? Hermes teased. So what? How do I know if I don't fight? Ares said disdainfully. I'm not interested in their schemes at all. You guys don't dare to go, but I do. Stern and Christine frowned at this guy's stubbornness. It was simply unreasonable. At this moment, everyone sensed something and looked towards the sky in the north. Kai Ning and Xianxia were delighted. In the blink of an eye, Yang Cheng's figure landed on the balcony with a big box wrapped in blue silk in his hand. Hades, you're finally back. I thought you were scared out of your wits and ran away. Christine giggled. Yang Cheng clicked his tongue and looked at everyone present. Everyone's here. Nothing happened when I wasn't here, right? Sorry, I had to go to Wales, so I was delayed. As Jane had to rush back to Wales to participate in the New Year's celebration, Yang Cheng sent the woman back to the palace in Wales. Although Jane was reluctant to part with him, she still missed her playful mother, Catherine. She told Yang Chen that she would look for him once the New Year's activities were over. Yang Chen couldn't avoid meeting Catherine and chatting with her, so he didn't rush back to Sicily until night. Not for the time being, but I don't know if there will be after this guy dies, Stern pouted at Ares. Yang Chen was a little confused, but he still walked to Xianxia and Kai Ning and handed the big box in his hand to Kai Ning. Here, Ning Er, this is a gift I brought back for you, Yang Chen said cheerfully. Kai Ning was a little stunned. After slowly taking it, she blinked. Gift? Didn't you go to find Princess Jane? Why? Jane is safe now. This gift is my apology for not being able to accompany you for a full dinner. You can't blame me for taking it. Yang Chen said. I didn't blame you. Kai Ning looked at the box with a smile. What's inside? Yang Chen kept her in suspense. Don't open it now. Wait until we go back to the room. Kai Ning nodded happily. She didn't expect Yang Chen to buy a gift for her when he went out to save another woman. She couldn't help but lower her head shyly, hoping that dinner would end soon. Hubby, you're so biased. Why did you only bring a gift for Ning Er? Xianxia pinched the soft flesh on Yang Cheng's waist angrily. Yang Cheng shook Xianxia's hand embarrassedly. Next time, I'll buy it for you next time. It's mainly because when I found this gift, there was only one. Really? Of course, why would I lie to you, Xianxia baby? Yang Chen quickly kissed the woman's face. Xianxia didn't take it too seriously. After hearing Yang Cheng's words, she smiled happily again. She was just curious about what Kai Ning took. After sending the gifts, Yang Chen asked about what happened. Kristen also briefly explained the identity of the giants and the fact that Ares was going to look for them. After listening, Yang Chen couldn't help but sigh. He had to cram some knowledge about the history of the gods. He didn't expect the giants to really exist. Just like other gods, Yang Chen couldn't figure out why these guys wanted to participate in the Caesar conference. Was there any conspiracy behind it? Thinking of this, Yang Chen said directly to Ares, I advise you not to go. I had a simple fight with one of them. Although I don't know their true strength, I know that you can't even beat one of them. Are you looking down on me? Ares said unhappily, Hades, don't think that I'm not weaker than you just because you beat me last time. I was just careless because I didn't know that the inner force you used was Xiaoxia's technique. Since you put it that way, I have nothing else to say. But it's fine if you die, but it won't be good if we get looked down on. Yang Chen pretended to think, how about this, you want someone to fight with you, right? Since everyone is here, why don't you fight with Raphael? Raphael took a sip of wine and immediately choked. He quickly wiped his mouth with a napkin and revealed his two fangs. Damn it, Hades, are you kidding me? Who wants to fight with this guy? Ares' eyes lit up with excitement. Indeed, he was just itching to fight. He didn't care whether he could win or not. Yang Chen raised his eyebrows. Hee, the gray robe from last time was you? Raphael looked confused. Gray robe? What gray robe? The more you don't have any flaws and pretend to not know anything, The more unreasonable it is because your men must have been sent by you. Yangqing was especially sure that the fake gray robe was played by Hermes, although I don't know why you made a fake belt of charm, you're not the only one messing with me. What? Christine stood up angrily, Hermes. The fake belt was your doing. Aphrodite, do you believe him so much? Why would I do such a boring thing? Hermes spread his hands and said innocently. Kristen got even angrier. Cut it out. Hades isn't someone who spouts baseless words. He must have his reasons. More importantly, Hermes, we've known each other for more than 30,000 years. Once you lie, you'll be especially calm. Do you think we're fools? You. Hermes gritted his teeth and looked at Poseidon and the rest. What about you guys? You also think that I did it? Think about it carefully, what motive do I have? What good does it do me? Stern and Alice didn't say anything, but their expressions said, stop pretending. Poseidon sipped his champagne. Hermes, your deception skills are not as good as your illusions. Hermes was livid with rage. He slammed the table angrily. Alright, since you all know me so well, I'll admit it. I did it. I'm bored, so I want to play. What's wrong? Can't I? Hee, Hermes, I don't care what dirty things you've done or what tricks you're playing. But if you're really angry, why don't you have a few rounds with me? Ares took the opportunity to say. Hermes was also depressed to the extreme as he shouted, come on then. Count it as my bad luck to play with a madman like you. In the end, after glaring at Yangqing fiercely, a pair of wings spread out from the side of his feet, and his figure quickly flew to the distant ocean. Although Ares wasn't as fast as him, he caught up immediately. The two of them would definitely break the seal and fight for a few rounds. If they didn't find an open space in the ocean, they would inevitably destroy a large area. Aphrodite, Hermes made use of your belt. Aren't you going to help Ares beat him up? Alice teased. Kristen, however, calmed down and said as usual, I'm not going. Even if I join forces with Ares, I think we'll only have a 50% chance of beating him. If it wasn't for Hades acting, I wouldn't care what he's doing with my name. No matter what, letting Hermes accompany that madman to calm down is better than starting a war with the giants now, Stern said. Yangqing had never really faced a giant before, so he couldn't help but ask, what do you guys plan to do? Wait and see? They obviously lured us here on purpose. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone to the hotel you were originally going to stay at. They didn't attack you directly because they were waiting for us to gather. It's obvious that they want to go all out. At this time, if we act rashly, we may fall right into their trap. Instead of that, we might as well wait and see what they have up their sleeves. After all, Athena hasn't arrived yet, so we can't say that we have a 100% chance of winning, Poseidon analyzed as he swirled his wine glass. You really have a lot of confidence in Athena. Yangqing smiled helplessly. You've seen her strength, shouldn't you? Poseidon grinned, which was rare for him. Yangqing's mind shuddered. He recalled the experience that night in Korea and felt his scalp tingle. He didn't know where the giants got their confidence from to challenge the gods. For the rest of the time, Yangqing chatted with the others and ate some food before getting up to bring the two ladies back to their room. Kai Ning was still eagerly waiting to see what the gift was. However, Xianxia suddenly remembered something and said, Hubby, I made an appointment to go to the island's night market with Kristen. You and Ning Er should rest first, I'll be back later. As she said that, the woman winked meaningfully. Yangqing couldn't help but feel touched. As expected of the woman who had been with him for 2 years. Her thoughts were exquisite and she even knew how to create an atmosphere for her man. Kai Ning also realized that it was Xianxia who gave the two a chance to be alone. She was grateful and embarrassed at the same time. Needless to say, after a few interruptions, she knew what Yangqing would do tonight. Yangqing naturally wouldn't be nervous. He casually held Kai Ning's hand and returned to the VIP suite. Kai Ning's other hand was tightly hugging the big box. In the quiet corridor, stepping on the soft carpet, Kai Ning could even hear her own heartbeat. Her mind was in a daze, filled with anticipation and apprehension. Stopping in front of the room, he twisted the gold-plated doorknob. As soon as Xianxia entered, he took the initiative to push Kai-Ning against the door and passionately kissed the woman's thin lips. It wasn't Kai-Ning's first time kissing either. She was ignited by the man's passion and tried her best to kiss back. However, it was a little stiff and jerky, as if theory and practice hadn't been closely combined. After at least 10 minutes, the woman's red lips were a little swollen from Xianxia's bite. Only then did the two of them separate. Their pink lips were like fresh cherries. Kai-Ning, who was panting, looked at the man with her watery eyes and suddenly asked, "Hubby, can I look at the gift first?" Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, this woman looked a little cute. Yes, of course. Xianxia let go of the woman's slender waist and let Kai-Ning walk to the table. He pulled the silk cloth off the box, revealing a simple and elegant oak box inside. Kai-Ning took a deep breath and carefully lifted the lid of the box. When she saw what was inside, Kai-Ning was stunned for a long time before she came back to her senses. She looked at Xianxia with some doubt. "This is clothes?" "To be exact, it's a dress I bought for you." "A special dress?" Xianxia smiled. "Dress?" "Yes." Xianxia walked forward and picked up a colorful wreath from the box. After helping Kai-Ning stroke her soft hair, he put it on the woman's head. Kai-Ning's facial features were delicate and gentle. After wearing this wreath, it set off a bit of beauty and elegance, with a hint of European charm. "Put on the rest, I'll help you," Xianxia said as he picked up a light blue dress. Kai-Ning nodded. Although she was a little shy, she still obediently took off her casual clothes, leaving only her bra and underwear. She let Xianxia put on the dress in the box. When the man's hand touched her delicate skin, Kai-Ning couldn't help but tremble and blush. However, Xianxia seemed to be very serious. There was no evil in his eyes. He looked at the beautiful pure white body in front of him as if he was admiring a piece of art. This dress was extremely exquisite. The open collar, waist, sleeves, and cuffs of the jacket were all inlaid with white lace. The apron-style skirt was simple and elegant with a dignified look. The skirt was embellished with embroidery. And a pair of white stockings, after outlining the woman's slender legs, perfectly combined with the dress, added a bit of temptation. This is the national costume of Germany's Bavaria region. Their traditional women's clothing is rarely seen nowadays. Usually, they will wear this colorful dress on special occasions. I found it in a small town on the German border. Unfortunately, this is a handmade dress and there's only one of it, but it's as if the heavens were destined for me to give it to you, Xianxia explained. Kai-Ning looked up and down at her dress. She could even smell a faint floral fragrance. She elegantly turned around, the hem of her dress dancing like a blooming begonia. "Do you like it?" I like it." Kai-Ning didn't hide her joy at all. Xianxia hugged the skylark-like woman tightly and whispered in her ear, "That day, you said that you've been envious of other girls since you were young because they could wear beautiful dresses. Ninger, what I want to tell you is that from now on, there will be at least one man in this world who will always buy you beautiful dresses. You don't have to envy other women anymore. You don't have to borrow your sister's anymore. You don't have to worry about not having a dress to wear anymore. Because I will buy you a lot of dresses and dress you up beautifully." One by one, the clear words entered Kai-Ning's ears. After being stunned for a while, Kai-Ning's eyes gradually became hot and moist. A sweet smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Kai-Ning felt that the dress on her body was warm and melted with her skin. She didn't want to separate anymore. The seaside night market of Palermo. At night, the dazzling lights shone on the rich Mediterranean style of various patterns and decorations, making the entire market with the sea breeze look like a fairy tale country. The street performers sang loudly to the beat of the drums, or danced modern street dances, samba, and cha-cha. With the rhythm, many of the tourists swayed and jumped along with them. In the lively crowd, the vendors spoke fluently with a variety of strange accents with tourists from all over the world. From time to time, there were conflicts caused by bargaining, which made the surrounding crowd even more noisy. In a shop that specialized in women's products, Rose, who was wearing a purple camisole top and a pair of tight jeans, stood in front of a large pile of colorful swimsuits. She looked up, bit her red lips, and carefully looked at each and every one of them, looking quite serious. Because of the regional culture, the women's underwear sold here was mostly ethnic and religious, but it was quite a perfect combination with the world's avant-garde fashion taste, which made Rose a little regretful that she was late. These clothes really made her heart beat. Why, want to buy a swimsuit? Kristen, who was wearing a pair of big sunglasses and a pink cap, came up from behind and asked with a smile. After all, she was a superstar with a worldwide influence. In order to go shopping, Kristen not only deliberately put on a bare face, but also spent a lot of effort to dress in a very different style before she dared to come out. Well, these swimsuits are so beautiful, but the color is too bright, I don't think it's suitable for me. Xianxia was a little regretful. As far as clothes were concerned, Xianxia tended to be conservative. It was not that she was afraid to wear it, but she was used to being a gangster sister in the past. If she wore too much exposure, it would only make people look like a delinquent girl and lose her dignity. However, now that those responsibilities had been removed, Xianxia was still a young woman in her 20s, after all, and was very interested in these bold clothes. Let me guess, you want to wear it for Yangqing? Kristen asked mischievously. Xianxia turned her head away. Of course not. I'll be living in the Mediterranean Sea in the future. How can I not buy a few more swimsuits? Oh, you're still shy? To be honest, you're giving Miss Kai some alone time. You're still feeling bad about it, aren't you? Kristen winked playfully. Being exposed, Xiangwei's face couldn't help turning red as she awkwardly said, I didn't think that much. I was just afraid that Ning'er would be shy. Furthermore, it's not bad to shop here. Didn't you ask me out? Christine looked at her for a while with deep meaning, until Xiangwei was embarrassed. In the end, she could only admit defeat and stomp her foot. Alright, I admit that I'm a little jealous, but it's not that I'm unwilling. This is all of my own free will. After all, why should a woman make things difficult for another woman? We still have a long way to go, and Ning'er isn't the kind of woman who likes to push others around. It's good to get along peacefully. Honest women are more attractive. Christine stretched out her finger and hooked Xiangwei's smooth chin. Little beauty, this is the advice of an old beauty who has lived for tens of thousands of years. Xiangwei bared her teeth and pouted. Then she asked curiously, by the way, Christine, you gods all reincarnated in the body of a human. Then your original appearance definitely wasn't like this. Of course. Then what did you look like at the beginning? Even in your original form must be very beautiful. Rose asked curiously. Christine's expression was a little strange as she smiled stiffly. I feel that if one day you see my original appearance, that is, my original body, it will definitely not be something to be happy about. Why? Sleep with me tonight, and I'll tell you. Christine suddenly licked her red lips and said seductively. Xiangwei shivered and hurriedly took a step back. She rolled her eyes. No way, I don't want to know. Christine giggled as if she had encountered something very happy. She grabbed Xiangwei's hand. Come on, I'll stop joking with you. I'll pick a few killer moves for you that will definitely attract the eyeballs of that pervert, Yangqing. Before she could say anything, Xiangwei had already been pulled in front of a piece of sexy lingerie. Looking at the clothes that Christine pointed out, which were simply made of thread and yarn, and were worn for the sake of not wearing, Xiangwei felt ashamed. However, when Christine picked up a black tulle bra with an exotic pattern outlined by silver thread and embellished with lace, purely from the aesthetic senses, Xiangwei wanted to buy it. How is it? Isn't it very tempting? Even women can't help but want to have children with you when they see you wearing this. Christine said seriously. Come on, how can a woman have children with another woman? Xiangwei curled her lips. Hee hee hee. Little beauty Xiangwei, you're so funny. You're so serious even when you're joking. Christine seemed to be immersed in the fun of teasing Xiangwei. Xiangwei ignored her teasing. She picked up a small flesh-colored underwear and asked in a low voice, this, can really attract his attention? Christine shook her finger. No, it's not attracting his attention. That pervert, Yangqing, doesn't even let go of my maid. He loves to stare at a beauty like you. However, wearing this will empty his heart and liver. Xiangwei heard a key point in her words. What? Your maid? Christine covered her mouth. Even she couldn't stand her mouth anymore. She smiled awkwardly and said, "It's nothing. It's just that. When he came to my house as a guest, he asked my maid to do some oral work for him." Xianxia took a deep breath and let out a long breath. "Forget it. I knew that bad guy likes to cheat. I'm not the legal wife, so who cares about him?" Kristen shrugged. This woman was straightforward. As they spoke, the two women began to compare and choose one by one. Christine was a famous person in the fashion circle. Naturally, she was familiar with all styles and tastes. Even if these sexy clothes were not well-known brands, she could still speak clearly and logically, making Xianxia want to buy a big basket. Just when Xianxia was about to pick a few last ones to pay the bill, a kind of alertness made her frown. "Pa!" Rosa's hand fiercely grabbed behind her, and a hairy hand that was about to touch her perky buttocks was caught right in front of her. Christine also frowned and looked over, but the eyes under the sunglasses could not be seen clearly by others. Turning her head, she saw that it was a middle-aged Asian man with a square face and a short and fat figure. The man was wearing a white shirt, large straight pants, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. "Hey, miss, your beautiful back makes it difficult for me to restrain myself. Please forgive me. You are too beautiful. I fell in love with you at first sight in the crowd." "Japanese?" With a strong Japanese accent, Xianxia could barely understand English. "Let go of our lord." Two tall Japanese men who looked like bodyguards came forward and motioned for Xianxia to let go of her hand. Xianxia snorted coldly, shook off the fat hand, and directly said in English, "Go away." The middle-aged Japanese man rebuked the two bodyguards, turned his face, and stared up and down at Xianxia's chest and slender legs, and asked, "Miss, I know that many of you like to pretend to be a good woman to raise the price, but you can't fool me. Looking at the underwear you choose, I can tell what kind of woman you are. I know your market. Say it, as long as the price is reasonable, I am willing to pay for a week and take you." Xianxia's face was frosty, and she was so angry that she gritted her teeth. This guy actually thought that she was sold. Christine couldn't help but laugh and said, "Xianxia, you ask him, is he willing to pay 100 million a day? You're still laughing? I want to kill him now." Xianxia gnashed her teeth. At this time, the Japanese man noticed Christine. Although she was wearing big sunglasses, from Christine's figure and temperament, he knew that she was not ordinary. The man's eyes suddenly lit up, and he asked with a salivating face, "You are together? Great, I want them all, how about it? I can pay 100,000 euros a day." Christine's beautiful eyes behind the sunglasses couldn't help but show a cold light. 100,000? I will pay you 100,000, how about you let me kick you? Fat pig from Japan. Baka. Lowly prostitute, you dare to scold me. Ouch. Before the Japanese man could finish shouting, Christine's foot had already kicked him to the ground, and he let out a scream. "Not only will I scold you, but I will also really kick you." The Japanese man's internal organs were constantly churning. Fortunately, Christine didn't want to make things bigger, so he didn't die. Seeing their master being beaten, the two Japanese bodyguards suddenly became furious. After one of them helped the short and fat man up, the other rushed up to seize Christine. Although the gods were not sealed and only had human bodies without the use of the law of space, under the strengthening effect of the powerful mental strength, the body was precisely controlled and grew to the limit. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was superhuman. Its strength and acuity were still much stronger than ordinary humans. Although the Japanese man had received professional special forces training, before he could even reach Kristen, he was already smashed on the shoulder by Kristen's thunderbolt kick. He rolled on the ground and fell to the ground. The middle-aged Japanese man's face turned pale with fright when he saw the woman suddenly going berserk. From their skills, he could tell that these two women weren't prostitutes. He had found the wrong one. When he thought of the large number of mercenaries on the island who didn't care about their lives, he immediately thought of this. How could the man still have the mood to fight for face? "Go! Go!" Clutching his chest, the man called out to the two bodyguards and squeezed out of the crowd. The tourists around them burst into laughter, but these Japanese couldn't care less. It was more important to run for their lives. Although this small interlude made Xianxia and Kristen a little depressed, it didn't matter much. When the crowd dispersed, the two women continued to buy their own. However, after hearing what the wretched middle-aged man said, Xianxia didn't dare to buy anything that was too exaggerated. She was thinking about when she should try it on. In the VIP suite of the Casano Hotel, a melodious violin melody reverberated in the room. A Time for Us came from the movie Romeo and Juliet. The beautiful movement allowed one's state of mind to be immersed in gentle gentleness. On the small bar in the room, there was a bottle of 1982 Lafite. Kaining held the tall glass with both hands and sipped on it. Her face was flushed and her eyes were full of lust. From time to time, she glanced at the man beside her who was smiling. When Kaining said that she wanted to drink, Yangqing was stunned for a long time. In the end, he held back his laughter and opened a bottle of wine. Yangqing didn't expect that just when they were deep in passion, when his hand pulled down the woman's skirt to her lower body, the woman would be so nervous. Just 2 more sips will be fine, Kaining said softly, embarrassed. It's okay, it's your first time, it's inevitable to be nervous. I'll wait even if you want to drink a bottle, Yangqing said, pretending to be serious. Kaining was about to cry. She didn't expect that at this juncture, her body would be stiff like a block of wood because of her shyness and nervousness. Fortunately, under the influence of alcohol, she was much more relaxed now. She tried not to control her mind and let the alcohol numb her mind and relax all the muscles in her body. After the song ended, the room became quiet again. Kaining exhaled and put down the wine glass. She hadn't even tasted half of it. Slowly, Kaining took the initiative to hug the man. "Carry me to the bed." Yangqing secretly thought that he could finally get to the point. He pretended to be indifferent, but who would know the itch in his heart? Casually flipping a few light switches, the lights gradually dimmed, and the light shining in from the window made the room look hazy. Yangqing carried the lithe beauty and walked to the side of the soft bed. He bent down and gently put the woman in his arms down. At this moment, there was no need for any extra flirting. The alcohol just now was the best catalyst, but Yangqing still hoped to give the woman as perfect a first night as possible, so he lowered his head and kissed the woman's cheeks, forehead, and thin lips. Amidst the wet and hot lingering kisses, Kaining's throat began to emit a seductive moan. This kind of childish voice, like a sob, especially aroused the wild male hormones. Yangqing's hand began to gradually exert force. Through the wrinkled skirt, he pinched the woman's delicate and soft mountain peaks twice, and then he took off all the cover. They were naked, with only a pair of white stockings left on. It wasn't that he didn't want to take them off, but it was just that he enjoyed the tight, silky touch of the woman's slender legs. Kaining was already in a daze, but the perception of her body told her that this kind of activity, which was crushed under a strong body and teased in all kinds of sensitive parts, was really indescribably tempting. When Yangqing's steel spear stood up and touched the outside of the woman's tender bud, the air on the bed seemed to be dyed red and pink. Kaining's body tensed up for a while, then gently relaxed, as if preparing to welcome that sacred moment. Yangqing could clearly feel that the woman had completely soaked the tip of his spear. It seemed that the time for arousal was long enough. "Little Ning, I'm going in." He didn't know what the woman's meant, but Yangqing didn't care. He was already like an arrow on the bow, and he had no choice but to release it. The moment the huge cannon had entered, Kaining's two jade-like arms wrapped tightly around Yangqing's strong back. Kaining's winding path was exceptionally narrow, but its elasticity was far beyond Yangqing's imagination. Perhaps it was because she had been practicing martial arts since young, and had a soul-forming cultivation base. There was also a surge of pure yin-yuan qi that flowed along Yangqing's genitals, blending with the heaven and earth energy in Yangqing's dantian. Yangqing knew that this was the reason why Tang Lui didn't allow him to touch Kaining. Because of the Xiantian pure yin-yuan qi, Kaining could smoothly and quickly enter the soul-forming stage. But now, this pure yin-yuan qi was absorbed by Yangqing's dantian. To Kaining, who had already entered the soul-forming stage, the effect was negligible. On the contrary, because of the yang-yuan qi from Yangqing's heaven and earth energy, Kaining's cultivation would be even more beneficial. Of course, this kind of harmonious and mutually reinforcing effect would only be effective during the first time of intercourse. Yangqing was not naive enough to think that by making love in bed, he would be able to improve his cultivation base by leaps and bounds. There must be a method and theory behind dual cultivation, but the current Yangqing was still unable to explore it. All of this was secondary. As an experienced man, Yangqing was very clear that the key was to enjoy this moment with the woman. Kaining's clear eyes were filled with a rare charm, and her two slender jade-like legs that were pushed apart trembled lightly. This was because the big thing had pushed against the door of her innocence that had been sealed for more than 20 years. Ning does it hurt? Kaining did not answer. She lifted her beautiful legs and wrapped them around his waist. Her snowy white buttocks were pushed up recklessly. With a painful moan that echoed in the room, Yangqing had already explored it to the end. The tight feeling of his lower body flooded all of his nerves like a tide. Yangqing subconsciously pushed forward again and stuffed the remaining part of his penis in. Ugh! Kaining finally moaned in pain this time. She had never dared to look at how much the man's thing had. She originally thought that she had already eaten it all, but it turned out that she had underestimated it. At that moment, the woman's eyes were filled with tears. It was unknown whether it was because of the pain or the comfort, or both. Yangqing apologetically kissed the woman's tears. I'm sorry, it's too comfortable inside. Kaining smiled sweetly at him. Her face was a little pale from the pain, and her fine black hair spread out like clouds on the pure white silk bedsheet. At that moment, it was enough to make any man go crazy. It's okay, I'll recover very soon. I'm not an ordinary woman. Yangqing smiled. Indeed, Kaining would recover very quickly from such a small injury. If he hesitated, he would waste the beauty's heart. Then I'll start? And, don't let me regret, Kaining bit her red lips, her eyes were like two pools of spring water. Yangqing smiled confidently, as if he had blown the horn of battle. With a low growl, he let out his limbs and began to lash out. His heavy breathing became louder and louder as the bed shook violently. As Kaining's moans rose and fell, Yangqing did not know how long he had been wild for, but he finally released. Kaining's temples were full of sweat from the torment. She lay limply on the bed, thinking that she was going to die. She finally understood why her fearless sister always blushed and said that Yangqing on the bed was the most annoying. Kaining didn't doubt that if it was an ordinary woman, she would have gone into shock a few times already. The bedsheet couldn't be used anymore, it was moist everywhere, and there was a shameful smell. Yangqing carried the woman into the bathroom, wiped her clean, and changed the bedsheet so that Kaining could have a good rest and recover. It was mainly for the cultivation of the mind, the recovery speed of the body was still very fast. My true yuan seems to have gotten stronger, Kaining said with a little surprise after resting for a while. Yangqing was still enjoying the ecstasy experience. He reached out and pinched the woman's chest, causing Kaining to pout coquettishly. That's for sure. After all, my tribulation stage cultivation is helping you, but it doesn't benefit me much, Yangqing smiled helplessly. He wanted to reach the second stage of the Shangqing heavenly lightning tribulation, and the increase in his cultivation was huge. Kaining's purine true yuan was just a drop in the bucket. In Zhonghai, the Jade Clouds Resort was located in the eastern district. It was the only leisure resort that occupied a stretch of coastline. There were all kinds of hotels, shops, supermarkets, and entertainment facilities in the resort. Throughout the year, it welcomed the upper-class consumers from all over the world to relax. More than a year ago, the owner of this resort was one of the most important properties of the second-largest family in Zhonghai, the Liu family. But now, it had changed its name to an in the children's theme park of the resort. Aside from all kinds of cute and playful dolls, there were also a large number of large game consoles, bumper cars, and merry-go-rounds. A large number of families brought their children to the amusement park. After sending their children to the amusement park, the parents could also play cards and chat in the cafes and teahouses nearby. The morning sun was shining brightly, and the faint golden light shone on the outdoor wooden balcony of the cafes. Because it was winter in the south, even though the temperature was still over 10 degrees Celsius during the day, it wasn't cold. However, the customers who came here to relax were all dressed up. Beside a white table by the fence, Lin Ruashi was wearing a pair of white-framed sunglasses that covered half of her face. Her hair was tied up in a simple bun, and she was wearing a light brown double-breasted windbreaker with a clean English-style collar. A pair of layered blue jeans wrapped around her slender legs, and a pair of colorful sports shoes added a touch of color to the winter. The woman held a steaming cup of cinnamon latte in one hand, and her other hand was waving at two figures not far away from the building. At the bumper car park, Lon Lon, who was wearing a bright yellow sweater, was playing with Tang Tang, who was dressed in sportswear. Since the bumper cars could be played by adults and children at the same time, the childish Tang Tang took advantage of Lon Lon and swaggered into the bumper cars. Seeing how excited Lon Lon was, and how many times she went in with Tang Tang, Lin Ruoshi shook her head with a helpless smile. This scene also made the other people present smile. Because the kindergarten was on vacation, and Lin Ruoshi had just quit her job and began to focus on her children and family, she didn't have much time to gather with her close friends before, but now she had a lot of time. Today, Anqing originally wanted to invite Lin Ruoshi, Lon Lon, and Mother Wang to the Biyun Resort. After all, when the Yin group was in crisis last time, it was Lin Ruoshi who saved them. However, it just so happened that Yuan Hui and Yang Jieyu were also taking advantage of Lanlin's holiday to ask Lin Ruoshi and her mother to have a few days of fun, so they bumped into each other. In the end, after Anqing's natural communication skills, everyone simply gathered at the resort. After all, they were a family, so it didn't matter who invited who. When Yuan Hui and his wife found out that Yangqing had recognized a daughter, and that Yang Gongming had also acknowledged this great-granddaughter, they couldn't be compared to the past. After all, this was the first child of the fourth generation of the Yang family. No matter what, as Lanlin's grandaunt and son-in-law, it was better to slowly get to know each other. This child, he even forgot to eat, how rare, Lin Ruoshi couldn't help but say. Maybe he hasn't played bumper cars before. Kids are like this, it's normal to play a lot, Yang Jieyu, who was sitting at the side, pursed her lips and smiled. Yuan Hui patted his son Yuan Yi's shoulder teasingly, Xiao Yi, you should control Tang Tang too. How old is she already, yet she still plays bumper cars with kids. Yuan Yi and Tang Tang also came over to join in the fun. Hearing his father's words, Yuan Yi put on a bitter face and said half-truthfully, how can I control her? Even her mother can't do anything. How useless, if I knew this would happen, I would have had one more back then, Yang Jieyu smiled bitterly and shook her head. She suddenly thought of something and asked Lin Ruoshi, Ruoshi, have you discussed with Yangqing, when are you going back to Beijing for the new year? Lin Ruoshi nodded, he said he'll be back in a week, so there's still 5 days left. Let's go by then. Oh, that's great, we'll be in Beijing by then, it'll be lively with our next family, Yang Jieyu said with a smile. Lin Ruoshi then found out that the Yuan couple was also going back to the Yang family for the new year, and she couldn't help but feel a little more relaxed. With more familiar people, she should feel more at ease in Beijing. You have to be prepared, the new year isn't as relaxing as going to work, especially when you have to visit all kinds of influential people. Not only the collateral relatives of the Yang family, but also your mother-in-law and sister-in-law side of the Gua family. You'll have to visit them too, it'll be tiring, Yang Jieyu gave her a heads up. Lin Ruoshi was a little nervous, are there a lot of people in the Gua family too? Our Yang family is actually considered to have a small population. Most of the established families in Beijing are very prosperous. There aren't many Gua family members, but there are still quite a few who are troublesome. In short, you have to be mentally prepared. If there are some things that you don't like, just turn a blind eye to them if it doesn't concern you. Yang Jieyu said with a sigh. Lin Ruoshi was confused, she could only nod blankly. While they were chatting, Tang Tang held Lanlin's hand and walked upstairs. The two of them, one big and one small, seemed to be arguing about something. Lon Lon was even pouting in confusion. Why are you arguing? It's endless, Yang Jieyu asked curiously. I told Lon Lon to call me sister, but she insists on calling me auntie, Tang Tang said gloomily. Lon Lon said in a serious tone, Mummy said to call you auntie. But I'm still so young and beautiful, how can she call me auntie? Tang Tang was unwilling. The group of people smiled, this girl was really messy, she called Tang Wan sister, and now in front of Lon Lon, she still had to be sister, she was really disrespectful. Stop it, Tang Tang, How can you mislead a child like this? You can't teach Lan Lan to be as disrespectful as you, Yang Jieyu said unhappily. Tang Tang was still a little afraid of this future mother-in-law. She stuck her tongue out. Xianxia smiled and didn't argue anymore. At this moment, Anqin, who was wearing a white lapel jacket, walked out of the cafe. As the host, she was naturally busy preparing all kinds of food and entertainment. Seeing that everyone was here, Anqin led them to the nearest Chinese restaurant. The restaurant faced the sea view and had a wide view. The huge transparent tempered glass windows made people feel as if they were eating in the sea. After all kinds of seafood dishes were served, Lan Lan couldn't wait to go all out. The chubby little girl played for the whole morning. If it wasn't for Tang Tang saying that it was time to eat, she really wouldn't have thought of such an important thing. Before they even started eating, they had already gulped down 3 bowls of shark fin. Lan Lan grabbed a big crab leg and looked at it from top to bottom. She wanted to eat the crab meat inside, but she felt that it was too troublesome to remove the shell, so she put the crab leg on Lin Ruashi's plate and said eagerly, "Mummy, Lan Lan wants to eat crab, help Lan Lan peel the shell." Lin Ruashi was peeling a prawn, and when she heard her daughter's words, she frowned slightly. Anqin, who was at the side, immediately smiled gently and said, "Come, Lan Lan, Aunt will peel it for you." But before Anqin took the crab leg, Lin Ruashi interrupted directly, "No need." Anqin was stunned. Listening to Lin Ruashi's voice, she didn't seem very happy. "It's not like you don't have strength. You're even stronger than Mommy. You're so young and you're already thinking of being lazy. If you want to eat, peel it yourself," Lin Ruashi said and put the crab leg back on Lan Lan's plate. Lan Lan suddenly showed a pitiful expression, but fortunately, she seemed to be used to being talked to by Lin Ruashi like this. She didn't cry or make a fuss. The little girl shook her head and licked her lips greedily. She simply took a spoon to eat the abalone that didn't need to be peeled. Yuan Hui and Yang Jieyu looked at each other, smiled and nodded at each other. They thought that Lin Ruashi spoiled this daughter to the heavens, which was why she resigned from the CEO and went home to take care of the child. But it seemed that Lin Ruashi was still clear-headed and didn't spoil everything. Tang Tang, who was watching this scene, rolled her eyes. She took a crab leg and peeled the shell. She took out the fragrant and tender crab meat and held it in front of Lan Lan's eyes. Lan Lan's gaze was immediately attracted, and she looked at Tang Tang expectantly. "How is it, Lan Lan, do you want to eat it?" Lan Lan nodded vigorously, and even stopped chewing on the abalone. "Aunt Tang Tang, can you let Lan Lan eat it?" "Call me sister, and I'll let you eat it all." "Sister will keep her words," Tang Tang said with a smile. The faces of the others at the table were stiff. This girl was really good at tormenting. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but they also looked at Lan Lan expectantly. After all, it wasn't a very serious problem, and they treated it as teasing the child. Lan Lan looked back at the expressionless Lin Ruashi, as if to confirm if her mother had any instructions. Seeing that Lin Ruashi seemed to turn a deaf ear, Lan Lan looked at the crab meat in front of her again. The chubby little girl clicked her tongue, as if she was struggling in her mind. Should she do it for the delicacy or to protect the face of the missing father? After thinking for a while, Lan Lan finally felt that the missing father was unreliable, so she whispered, "Sister Tang Tang." "Yay!" Tang Tang cheered happily and swung her head at Yuan Yu proudly, as if to say that she won, but she didn't forget to give the crab meat to Lan Lan. Yuan Yu touched his face, looked at Lan Lan who was eating happily, and smiled. "Brother Chen is so pitiful. A crab leg has lowered him by 1 generation." Palermo, Sicily. The Caesar convention ushered in the second day of the competition. With the end of the first day's elimination, the next few days would be a direct battle between mercenaries worth fighting. The news of Yang Cheng's return and Jane's rescue back to Wales excited the people below. Soren seemed to have a lot of white hairs in the past 2 days, but when he picked Yang Cheng up to the Colosseum early in the morning, he finally smiled. However, Yang Cheng did not let them stop the investigation of this incident. Yang Cheng needed to find out which organization planned the kidnapping of Jane and created the Fury incident. Fortunately, with the involvement of North Bio, the clues were not too vague. Yang Cheng asked MakeDawn and others to find as many related forces as possible in secret, so that they could catch them all in one fell swoop. In Yang Cheng's view, there was no need for any forces that dared to threaten his woman to exist at all. When the morning mercenary battle began, Yang Cheng was already sitting in the VIP viewing room with Kai Ning and Xianxia. For Xianxia, who had been out all night with Christine, Yang Cheng had to admire the woman's purchasing ability. When they returned to the hotel in the morning, big and small bags of things filled the trunk of the car. Seeing that the Sea Eagles members had not yet fought, Yang Cheng couldn't help but ask the red-faced woman who was still in the excitement of last night's shopping, "Baby Xianxia, what did you buy last night?" Xianxia was a little embarrassed to speak, and her eyes evaded, "Just some local specialties." "Local specialties?" Yang Cheng raised his eyebrows and said, "Are you interested in those?" Xianxia bought a lot of sexy underwear, and there are some particularly bold styles. Before Xianxia could say it, her bad friend Christine on the side had already started to expose it. "Christine!" Xianxia was so angry that her cheeks turned red. She hurriedly reached out to cover the woman's big mouth. Fortunately, only the Stern siblings were in the VIP room, and they were all familiar with each other. If Ron, Sauron, and a few other big men were here, Rose would go crazy. Christine realized that she had let it slip. She had promised Xianxia not to tell anyone about it. She stuck out her tongue and shut her mouth. Kai Ning, on the other hand, looked at Xianxia curiously with a slight smile on her lips. However, she didn't think that Xianxia was deliberately targeting her. She just found it interesting. An evil smile appeared on Yang Cheng's face. He reached out and pinched Xianxia's soft waist. "So that's how it is. Then you should buy it. The more the better." I didn't buy a lot." "I know, I'm just saying." Yang Cheng's smile deepened. He moved closer to the woman's lustrous ear and whispered, "Can you wear it for me when we get back?" Xianxia felt the heat burning her neck. "Who in this room couldn't hear what you said? And you purposely lowered your voice." Feeling her whole body go numb, the woman subconsciously nodded. "Good girl, I'll take a few pictures of you later." Yang Cheng was satisfied. Alice, who was sitting on the other side, leaned on Stern's shoulder. Looking at Yang Cheng's shameless expression, she couldn't help but giggle. "Hades, I really can't understand how your woman fell for you with such a dirty look." Yang Chen didn't mind at all. He didn't blush nor did his heart skip a beat. Shaking his finger at her, he said, "Siblings like you don't understand our pure feelings at all." While they were chatting, it was finally Sea Eagle's turn on the ring in the center of the field. The opponent of this knockout match was the Odin mercenaries from Northern Europe. They were active near the Arctic Circle all year round. Most of their members were retired elite soldiers of the SEAL Force or Northern European psychics. Because of time constraints, before the top 16, the winner would be decided in one match. The Odin mercenaries sent a strong and vigorous white man. He carried a spear-like metal weapon that looked like a harpoon on his back. He jumped onto the ring with ease. On the other hand, the member of the Sea Eagles sect was a dark-haired Southeast Asian woman with wheat-colored skin and a seemingly delicate figure. She had an average appearance, wore a black leather coat, and held two dark silver daggers in her hands. In the competition of the Caesar tournament, the use of firearms was not prohibited, but almost no one would use them. Firstly, firearms would affect the spectators on the sidelines, and special protection measures were needed. Secondly, in a battle of this level, especially when most of the contestants had special abilities and ultimate skills, bullets would be of little use. On the other hand, solo combat was what mercenaries needed to do the most, so cold weapons could better reflect one's true strength. This match, Weiss from the Odin mercenaries versus Lin from the Sea Eagles. Following the announcer's loud announcement, the scene began to heat up again. The cheers of the audience were like a tsunami. The female member, Lin, was actually an assassin from Zero. However, as an assassin organization, Zero wasn't allowed to participate, so Lin could only temporarily join as a member of the Sea Eagles. After the bell rang, the match began. Lin attacked first. She moved at an extremely high speed and approached Weiss in a snake-like manner. Her daggers were like wings that were spread out, drawing two waves of air. Weiss had removed the harpoon on his back at some point. In the mercenary world, it was normal to have all kinds of strange weapons, and it was up to personal preference. When the spear was stirred into a circle, Lin's movement suddenly stopped. He moved away from the spear's range and lowered his body quickly, like a dark shadow gliding across the ground. His speed suddenly increased, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Whis. The moment his figure appeared, Wise pulled on the handle of the spear with his right hand and pulled out a silver chain. Clang! The two dark silver daggers attacked from below, but they were blocked by the silver chain. Lin didn't expect the harpoon to have a mechanism, and she immediately dodged. The moment she dodged, the spear made use of the recoil to turn around and almost hit her body. It was just a cover, but the speed was so fast that the audience shouted in excitement. Many people wouldn't know what was going on if they didn't see it in slow motion. We shouted and pulled the chain, making the harpoon look like a flexible whip. However, the trajectory was even harder to predict than a whip. It was like countless silver lines and interfaces were dancing on the stage. Seeing that it was difficult to get close, Lin's eyes flashed coldly. She dove down and suddenly disappeared from the stage. The cheers of the audience stopped. Everyone thought that they were seeing things, but many experienced experts immediately realized that something was wrong. Suddenly, 7 or 8 shadows appeared on the arena. They surrounded Whis from the ground and closed in on him. Shadow technique? Yang Chen, who was watching from the stands, was also stunned. The people around him could see what was going on. Kaining was known for her speed, so she said, "It's an assassination technique that uses a special movement technique and extreme speed." That's right. A few years ago, I saw an assassination master use it in Zero. When it was used to its fullest, it was like a shadow that covered the sky. Seems like it was her master. But Lin is still young, it's good that she's this skilled. Yangqing nodded approvingly. As he spoke, Lin's figure had already appeared behind Wei's. Her daggers drew a bloodthirsty gash as she moved diagonally upwards to seal the artery on Wei's neck. It was too late for Wei's to turn around. Unexpectedly, the chain in his hand shook and the harpoon fell vertically. As long as Lin followed this trajectory, even if the dagger was on Wei's neck, it would still be a draw because she wouldn't be able to dodge the attack. Seeing this, Lin expressionlessly raised the other short blade in his left hand and threw it with a backhand. After the sound of metal colliding, the harpoon was knocked away by the dagger. At the same time, the dagger in Lin's right hand was pressed against Wei's neck. Wei's didn't expect this to happen. He had underestimated the beauty of dual wielding. Seeing that he was going to lose, he admitted defeat like a gentleman. As the audience erupted in applause, Lin quietly put away her dagger and walked off the stage. Seeing that Sea Eagles had successfully advanced to the next round, it was already time for a lunch break. Yangchen wasn't too interested in watching these games that weren't exciting to him, so he immediately patted his butt and prepared to leave. The Stern siblings and Kristen were only here to see how the giants were doing. Since there was nothing else to see, they naturally planned to leave together. But just as they were about to go out for a walk and have a meal, as soon as they walked out of the VIP room, a few people coming from the corridor at the door made Rose and Kristen stop in their tracks. They saw a short and fat Asian man in a suit and tie, who looked particularly solemn, talking to a few white men. They were obviously government officials, and behind them were a large number of bodyguards. This middle-aged man was the Japanese man they met at the lingerie store last night and was knocked down by Kristen. Even the bodyguards behind him looked the same. When the group of people walked past them, the Japanese man lingered on Xianxia and the other girls for a while, but he quickly walked past them. "What's wrong? Do you guys know each other?" Yangqing asked in confusion. Kai Ning and the Stern siblings didn't know what was going on either. Kristen and Xianxia, on the other hand, frowned in confusion. They didn't know what was going on. "Not really," Xianxia said hesitantly, "but, that person, why does it seem like he's never seen us before?" Seeing that Yangqing and the others didn't understand at all, Xianxia briefly explained what happened last night. "Could it be that the person was embarrassed and deliberately pretended?" Kai Ning said. Kristen, Stern, and the others shook their heads. Obviously, they didn't think this possibility existed. In our long lives, what kind of people haven't we seen? It's impossible for someone to pretend in front of me without me noticing. Kristen frowned and said, "Moreover, looking at his performance last night, he isn't a person who is particularly good at pretending. It's fine if he can pretend that he was kicked by me, but how could his bodyguards not recognize us? Such a phenomenon can only mean that something happened that made them really forget us. For a time, a cloud of doubt made everyone stand at the door, but they were a little puzzled. Yangqing glanced at the camera in the corridor, took out his mobile phone, and dialed Ron's phone number. "Hubby, what are you doing?" Xianxia asked. Yangqing pointed to the camera. "Let Ron check the identity of these guys who passed by at this time. Maybe we can find some special information." Although it might not be something great, Yangqing always felt that there was something fishy behind it. After instructing Ron, Yangqing led everyone to an Italian restaurant by the sea for a simple lunch. After that, they inevitably went to the beach to sunbathe. However, as soon as they arrived at the beach, they saw a large number of girls in swimsuits strolling by. Their big breasts and buttocks were swaying, and Yangqing thought about the pile of new products that Xianxia bought. Just then, Xianxia looked over as if she understood something. Their eyes met, causing Xianxia to blush a little. "Baby, I think you're tired. Why don't you go back and rest? Take a shower, change your clothes, dress nicely and sleep. Didn't you not sleep last night?" Yang Chen had a concerned look on his face, as serious as if Rose really needed to sleep. Kai Ning, who was at the side, felt embarrassed. After being close to Yangqing for a long time, she realized that this man was really a scoundrel to the extreme. However, she had already bought a lifetime ticket, so she could only go along with it. Xianxia saw that Kristen and the others were smiling at her, and she was so angry that her teeth itched. She simply thought that she bought it to wear for men anyway, so it didn't matter if she wore it sooner or later. "Then I'll go back. Come back and sleep with me later." After Xianxia completely let go, she hugged Yangqing's neck and kissed him, then turned around and returned to the hotel. Seeing this, Yangqing was overjoyed and asked Kai Ning, "Ning, why don't you accompany Xianxia? I'll go to you later." Kai Ning couldn't stand such stimulation. She was a little flustered and shook her head like a rattle. "Go ahead, I'll sunbathe for a while. I won't disturb you, sleep." Yangqing felt a little regretful and wanted to persuade her again, but his phone vibrated. It was Ron calling. After all, the mafia was the master here, so it was quite easy for Ron to find this information. After listening to Ron's report, Yang Chen's expression showed a thoughtful expression. Although it seemed very casual, stern, Kristen, and the others all realized something and paid attention to this matter. At this moment, they all looked over. A strange smile appeared at the corner of Yang Cheng's mouth. That Japanese is called Kagawa Nakashu, the Minister of Special Defense of Japan. He is responsible for representing Japan to participate in this Caesar conference. He is also the person in charge of Japan. The two beside him are the Deputy Director of the Portuguese Intelligence Agency, Penny, and the other is the Chief of the Italian Underground Defense Department, Rom. No wonder his bodyguards call him Sir. Kristen nodded. Why are the people from Japan's Special Defense Department here? Shouldn't the self-defense forces be representing Japan to watch the battle? Kai Ning was puzzled. Yangqing explained, the mastermind behind the Caesar conference is jointly organized by China, the world's main developing country, and developed countries. Of course, most of the people here are NATO and European countries. And in these countries, the departments involved in the planning and implementation are all the underground departments of each country. The military is only here to watch the battle, not the real mastermind behind the scenes. So, those people are the representatives of the organizers of the Caesar conference. If that's the case, how could he let it go so easily when Miss Kristen kicked him last night? Kai Ning was puzzled. Ning, you don't understand. The more he works underground, the more he has to swallow the losses. At least he can't fight for face in the open. Yangqing smiled and then thought, what I'm curious about now is why he suddenly doesn't remember meeting you last night. Stern said, if this matter is related to the giants, I'm afraid it's not simple. The purpose of them leading us here should be related. But can those guys do something like erasing memories? Kristen said in disbelief. Anyway, investigate whether the special department officials of these countries have contact with the giants. Hades, it's up to you. You have a lot of people under you, Alice said with a smile. Yangqing spread out his hands. He naturally wouldn't let this kind of thing go. After telling Ron and Make Dawn about the investigation, Yangqing returned to the hotel excitedly. He couldn't wait to see Xianxia wearing sexy clothes. Women were indeed true to their words. If he asked her to take a bath, she would really take a bath. However, Yangchen seemed to have returned early. Rose hadn't had the time to change into the assortment of erotic items that had been scattered. Xianxia pouted, "I haven't chosen what to wear yet." "It's okay, you look good in a bath towel." Yangchen couldn't be bothered to wait any longer. Smelling the woman's fragrance and the bath essential oil, his adrenaline began to secrete uncontrollably. Yangchen sat on an empty big bed and waved at the woman. "You're so horny." Xianxia muttered, but still sat in his arms with a bath towel wrapped around her. The two of them were alone. Xianxia seemed to be much more at ease. Her natural charm and grace were vividly revealed at this moment. The woman's bath towel wrapped around her butt and directly tied a knot in front of her chest. She held up the two round balls next to her a little, then sat on Yangchen's lap and swayed, as if she would send her chest to the man's mouth at any time. "Darling Xianxia, you're becoming more and more like a fox spirit." Yangchen helplessly found the most suitable adjective for her and hugged the woman's waist. "If I'm a fox spirit, then what is Ning? Xianxia asked with a smile. "Ning. A fox spirit that hasn't grown up yet." "Go, in your eyes, we're all foxes." "Yes, I'm just a fox that raised a nest of foxes," Yangchen said proudly. Xianxia pretended to be angry. Her small hand grabbed onto a certain dishonest fellow between her plump thighs. Yangchen sucked in a breath of cold air. This hand made his clone feel so comfortable. Under Xianxia's bath towel, a pair of lotus petals had long since been opened. Grabbing onto the handle, she raised it slightly towards the gap between her buttocks. When her perky buttocks fell down, both of them couldn't help but sigh, feeling a little light. She was full. After so long, this guy with full capital was still so exciting. "Don't move." Xianxia puffed out her chest and raised her head to look at him. He lowered his head and bit her scallion-like fingertips. The man's tongue was soft and greasy, but it was also a little rough. The itchy feeling from her fingertips made her feel numb to her heart. When Yangchen heard this, he leaned back on the bed and opened his mouth that was biting her fingertips. Then, he let out a comfortable breath and spread out his hands, indicating that he had given her the right to lift it. "That's more like it." The corner of Xianxia's mouth curled up, and her buttocks were slightly raised. With just this movement, Yangchen could clearly see the scenery between her buttocks. Before he could even sigh, she sat down heavily on him again, causing him to almost jump up in excitement. With a grab from afar, the remote control on the opposite table flew into Xianxia's hands. Xianxia turned on the music on the TV and directly played a strong electronic music. Xianxia's waist began to sway slightly, and together with her two smooth arms, she swayed like a water snake. Her movements quickly caught up with the rhythm of the music, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. She softly hummed this melody, and after a few minutes of warming up, she turned to Yangchen and said, "Hubby, between me and Ning, who is more comfortable?" Yangchen's face was already as red as if he had drunk alcohol, but the feeling of wanting to die was not something that could be expressed with words. "You are comfortable." Yangchen had not fainted yet. When facing a woman, of course, he only needed to please a woman. Women did not need to be high or low, it was just a moment of happiness. Xianxia smiled sweetly. She was the most seductive bullfighter. Her fingertips pinched his waist twice, using the slight pain to stop his desperate attempt to push up. As her waist swayed, her hand pulled on the knot in front of her chest, and the white bath towel was thrown to the ground. The pair of towering peaks swayed up and down, but because her back was facing him, Yangchen could only see a small arc under the woman's ribs when she raised her arm. That sense of urgency made Yangchen's hands uneasily clench a few times, and in the end, he let go. He did not put the pair of round balls in his palm and casually knead them. She said that he did not want to move, so he would let the woman play for a while longer. After more than half an hour, Xianxia's low hum had already turned into a high-pitched moan. The tenderness and sweetness that was brewing had already become sticky, and it overflowed from her body, filling the entire room with a somewhat obscene atmosphere. Seeing this, Yangchen evilly moved his lower body, pushing the woman down from his body, and pressed his entire body down. "You." We agreed that I would do it, Xianxia pouted coquettishly. I'm afraid that you will be tired, so let me do it. It's only right for a man to work a little harder. Yangqing kissed the woman's cherry lips, and at the same time, began to violently charge towards the woman. The room's curtains were drawn, and no one knew what the scenery outside was like. At this moment, the door to the room was opened. The moment Kaining entered the room, she only smelled a shameful smell. When she saw the scattered clothes on the bed, as well as all kinds of thin bras and panties, Kaining followed these and looked at the big bed inside. She suddenly had the urge to rush out of the door. If she had known earlier, she would have spread out her divine sense to check carefully before coming in. Xianxia was already wearing a violet chiffon bra and lace panties, and she was deliberately not taking them off. She directly separated her pair of fair legs and sat between Yangcheng's legs, her plump buttocks wriggling back and forth. Yangcheng's face was buried between the woman's snow-white peaks, rubbing against the silky fabric. The feeling was especially enchanting. From Xiangxia's somewhat weak voice, one could tell how long the two of them had been fighting for. However, because he had entered the soul formation stage, even after such a long time, he was still able to immerse himself in it. Seeing Kaining enter the door and stand there in a daze, Xianxia acted as if she had seen her savior and waved her jade-like arm. Ning quickly save me. I really can't take it anymore. Xiangxia's voice was actually pleading. Kaining bit her red lips, not knowing whether to advance or retreat. You guys. Why aren't you guys done yet? It's already dark. Yangqing laughed heartily. Isn't it because Xianxia is unwilling to admit defeat? Of course I have to accompany you to the end. No way. You shamelessly suppressed me. Xianxia muttered unwillingly. Kaining didn't know whether to laugh or cry at these two clowns. Alright, quickly wash up and put on some clothes. Christine told me to call you guys over. There's movement from the giants. Yangqing was surprised that there was news from the giants so soon. However, since it was an urgent matter, Yangqing could only suppress his urge to pin Kaining down on the bed. He quickly took a shower and put on some clean clothes before heading to the hotel's conference room. Poseidon, Christine, and the rest were already seated in the conference room, discussing something. Yangqing noticed that there was a letter in the middle of the conference table. There were some scribbles written in black on it. He couldn't tell which language it was written in. What are you guys talking about? What's on this? Yangqing asked with a frown as he picked up the letter. Christine glanced at Yangqing's lower body with a weird gaze and smiled. Do you want to learn? It's the language of the Protoss. Yangqing was stunned. No wonder he couldn't understand it. He shook his head and said, no need, I know enough foreign languages. Just tell me what it's about. It's simple. The leader of the Cyclopes, Brontes, invited us to have a meal in the dining hall after the Caesar Conference competition tomorrow morning. He said that it's their meeting after 20,000 years, Poseidon said with a straight face. Why did they suddenly take the initiative to talk? Why didn't they contact us before? Yangqing was confused. Stern held his arm and pinched his chin. He said slowly, this is also something we don't understand. They didn't take the initiative to take revenge, but instead, they appeared so brazenly. What's the reason? Why do we care so much? I think since they invited us, it's most likely to end this feud. If they want to fight, let's fight. If they submit to us, we'll spare their lives, Ares said in disdain. The other gods looked at him helplessly. Obviously, they couldn't do anything about Ares' rudeness. Yangqing thought for a while and asked, are you guys worried that we might not be able to defeat them if we really fight? Hermes laughed and said, if we were on Mars, they wouldn't even be able to fight one of our fingers. I can kill them all by myself. But it's different now. Without either Athena or Zeus, we may not be able to defeat them even if we use all our abilities. Of course, we can still protect ourselves. Don't you still have me? Xianxia and Ning are also at the soul formation stage. Why should we be afraid of them? Yang Qing shrugged. Hades, you think too little of the giants, Alice said helplessly. Whether it's the Cyclops or the Centimanes, they have an advantage against the cultivators of Xianxia because they have the bloodline of our ancestors, the Titan blood. Titan's blood? That's right. Alice glanced at the others. Seeing that no one was stopping her, she continued, the Titan's blood is the oldest bloodline of the Protoss. It is also our oldest and most powerful source of energy. The reason why we have less than 20% to 30% of our original strength is because our Titan's blood has been sealed. And because the giants are a branch of our ancestors' bloodline, even if they don't have divinity due to their racial flaws, they are not considered gods. Therefore, their Titan blood is not as pure as ours. It's not as powerful, but because it's not pure enough, it hasn't been sealed. Wait. Xianxia interrupted, I've always wanted to know why the gods lost so much of their strength. Since the Titan blood is so powerful, why did they seal it? Is it related to Gaia's heart? This? Alice hesitated, a hint of sadness in her eyes. Don't ask, it doesn't matter anymore. For us, it's an eternal pain in our hearts. Kristen hurriedly took over the conversation. I'll help Alice continue. The Titan bloodline allows them to inherit extremely powerful innate abilities. Not only that, but their physical strength and resistance make them not very afraid of the true inner force of Xianxia cultivators. Because the true yuan of the cultivators of Xianxia is actually a kind of element in the universe. You call it spiritual energy, but in essence, it's the same. You have to know that other than Zeus, who suppressed them with lightning and sent them into a different dimension, none of us could do it. Even Athena couldn't kill them when she sealed her Titan blood. If they fought with their lives on the line, wouldn't they be beaten to the point of reincarnation? Xianxia smiled bitterly. Not really. Let's not talk about whether or not they have the intention to fight. Even if they really came for revenge, we have the advantage in numbers. Besides, you've cultivated the law of space and Xiaxia's techniques, so it should be quite effective. It's a pity that you haven't reached the level of the cultivators of the Shangqing Heavenly Lightning Tribulation 20,000 years ago. Otherwise, you'd be much more of a threat to them, Poseidon said. Xianxia thought to himself, even if I haven't reached the level of the cultivators of 20,000 years ago, at least I have the Chaos Cauldron with me. It's still unknown who will win. On the other hand, these guys, including Kristen, were all secretive about the Titan bloodline, as if they were afraid that he would know something. It was really suspicious. Unfortunately, they were all old foxes who had lived for tens of thousands of years. How could he get anything out of them? When Kaining and Xiangwei heard these secrets of the celestial race, they were curious and did not feel much. After all, they were just cultivators. As women, they only cared about Yangcheng's safety. After the discussion, the thoughtful Poseidon specially asked Hermes to secretly check to see if anyone had tampered with the Colosseum of the Caesars conference in case it was a trap. For Hermes, who was extremely fast and cunning, this should not be a difficult task. In the face of a common enemy, Hermes was cooperative and gladly agreed. After a night, it was time for the third day of the Caesar tournament. This was the competition for the top 32. Those who could stand on the stage were all well-known mercenary organizations in the underground world. All the important officials of the host country also appeared in the stands. Among the tens of thousands of spectators, there were also a large number of mercenaries who had been eliminated but did not leave. It could be said that the atmosphere was very lively. Just like a few days ago, Poseidon, Hermes, and Ares used a VIP seat, while Yangqing brought the two women and shared a seat with Kristen. Before the start of the competition, Yangqing received a report from Maekdon that the left minister of the Special Defense Department of Japan, Kagawa Nakatoshi, did not have any contact with the Cyclops or the Giants. The officials of other countries also did not have any contact with them. However, these officials participated in a temporary secret meeting last night. Due to the lack of time, there was no way to know what was discussed. Yangqing immediately had a hunch that the key to this matter should be focused on last night's secret meeting. But now it seemed that it was a little too late to investigate. Just as Yangqing was thinking, Sauron suddenly called. Your Majesty Pluto, something is wrong. Sauron's tone was quite urgent. What do you mean? Take a look at the next round's announcement. Yangqing raised his head and looked at the huge digital signboard in the distance. It said, next round, Sea Eagles vs the Godslayers. How could this be? Aren't we only going to meet them in the semifinals? Yangqing was stunned. He had seen the matchup table. As the seeded team, Sea Eagles would only meet the Godslayers in the later stages of the competition. The contestants of the Cyclops family were on the other side, and they would only meet in the finals. Someone secretly made a last-minute change, and the officials said that it was because of the original matchup table input error. This is a joke. They purposely wanted us to meet the Godslayers first. Sauron said angrily. Xianxia frowned. It seemed that the show was about to start, but he did not know what those guys were planning. However, there was no turning back. It would be blasphemy to ask the Sea Eagles to give up the competition. They would rather die in battle than to give up. This was the blood that flowed in their veins. After Kristen and the others also noticed this, their expressions became rather solemn. The 5 members of Sea Eagles walked into the ring fearlessly. They were only excited to know that the competition schedule had been changed. They could defeat these disrespectful guys in advance. The ignorant were fearless. As for General Sauron's reminder to immediately give up and leave the ring when the situation was not right, the Sea Eagles members did not take it to heart. Amidst the thunderous cheers of the audience, the 5 white-robed golden-faced giants of the God Slayers, who were the favorites to win the championship this time, walked onto the arena quietly. In the face of the 5 golden-faced, white-robed giants, the 5 Sea Eagles members led by the bald Nasri did not dare to be negligent. The moment before they stepped onto the stage, they had already decided on a cooperative strategy to attack the 5 opponents one by one. Hades, are you sure you want to let them go? Kristen asked worriedly. Xianxia looked at the ring below expressionlessly, with some complicated emotions in his eyes. Not letting them go is crueler than letting them die. Christine opened her mouth in astonishment, but didn't say anything more. In the ring, the bald Nasri was already gearing up for a fight. His sandbag-sized fists were clenched so tightly that they made popping sounds. He grinned and said, "Hee hee, I didn't expect to run into you so early. It's time to see what I'm made of." The 5 golden-faced giants on the opposite side did not have the slightest intention to speak. The golden-faced giant in the lead stretched out his hand and curled his finger contemptuously at Nasri and the others. "Bring it on." Seeing such a provocative and arrogant attitude, the 5 Sea Eagles members were naturally furious. They also knew in advance that the man they regarded as an existence of faith was watching the battle from above. How could they not try their best to regain their face? Lynn, Mira, Brett, Diamond, go. At Nasri's command, the murderous aura of the other 4 warriors suddenly erupted and attacked the 5 people on the opposite side. Lynn, who had already made a name for himself yesterday, did not hide this time. With a turn, his figure turned into an invisible phantom, as if there were several silhouettes flashing in the air, quickly approaching the opposite side. The long-haired man with triangular eyes, Diamond, emitted layers of black mist. After silently chanting some incantation, his eyes were red like a ferocious beast. The muscles on his body bulged, and in the midst of a roar, he also rushed forward. Nasri himself finally revealed the characteristics of an Esper. After the clothes on his upper body burst open due to the bulging muscles, his majestic body was revealed. There seemed to be a crystal-like brilliance flowing on his skin. His legs slammed into the ground, and his figure that blasted forward was like a human-shaped cannonball. Shadow spell. Demonization of Satan believers, crystal petrification. Stern couldn't help but click his tongue when he saw the methods of these people. Hades, your subordinates are quite a lot of strange people. In the long river of history, the experienced and knowledgeable gods recognized these special abilities and skills at a glance. They had come into contact with them in the past. It's a pity that they aren't humans. Otherwise, they would be able to do something. Christine sighed. Sure enough, among the 5 golden-masked men, the one in the lead took a step forward and stood horizontally to block the way, as if he alone could hold the pass against 10,000 men. Before the 3 Sea Eagles could reach him, he lightly stomped on the ground with one of his feet. Boom! The distance between them was enough to shatter the solid granite on the ground, causing a large amount of flying stone particles to fly everywhere. With another sweep of his leg, a large amount of stones rained down on Nasri and the other 2 like locusts and bombs. The originally imposing attack was completely blocked by these armor-piercing stones. The 3 of them immediately stopped and could only dodge and block. At this moment, the 3 of them cooperatively dodged to the sides, leaving a gap. The tall and thin black man, Brett, who was standing at the back, opened his mouth in unison. After a moment of control of his chest, he seemed to shout out a note. Bang bang bang. Boom. A large amount of granite exploded like a bomb at this moment. Sound wave attack. Many knowledgeable mercenaries at the scene could see that this kind of special ability was extremely difficult to control. Obviously, this Brett was able to concentrate the sound wave on this piece of granite and make these stones explode at the position of the golden masked man. He must have trained very hard. But the golden masked man was not affected at all. He just let out a faint sneer and his figure suddenly flashed. His powerful physical strength allowed the golden masked man to just bounce on his feet and appear in front of Brett as if he had teleported. A finger seemed to lightly flick on Brett's throat. Ugh! Brett let out a blood-curdling scream. He clutched his throat and staggered backward. Beside Brett, the white beauty, Mira, who had not had a chance to make a move, suddenly had two blue halos appear in her eyes. Ice sealing field. An irregular huge block of ice instantly formed in front of Mira and sealed the golden masked man inside. The ice was as thick as a giant tree and as tall as two people. It emitted a chilly airflow, which shocked everyone. They did not understand how it suddenly appeared. Only then did they realize that the beauty who had been standing at the back was actually a mage. Although magic had always been the main domain of England's Sword in the Stone and Merlin Magic Association, it did not mean that other organizations did not have masters who were good at this ancient European special ability. As a young magic genius, Mira was one of them. This is a good chance. Go. Seeing that Mira had successfully sealed the golden masked man with ice, Nasri immediately called Lin and Diamond to attack the ice from 3 angles, trying to break through the ice from 3 directions and injure the opponent at the same time. However, the 5 of them did not notice that the other 4 golden masked men did not have any intention of helping at all. The frozen golden masked man did not move at all. He just silently waited for the 3 of them to attack. Clang! The moment the cold ice was shattered, the 3 people's fists and sharp blades all hit the golden masked man inside the ice. However, what terrified them was that this guy could not break through the ice at all. It was as if he had hit an iron wall or a defense that was even more perfect than that. That's it? The golden masked man chuckled disdainfully. Then, he casually opened his hand and grabbed the blade in front of him. The sharp blade was unable to harm his hand in the slightest. After the golden masked man picked up the blade, he turned around and slashed it down at lightning speed. Lin. No one knew who cried out first, but fresh blood spurted out from the roots of Lin's arms. Lin's arms had already been chopped off before she could even react. Lin's eyes widened. Her pupils constricted and the whites of her eyes dilated. She could not believe that her arms had been separated from her. Seeing that his teammates' arms had been chopped off, the demonized Diamond's eyes turned red. He opened his mouth and bit the golden masked man's neck crazily. But the golden masked man's hand had already firmly grasped Diamond's lower jaw and squeezed it lightly. Crack! With the sound of bones breaking, Diamond's lower jaw was completely crushed. He screamed and blood spurted out. He was thrown to the far side of the arena like a dead dog. This suffocating and cruel method caused the entire audience to be shocked into a deathly silence. But the golden masked man did not intend to stop. Under the mask, he had already set his eyes on the young girl, Mira, who was in a daze because of her sadness. I like your big shiny eyes very much. How about giving them to me? The voice that seemed to freeze her blood made Mira shiver. Be careful, Mira. Nasri, who had dodged, shouted. The golden masked man's fingers stabbed towards Mira's wide-open watery eyes. Obviously, he was going to dig them out. Just when everyone could not bear to watch the next scene, a white figure appeared in front of Mira like an illusion and grabbed the golden masked man's fingers. Enough. Yang Cheng's hand gripped the golden masked man's fingers tightly. But even though Yang Cheng had used almost all his strength, the golden masked man's hand still showed no signs of being injured. The audience was in an uproar. Most people were completely unfamiliar with the man who suddenly appeared in the arena. They did not know who he was, but judging from his speed, he was obviously an extremely terrifying character. Your Majesty Pluto. Nasri and Mira, who were the only ones who could react normally, burst into tears of joy. At the moment of life and death, Yang Cheng actually stood in front of them. Yangqing looked at them apologetically. I know this is not something to be happy about, but I can't watch you be humiliated even if I have to watch you die. Hee hee. The golden-masked man sneered. Hades, do you really think I'm interested in dealing with these little bugs? It's not appropriate for you to break the rules of the competition so openly. If humiliating an opponent who has already lost is also the rule of the competition, then it's also the rule of the competition for me to kill all of you. The golden-masked man just lowered his head slightly and looked at the two fingers that were still held by Yangqing. Are you sure you want to keep holding them? You should be able to feel that although your physical strength is far superior to that of a human, it is still far inferior to ours. How would you know if you don't try? Before Yangqing's voice died away, his left fist had already smashed into the golden-masked man's abdomen with all his strength. Bang! The low rumble announced just how terrifying the power contained in this fist was. But what was even more amazing was that the golden-masked man's body did not move at all, only his cloak was blown away by the strong wind of the fist. Yangqing's eyes widened in disbelief. His fist could even penetrate a 10-layer armored car's steel plate. His body had been tempered by the endless resolve restoration scripture and the Tai Ching heavenly thunder. Not only Yangqing, but Kai Ning and Cheng Wei were also stunned. They could not imagine that the golden-masked man's body could not be afraid of Yangqing's fist at all. Before Yangqing could react, the golden-masked man showed a touch of mockery in his eyes, and his right fist smashed into Yangqing's abdomen like a beam of light. Bang! Yangqing's body flew backward in a straight line like a cannonball. He did not even have time to make a muffled sound in his throat before he was smashed more than 100 feet away as if he had teleported, and smashed into the rock wall of the Colosseum. Boom! Stones flew everywhere, and in a huge hole, Yangqing used the heaven and earth restoration force to stabilize his body in time, so that he could offset part of the force. Even so, Yangqing still took a few heavy breaths and touched his abdomen subconsciously. His white linen shirt had been completely shattered. His internal organs were in turmoil, as if his intestines had tied up his liver and stomach. If it wasn't for the heaven and earth restoration energy in Yangqing's body, he might have vomited blood due to the internal injuries. Hubby! The two women finally couldn't hold back anymore. They flew down from the stands and came in front of Yangqing. They wanted to reach out and help the man up from the pit. How are you? Are you hurt? Kai Ning asked worriedly. Yangqing waved his hand to indicate that there was no need. He smiled bitterly and said, It's fine. I just wanted to try using pure physical strength. It seems that I'm indeed no match for you. Why don't you use your true essence to protect your body? I already said that they have the Titan bloodline, and their bodies are even stronger than the gods, Cheng Wei complained in dissatisfaction. Yangqing grinned. This bloodline is indeed strange. With this physique, it's no wonder that their mixed blood descendants aren't something that human mercenaries can fight against. Seeing that Yangqing had already entered the battlefield, the audience began to panic. After all, this sudden situation left most people scratching their heads. Christine, Poseidon, and the other gods nodded at each other in tacit understanding. Without further ado, the 6 main gods all landed in the arena. The 5 golden-masked men didn't pursue Yangqing. Instead, they stood together leisurely, as if waiting for something. After 20,000 years, I can't even recognize you. The leader of the golden-masked men exclaimed. Stop hiding, Briareus. Your voice has never changed, Poseidon said with a serious expression. Briareus chuckled and gestured to the golden-masked men beside him. After nodding, he slowly took off his mask. When the 5 giants took off their masks and cloaks, the audience finally saw the true appearance of the 5 so-called god-slayers. Unexpectedly, these 5 giants all had extremely ordinary appearances. In fact, other than their sharp edges, they could even be said to be rough to the point of being somewhat ugly. Their skin was slightly bronze, and the hair on their heads was sparse and even white. They looked a little like bald middle-aged men. However, in this arena, no one dared to underestimate these 5 people. This was because these 5 people possessed the strength that they possessed. At this time, Yangqing gently rubbed his abdomen that was hit. He walked to the side of the gods and gestured to Nasri and Mira from Sea Eagles to take the injured people away. Look, the three in the middle are the three strongest centimanes, Briareus, Kotos, and Gurgs. The other two are the Cyclops, Stoirops and Arches. Kristen understood Lucien's point of view. You see, the three in the middle are centimanes. Centimanes, Cyclops? Xianxia raised his eyebrows. I can't tell that they have 100 hands. Don't they also have 2 eyes? Briareus, who was the leader, grinned and said, Ignorant new Hades, you are so ignorant that it's pitiful. It's a pity that the god of hell's divinity will fall today after such a short period of time. Hee, Briareus, you talk big. Do you think that coming back from the alternate dimension can change the nature of the inferior Protoss? Ares laughed sarcastically. The 5 giants' eyes were filled with ferocity and anger quickly surged. Inferior Protoss. Briareus was so angry that he laughed. What an inferior Protoss. You bunch of hypocritical cowards who have even given up on the Titan bloodline. What right do you have to say that we are inferior Protoss now? The Titan bloodline still flows in our bodies. Compared to you, we are the real gods. Cut the crap. Even if we sealed the Titan bloodline, what can you do? Come, fight with me. Let's see if you have improved. Ares was already full of fighting spirit. He excitedly hooked his finger at the 5 giants, and the divine power on his body surged. It was obvious that he was going to break the seal. Ares, are you out of your mind? There are tens of thousands of ordinary humans here. Christine stopped him. Aphrodite, we have nothing to talk about since 20,000 years ago. Are you still hoping to solve the problem peacefully today? They are the ones who came to us. We have no other choice but to fight. Ares' eyes flashed. In the midst of his roar, the huge Colosseum seemed to tremble along with the divine power that was unsealed. However, the moment Ares was unsealed, his entire divine might suddenly withered. How can this be? Ares' eyes were wide open. He stood rooted to the ground, as if he could not believe what had happened. The 5 giants, on the other hand, revealed a strange smile. Lunatic, why did you suddenly stop? Hermes asked suspiciously. Ares looked at his hands and clenched his fists. He said in a daze, I can't break the seal? What? Poseidon, Stern, and the others were all shocked. It's true. The law of space seems to have lost its effect. I don't know why either. The parallel space can't connect with my divinity, and my spiritual power can't mobilize the law of space. Ares frowned. How is this possible? Hermes did not believe it at all. He tried to mobilize his divinity, and his spiritual power suddenly surged. It was even more powerful than Ares's. However, no matter how hard the prince tried, even when he bared his fangs and opened his mouth, he still could not break the seal. Not only Hermes, but Poseidon, Apollo, and Artemis also tried one by one. They were all stunned. Xianxia also tried to break the seal. However, like the other gods, this space seemed to have become an independent sealed space. It was difficult to move. The law of space failed? What did this mean? The gods knew best. If the gods who possessed the law of space were high and mighty beings who could wield God's blade and reap the harvest, then after losing the law of space, the gods were just mortals who had extremely strong bodies and possessed a few powerful divine weapons at the same time. Don't waste your energy over there. The little advantage you are proud of over us is now gone. Briareus seemed to be careless as he stroked his sparse beard. Damn it, why did this happen? Briareus was furious. The 100-armed giant Kotos teased, didn't you realize that Brontes wasn't among us? The gods looked at each other and realized that the situation was out of their expectations. Who's Brontes? Xianxia was confused. Christine said worriedly, he's the eldest brother of the 3 Cyclops and the strongest one among them. We always thought that he was in the Cyclops family, but now it seems that it's not that simple. What did you do? Hermes roared. Don't worry, the show is just beginning. Briareus snapped his fingers and not long after, the tens of thousands of noisy people in the Colosseum began to quiet down. Spiritual magic? Alice exclaimed. Xianxia and the rest just noticed that the tens of thousands of audience and staff members were not naturally quiet. Instead, their eyes and expressions were extremely numb after being affected by some kind of power. Even the political officials in the stands were in a daze as if they were under some kind of control. If it weren't for the gods, Kai Ning and Xianxia who had strong spiritual energy and souls would also be affected. Among all the people present, Mira who had stepped off the stage as a mage was able to resist the control of the spiritual magic. There were also a few powerful mercenaries and superpowered people who realized that the situation was not good. Yangqing suddenly remembered what happened to Xianxia and Christine. He said, "It seems that the reason why the Japanese suddenly lost some of their memories was because their brains were controlled by your spiritual magic. You should be glad that the stupid Japanese official gave himself away," Briareus said. "If it weren't because we were afraid that you cowards would run away after discovering the problem, we would have waited until the Caesar's conference was over. But now, we don't have time to wait for Athena and the rest. We can only kill you first and look for the rest later." According to Briareus, the reason why the giants didn't do anything was to attract the attention of the main gods so that they could kill them all at once. The arrogant tone infuriated the gods present. However, because the space was strangely sealed, they were all anxious. At this moment, a burly figure flew in from outside the Colosseum and landed heavily on the ground. This muscular man was only wearing a pair of beach shorts and his upper body was bare. He looked similar to the other giants. "Brontes? What did you do?" Hermes asked. Brontes glanced at him in disdain. "Nothing, I just sealed the space in this area." "How is that possible? You guys don't." "Haha," Brontes laughed heartily, "this is all thanks to you guys and Zeus. Aren't you curious about how we got back here from the crack in space?" The gods were at a loss. This was completely beyond the scope of their understanding. "Before you die, I'll let you know," Brontes sneered, "you guys definitely don't know about the space law of the alternate dimension." The space law of the alternate dimension? The gods' faces turned pale as they suddenly thought of something. For the past 20,000 years, us brothers have been searching for a way to return to this world. Finally, under our continuous search, we found that the alternate dimension also has the space law. Even if the laws of space existed in those insignificant gaps between parallel spaces in a very different way, the laws still existed. However, we have to admit that our spiritual energy is not as good as yours and our sensitivity towards the space law is also very low. Therefore, it took us a lot of time to understand and master the space law of the alternate dimension. The gods more or less understood everything after listening to Brontes. If another space law interfered with the space law, it was possible to disrupt the space law and make the space law lose its effect. Poseidon's eyes turned cold. "If that's the case, with your spiritual energy, you can't keep disrupting this parallel dimension. Space has its own resilience, you can't keep disrupting its normal operation." "You're right, Poseidon," Brontes grinned, "but don't forget that you guys are no match for us now. Even some powerful humans can pose a threat to you. Before our space law loses its effect, you guys are like fish in a barrel, we can do whatever we want to you. Oh, and most importantly, if you guys die in battle, you won't be able to complete the cycle of parallel dimensions, which means, you'll really die." At this point, the other 5 giants also laughed out loud. They had been waiting for this moment for too long. That might not be the case. Yangqing took 2 steps forward and activated the Endless Resolve Restoration scripture, releasing the Tribulation Stage aura in his body. The heaven and earth energy didn't rely on the space law, it could flow freely regardless of whether the space was sealed or not. The heaven and earth energy gathered and condensed into a large amount of dark blue water surrounded by black fog, circling in the air. "Even without the space law, you guys might not win," Yangqing said and swung his hand down. The dark water in the air seemed to have turned into countless sharp arrows, shooting towards the 6 giants. Poseidon and the others were surprised by Yangqing's rapid growth in cultivation. Although he wasn't as strong as the Shangqing Heavenly Lightning Tribulation cultivators they saw 20,000 years ago, he was very close. It was obvious that the initial level of Yangqing's cultivation was rather ridiculous. The 6 giants were prepared for Yangqing's attack. They dodged most of the underworld water arrows, but there were still a few arrows that landed on their bodies. The giants' clothes were completely corroded, but their strong bodies and the elemental resistance of the Titan bloodline shocked Yangqing. When the dark water arrow landed on the giants, it turned into a stream of green smoke, leaving only a black spot. It didn't do much damage to the giants. One had to know that even the body of a blood-kindred prince would be completely corroded by the nether water. Hee, I knew that the new Hades was cultivating Xianxia's technique. Don't worry, the 6 of us will play with you. Briareus grinned and tore off his tattered clothes. His eyes were wide open and his body started to swell. As Briareus roared, a large amount of new flesh began to bulge out of his back and sides. The new flesh quickly knotted and elongated, and in the end, it gradually turned into thick arms. In just a few seconds, Xianxia was also a little stunned. Kai Ning and Rose, who were next to him, felt even more nauseous. When he looked at Briareus again, the man who was less than 2 meters tall just now had a head that was completely disproportionate to his body. He was as tall as a 3-story building and had the appearance of a giant. The arms on both sides of his body that were as dense as the tentacles of insects grew 360 degrees without any blind spots. The 100-armed giant had been hiding his true body. Don't just stand there, Hades. They're getting serious, Kristen quickly reminded him. How dare you ignore us? Ares was trembling in anger and the bronze spear tattoo on his face disappeared. With a flash of light, the 3-meter-long artifact, Ares' hand, was already in his hand. Even if the dimension was sealed and the artifact of the gods couldn't unleash its full power, it would still be usable. Back then, this spear almost sent Xianxia to the samsara. But now, it was used against its longtime enemy, the giants. Heh, Ares, have you forgotten that we were the ones who forged Ares' hand for you? Now, you want to use it against us? What a joke. As the leader of the one-eyed giants, Brontes laughed mockingly as his body started to expand. In the blink of an eye, Brontes, who had torn apart his clothes, was already more than 10 meters tall. Unlike the Centimanes, his head was enlarged as well. Both of his eyes fused together at a weird angle, forming a single eye the size of a lantern. A bolt of lightning struck down from the sky and a giant hammer appeared in Brontes' hands. This iron hammer was extremely simple and crude. The huge metal hammer head was even bigger than a huge hot air balloon. There were only a few rough scratches on its surface. It had been weathered for a long time, and its wooden handle was made of an unknown material. A large amount of damaged white cloth was wrapped around it. Roar! Brontes roared. His voice was deafening, as if he was going to wash away the grudges he had accumulated for tens of thousands of years and fight to his heart's content. He smashed the giant hammer onto the ground. Kaboom! A visible shockwave swept across the area. The entire Colosseum started to shake and a few holes the size of a basketball court appeared on the ground. The Colosseum couldn't handle the tremors and rocks kept falling and dust flew everywhere. Feeling the wild fighting spirit of the 2 big brothers, the other 4 giants also released their true forms and quickly turned into giant creatures in the field. Facing the wild formation of the giants, Ares, who had long been unable to hold back, took the lead and rushed forward. Since he couldn't use the law of space, Ares could only use his physical strength to lift the spear and stab it towards Brontes' throat. But Brontes only scoffed and smashed his giant pendant down. The hammer, which looked like a small hill, was actually as flexible as an inflatable toy in his hands. Clang! Ares could not withstand the huge counterforce. His arms were numb, and while his spear was sent flying, his body was hammered into the ground. Ares! Christine exclaimed. Golden light flickered in her hand, and the real magical girdle was already in her hand. A silk-like pale golden beam of light extended forward at a seemingly slow speed, wrapping around Ares' body and pulling him back from the ground. Bang! Just as Ares' body left, the giant hammer that followed smashed down steadily. The gods were livid. If it weren't for Christine's quick reaction and the magical girdle, Ares would have been smashed into meat paste. After all, the deities who didn't have spatial laws of nature could only rely on their physical strength to move. Their speed was too slow. Thank you. Ares stood up with an embarrassed look on his face. He summoned his spear back and whispered to Christine. Christine frowned and shook her head, don't be so rash. Other than Hades, none of us can use our full strength to fight them. Even though they hated this battle-crazed lunatic, the deities still cared about their kindred in front of their enemies. Poseidon, Hermes, and the rest didn't dare to be careless, seeing that the situation was like water and fire. A blue light flashed, and the trident landed in Poseidon's hands. Hermes also took out his twin serpent staff, and the two pairs of wings under his feet unfurled. Apollo and Artemis had a solemn expression, which was rare for them. A crimson flame and a blue cold current condensed in their hands. The two godly bows, Helios and Selene, were already in their hands. Even though the laws of space were restricted and the deities were at a complete disadvantage, they had been through countless battles and had a strong will. The giants had limited mental strength and couldn't maintain the space lock for too long. That was why they had to persevere. Come on, let's see how long you can last. The Helios in Apollo's hand condensed into a burning arrow. With a golden glow, it shot towards the 6 giants that seemed to cover the sky. The arrow split into several arrows in midair, accurately aiming for the giants' eyes, throat, and other vital points. However, the giants didn't take it seriously. They casually raised their hands to block or raised their giant pendants. The flaming arrow only created a few sparks before it was easily dispelled. Hermes used his wings to rise into the air and quickly went around the back of the giants. The snake eyes on his golden dual serpent scepter shone with scarlet light. Hermes was about to cast his illusion when the Centimanes, Gyges, who was the closest, swiped at Hermes with his arms as if he had eyes on his back. Hermes's spell was interrupted. A pair of demonic flame wings that only a blood-kindred prince could use appeared on his back and allowed him to escape. I'm sorry, but you're no threat at all right now. We don't have time to deal with you pieces of trash. I'll let the human mercenaries play with you. Briareus grinned and made a slight gesture. The tens of thousands of mercenaries started to attack the deities in the center of the arena. Most of the mercenaries were dumbfounded, but most of them were physically strong warriors. Some of them were even mutants. Their attacks were like quicksilver, causing the deities to be flustered. The few human mercenaries who could resist the mind magic were drowned out by the chaotic torrent and were of no use at all. Seeing that the humans who were still in the audience were attacking them without any regard for their lives, the deities had no choice but to fight back. Poseidon and Ares waved their tridents and spears respectively. Even though it didn't take much effort to deal with the humans, they still couldn't get rid of them. Is there no end to this? Are these humans possessed? Ares roared angrily. Selene and Artemis's hand shot out more than 10 frost arrows. Like dozens of ice clouds falling, a large number of mercenaries were frozen. Only then did the attack slow down. They planned this. Now we have to kill these elite mercenaries. By then, the mercenary organizations from all over the world will vent their anger on the countries behind the Caesar conference. What a good plan. Are they planning to become the guardians of those countries and let the humans see them as saviors? Kristen said angrily. Even if they're not saviors, they're planning to replace us in the human civilization. After all, we're the ones who killed these people. Hermes smiled evilly and licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had no intention of showing mercy. He would kill all the humans who charged at him. They're all controlled by mind magic. Someone must be using mind magic on a large scale, Poseidon said to Xianxia. Hades, you're the only ones who aren't affected by the laws of space. We're too slow. We can only rely on you guys to find the caster. Don't make it sound so easy. We haven't even started yet. One of the Cyclopes, Steripes, had already charged over. He raised his huge foot and stomped down. Amidst the tremors, Steripes raised the giant hammer in his hand and smashed it towards Xianxia's position. How is this possible? Xianxia hurriedly dodged. He felt the strong wind that cut his face like a knife, but his heart was in turmoil. These giants were still as fast as lightning after transforming back into their original forms. This was something that could only be achieved by consuming an unknown number of times more energy than what he had just consumed. After realizing that he had greatly underestimated the giant's combat power, Xianxia didn't dare to be careless. He dodged a few times, and after dodging the two Centimanes' giant fists, he didn't forget to shout, "Xiangwei! Ning you guys go and find that caster. He must be near the Colosseum." At this moment, the two women who were helping the gods to repel the human mercenaries weren't restricted by the space lock, so they were the most suitable ones to search. Xianxia and Kai Ning hurriedly agreed and leaped up, planning to search the entire venue from 2 directions. However, the giants' reactions were extremely fast. After realizing that the 2 women were also cultivators, the Cyclops Archies and the Centimanes used their speed as fast as teleportation to block the 2 women. The giants' bodies were too big and agile, so they could easily block everyone in the Colosseum. It was actually watertight. 2 female cultivators, what an unexpected surprise. Archies laughed sinisterly and smashed the giant hammer in his hand toward Xianxia. It was like a collapsing mountain wall, about to bury Xianxia's delicate body. Xianxia didn't want to be outdone and condensed a giant water spiritual shield. When it collided with the giant hammer, it couldn't withstand the huge pressure, and her figure fell like a meteor. Xianxia. Kai Ning realized that something was wrong. After throwing out a few golden true essence beams, she flashed to Xianxia's side and tried her best to support Xianxia's body. You still have time to care about others. Kodos completely ignored the rays of auspicious gold true essence. Dozens of arms condensed into wave after wave of fists, smashing towards the 2 girls from all directions. Fortunately, Kai Ning's speed was extremely fast. As she dodged continuously, she created a few phantoms to confuse Kodos. Only then was she able to fight evenly with him. At the same time, Yangqing was surrounded by 3 giants. Brontes and Briareus worked together with Starapes to attack Yangqing. Yangqing constantly summoned the Samadhi True Fire and Netherwater. The fire dragons circled back and forth, roaring as they attempted to tear apart the giants' bodies. However, Yangqing helplessly discovered that the physique of these giants was completely capable of resisting the Samadhi True Fire. At the same time, it was unknown what material the giant's hammer was made of, but it could effectively absorb the Samadhi True Fire. It was scorching hot, and was directed towards Yangqing. As expected of the giants who fought against a large number of tribulation cultivators 20,000 years ago, they could actually resist the heavenly water and heavenly fire formed by the heaven and earth energy, not to mention normal true essence attacks. Yangqing's heart gradually sank. The battle was far more difficult than he imagined. Although he still had the Chaos Cauldron as his trump card, Yangqing felt a little unsure if the Chaos Beast soul would be able to suppress the 6 giants in a stalemate like this. Fortunately, Yangqing's body was strong enough. Although he was scratched a few times, he was able to recover quickly, so he didn't suffer any injuries. The remaining Centimanes giant, Gyges, led a large number of human soldiers and pressured the gods. The gods who didn't have the law of space couldn't damage Gyges no matter how they attacked with their artifacts. The fists and hammers of the giants smashed the entire beast fighting arena into ruins. It was almost impossible to make out its original appearance. Flying boulders, deep pits, a scene of devastation as far as the eye could see. Blazing flames, piercing cold ice, light rain arrows, water dragons, and so on. The bestial battle arena seemed to have become a land of Azura. No one cared about who they had killed, and no one could remember how many people they had killed. When the yellow soil on the ground was dyed red, the stench of blood filled the Colosseum. It was nauseating. The tens of thousands of mercenaries lost their lives in the blink of an eye. There were sounds of crashing, cracking, explosions, screams, roars, and maniacal laughter. Hades! Find a chance to injure Brontes. He must be the core of the spacelock. Poseidon's face was covered in blood. Even his beard was soaked in blood. He yelled at Yangqing in a pathetic manner. But as soon as he shouted, Gyges' arm hit Poseidon's body. Bam! Poseidon flew hundreds of meters away like a cannonball. His trident slashed across the ground and created a crack before he managed to stabilize himself. Poseidon didn't have time to rest as he was surrounded by more than 10 mercenaries. He had no choice but to continue killing. Once a god's body was destroyed, he could only choose to reincarnate. However, even reincarnation couldn't do it now. This was a moment of life and death. No one had the time to remind others. Even Kristen was busy using the human mercenaries captured by the magical girdle to defend against the other mercenaries. The usually elegant blonde beauty's clothes were full of scratches and her hair was messy and covered in blood. Almost all the mercenaries who participated in the Caesar conference became the giants' sacrificial pawns. They were their death. Warriors. It's time to end this, Brontes laughed sinisterly as he raised the giant pendant in his hand. With a roar, the giant pendant was ignited in crimson flames. Hades, watch out! That's the Empyrean lightning fire. Christine, who noticed this scene, warned in panic. God's lightning fire? The moment Xianxia reacted, he instinctively urged a large amount of Kuei water, sweeping towards the giant pendant like a water tornado. However, the lightning fire on the pendant wasn't resisted much. It was a joke to say that water could extinguish a fire. Clang! The thunder-fire giant pendant still bombarded the area where Xianxia was without any hindrance. The flying flames and electric currents directly vaporized or carbonized some of the unfortunate humans around him. Xianxia's face turned pale. He suddenly realized what this was. Could this be the fire that the giants used to help the gods forge their artifacts? Although the lightning in it was far inferior to the Tai Ching heavenly lightning he had experienced before, it was still enough to make him feel numb and unbearable. What was worse was that the flame had a strong melting ability. Xianxia couldn't even imagine what the giant's tail was made of to not be melted by the flame. After a few more strikes from Brontes, Xianxia was exhausted. What annoyed Xianxia the most was that the two giants, Briareus and Steripes, were purposely surrounding him in a small area so that his space to dodge was shrinking. Xianxia gritted his teeth. Why didn't the arrogant Athena appear at a time like this? Wasn't she very powerful? Could it be that she had predicted that she wouldn't be able to defeat them today and was planning to avoid this disaster? Xianxia didn't know how to describe his gloomy mood. Although it was rather dangerous, he couldn't care too much about it. He didn't know how long the giant's spiritual power could sustain the space blockade. If it dragged on any longer, it would be too late for one of the main gods to be destroyed. Chaos Cauldron. Xianxia chanted in his mind. The Chaos Cauldron in his energy center was connected to his mind. It instantly appeared in midair after sensing the summon. The ancient cauldron swelled up with the wind. It grew from the size of a person's arm to the size of a small house. The spinning cauldron was shrouded in gray mist. The ancient patterns on the cauldron glowed with a dark red light. It looked brighter than before. It seemed like the Chaos Cauldron was slowly regaining its vitality after it recognized Xianxia as its owner. Brontes and the other giants were stunned by the sudden appearance of the cauldron. However, they quickly realized that it was Cultivator Huaxia's artifact. These giants were experienced in battles and knew that the cauldron was not ordinary. They didn't dare to be careless. Let's see what other tricks you have up your sleeves. Brontes wasn't in a hurry to get closer. He waved the lightning fire pendant in his hand again and a thicker lightning fire rained down on Xianxia like a waterfall. Xianxia's eyes were already red from anger. He roared and summoned the giant cauldron. The chaos beast soul in the cauldron faintly let out an ancient roar. It broke out of the giant cauldron and a turbid giant shadow bit towards the lightning fire. The ferocity of the chaos beast was far beyond the giant's imagination. As soon as it touched the terrifying thunder fire, its bloody mouth swallowed the raging flames without hesitation. The entire chaos beast shadow turned from a dull gray color to a ball of red. There was even a faint yellow flame flickering. What monster is this? Not only were the 6 giants momentarily stunned, but even the gods were also momentarily stunned. Even the powerful cultivators 20,000 years ago had never used such a treasure or seen such a ferocious beast. Xianxia, on the other hand, was delighted. He didn't expect the chaos to accept everything and swallow everything. As the chaos beast absorbed the deity lightning fire, Xianxia experienced something he had never experienced before. This kind of lightning fire was like the fiercest and most masculine flame. It shone fiercely, and it was the complete opposite of the hell devil flame that he had experienced before. 2 types of heavenly flames, one righteous and one evil, made the hurdle in Xianxia's mind that had been stuck for a long time suddenly change. Karmic fire? The Buddhists used the karmic fire of the netherworld to purify all evil in the world. The fire didn't burn the skin and hair, but the soul and the spirit. In this world, who doesn't have the slightest bit of evil thoughts? Who doesn't have the slightest bit of shame? But good and evil, who would judge? What was righteous? What was evil? To the so-called righteous path, the so-called evil path was going against the heavens and was definitely evil. To the so-called evil path, the so-called righteous people were fishing for fame, and that was evil. Since they were all evil, how could there be good? If I do good, I will be good. If I do evil, I will be evil. Humans can't differentiate between good and evil, it's the human heart. Xianxia felt as if two balls of blood-red flames were ignited in his eyes, burning brightly. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, even though it seemed like a long process. Seeing that his first attack didn't work, Bronte smashed his hammer again. Two bolts of lightning fire flew towards Xianxia and the Chaos Beast. Sterapes followed closely behind, bypassing the Chaos Beast phantoms and smashing his hammer down on the cauldron's body like a thunderstorm. Xianxia suddenly comprehended the Yi fire, and it was the time for him to be heroic. Seeing that he was facing enemies from both sides, he controlled the chaotic giant cauldron fearlessly and collided with the giant pendant. Bang! The sound of metal colliding shook the entire arena. Sterapes' giant hammer flew out of his hand because of the Chaos Beast soul that was sealed in the cauldron. When the giant droplet landed, it directly smashed a huge hole in the side of the beast arena. It was unknown how many lives were crushed to death. The Chaos Beast shadow seemed to be enraged by the lightning fire and became even more excited. It roared and attacked Brontes again, biting at him without restraint. The lightning fire that was going for Xianxia was swallowed by the Chaos Beast shadow and pounced towards Bronte's giant body. Don't be arrogant. Briareus, who had been looking for an opportunity, took the opportunity to attack. Dozens of giant arms were aimed at the shadows of the Chaos Beasts. However, he had underestimated the nature of the Chaos Beast shadow. The moment he pounced, the giant arms were stuck in the Chaos Beast shadow and he couldn't pull them out. How did this happen? Briareus' eyes were bloodshot. He could feel a strange force devouring his arms. Roar! Hundun roared at the sky, and the eyes of the beast shadow flashed with a bewitching scarlet. Xianxia noticed that after the arms of the centimanes were devoured, a powerful blood essence was captured and absorbed by the Chaos Beast shadow. It was this blood essence that allowed the Chaos Beast shadow to grow into the power of chaos. Titan bloodline? Could it be that the Titan bloodline triggered the Chaos Beast shadow? Before Xianxia could think about it, Brontes, Sterapes and the other giants rushed over to save Briareus when they saw that he was about to be devoured. Now that they had the upper hand, if they lost one of their companions, it would obviously be a loss. Therefore, the remaining 5 giants used all their strength and attacked Xianxia at the same time. This allowed the other gods to heave a sigh of relief, but they all looked at Xianxia in disbelief. They didn't know that Xianxia had such a powerful weapon. Kai Ning and Qiangwei looked at each other and nodded in unison after they were able to dodge the giants' attacks. They believed that Xianxia had a way to deal with the situation. What they needed to do was to find the person who cast the spiritual spell as soon as possible. If not, the remaining 10,000 mercenaries would all be sacrificed. This was already the Sharaba, it couldn't be turned into hell. Just as the 2 women were searching every corner of the Colosseum, Xianxia was facing the attacks of the remaining 5 giants. He couldn't care less about the changes in the chaotic giant cauldron, and without hesitation, he activated the hellfire that he had just comprehended. Among the heavenly flames, the Yi fire mainly burned the soul and primordial spirit. Xianxia knew that elemental damage would have little effect on these giants. He only hoped that the Yi fire could attack their souls from the inside. A ball of bewitching blood-red flame rose from Xianxia's palm. As the power of heaven and earth continued to be activated, this ball of flame instantly transformed into a blood-red lotus that was dozens of feet wide. The hellfire of the red lotus flew out from Xianxia's palm and spun continuously. The petals of the lotus that were formed by the hellfire danced and burned like flowers blooming and withering. It was a stunning sight. The giants didn't care what Xianxia was doing. They swung their giant arms, and the heavenly thunder fire surged toward Xianxia. They attacked fiercely like a tsunami, trying to tear Xianxia into pieces. Facing the raging waves of the 5 giants, Xianxia was like a lonely boat in a vast ocean. Only the hellfire of the red lotus was shining brightly, as if it would never be extinguished. Xianxia manipulated the heaven and earth energy in his body to activate the hellfire. At the same time, he controlled the Chaos Beast and charged toward the giants. Roar! So what if they are giants? I'll eat all the big pieces of meat. Xianxia laughed crazily. He didn't care about the result of this collision. He felt satisfied. He had to refine these giants. The Chaos Beast sensed its master's surging battle intent and swelled up several times more than before. It swallowed all the gods' thunder fire once again and opened its mouth to a whole new level while withstanding the attacks of the 5 giants. Hellfire of the Red Lotus, burn the gods. The petals of the red karmic fire lotus fell on the giants like rain. The giants, who had just been bitten by the Chaos Beast, were hit by the petals one after another in a daze. Damn it! What's going on? This monster is swallowing us? Roar! Brontes, who was the first to be hit, roared in pain. The hellfire started to burn his soul after it touched his body. It was like pieces of flesh were being scraped from the depths of his soul. This feeling made the giants tremble in fear. After the giants started to burn, they let out endless screams. This kind of tragic and hysterical pain made all the gods present tremble in fear. Xianxia didn't expect the hellfire to be so powerful. However, Xianxia didn't expect it either. The hellfire was targeting the fact that the giants had weak mental strength and didn't have any cultivation techniques. Therefore, they couldn't defend their souls from the hellfire. From a certain point of view, the hellfire's damage to the giants was increased to 100%. However, the Chaos Beast had absorbed the 6 giants, which hindered its devouring. The giants' powerful bodies were difficult to refine and devour. At this moment, the 6 giants began to tear at the Chaos Beast violently, causing the Chaos Beast to tremble and roar. Xianxia kept activating the hellfire to burn the giants' souls in an attempt to defeat them. However, the Chaos Cauldron kept being challenged and Xianxia had to control the cauldron. For a time, it was difficult to decide the victor, and the battle was in a stalemate. Suddenly, the Chaos Beast seemed to have reached its limit. After a few rays of bloody light flashed in its eyes, it roared and released a large gray shadow that swept towards the ruins of the Colosseum. Due to the battle just now, tens of thousands of mercenaries had died. Blood flowed like a river, dismembered limbs and broken organs piled up like a mountain. The Chaos Beast seemed to be very interested in the large amount of human blood. After it swept through the area, it sucked all the fresh flesh from the corpses dry up. The blood and souls of tens of thousands of strong mercenaries from all over the world were like a perfect tonic for the Chaos Beast to enjoy. Not only were the gods and giants shocked, but even Xianxia was shocked. This was not something he could control. It was a decision made by chaos itself. This evil creature still had its own consciousness and could devour souls and blood essence? Previously, Black Robe had said that chaos was destroyed by the ancient gods. They destroyed its physical body but could not destroy its soul, so they had to seal it and refine it into the Chaos Cauldron. Xianxia had thought that it was nonsense. If it could not be killed, why would it be sealed? But now, it seemed that chaos was indeed immortal. After being sealed for tens of thousands of years, it still had its own consciousness and seized the opportunity to replenish its strength in the battle. Just when Xianxia was stunned, the chaos flame rose sharply, as if it was quite dissatisfied with the 6 giants who dared to refuse to be swallowed by it. Its bloody mouth once again nibbled at the bodies of these giants at a faster speed. As more and more of the Titan's blood was absorbed by the chaos, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He felt a strong sense of brutality, madness, confusion, viciousness, and resentment. All kinds of negative and dark emotions began to invade his brain. Xianxia even felt that he was being attracted by a dark abyss and began to fall. As the Chaos Beast gnawed on the giants' bodies, it seemed to be laughing at him, mocking his weakness and daring to control it. Gradually, Xianxia's consciousness began to blur, and his brain swelled. A symptom that had not appeared for a long time made Xianxia unable to resist and fall into a frenzy. Hades's eyes. Kristen had been paying close attention to Xianxia's condition and immediately realized that something was wrong. The gods looked over at the same time. When they saw that Xianxia's eyes had turned dark red, his face was emotionless, and his body was surrounded by a faint black fog, they immediately had a bad feeling. At the next moment, the gods finally realized what this feeling was. Xianxia waved his big hand numbly, and the Chaos Cauldron spun at a high speed. It scattered a large number of slightly smaller black beast shadows and attacked the human mercenaries who were still alive. Hades! Are you crazy? Stop! Yangqing couldn't hear the shouts of Christine and the others at all. A cruel and strange smile appeared on his lips. These frenzied beast phantoms were like blood-sucking worms. All the human mercenaries who were surrounded by them were sucked dry of their blood essence and turned into dried corpses. Amidst the chaotic dance of demons, these strong mercenary warriors were completely devoured without them even realizing it. If they were ordinary humans, it wouldn't be too bad. But the mercenaries present were all elites. Their blood essence was vigorous, and they were great supplements for the chaos. The chaos beast let out an excited roar. It was as if the anger that had been suppressed for countless years could finally be released. It was as if the heart of a tyrannical king that had been silent for too long could finally be awakened. Not only the giants who were being eaten away were afraid, but the gods were also afraid. This kind of inhumane slaughter of tens of thousands of people in an instant was simply treating each and every life as pure food. The timid giant didn't have the mind to spare to control the laws of this alternate dimension. Soon, the surrounding spatial seal was broken. Once they noticed that the laws of the alternate dimension had been restored, the gods didn't hesitate to lift the seal and fly into the sky. If they stayed in the amphitheater any longer, the gods were worried that the monster would eat them too. Although the gods were out of danger, no one chose to leave. After all, they were more or less relying on Yangqing's support to get out of danger. They couldn't just watch Yangqing leave without knowing the situation. At this time, two beautiful figures flew in from the periphery of the amphitheater. It was Kaining and Xianxia. In Xianxia's hand was a white young man wearing a metal helmet. This young man was the genius spirit mage of the sword and the stone who had killed Yangqing's father, Prince. At this moment, Prince had already been knocked out and was being carried like a little chick. How did this happen? What happened to my husband? Xianxia murmured. Kristen shook her head worriedly. We don't know either. It seems that the monster released by the artifact has caused side effects to Hades. He probably can't control himself now. Hermes snatched Prince from Xianxia's hand and bared his fangs. Damn it. Is this the kid who released the spirit element magic? Hermes, don't hurt him. Even if you want to kill him, you have to ask first, Poseidon said solemnly. The helmet on his head looks like a special tool. Maybe he's using it to amplify his spirit element magic, Apollo said. What's the point of saying all this? Think of something. What about Yangqing? Kaining couldn't help but say angrily. However, the gods were frowning and had no idea what to do. Below, Yangqing was like a grim reaper surrounded by black flames. He looked at everything expressionlessly. The chaos cauldron kept wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. It seemed like countless souls were being refined and absorbed inside. The outline of the chaos beast became clearer. It was bigger than when it first appeared. The grayish color became thicker and more turbid. A pair of bright red eyes that were as big as lanterns started to become more enchanting and lively. As the chaos beast continued to devour the blood essence of tens of thousands of souls and absorb the Titan bloodline, its ability to absorb and refine became stronger. The 6 giants were still able to hold their ground at first. However, now, they were struggling. Half of their bodies were about to be devoured. Brontes, Briareus, and the rest didn't expect the battle that they had planned for so long to end up being eaten like this. But no matter how indignant and unwilling they were, they could only scream in fear and pain. Their mournful roars were like the mournful cries of trapped beasts. The surging heaven and earth energy became an endless source of soil for the chaos cauldron. The chaos cauldron became dark and shiny like a mountain in the sky. No, I have to stop him. He will be completely controlled by the cauldron. Xianxia's face turned pale. She didn't want to wait any longer and flew down. Kaining didn't stop them and followed them to Yangqing's location. Don't go over. Kristen wanted to stop them but it was too late. The moment the two of them got close to Yangqing, they felt a strong suction force coming from the chaos cauldron. Hubby! Stop! Wake up! Xianxia screamed as she used her true core force to stabilize herself. Kaining tried to get close to Yangqing. Although it was difficult to prevent herself from being swallowed by the chaos, she gritted her teeth and grabbed one of Yangqing's hands from the side. Hubby! Quick! Stop! Kaining's eyes turned red. She tried to use her true core force to enter Xianxia's body to calm the heaven and earth energy in Xianxia's body. However, the moment she tried to enter, the Chaos Beast seemed to be extremely dissatisfied. The Chaos Beast seemed to see Kaining as a delicacy and started to devour her true core force. No! Kaining screamed. Yangqing turned around and strangled her. Yangqing, whose face was shrouded in black fog, had a sinister smile on his face. It was as if he didn't know the woman in front of him. He started to absorb the true core force from Kaining's body. Seeing the man's face that she didn't know, Kaining's tears flowed down her cheeks. She was so sad that she couldn't even think of resisting. Xiangwei's face turned pale. However, no matter how she screamed, Yangqing didn't stop. At this critical moment, a huge silver shield-shaped barrier suddenly fell from the sky. It tore through space and cut right into the head of the Chaos Beast soul. After the silver light screen giant shield fell, it exploded into countless lightning sparks. It was as if there were countless thunder sounds, and a jumping golden-blue electric snake filled the air. In an instant, the sky was shining. Roar! The Chaos Beast screamed. It was shocked by the sudden appearance of the silver lightning shield. Finally, it opened its mouth and spat out the 6 crippled giants. Even so, the 6 giants were struggling at death's door. They fell heavily to the ground, causing a large cloud of dust to rise. Aegis shield? Athena? The deities suddenly looked forward. A black-haired woman in a black dress suddenly appeared. She was barefooted, and her facial features were hard to see clearly. Her fine black hair fluttered in the wind, and she stood there gracefully. Her appearance seemed to make the blazing sun in the sky lose its luster. This woman was still as cold and arrogant as she had been for tens of thousands of years. It was as if the earth-shattering action just now and the thunderous interruption had nothing to do with her. Everyone's gaze was complicated and indescribable. No matter how hateful and repulsive this woman was, it was undeniable that when everyone present was helpless, she could make the final decision. This was what she could be proud of. Athena's arrival was obviously not on a whim. There was no surprise in her eyes as she looked at the shattered island that was on the verge of sinking. She was also not surprised when she looked at the 6 giants on the ground. With a light wave of her hand, the Aegis shield, which had transformed into a huge lightning screen, turned into a silver stream of light and returned to Athena. The huge shield was as tall as half a person. It was thick and solid, and its design was simple and unadorned. It was hard to tell what material it was made of. It looked like the heavy armor of the ancient crusaders. The Aegis shield, which was silver and engraved with patterns of olive leaves, emitted dazzling bluish-silver brilliance. It didn't match Athena's delicate body at all, but it floated in front of Athena docilely, forming a weird harmonious picture. Athena glanced indifferently at chaos that had been defeated. She stared at the ferocious beast coldly and arrogantly. The Chaos Beast soul was surrounded by black fog. Its pair of blood-red eyes looked at Athena unwillingly for a while. It seemed to feel that it was temporarily not strong enough. It knew when to stop and quietly return to the cauldron. Yangqing, who was in a daze, seemed to have lost all his strength at this moment. After he let go of Kaining, his body suddenly fell. Kaining immediately reacted and supported Yangqing as they slowly descended to the ground. Seeing that Yangqing had fainted and his face was as pale as a sheet of paper, the first thing the woman did was to ignore the weakness of her Xianyuan flowing out of her body. "Honey, wake up. How are you?" Xiangwei also flew down, but no matter how she shook Yangqing, there was no response. The 2 women tried to use their divine sense to investigate the condition of Yangqing's body, but they were confused. Yangqing's meridians and auras were completely normal. In fact, they were even stronger than before. But for some unknown reason, Yangqing was unable to wake up. Even his divine sense didn't respond. For a moment, the 2 women didn't know what to do. Fortunately, the 2 of them were able to stand on their own. Seeing that Yangqing's breathing was even, they quickly calmed down and looked at the 6 giants. Brontes and the other giants were trying their best to stand up, but they were extremely weak after the chaos devoured most of their blood and bodies. Even when they stood up, they were panting and swaying, some of their arms and body parts were missing. Even so, just in case, Kaining carried Yangqing and flew into the sky with Xiangwei. "How's Hades?" Kristen asked with concern. Xianxia shook her head and smiled bitterly. I don't know, honey, he's not waking up but he doesn't look like he's injured. Athena faintly glanced at Yang Chen's direction, then quickly glanced at the 6 giants. Her pair of cold eyes shone with a thought-provoking expression. Damn it. Athena, I knew that you did this on purpose. You knew that this would happen, why did you come at this time? Did you want to see us make a fool of ourselves? Or did you want us to die? Hermes threw the prince in his hand to Kristen and roared at Athena. Aren't you guys still alive? Athena said calmly. What are you talking about? You want us to be killed by these lowly people? Don't forget, you won't be able to revive Gaia's heart if any of us die. Hermes was shaking with anger. Athena's gaze turned cold. Don't test my patience. I'm already being lenient by not pursuing the matter of you and that bitch plotting against me. Don't think that I don't know that she's already awakened. The other gods were shocked, they could guess what Athena was talking about but they felt that it was strange. Hermes kept his anger and smirked. Isn't your great prophecy spell omnipotent? Why, can't you find her? Athena scoffed, she'll appear sooner or later. Hee, I think, it's because your mental strength hasn't recovered yet and you can't find her. That's right, you might not be her match now, Hermes said proudly. Cowardly and useless thing, I'm not interested in knowing where she is. If she's really confident that she can defeat me, she wouldn't be hiding and playing tricks behind my back. Apollo frowned, what are you guys talking about? Why can't we understand? It's nothing, you guys don't need to understand. Athena glanced at them and waved her hand. The Aegis shield floating in front of her disappeared in a flash of silver light. Poseidon stepped forward and said, the cauldron and the beast that Hades summoned, what kind of monster are they? Why haven't we seen them before? No matter what it is, for Athena to use a divine artifact to subdue it, it must be quite troublesome, Ares said with a sigh. Athena didn't say anything and slowly descended from the sky to face the 6 giants. Athena. You evil woman, how dare you take advantage of our misfortune? If you have the guts, wait for us to recover and we'll fight. Ares roared unwillingly. You guys are dying, how are you going to recover? Athena said in disdain. We haven't lost yet. Come on. Brontes raged and wanted to pick up the giant pendant from the ground. However, without a large amount of Titan blood, he didn't have enough strength to lift the pendant. The giants' faces turned gloomy. They didn't expect to fall in the hands of the new Pluto that they looked down on. The corner of Athena's mouth curled into a cold smile. She suddenly stretched out her jade-like hand, and a yellow speck of light appeared in her palm, emitting a gentle glow. Gaia's heart? The gods and the giants were stunned. The giants seemed to have thought of something and fear appeared on their faces. No. It can't be. Why is Gaia's heart in your hands? Brontes exclaimed as he took a step back. The gods suddenly thought of something and looked at Athena with a complicated expression. Athena gently controlled Gaia's heart and it floated towards the giants. Gaia's heart seemed to have smelled an alluring scent from the giants as it chased after them at a faster speed. The moment Gaia's heart touched the nearest giant, Gyges let out a blood-curdling roar. No. But no matter how much Gyges screamed, he couldn't change his fate. Gaia's heart emitted a yellow haze that engulfed Gyges' gigantic body. In the next moment, Gyges seemed to have been disintegrated into countless light spots, mixed with countless red lines, and like a brilliant firework, they were absorbed into the seemingly tiny Gaia's heart. A living giant was swallowed in an instant. But that wasn't the end. After eating a giant, Gaia's heart pounced on the remaining 5 giants. Brontes, Briareus, and the rest of the giants let out miserable cries but they couldn't escape from the haze of Gaia's heart and were all engulfed by it. The 5 giants turned into light spots and red lines that were infused into Gaia's heart. After the giants disappeared, the field was empty, as if it had never been there. The few giants also turned into a pile of loose sand after the giants left and disappeared with the wind as if to commemorate their former owner. All the gods had ugly expressions on their faces when they saw this. The 2 female core gods, Christine and Alice, were especially sorrowful as they watched everything unfold. Sigh. Poseidon sighed and asked with a hoarse voice, Athena, you've been waiting for the moment the giants lose, right? So that you can use their Titan ancestor bloodline to restore Gaia's heart's life force. After Athena kept Gaia's heart, she turned around and said indifferently, "Why, do you want me to use one of you to activate Gaia's heart?" Hearing this, the gods all had different expressions. Poseidon frowned, "Of course I didn't mean that. But if you already knew what was going to happen here, why did Xianxia come so late? I have no reason to explain my actions to anyone." You're so annoying. You're always so arrogant." Alice rolled her eyes. Poseidon and the others frowned. They were already used to Athena's attitude. It's over. The revival of Gaia's heart has just begun. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Athena couldn't be bothered with the sarcasm and didn't have the intention to chat any longer. She turned around and left. "Stop." Rose suddenly moved in front of her and blocked her way. Her eyes were red and there were still traces of tears in them. "What's the matter?" Athena asked coldly. Xianxia gritted her teeth and took a deep breath. She sneered, "Do you think that you're so powerful? Do you think that everything you've done is great? Do you think that we should thank you for saving us? What are you trying to say?" Athena frowned. "I want to say that if you really knew what was going to happen here, you must have known that the tens of thousands of people here would die. The tens of thousands of lives here would be wiped out in a day. Am I right? I don't have time to listen to your nonsense." Athena was a little impatient. Xianxia chuckled, "Nonsense. Yes, everyone will die. Of course it's nonsense. I heard from my husband that you've always wanted to revive your race. You've persevered for tens of thousands of years for this belief. Although I've never met you before, I once thought that you were an amazing woman. Strong, firm, determined. But now, I realize that I was completely wrong. What I see is a selfish, hypocritical woman who used others' hands to pick up the fruits of victory in order to achieve her own goals. She doesn't care about the deaths of tens of thousands of people." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Rose in shock. When Xianxia finished shouting these words, almost no one dared to believe their ears. Athena's body emitted waves of terrifying pressure, as if a nuclear bomb would explode with her at the center at any time, but she remained silent. Xianxia was not afraid at all. "Perhaps in your eyes, humans are a different race, and human lives are insignificant. But have you ever thought that the body you are occupying now is also a human? You're someone who lives by occupying a human's body. What right do you have to look down on humans? Yangqing has only lived for a little more than 20 years. He doesn't know how much suffering and pain you've suffered for tens of thousands of years, but because he obtained the divine deity, he treats you as his own people. He clearly had the chance to leave and was not afraid of the spatial seal, but he still fought with all his might until the end. Even if he was careless and almost made a mistake, he did not let you down. But what about you? You knew that your people were in danger, but at the last moment, Xianxia came late, and you even put on the posture of a savior. What are you pretending for?" Athena silently closed her eyes. After a long time, the pressure on her body disappeared. The future will not change. Those who should die will die, and those who shouldn't die will not die. I don't need to explain to anyone what I do. For the sake of Hades, I won't kill you, but you better never appear in front of me again." After that, Athena took a step in the air and passed by Xianxia. Xianxia suddenly turned around and screamed at the back of the black hair flying in the air, "Do you think that heartless and heartless people are God? Even if you are invincible, you will always be a person. You're nothing but a she-devil through and through." Athena did not stay any longer. Her figure instantly disappeared among the clouds, as if she had never been there. After shouting these words, Rose's tears flowed uncontrollably. Her shoulders trembled as she sobbed while returning to Kaining's side. Looking at the unconscious Yangchen, she stared blankly with tears falling down her cheeks. The gods looked at her with a sigh. More or less, Xianxia also said some of their thoughts. Many things that they were used to, but when Xianxia said it, it seemed a little unreasonable. Kristen walked forward and gently hugged Xiangxia's shoulder. "Don't be sad, Hades will be fine. Athena is like that, no one has ever been able to control her. What can we do?" Xianxia wiped the corner of her eyes and forced a smile. "Yes, I know. Let's go down and see if there are any survivors on the island, then think of a way to wake my husband up, Kai Ning suggested, and the others had no objections. The matter was considered to have come to an end. No one expected the Caesar conference to fall into such a situation. After searching for a while, Qiang Wei and Kai Ning finally found something to be thankful for. Because Ron, Sauron, and the others were not in the venue, they did not rush into the venue due to the mind magic, so they were spared. However, the 5 warriors of the Sea Eagles were completely obliterated, leaving no bones behind. It was a sad sight. As for the officials of the various countries, because they deliberately did not let them enter the dangerous area, they were still alive, and at least it did not cause international chaos. After Prince woke up, he realized the sins he had committed, and confessed that because of his eagerness for revenge, he once listened to the giants' bewitchment and served them. However, later on, he found out that the mind magic was cast on all the mercenaries in the venue. Prince once refused, but the giant captured his fiancée, Emma, and used her as a hostage. In the end, Prince still carried out the giant's order with a fluke mentality, but he did not expect that it would lead to such a disaster. As for the punishment of Prince, death was no longer a simple solution. In the end, Prince was handed over to the government officials behind the Caesar conference, and it was inevitable that he would be sent to the military court. Yangqing had not been able to wake up. Under the suggestion of Ron and the others, Qiang Wei and Kai Ning finally decided to send Yangqing to England overnight. In Wales, Jane was still busy helping her mother, Catherine, to choose a dress for the New Year's celebration. She never expected that the unconscious Yangqing would be dragged in by 2 women. After knowing everything that happened at the Caesar conference, Jane's face was extremely solemn. She knew how serious Yangqing's illness was for many years, so she immediately asked the 2 women to take Yangqing to the nearest research institute. The various precision medical instruments developed by Jane herself were originally used to help treat Yangqing's strange brain disease. She thought that after Yangqing's cultivation improved day by day, she would not use them. Unexpectedly, they still came in handy. In the company of the 3 women day and night, Yangqing did not seem to show any signs of waking up. At the same time, in a void of chaos, the light source condensed in the center. 2 identical figures had been staring at each other for a long time. "Who are you?" Yangqing looked at the man in front of him, as if looking at a mirror, and murmured, "I'm you." The other Yangqing said with a devilish smile, "You are not me, but you have a familiar aura." Yangqing narrowed his eyes. "Haha, I am also very familiar with your aura. Why are you exactly the same as me? Why am I here?" Yangqing only remembered that after a large amount of new power surged into his body did not listen to him and his mind went blank. "How is the battle? Qiang Wei, Kai Ning, are they okay?" The other Yangqing smiled evilly. "Don't worry, I have helped you settle it." "You helped me?" Yangqing asked doubtfully. "No, I helped myself." The man said, "You are me and I am you." "No." Yangqing suddenly thought of something. "You said you helped me settle it." "You are Chaos." Chaos looked up and laughed. "You finally thought of it. How is it, Yangqing, the power that I gave you, is it sweet and satisfying?" Yangqing's expression was solemn. "What do you mean by bringing me here? Do you have your own consciousness?" Chaos said disdainfully, "What can a mere cauldron seal do to me? Those sanctimonious ancient immortals and Buddhas only know how to plot against me. Even if they destroy my physical body, what can they do? I am born from the chaotic energy, immortal and indestructible. It will only take some time for me to come out, but these hundreds of thousands of years are like passing clouds to me." After listening, Yangqing was stunned for a while. Then, he laughed softly as if he had heard a funny joke. "What are you laughing at?" Han Dun frowned unhappily. "I'm just laughing. You're already so old, why do you still like to play such self-comforting tricks?" Yangqing shook his head and sighed. "Nonsense. When did I ever comfort myself? This is the truth." Yangqing asked, "If you're really as powerful as you say, why are you still being sealed after hundreds of thousands of years? Moreover, if you're really that powerful, all schemes won't work in the face of absolute power. The fact that you're being sealed already proves that you're not powerful enough." Han Dun was furious. Do you know that if I didn't help you, you would have been torn into pieces by that giant? Yangqing didn't give in at all. He raised his head and said, "Don't forget, you're just a beast soul in this artifact of mine. I'm your master. It's your duty to be ordered by me. You're just a kid. How dare? How dare?" Han Dan was so angry that his face turned red. Yangqing waved his hand in annoyance. "Aya, why did you transform into my appearance to talk to me? My handsome face has been ruined by you. What kind of expression is that?" Han Dan was furious. He pointed at Yangqing and couldn't say a word. Yangqing smiled evilly. "Although I don't know where I am now, I'm sure that I haven't woken up yet. There must be something you want to talk to me about since you won't let me recover my divine sense. If I'm not wrong, you should have something to ask of me. It won't work to scare me like this. I've been numb to fear since I was young. I don't even know how to write the word fear." Han Dan suppressed his anger and snorted. "You're right. But I'm not asking you for anything. I'm giving you a chance." "Chance?" "A chance for you to dominate the universe, break through the void, and become truly invincible in the world." Yangqing sneered. "You haven't become truly invincible in the world. How can you let me achieve it?" "You can. Because the cultivation technique you possess is a supreme scripture that communicates with the principles of the world." Although he didn't know who created this technique, it was comparable to the top techniques of the ancient times. "If it weren't for the fact that you have such a cultivation technique, why would I help you again and again?" However, in this world today, the spiritual chi is thin and far from what it was in the ancient times. If you want to reach the Shangqing Heavenly Thunder Trial, it is already as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If you want to pass it, it is even more difficult. However, if you are willing to hand over your body to me, with my chaos source, immortal soul, and the almighty ability to devour all living things, your cultivation will definitely skyrocket in a short period of time. At that time, breaking through the Shangqing Heavenly Thunder Trial, or even the Yuqing Heavenly Thunder Trial, truly refining the void and becoming one with the Tao, heaven and man as one. How difficult would that be? Yangqing narrowed his eyes. What you meant by a rapid rise in cultivation in a short period of time should be to devour those powerful humans, right? Chaos said without hesitation, "The weak are prey to the strong, the law of heaven and earth." "Get out of here." Yangqing sneered. "Although I, Yangqing, am not a good person, I will not go indiscriminately and eat people just for my own cultivation. No wonder you were sealed, you deserve it. How dare you scold me?" Chaos roared. "So what if I scold you? If you really have the ability, keep confronting me. Even if I don't wake up in this lifetime, I will not hand over my body to you. You are just a slave of mine, how dare you dream of occupying my body?" "What a joke." Chaos laughed in anger. "Humph, good. Good. Since you said so, then I am not in a hurry. With your cultivation, sooner or later, you will run out of power. If you have the guts, don't borrow my power in this lifetime. Otherwise, when I recover a certain level of cultivation, you won't be able to choose for yourself." "Hee hee, you still dare to scare me. I haven't thanked you for telling me that I can actually use you to deal with the 9 heavenly lightning tribulation. By then, my cultivation will also increase." "It is still unknown who will eat who," Yangqing said proudly. Chaos smiled strangely and did not say anything. Slowly, his figure dissipated in the void. England, London, midnight. In Jane's Special Research Institute, Yangqing had been lying for 3 days and 3 nights. Previously in Wales, after Jane's examination, she found that there was still no clue. She could only let Kai Ning and Xianxia follow her to the Research Institute in London to use more equipment for examination. When she found out that the hidden disease in Yang Cheng's brain was showing signs of worsening and becoming more complicated, Jane's professional confidence was also greatly challenged. This strange disease was like a factor that existed like a ghost, attached to Yang Cheng's brain, unable to be figured out. Because of their cultivation, Xianxia and Kai Ning didn't sleep or rest for the past few days. It didn't matter, but Jane seemed to be a little tired. After all, she had to constantly think and try her best to put aside the interference of personal feelings. It was really nerve-wracking. Jane, who was wearing a white coat, Looked at the constantly jumping graphs and data on a few screens. She held her chin and frowned. On the examination operating table, Xianxia was lying there, as quiet and peaceful as he had been for the past few days. His breathing was even. At this time, a hand gently patted Jane's shoulder. Jane turned around and saw Xianxia looking at her with a smile. Rest for a while. Look at your 2 dark circles. Hubby's body is not in danger, so he should be fine, Xianxia comforted. Jane sighed and shook her head. She forced a smile and said, I can't sleep. Every time his disease flares up, it's more serious than before. This time's situation is unprecedented. I really can't on Qin. Xianxia recalled the time when Xianxia went on a killing spree at the party for her. Later, when Xianxia fainted, she still remembered it clearly. Every time she thought about it, her heart would jump. Even though her love for him was strong, she was still extremely afraid. Hubby, how long has this disease been? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. At least 10 years. When he was young, he was used as a living subject by the first generation of Zero. He relied on practicing Xianxia's cultivation technique to survive, but it was still branded with the root of the disease. Jane said sadly, back then, I studied medicine to be able to cure him, but I didn't expect. I still couldn't do it. Xianxia pursed her red lips and finally couldn't help but ask, then. In your opinion, will hubby wake up? Will he be in danger in the future? Jane shook her head helplessly. I'm really confused now. I can't use science to explain this at all. But I know that if there's no way to cure it, every relapse in the future will be even more difficult to recover. In the end, it might be worse than death. The conversation between the 2 women seemed to be suffocating at this moment. After a long silence, Kai Ning walked in from outside and said in a clear voice, Don't be so pessimistic. That's not something we can change. We can only believe in him, right? Xianxia and Jane nodded silently. That was indeed the case. I slept so well. Suddenly, a pleasantly surprised voice that they hadn't heard for years came from the operating table. The 3 women looked over immediately. When they saw that Xianxia was sitting up slowly, their eyes couldn't help but redden. Hee, Xianxia stretched and laughed self-mockingly. It seems that I woke up a little late. Ning Er is still more sensible. You should believe in me. How can I bear not seeing you guys? You're still talking. Xianxia rushed over and punched Xianxia's shoulder. Why didn't you wake up earlier? Do you know how worried we were these past few days? Xianxia used his head to burrow into Xianxia's chest. It was soft and very comfortable. I know I was wrong. Next time, wake up earlier. There's a next time. Oh. No, there's no next time. Xianxia smiled at Xianxian, but in his heart, he sighed. Although he was still extremely tough in the confrontation with primal chaos, he wasn't confident that he could really control it. After all, he didn't know what kind of battle he would encounter in the future. If there was really no other way and he had to use the primal chaos cauldron, then primal chaos would definitely continue to recover its strength. However, because he had to fight the enemy, he had no choice but to let it recover like this. However, Xianxia didn't plan to tell the women about these things, lest they be worried and refuse to let him use the primal chaos cauldron again. The most important thing was that Xianxia hoped to find a safe magic treasure that could replace the primal chaos cauldron. However, low-level magic treasures were not as good as sky fire and sky water, and high-level immortal equipment could only be found by chance. Looking at the 3 women who were full of grievances, Xianxia did not worry about those things. He was content with what he had. First, he hugged and kissed the women, comforted them, and made them happy. Xianxia was relieved. It wasn't easy being a patient after all. When Jane asked if there were any special circumstances when he was in a coma, Xianxia did not say anything about the chaos. He only said that his mind was blank at that time and he did not remember what happened at all. Jane explained some data to Xianxia in detail. Only then did Xianxia understand that his illness was more serious than before after the relapse. It seemed that the chaos cauldron could really kill him. Jane, is there any new scientific method to treat my symptoms? Xianxia still hoped to contain it as much as possible. However, Jane shook her head helplessly and said, I think it will be difficult to make a breakthrough purely from medical research. I don't know much about Huaxia's techniques, so I can't understand what's wrong with you. Yangqing suddenly slapped his head. You almost forgot. I didn't have time to teach you last time. I will teach you the technique I created myself now. Although I can't always guide you, you are extremely talented and have a good understanding of Huaxia's language. It shouldn't be difficult for you to understand it. If you have any questions, you can ask Ning Er and Xianxia. They have settled down in the Forgotten Realms. Really? Can you teach me? Doesn't Huaxia pay great attention to the confidentiality of these techniques? Jane was a little surprised. She thought that Yangqing had no intention of teaching her. After all, she was a Western woman and they had just confirmed their relationship. What do you think I am? How can I bear to see you grow old day by day? You are too burdened. I mainly hope that my women can live a long life and be beautiful forever, Yangqing said happily. On the side, Xianxia and Kaining looked suspicious. Xianxia said sourly, hubby. When did you and Jane reach this step? Could it be that after saving Jane last time, you guys? Jane was quite generous. Yeah, I even pretended that I almost died. Otherwise, he wouldn't have confessed to me. Xianxia and Kaining looked at Jane in astonishment. They didn't expect this elegant and noble woman to have such a scheming side. Naturally, Yangqing did not mention his own shameful deeds. He immediately cut to the chase and taught Jane the details of his nameless cultivation technique. Jane's memory was outstanding, and she quickly memorized everything. Although she did not have any cultivation foundation, there was nothing that she could not understand literally. Yangqing did not forget to take out a few bottles of low-grade elixirs such as Bodhi pills and spiritual pivot pills from his mustard summer ring. He also took out a bottle of medium-grade dragon cloud pills and gave them to Jane. These elixirs were quite precious in the eyes of the cultivators in Hongmeng, but Yangqing refined a small hill of them. Jane's beautiful eyes sparkled. Being able to stay young forever was a great temptation to women in the world. More importantly, if she could understand more about cultivation, she might be able to think of a way to cure Yangqing's chronic illness. Seeing that everything was almost settled, Yangqing remembered that he still had to return to Zhonghai with Lin Ruoxi and Lan Lan to celebrate the New Year in Beijing. He did not know if he could make it in time. Ning Er, how many days have I been unconscious? It's been almost 4 days now, Kaining said with a hint of sadness. Yangqing counted with his fingers. Wasn't it about time to go back? He slapped his thigh and said, I have to go back to Huaxia. I still have to bring Ruoxi and Lan Lan back to Beijing. Xianxia babe, Ning Er, go back to the Forgotten Realms. I'll visit you in a few days. If you want to return to Zhonghai, feel free to. With your current cultivation, it will be hard for Hongmeng to find you if you hide well. The women understood him. Although they were reluctant, they did not ask him to stay. Just when Yangqing was about to leave, he thought of something. He scratched his head and said embarrassedly, the 3 of you, remember not to tell anyone about me being unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights and the relapse of my illness. Especially if we meet Ruoxi and someone asks about what happened these days, just say that I was injured but recovered so that they won't worry. Xianxia couldn't help feeling a little sour. She said bitterly, it's like there's a time bomb in your head. Why do you still care about this? Be good and keep it a secret, Yangqing said sternly. Xianxia pouted. Got it. Kaining and Jane's eyes were a little gloomy, but they also nodded. Only then did Yangqing laugh heartily and leave the research institute in a flash. Although he had just woken up, his cultivation did not decline. While the Chaos Cauldron absorbed a large amount of essence qi and blood to help him recover, Yangqing also benefited from it. As for the unintentional massacre of tens of thousands of people, it would be a lie if Yangqing said that he didn't feel anything. Although the Chaos Cauldron controlled him, he was still the one who killed them. However, his hands had been stained with blood for more than 10 years. He didn't care much about the massacre and making enemies. The death of these people gave him a stronger cultivation, and it was an unchangeable fact. Yangqing only hoped that such a tragedy would not happen again with his efforts. It was only a blink of an eye when he returned to Zhonghai. In January, the temperature in Zhonghai had also dropped to the freezing point. The sky was gloomy in the morning, and the cold wind was biting into the bones. Xianxia directly landed on the balcony of his home. He pushed open the glass door, passed through the room, went around the corridor on the second floor, and came to the door of Lin Ruoxi's room. He could find that Lin Ruoxi was in the room with Lan Lan. It was almost noon, and he didn't know what the mother and daughter were doing. In order to surprise the mother and daughter, Xianxia deliberately concealed his aura, so naturally no one could detect it. As soon as he arrived at the door, Xianxia heard Lan Lan's delicate voice coming from inside. "Stupid mom, don't go back on your words." Who's going back on my words? I accidentally put it in the wrong place." "Humph. Mom has already put it in the wrong place 7 times. Lan Lan doesn't believe Mom. Mom is lying. Mom is thinking about something, so she always doesn't pay attention and falls down. Liar. Shameful. How could Mom lie to me? It's a lie. Mom said yesterday that she didn't miss Dad. I never thought about it. Aya, why are you talking about him? Hurry up, Mom put it here, it's your turn. Mom has already lost. I don't care. Lan Lan doesn't want to play anymore. Lan Lan wants to see elephants. See elephants. Wah. As she spoke, Lan Lan began to wail. You unlucky child. Didn't you say that if you win, Mom will take you there? Mom has already lost 5 times. Mom doesn't keep her word. Wah. Xianxia, who was standing outside the door, was dumbfounded. What kind of situation was this? He didn't care too much, so he pushed the door open and entered. The moment he entered, Lin Ruoxi and Lan Lan were both stunned. The mother and daughter were wearing white silk nightgowns. It was obvious that Lin Ruoxi had bought these mother-daughter clothes. There was a big SpongeBob printed on the chest, and they were very happy. At this moment, Lin Ruoxi was sitting cross-legged on the bed with her black hair in a mess. Lan Lan was rolling around on the bed and crying. Between the mother and daughter, there was an exquisite pink 5-in-a-row board with a cartoon pattern. It was even a magnet chess piece specially used to play on the bed. Xianxia finally understood what the conversation was about. This woman actually used the matter of going to the zoo to see elephants to gamble with her daughter with a game of 5-in-a-row? More importantly, she didn't want to admit it after losing. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He stood at the door and shook his head. He didn't know what to say. Lin Ruoxi's eyes showed a hint of surprise, but she quickly realized that something was wrong. She looked at the 5-in-a-row board and the pajamas on her body. She couldn't help but blush shyly. She wanted to crawl into the bed. This was too embarrassing. Why did she come back now? Lan Lan wiped her tears and jumped directly from the bed into Xianxia's arms. Her chubby body was still so heavy and soft. They hadn't seen each other for a week, but he could feel that the chubby little girl had grown up a little. Dad, Mom is shameless. She didn't admit it after losing, and she didn't bring Lan Lan to see elephants. Woo-woo. Xianxia patted his daughter's back gently, comforting her. He sighed and said to Lin Ruoxi, if the child wants to see an elephant, you can take her. Why did you have to gamble with 5-in-a-row? You can gamble, but you lost it all. You lost, but you still don't admit it. Aren't you setting a bad example for the child? You always say that I'm not serious, tsk. Lin Ruoxi angrily hugged her head with both hands and slapped the bed. She couldn't care less about the awkwardness of the situation and pouted. Who said I won't bring her? I just want to win a game. Losing so many games in a row. It's too embarrassing. Xianxia saw the stubborn expression on the woman's face and suddenly remembered something similar to the past. That's right, when he was competing with Anxin in the game of playing the hoop, Lin Ruoxi had also repeatedly requested to compete again after losing. This time, he was actually competing with his daughter in 5-in-a-row. Ruoxi, you can't really miss me so much that you don't even know how to play 5-in-a-row, right? Xianxia sat on the bed with Lan Lan in his arms and raised his eyebrows as he asked. Lin Ruoxi rolled her eyes at him. Who misses you? I'm very serious, okay. Aren't you the best at calculating steps and making plans? This isn't a test of your body's coordination, nor is it a singing competition. How could you lose to Lan Lan? Yangqing said in disbelief. Just say that I like to scheme, my body is stiff, and I'm tone deaf. There's no need to beat around the bush. Lin Ruoxi said angrily, do you think it's easy to play with Lan Lan? Lan Lan is very good at 5 in a row. After I taught her, I still haven't won against her. Are you serious? Yangqing looked at the pink 5 in a row board suspiciously. With just a cursory glance, Yangqing discovered a strange situation. On the chessboard, the black pieces were all concentrated in the middle, while the white pieces were all around the black pieces, surrounding the black pieces. It was as if they were surrounding and killing the black pieces in a game of Go. All the lines connecting the black pieces to the 5 were sealed, while the white pieces had many openings, allowing them to unleash a double 4 killing move at any time. One-sided, completely one-sided. You said, you taught Lan Lan Gamoku? Yangqing asked. Lin Ruoxi nodded. Yeah. When did this happen? Last night, I went to the children's mall to take a look before I went home and bought this chessboard. I taught her and went to sleep. But this morning, I lost all my games, Lin Ruoxi said gloomily. Yangqing was deep in thought. He turned his head and looked at the chubby girl in his arms. She was still pouting unhappily. Lan Lan, why don't you play a game with Daddy? If you win, Daddy will take you to see elephants. Yangqing asked with a smile. Lan Lan pouted. Humph, I don't want to. Milord's words don't count. That's your mom. Dad means what he says, Yangqing said seriously. When Lin Ruoxi heard this, she was so angry that she pinched Yangqing's waist. What are you talking about? Who doesn't count? The father and daughter looked over at the same time and glanced at Lin Ruoxi. Lin Ruoxi's face was flushed red. She was so angry that she was about to go crazy. This adult and child were working together to discriminate against her. Good, good, good. After saying the word good 3 times, Lin Ruoxi gritted her teeth and said, you guys go ahead. My mother, who doesn't keep her word, will watch from the side. Yangqing grinned. After being husband and wife for 2 years, he knew that Lin Ruoxi wasn't really angry, but just throwing a tantrum. He took the chessboard and let Lan Lan return to the bed to start another round. After Yangqing took the initiative, he placed it in the middle. Lan Lan didn't even think about it and placed it 4 to 5 steps away, at a completely different position. Yangqing frowned slightly and connected his pieces to 2 pieces. On the other hand, Lan Lan quickly moved her chess piece to a completely unrelated place. It was a far cry from the chess piece she had placed before. It was as if Lan Lan didn't have the intention to connect the pieces into 5 pieces at all. She was just randomly placing them there. A smile appeared on the corner of Yangqing's mouth. This was really interesting. It seemed that this little fellow had more special things to discover. When Yangqing connected the black pieces to 3, Lan Lan finally placed a white piece at the end of the black piece. Yangqing continued to place the black pieces, expanding his route and deploying. As for Lan Lan, she tilted her head and looked at it. Then, she began to place the white pieces at the edge of the messy area. Lin Ruoxi watched from the side and furrowed her brows. Just now, she also felt extremely uncomfortable with Lan Lan's way of playing. Looking at it from the side, there was really no order to speak of at all. Just like that, Yangqing kept trying to make a double 4 formation. As for Lan Lan, she would only place a piece to intercept when she was about to succeed. The rest of the time, she would just randomly place the pieces at the periphery. After a few minutes, Yangqing threw the pieces in his hand back into the basket. What's wrong? You're not playing anymore? Lin Ruoxi was watching with interest. Yangqing shook his head. I lost. Lost? Lin Ruoxi was stunned. Only then did she realize that Lan Lan's messy pieces had actually connected into 2 4s. She didn't even realize that Lan Lan had already won. Then, she looked at Lan Lan, who was on the opposite side. Her chubby face was filled with sweetness as she looked at Yangqing with anticipation. She even looked a little cute. Yangqing smiled and patted his daughter's watermelon-haired big head. All right, Dad will keep his word. Tomorrow, when we go to Beijing, I'll take you to the zoo to see the elephants, okay? Lan Lan laughed and threw herself into Yangqing's arms and kissed her father's face. Dad is the best. Better than a shameless mom. You. You little thing. Lin Ruashi was angered to death. Who brought you around to play when your dad wasn't here these days? You're talking bad about mom so quickly. You're simply a fence-sitter. Lan Lan pouted and buried her head into Yang Cheng's chest, pretending not to hear. Yang Cheng smiled and shook his head. He patted his daughter's butt and asked, Lan Lan, can you tell Dad what you think when you play Gamoku? What do you mean think? Lan Lan was confused. That's right. How does Lan Lan think I should play Gamoku? Yang Cheng asked in a way that a child would understand. Lan Lan tilted her head and thought for a while. Then, she said, Lan Lan doesn't know either. Lan Lan wanted to connect it to 4 or 5 at first, but Mom stopped her. Lan Lan was too lazy to think about how to connect it to 4 or 5. So, Lan Lan blocked all of Mom's chess pieces. Anyway, as long as Mom's chess pieces couldn't be connected, Lan Lan could put them anywhere. And like this, she could suddenly win Mom. Lin Ruashi listened and found it unbelievable. This child actually thought about playing Gamoku in this way. No wonder no matter how messy her chess pieces were, they were just randomly placed. Yang Cheng clicked his tongue and sighed with emotion. He smiled mysteriously. Why are you smiling so strangely? Lin Ruashi was puzzled. Is there a problem? Yang Cheng said happily, our daughter is a genius. At least for now, her comprehension is quite high. Lin Ruashi was puzzled. What are you talking about? Yang Cheng put Lan Lan on the bed and explained, when people play Gamoku, even adults, they will think about how to secretly connect their chess pieces into a pair of 4 or secretly arrange a 3 to take advantage of the opponent's carelessness. But Lan Lan doesn't think like this. She thinks that if the opponent can't win, then she won't lose. So, she can randomly place her chess pieces. In this situation, it seems that it is difficult for her to connect her own chess pieces. But in fact, because she keeps placing them randomly, the opponent can't guess what her logic is. In the end, as long as Lan Lan doesn't make a problem in her interception, even if she can't inadvertently make 2 4s, she will still make the opponent unable to win. This way of playing, not only can she not worry and only need to take care of intercepting the opponent, but it can also confuse the opponent's vision and thinking. It's the best of both worlds. That is to say, in theory, our daughter came up with an all-purpose strategy. As long as she doesn't make any mistakes, she will be invincible. Lin Ruashi was stunned. She looked at her confused daughter and said in disbelief, it doesn't have to be that incredible, right? Lan Lan is just lazy, that's why she thought of it. Yang Cheng sighed with a disapproving smile. In this world, many revolutions, innovations, and creations are done by lazy people for the sake of being lazy. Playing Gamoku was only a very small point, but the area radiating from this point could be understood as doing the opposite, changing the angle and thinking from the opponent's intention. If it is more mysterious, it would be an extremely simple Tao between heaven and earth, but many people have neglected it. Don't force, let nature take its course, and return to the truth. Lin Ruashi frowned and thought for a while, then muttered, how can there be so much logic to it? Can a child think of these things? Of course Lan Lan won't think about these things. If she deliberately thinks about it, it won't be true comprehension. In fact, it's only superficial and superficial. True comprehension can only be experienced in her own head. Yang Cheng said. Hearing the hidden meaning in Yang Cheng's words, Lin Ruashi couldn't help but ask, hubby, you want to teach Lan Lan to cultivate? Yang Cheng was startled, then smiled and said, you guessed it. But didn't you say last time that you wanted Lan Lan to grow up before you started cultivating? Lin Ruashi asked, puzzled. Yang Cheng thought to himself. If it was in the past, perhaps he could wait for Lan Lan to grow up a few years before teaching her. But now, the time bomb in his head had started to revive again. He had to teach Lan Lan as soon as possible. It was rare that Lan Lan's perception was not bad. If she could achieve some results in her cultivation earlier, she might be able to play a key role in the future. However, Yang Cheng wouldn't say it out loud. Instead, he said, I think that Lan Lan's perception is not bad, so there's no harm in teaching her earlier. The endless resolve restoration scripture isn't a cultivation technique that requires a lot of time to cultivate. The key is still to see the individual's foundation and perception. Cultivating it earlier will naturally be beneficial, at least for Lamlin's self-protection. Lin Ruoshi also nodded in agreement. After all, for the sake of the child's own safety, it was not bad to have stronger strength. Yangqing turned to look at the chubby little girl and said with a smile, "Lan Lan, from today onwards, Daddy will teach you how to cultivate. Didn't you always ask Daddy how to fly? Do as Daddy says, and Lan Lan will be able to fly by herself in the future." The little guy's big eyes lit up. "Really? Dad, teach me quickly. Don't be anxious. You have to promise me that you won't tell anyone that you're practicing martial arts, and you can't tell anyone that I taught you martial arts, especially strangers. Do you understand?" Yangqing said solemnly. Lan Lan asked in a small voice, "Can't you tell Mom either?" Yangqing was stunned and didn't know what to say. Lin Ruoshi said firmly, "Don't say it. Mummy won't ask you, and you're not allowed to tell Mummy, let alone anyone else." Yangqing smiled at Lin Ruoshi in embarrassment, and Lin Ruoshi just nodded in understanding. Although Lan Lan was confused, seeing how serious her parents were, she obediently agreed. After giving the little girl a heads up, Lin Ruoshi left the room considerately, leaving Yangqing and Lan Lan alone to teach. Yangqing didn't think that the endless resolve restoration scripture could not be heard by Lin Ruoshi. After all, they were husband and wife, and there was nothing to hide. However, this would affect Lin Ruoshi's own practice of martial arts. Secondly, he was worried that it would be used by others to get some martial arts from Lin Ruoshi. Yangchen didn't want his woman to be chased all the way to Australia because of a cultivation technique. After calming down, Yangqing began to teach the martial arts that he had practiced for more than 10 years to his daughter, whose face was full of seriousness and longing. Speaking of which, it was fate that gave him a daughter. Although she was adopted, she was born with a good seedling. In terms of bone structure, Lan Lan was much stronger than when he was a child, and there was no need to say anything about her comprehension. At her age, how could he beat Lin Ruoshi in Gamoku? What made Yangqing even more gratified was that although Lan Lan was gluttonous and playful, she was really smart. She had a photographic memory and didn't forget what she heard. He only said it once, but she had already memorized almost all 9 levels of such an obscure martial art. After the second time, Lan Lan had already memorized it. "Lan Lan, remember what Daddy said. Don't be impatient. The endless resolve restoration scripture relies on comprehension and understanding, not crazy practice. No matter what your understanding is, don't think about right or wrong, and don't think about success or failure. Just practice whatever you think." After all, Lan Lan was still young. Even if she was far better than children of the same age, she was still confused. "If Lan Lan doesn't understand, can I ask Daddy?" "No, because Daddy can't say it. Everyone thinks differently. But remember, Lan Lan, don't choose to give up just because it's difficult. You have to always believe that in this world, as long as we are not dead, the only one who can win you will always be yourself." When Yangqing's eyes lit up, he held the chubby little girl's face and said these words. Lan Lan blinked her eyes and seemed to be thinking about something. She was very quiet. Unknowingly, an hour had passed as the father and daughter taught. When Yangqing walked out of the room, he saw that Lin Ruoshi had already put on a lavender tunic dress and was leaning on the railing outside the door nervously. Seeing Yangqing come out, the woman couldn't help but ask, "How is it?" It was like sending a child to take an exam. Parents would always be concerned. What's more, Lin Ruoshi also knew that for children born in such a family, there would inevitably be all kinds of unexpected events in the future. Having a strong cultivation often determined whether the child could survive or not. Yangqing laughed strangely and said, "My dear wife, how do you want me to answer you?" "What do you mean, how is it?" It's just, can Lan Lan understand? Will she find it difficult?" Lin Ruoshi asked anxiously. Yangqing curled his lips and took a deep breath before saying, "I don't know how much the little guy has comprehended. She has memorized it all. But I think I wasn't as smart as her when I was young. I was able to explore by myself and reach the 7th level in less than 10 years. After several opportunities, I broke through to the soul formation stage. Lan Lan now has the support of such a large amount of pills. As long as her perception is good enough, it shouldn't be difficult for her to reach the 7th level. As for the 8th and 9th level, and entering the soul formation stage, that will depend on her own luck. Can't you pass on your experience to Lan Lan? What is your opportunity? Tell Lan Lan about it. Lin Ruoshi suggested. Yangqing smiled bitterly. My opportunities, one is the death of my beloved, and the other is my own death. Do you think? Should I teach it to Lan Lan? Lin Ruoshi was slightly stunned, and her face turned gloomy. You're talking about. Is it 17? Only then did Yangqing realize that his words were a bit abrupt. He hurriedly smiled and said, don't think too much about it. I didn't even know you back then. Who doesn't have a bit of a past? Lin Ruoshi rolled her eyes at him. I didn't say anything, why are you in such a hurry to explain? Haha, that's true. Yangqing hurriedly changed the topic and said, I told Lan Lan that the Endless Resolve Restoration Scripture is divided into 9 levels: Thoughtless, Selfless, Return, End of the Road, Don't Ask, Dark Willow, Li Chen, Life and Death, and Rebirth. These 9 levels, each level is several times more difficult than the last. Return is the first hurdle, and Dark Willow is another hurdle. As long as she can break through a hurdle, I will fulfill any of her wishes. As long as she can break through a hurdle, I will bring her to eat delicious food. I don't expect her to be able to step into the realm of Awakening Realm in just a few years. I just hope that she can persevere. Lin Ruoshi frowned. The names of these levels that you mentioned sound strange to me. It's really hard on Lan Lan. This is very normal. The Endless Resolve Restoration Scripture tests a person's comprehension talent, and it surpasses everything else. I only hope that I'm not mistaken. If Lan Lan can pass it down, I won't let down the kindness that Uncle taught me back then. At least I didn't let this cultivation technique be lost. You speak as if you're going to die. It's not like you won't be able to pass it down in the future. Lin Ruoshi said unhappily. Yangqing smiled in Xianxia, but in his heart, he sighed a little. He had almost been exposed. The couple didn't disturb Lan Lan, who was comprehending the cultivation technique. After going downstairs for lunch, they started to prepare for tomorrow's trip to Beijing. Mother Wang took out a bunch of red envelopes and gave them to Lin Ruoshi. She asked Lin Ruoshi to stuff them to the brim. She said that she should give them to her relatives and friends during the new year. This scene made Yangqing feel very special. He didn't expect that there would be a day when he would have to give red envelopes to his relatives and friends. Although the money was all in Lin Ruoshi's pockets. Fortunately, you didn't come back too late. Otherwise, you might have missed the Li family's full moon banquet. Lin Ruoshi said as she busied herself. Yangqing couldn't help but be stunned. What full moon banquet? Lin Ruoshi glanced at him. Xianxia gave birth to a chubby boy. You weren't around when Li Dun called. Yangqing thought about it carefully. It had been quite some time since Xianxia got pregnant. So she had already given birth. Although the child was a member of the Li family, she was also Yan Buwen's descendant. Yan Buwen was one of the few opponents Yang Dun took seriously. Although he died a horrible death, it was only because his opponent chose Yang Dun. Otherwise, he would have been a genius who could compete with Jane. However, Li Dun was a magnanimous person. He loved a woman so much that he could accept her having someone else's child. Yangqing couldn't do that. Time passed quickly as he thought about it. Lan Lan only came down the stairs when it was nighttime. She held her stomach and pouted. Yangqing walked forward to carry his daughter and praised her with a smile. Not bad, you've been thinking in the room for so long. You're such a good girl. Lin Ruoshi looked at her daughter with approval. It was rare for her to take something so boring so seriously. Lan Lan blinked her big eyes. Her cheeks were rosy as she said softly. Lan Lan thought for a while and couldn't think of anything. I got sleepy and fell asleep. I'm hungry now. Yangqing suddenly felt that educating a child was a long and arduous task. The next morning, the family of 3 arrived at Beijing. The person who drove to pick up Yang Chen and the others was actually Yuan Yi. Ever since this fellow joined his family's business, he had become more and more mature. Just from his demeanor, it could be seen that he was from a family of gold collars, and was no longer the youngster who dreamed of killing magical beasts. Yuan Yi, who came back to the Yang family with his parents for the new year, wanted to seize the opportunity to perform well in front of his grandfather, Yang Gongming. Although he was Yang Chen's nephew, in terms of blood relations, there was no difference between him and Yang Chen, but in terms of family background, Yuan Yi's surname was Yuan after all. If he wanted the Yang clan to support him, he still had to work hard. Brother Chen, it's almost a month away from Chinese New Year. It's rare for us to have such a long reunion, Yuan Yi said excitedly as he drove. Yang Qing didn't think that this was something to be happy about. Just visiting and being visited was tiring enough. Is everything okay at home? Yang Qing asked casually. Yuan Yi nodded. Not really, but aunt and uncle aren't in a good mood. Recently, they seem to have quarreled a lot over cousin Yang Lai's matter. Grandpa even got angry twice. Yang Lai? Yang Qing frowned. What happened to him? Yuan Yi sighed and said, Cousin Yang Lai just came back a while ago. He went back to work in the military and was doing fine. But recently, he had been hanging out with some rich young masters in Yanjing and indulging in debauchery. Although it did not affect his normal work in the army, his uncle was very dissatisfied with his style. He said that he was too unrestrained. That was probably what he meant. But Aunt thinks that it's those heirs who brought him there. Plus, it's not a big deal to go to bars, nightclubs, and entertainment centers. She thinks that it's a man's way of socializing. As long as he doesn't get into trouble, she shouldn't care too much. So, they got into a conflict. Lin Ruoshi squinted at Yang Qing when she heard this. Looks like you guys are related by blood. You're both the same. Yang Qing wasn't happy to be compared with Yang Lai, but he had nothing to say. He had been to those places many times in the past. 40 minutes later, they finally arrived at the Yang family's mansion through the torrent of traffic. Lan Lan had come back last time, so she was very excited. She ran into the door like a swallow the moment she got out of the car and shouted, Great-grandpa. In the front hall of the Yang family's mansion. Yang Gongming and the others were already waiting. Yang Gongming put down the teacup in his hand when he saw Lan Lan with her pigtails running towards him. He cheerfully stood up and caught his great-granddaughter, who jumped up. Lan Lan, did you miss great-grandpa? Yang Gongming asked kindly. I did. Lan Lan nodded. Lan Lan still wants to eat roast duck. Yang Gongming was overjoyed. He touched the little girl's chubby cheeks and felt that she was really a happy person. The adults in the hall couldn't help but laugh out loud. Even some servants covered their faces and snickered. Guo Shuihua, who was at the side, hadn't seen Lan Lan for a while and missed her. She went up to pinch the chubby little girl's hand and scolded with a smile, You're thinking about eating the moment you come. Don't worry, Grandma has already prepared 3 big roast ducks for you. Lan Lan licked her lips and began to click her tongue. When Yang Qing and Lin Ruoshi came in, it was inevitable to greet them warmly. Yuan Hui and Yang Jieyu were naturally there. Guo Shuihua hadn't seen her eldest son for a while, so she looked at him from head to toe as if she was afraid that he would lose weight. She had completely forgotten that her son was a cultivator. Yang Pejuan was the calmest. He just nodded hastily as a greeting, but it was a lot different from the indifference in the past. On the contrary, when he looked at Lan Lan, this nominal grandfather's gaze was gentler. After Yang Gongming put down Lan Lan, he went forward and patted Yang Cheng's shoulder. Fortunately, you came back in time. Tomorrow, you and your wife will represent the Yang family at the Li family's full moon banquet. Just us? You're not going? Will there be fewer people? Yang Qing was stunned. Yang Gongming said affirmatively, It's not a matter of the number of people, as long as there's weight. Even if the whole family goes, it won't be as valuable as you alone. I like what you said. Old man, it's rare for you to praise me, Yang Qing laughed. Lin Ruoshi still felt a little awkward when she saw Guo Shuihua. After all, it was the conflict between her mother-in-law and daughter-in-law that prompted Guo Shuihua to return to Beijing. Even if the old and young had reconciled over the phone, it was different when they met in person. Ruoshi, I heard that you resigned from your position as CEO? Guo Shuihua started the conversation. Lin Ruoshi's smile was a little awkward. Yeah. That's good. Women should prioritize their family. Children grow up quickly, and it'll be too late to regret it if you miss them. It's not easy to be a stay-at-home mother, Guo praised sincerely. She naturally did not want her daughter-in-law to be the kind of woman who prioritized her career. Yang Jieyu, who was smiling at the side, said, "Sister-in-law, Ruoshi isn't a full-time mother. Isn't she the CEO of Yulei? That Shui Mingyi is just working for her. When it comes to making big decisions, she, the CEO, has the final say." That's good too. Good things should be kept within the family. It's such a big multinational corporation and it was passed down from your grandmother. She can't just sell it like that, right? Guo seemed to be very understanding. Lin Ruoshi also relaxed. Her mother-in-law didn't seem to care about what happened before. Actually, the company's system is already mature. That's why I gave the position to CEO Shui. He has experience in the US and Hong Kong, and he has been my assistant for 3 years. Usually, there won't be any problems. Yuan Hui joked, "Ruoshi, it's a waste for a business genius like you not to work. If you really feel bored, you can come to our Yuan group and be a senior vice president or something. You can help us quadruple our profits. Come on, can you afford the salary of the young mistress of the Yang family?" Yang Jieyu scolded jokingly. Everyone was happy to hear that, but Lin Ruoshi was embarrassed and blushed. Seeing that it was almost time, Yang Gongming asked, "Shuihua, is the luncheon ready? Don't let our Lan starve." Guo said respectfully, "Dad, it's ready." "But..." Lai said that he'll be back, but I haven't seen him yet. "Humph, that brat must have a hangover outside again. I wonder which woman he's in bed with." Yang Pejuan snorted coldly. "How can you say that? You haven't seen him yet. You just listen to what others say and make wild guesses," Guo said unhappily. Yang Qing and Lin Ruoshi looked at each other. They didn't expect that they would have a conflict because of Yang Lai. At this moment, Yang Qing heard the sound of a car outside. He sensed it and frowned. He turned to look at the door outside. No need to wait, he's back. Not long later, everyone saw Yang Lai in his military uniform. His hair was messy and he yawned as he walked into the hall with heavy steps. Yang Qing could clearly sense that Yang Lai's cultivation didn't improve much. It was just that his body was stronger. But for some reason, he felt that something was wrong. It felt like there was something blocking him and he couldn't sense it. Yang Lai raised his head and saw everyone in the hall with different expressions. He laughed loudly and opened his arms warmly. "Big brother, sister-in-law, welcome home." Yang Qing and Lin Ruoshi were inevitably not used to Yang Lai's generous greeting as if it was nothing at all. Yang Qing nodded expressionlessly and didn't want to say anything more. Yang Lai didn't seem to mind. With a relaxed smile on his face, he walked into the house, and his eyes quickly fell on Lan, who was held by Yang Gongming. After a slight daze, Yang Lai immediately smiled and said, "This is my baby niece, right? Is her name Lan? Come, give uncle a hug." Lan opened a pair of big black eyes. She had been staring at Yang Lai since he appeared, but when the little fellow saw Yang Lai coming over to hug her, she quickly turned her head and grabbed Yang Gongming tightly. Yang Lai stretched out both hands, but he missed. He froze in midair and felt a little embarrassed. Lan, what's wrong?" Yang Gongming asked. The chubby little girl pouted, "I don't want to hug." Guo said with a smile, Lan, be good. This is your uncle." Lan still shook her head, and there was a little panic in her eyes. This scene made Yang Qing and Lin Ruoshi slightly suspicious. Lan had always been muddle-headed and bold. She was not afraid of strangers. If someone wanted to hug her, she would almost never refuse. It was rare for her to be so unwilling to be hugged by a person. Seeing that she didn't want to hug him, Yang Lai put his hand down and smiled, "Maybe I have the smell of alcohol on me. Children don't like it." Yang Gongming looked meaningfully at Yang Lai and said with a smile, "All right, maybe he doesn't like the smell of your body. Come, let's go eat in the inner hall." Everyone agreed, except for Guo. She thought that if Lan could get closer to Yang Lai, Yang Qing would have more interaction with his younger brother. When everyone was seated in the inner hall, Yang Pujuan didn't wait for the meal to be served before he said with dissatisfaction, "Brat, where did you go to fool around again?" "Dad, I'm just socializing, I'm not fooling around." "If I was fooling around, how could I come back on time to welcome big brother and sister-in-law?" Yang Lai innocently said. Yang Gongming signaled his son with his eyes not to make noise during mealtime, so that Yang Pujuan wouldn't continue bombarding him with questions. During the meal, everyone at the table toasted to Yang Gongming. However, Yang Gongming spent most of his time chatting with his great-granddaughter and didn't pay much attention to them. When Lon Lon started eating the roast duck, she wasn't afraid of anything. Her small mouth was full, and her pink lips were glistening with oil. Her appetite was boundless, making Yang Gongming feel extremely happy. Lin Ruashi secretly raised her head at Yang Chen, trying to take credit for it. Her intention was clear, it was a wise decision for her to adopt Lon Lon back then. The scene of the old and the young getting along well would make anyone's heart warm. In his heart, Yang Qing had many suspicions about Yang Lai. He didn't have much time to stay in the banquet, so he could only reluctantly deal with it. Halfway through the meal, Yang Lai suddenly raised his glass to Yang Qing. "Brother, let me toast you. In the past, I was not sensible. This time, I came back to Yanjing to turn over a new leaf and serve the army well. In the future, if I can't do it, I hope Big Brother will help me regardless of the past." Yang Lai's words were quite heroic and humble, and there was nothing wrong with it. No matter how reluctant Yang Qing was, he could only raise his glass and touch it with him. "I'm just an idle person, and I only know how to make jokes. You don't need to be polite with me." Yang Lai waved his hand and said, "You can't say that. Big Brother doesn't want to do things that ordinary people do. I understand that. In fact, after Yen Buwen died, I have been thinking about everything I have done. After thinking about it carefully, I realized that I was too rebellious. Big Brother has always been lenient and I'm really grateful." Hearing Yang Lai's words, Guishuahua's eyes began to moisten. She smiled and said to Yang Qing, "Yang Qing, did you hear that? Your brother is sensible now. You are brothers, so keep a good relationship in the future. Mom also hopes that you can teach your brother more." Yang Qing smiled bitterly. Everything seemed so beautiful, but why did he feel that it was more and more unreal? "Mom, don't worry, Big Brother is not that kind of person." Yang Lai turned to smile and said to Yang Qing, "Big Brother, I met cousin Guiyu yesterday. He heard that you came back with sister-in-law and said that he wants to meet you today. He didn't have a chance to talk to you before, so he asked me to bring him a message." "Guiyu? Who is he?" Yang Qing was confused. Guishuahua quickly said, "Silly child, Gui is your cousin, so of course he is from my family. Guiyu is my big brother, your uncle's son. He is the same age as Lai and works in the audit office. He is a very capable child." While they were talking, a servant's announcement came from outside. "Master, young Master Guiyu is here." Yang Gongming laughed and said, "Young people are really impatient. He came so early. Let him in." Not long after, a well-dressed man wearing a white suit and a striped red tie walked in with a smile. He was holding a hardwood box in his hand, which seemed to contain some kind of gift. The man's hair was combed and shiny. He had a fair face without a beard and was about 1.73 meters tall. Before he arrived, his voice reached the ears first. "Oh, I'm so sorry for being impatient and coming early. Please don't mind, Grandpa Marshall." Guiyu walked in front of Yang Gongming in a fawning manner and showed an embarrassed expression. Yang Gongming obviously knew his routine. All right, I told you before, don't call me Grandpa Marshall, it sounds weird. But you are the old Marshall. My parents have always taught me to learn from you, but I don't dare to be too presumptuous," Guiyu said seriously. People are not saints, they always like to listen to flattery. Even if Yang Gongming was used to flattery in his life, he knew that it was just a small trick when the younger generation flattered him, but he was still quite happy. "Grandpa Marshall, this is a small gift. I didn't think about it when I came here in a hurry. I hope you like it." Guiyu took the opportunity to hand over the box. Yang Gongming wouldn't be shy and opened the wooden box. There was an exquisite red tea box inside. There was only a seal script inscribed on it, but no other patterns. Authentic Wui Mountain de Hong Pao, good stuff. You don't look like you didn't think about this gift. Yang Gongming was also a knowledgeable person. He couldn't help but squint his eyes after recognizing it. I know you like tea, so I asked a friend to bring it from Wui Mountain. I didn't have the chance to give it to you. Guiyu naturally passed the box to the servant next to him. Yang Gongming naturally liked this kind of king of tea that couldn't be obtained even with money. He looked at Guiyu with a much more relaxed gaze. After flattering Yang Gongming, Guiyu looked at Yangqing and Lin Ruoxi. His eyes couldn't help but stay on Lin Ruoxi's face. Lin Ruoxi couldn't help but feel awkward being stared at by someone who should be called cousin. She blushed and wanted to complain but couldn't say anything. Guiyu opened his mouth and greed flashed across his eyes. After 5 or 6 seconds, he suddenly laughed. This must be cousin Yangqing and sister-in-law. When I went to Zhonghai for an inspection, I heard that the most beautiful woman in Zhonghai's business world was the CEO of Yulei International. Unfortunately, sister-in-law was busy with work and didn't have the chance to see her. Today is an eye-opener, haha, cousin is so lucky. With this, he covered up the embarrassment of losing his composure. His face wasn't red, his heart wasn't beating fast, and there were no omissions. But how could Yangqing miss the real situation of these few seconds? Yangqing didn't have a good impression of this guy who dared to have lustful thoughts about his woman. You know it's my blessing, so don't stare at me. For the sake of Guishuahua, Yangqing resisted the idea of throwing this guy out. The atmosphere froze in an instant. No one thought that Yangqing would be so rude, and it was the first time they met. Lin Ruoxi grabbed Yangqing's pants under the table in embarrassment. She was embarrassed to have a conflict because of her. Besides, it wasn't the first time she was stared at. It was just that this time it was a cousin, so it was especially awkward. Guiyu's face turned pale. Seeing that Yang Gongming didn't mean to speak up for him, he knew that Yangqing's position in this family was definitely not something he could go against. He said bitterly, cousin, don't misunderstand, sister-in-law is really amazing and a little out of control. Yeah, Yangqing, you're praising your wife for her looks, don't be too competitive among family, Guishuahua couldn't help but help. After all, he was the son of her own brother, but she was also a little disappointed that he didn't live up to her expectations. Yangqing ignored her and continued to nibble on the hairy crab in his hand. Guiyu rolled his eyes and immediately smiled, cousin, actually I also brought a gift for you and sister-in-law. Why don't you go out with me after the meal? Seeing Do Yao's sincere look of wanting to get close to him and apologize, no matter if it was true or not, one shouldn't hit a smiling person. Lunch was almost over, so Yangqing nodded and agreed. 10 minutes later, Yang Gongming took Lan Lan to the inner courtyard, preparing to take a nap with his great-granddaughter. Lan Lan was full and a little sleepy, so she agreed obediently. Lin Ruoxi didn't expect her daughter to be so spoiled by Yang Gongming. On the other hand, Lan Lan needed someone to take care of her even when she slept, but now she was getting more and more sleepy. She really didn't know if she had gone to the other extreme. The couple went with Yang Lai and the others to the parking lot outside the mansion to see Do Yao's gift. When they arrived at the venue, Xianxia, who followed behind, was the first to shout. In front of them was a fiery red Ferrari sports car, single row, 2 seats, 2 doors convertible, extremely smooth lines. What model is this Ferrari? Why haven't I seen it before? It's so beautiful. Xianxia was also a car lover and couldn't help but ask with his eyes shining. Ferrari 599 Special Commemorative Limited Edition, Superda. Without waiting for Do Yao's introduction, Yangqing had already blurted it out. Do Yao was slightly surprised and was stunned for a moment before immediately saying, as expected of cousin Yangqing who returned from abroad, you're really knowledgeable. I just got this car last month and showed it to a few of my friends. The only one who could recognize it at a glance was you, cousin Yangqing. He's an expert, an expert. Yangqing thought to himself, it's just that I have a photographic memory, there's no need for me to remember it. But seeing that Lin Ruoxi's eyes were also shining, he knew that women also liked the appearance of this car, so he was a little interested in this gift. If I remember correctly, this car is limited to 80 units worldwide. It's impossible to get your hands on one without spending a lot of effort and money. You sure have some tricks up your sleeves. You must have spent a lot of money, Yangqing casually asked. Douyu said proudly, not much, just 4 million. 4 million? Yangqing frowned. How is that possible? This car is worth more than that even in Europe. After saying this, Yang Lai, Yuan Yi, and Gui Yu all showed a strange expression, obviously knowing something. An evil smile appeared in Douyu's eyes. Cousin, you just came back from abroad, so you don't know some of the tricks here. What do you mean? Yangqing realized that there were still many things that he did not understand. Guiyu said, now that we're buying cars here, why would we buy them from people or from businesses? Every year, these tycoons in the country would buy those good cars from abroad, like Ferrari, Koenigsegg, Aston Martin, whatever you want. Those cars don't have proper origins. We just need to ask our friends at the customs to help us take a look. If we want a car, we can just detain it. At that time, those fools won't dare to ask the customs openly, unless they have connections, then we have to give them face. If their connections aren't strong enough, they don't have to go against the country for these millions, right? As for us, we can spend some money cheaply and buy it from the customs. There's always a connection to get a license plate. This is much easier than spending tens of millions to buy a car ourselves. Hearing Douyu talking about the channels to buy a car, Yangqing suddenly realized that he had really entered a rich family. It turned out that money could be so frugal. Logically speaking, although the Guo family was also a political family, if it wasn't for Guo Shuihua marrying into the Yang family, they would only be at the bottom of the second-rate families in Beijing. Now, they could only be in the middle of the second-rate families. However, a kid from the Guo family could rely on this layer of family connections to obtain such privileges. It was really like a fox exploiting the tiger's might. Yangqing didn't think that the elders like Yang Gongming didn't know what these little guys were up to. However, the darkness of human nature couldn't be eradicated easily. Many people were cynical because they didn't have the opportunity to sit in that position. They didn't have the opportunity to be so vulgar, or else, they might be even more vulgar. Yangqing suddenly felt that he would be more comfortable if he said that this car was robbed. Brother Chen, just accept it. Douyu doesn't lack good cars. I think sister-in-law likes it. Yuan Yi seemed to be used to these things and said with a smile. Yangqing turned to look at the woman. Wife, do you like it? Lin Ruoshi was also honest. I like it, but even if it's 4 million, it's still quite expensive. It's not good to accept such an expensive gift on our first meeting. Sigh, what's wrong with that? A luxury car goes with a beauty. Such a beautiful car, of course it should be driven by a beauty like sister-in-law. Douyu said excitedly halfway before he suddenly realized that he was a little careless with his words. He smiled embarrassedly and stopped. Yangqing frowned, thought for a while and said, how about this, Ruoshi will accept this car, but you will give him a car of the same price. Lin Ruoshi nodded and smiled, that's a good idea. I have a lot of new cars that I haven't driven before. This is not necessary. Douyu smiled stiffly. Didn't this mean that they didn't owe each other anything? Why, are you worried that we don't have a good car? Douyu shook his head, of course not, cousin, you must be joking. Sister-in-law is one of the richest women in the country. She's definitely richer than a small civil servant like me. Yangqing laughed weirdly, you also know that you're a small civil servant. Douyu's face turned red and white. The feeling of being poked in the foot naturally didn't feel good, but he could only smile apologetically. As if he had endured to a certain extent, Douyu's expression was very stiff. After giving the car key to Lin Ruoshi, Douyu planned to leave. As for Lin Ruoshi saying that she would send the car to his house, he didn't have much time to listen carefully. But before leaving, Douyu still pretended to be looking forward to it and asked Yangqing and his wife to meet again tomorrow at the Li family's one-month banquet. After Douyu left, Yuan Hui, who hadn't said much, came up and patted Yangqing's shoulder with an understanding smile. I know you're against this kind of bad bureaucratic children, but you have to adapt in the future. After all, there are still many good ones. At most, you don't go with them. Yangqing shrugged, actually, it doesn't matter to me. I just feel that it's a little ironic. When I was selling mutton skewers in Shanghai, I was very puzzled why there were so many underworld people collecting protection fees from those stalls, but no one bothered about it. Now it seems that the protection fees paid by the poor are considered small, but the protection fees that the rich have to pay are really not small. Now you know how important it is for us to have a good relationship with the government as a businessman. To put it bluntly, didn't our Yuan family rely on the Yang family to be stable until now? Yuan Hui smiled awkwardly. Yang Jieyu pretended to be angry after hearing that. Great, you married me for your business. Yuan Hui looked embarrassed and hurriedly admitted his mistake, causing Yuan Yi, who was at the side, to blush as well. He felt bitter for his father's henpecked wife, but wasn't he the same as well? On the other hand, Yang Lai hadn't said a word since the beginning. Yang Qing noticed that Yang Lai actually showed some rare genuine expression. This was a complicated expression, as if condensed memories, hatred, sadness, anger, and all sorts of other emotions. What are you thinking about? Yang Qing couldn't help but take the initiative to ask. Yang Lai turned his head and his gaze met Yang Qing's without hesitation. I'm thinking, in this world, do gods really exist? A smile appeared on the corner of Yang Qing's mouth. What do you think? Aren't you called a god, my brother? Yang Lai asked with a weird smile, do you think you're a god? Yang Qing didn't reply directly, but said, the way you speak and your expression doesn't seem like the Yang Lai I know. People will mature and change. Women are fickle, but men are actually more fickle and change more thoroughly. Can I understand that you've changed too much? Yang Qing stared at Yang Lai's eyes, hoping to see any special reaction. However, the result disappointed Yang Qing. Yang Lai sighed deeply and calmly, the corner of his mouth raised slightly. Maybe I'm really thinking too much. I'm just an ordinary human. Someone like Big Brother still has to follow the will of the heavens and adapt to this kind of reality. What other thoughts can I have? How can this world be changed so easily? How laughable. How laughable. Saying that, Yang Lai turned around and silently walked back into the house. His back view actually revealed a hint of vicissitudes. In the backyard of the Yang family, in Yang Gongming's bedroom. After dinner, he took Lan Lan for a walk in the courtyard for a while, and the grandfather and granddaughter went into the house to take a nap. With the various elixirs sent by Yang Qing, although Yang Gongming didn't have much cultivation, he was still strong and vigorous. He carried the chubby little girl in one arm for more than half an hour and didn't feel tired at all. Lan Lan was already in a daze and drowsy. Her little head leaned on her great-grandfather's head, and her little mouth twitched. Lan Lan, why do you look so sleepy? Didn't you sleep well last night? Yang Gongming touched his great-granddaughter's face lovingly. Lan Lan shook her head. No, Dad taught Lan Lan to practice martial arts, and told Lan Lan not to be lazy. Lan Lan can't practice martial arts when eating. After eating, she will start to think about it, and if she thinks too much, she will sleep. Oh. Yang Gongming also roughly guessed what kind of martial arts Yang Qing taught his daughter. At such a young age, even if she was born with an outstanding physique, it was still very brain-consuming to comprehend complicated martial arts. No wonder the child looked more sleepy than before. Yang Gongming didn't ask much about martial arts. He walked to the spacious soft bed that he used for lunch, reclined, and let Lan Lan lean on him. Then, he also fell asleep. While gently patting Lan Lan's back, he asked softly and casually, Lan Lan, why didn't you give your Uncle Yang Lai a hug just now? Lan Lan arched her little body and muttered, Lan Lan is afraid, Uncle looks like a bad person. The child's voice was already very soft, and it was obvious that she was about to fall asleep. Yang Gongming silently closed his eyes, and a secretive smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. So it's like this, bad person, hee, good child, really good child, sleep. It was as if he was talking to himself. After that, Yang Gongming continued to pat it gently and began to rest peacefully. After a while, the only sound left in the bedroom was the steady breathing of the grandfather and grandson. At the Ning family residence in Yanjing. 2 maids from the Ning family were cleaning up the fallen leaves inside and outside the flower bed in the backyard. They were busy and whispering to each other. After all, Ning Guangyao's study was behind them. The premier was working inside, so they didn't dare to speak loudly. Hey, young master has been back for so many days. Why hasn't he gone to work yet? A maid asked curiously in a low voice. Another older maid sighed and said, What do you know? Young master hasn't been reinstated yet. How can he go to work? Not reinstated? Why? Is the eldest young master of the Ning family not allowed to go to work? Who knows? I heard that the premier didn't allow it on purpose. It seems that someone heard the premier scolding young master at night. Anyway, the premier wasn't very happy when young master came back this time. This is too strange. Young master Guodong is the only son of our Ning family. Even if the premier blames him for missing without any news, he shouldn't ignore him like this. The little maid was puzzled. The older maid said with a face full of gossip, "Let me tell you, don't tell anyone. I heard from the bodyguard, old Zhou, that the last time the premier went to Zhonghai, it wasn't for a meeting, but to see one of his illegitimate daughters. The premier seems to like that illegitimate daughter more." Hearing this, the little maid's eyes widened, and she stood there with a dumbfounded expression. The older maid said disdainfully, "Look at you. So what if a rich family has an illegitimate daughter? I heard that the young master of the Li family married Miss Tang, and even the child in her stomach isn't his own flesh and blood. Ordinary people don't know how many children our premier has, and who is the legitimate wife's child. Even if someone knows, with the power of our Ning family, who would dare to talk about it? When the time comes, we will really give up on young Master Guodong and support that illegitimate daughter. As long as that young lady has the ability, who would dare to go against the premier's wishes? No, it's not that." The little maid pouted in front of her in fear. The older maid turned her head, and her face immediately turned pale. Ning Guodong had appeared behind them without them noticing, and he looked at them coldly. Young master. I just. Without waiting for the maid to explain, Ning Guodong had already turned his head and walked towards Ning Guanyao's study. At this time, Ning Guanyao straightened his back and was sitting on the office chair in the study. He was quickly flipping through the documents in his hands, going through them with great efficiency. A man's magnetic voice came from outside the study. "Father, I have something to see you about." Ning Guanyao frowned slightly, and put down the work in his hands. "Come in." After the door was pushed open, Ning Guodong, who was dressed in a suit, walked in a rather heroic manner. His footsteps were steady, and his appearance was imposing. However, it was precisely this young man who seemed to have been reborn and was even more confident than before that couldn't make Ning Guanyao relax his brows. "What is it?" "I'm very busy," Ning Guanyao said impatiently. Ning Guodong's gaze was indifferent as he said, "Father, I went to see a few former colleagues and friends today, and only then did I know that tomorrow is the Li family's child's full moon banquet. I think father is busy with work, so I'll go on behalf of the Ning family." "Pa!" Ning Guanyao angrily slammed the table and reprimanded, "Who allowed you to see those scoundrel friends? How many times have I told you? Without my permission, you are not allowed to go out." "Father, I'm just meeting a few friends, there's nothing special about this," Ning Guodong said innocently. "Humph. When you go see your friends, if they ask you where you went before, you will tell them the same reason. Did you lose your memory before? Even now, you still refuse to tell me the truth. Where did you go, what did you do, and how did your body recover? Do you think I'm so stupid that I'll be deceived by a brat like you?" Ning Guodong said seriously, "Father, I'm not lying to you. I really lost my memory. Whether you believe it or not, that's the truth. I'm just curious why, as a son, you miraculously recovered after losing your body, but as a father, you're so unwilling to see it. Don't change the topic. If you really think of me as your father, then tell me the real reason why you came back this time. Who exactly are you fooling around with? I clearly sent bodyguards to watch over you. How did you have the ability to escape their line of sight? You let everyone in Beijing know that you've returned. Isn't it because you want me to restore your position? Do you think I'll do as you wish? Let me tell you, if you don't get to the bottom of things, you'll just stay at home obediently. I'll let Uncle Ning Xian and Uncle Ning De watch over you and see how you can get out." Ning Guodong frowned, "Since father is so unwilling to trust me, then I have nothing to say. But, tomorrow's Li family banquet. It's none of your business. I'll personally deliver the gift to the Li family. This family isn't your turn yet. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future. Get out." Ning Guodong couldn't help but clench his fists, but he quickly loosened them. He silently lowered his head, turned around, and walked out of the study. At this moment, Ning Xian and Ning Da happened to walk in from outside. When they passed by Ning Guodong, they both looked at Ning Guodong meaningfully. But Ning Guodong didn't seem to feel anything. He only nodded politely and left leisurely. Ning Guangyao's gloomy face brightened up when he saw Ning Xian and Ning Da. He smiled and said, "Elders, I'm sure you've heard the conversation just now. I wonder if I can trouble you to look after that unfilial son." Don't worry, we'll keep an eye on him," Ning Xian said casually. "You've done well. Ning Guodong is acting strangely now. Before we figure out what's going on, he can't be groomed as a successor. If we let him go, it will only affect our plan." Ning Guangyao nodded and said, "I've received news that Yangqing and Ruashi have returned to the Yang family from Zhonghai. They'll probably be in Beijing around Chinese New Year. But I think it's better to go there early, so I want to go to the Yang family tonight to see Ruashi. I wonder if the two elders would be willing to accompany Guangyao. After all, Yangqing is a temperamental person. Of course, we're here to remind you of this. Lin Ruashi is our first target now. You have to change her surname to Ning as soon as possible. You've already put in a lot of effort, don't slack off at this critical moment," Ning Da reminded. Ning Guangyao smiled confidently. "Don't worry, Guangyao is confident that Yangqing won't be able to go against the Ning family this year." The laughter of the three men could be heard in the study. Outside the study, Ning Guodong was walking along the corridor alone. He was already tens of meters away from the study, but he could still hear the conversation in the study. Not long after, his eyes shone with a fierce light and were filled with intense hatred. "Ning Guangyao, I gave you a chance to live, but you didn't want it. You're heartless, so don't blame me for being heartless." Ning Guodong's lips curled into a cruel smile. Late at night, in the most prosperous commercial entertainment and leisure area of Yanjing, a large area of intertwined bright lights had all been ignited. It was close to midnight, but it was the beginning of the day here. The colorful light flashed like countless heartbeats in the crowd, teasing the yearning nerves of the passers-by. However, the people who could really afford to spend in these luxury clubs and nightclubs would naturally not be those who stood outside in the cold wind and watched the lights. Among them, a high-end entertainment club called Pink Beauty was located in a prime location at the corner of a pedestrian street. The facade didn't seem big, but the 4 bodyguards in suits at the door held up the facade in the cold wind. Most of the cars coming in and out of the underground parking lot of the club were old European supercars. This grade had already made some people who thought that they were gold collars feel intimidated. At this moment, in a large private room in Pink Beauty, the dancing melody seemed to make the whole room tremble. In the dark private room, under the light and fluorescent light, on the rose-colored hard leather sofa, several figures had been entangled. A young man with a bare upper body, wearing only a pair of loose boxers, was lying next to a young girl with long wavy hair. The girl's eyes were moist, her lips were red, and her teeth were white. She exhaled a fragrant smell of wine, and her whole body was like a snake beauty clinging to the man. If one looked down carefully, they would find that the woman's lower body had long been naked, leaving only an open short white shirt on her upper body and a pink bra inside. A pair of bold and unrestrained peaks squeezed against the man's arm, gently rubbing, as if they could swallow the arm at any time. "Young Master Gua, are you not happy today? Do you not like sure anymore?" The girl, sure, asked in a sweet and charming voice. She had worked hard to please for a long time, and her lower body was already moist, but this man still didn't have the intention to do it. The man raised the red wine in one hand, took a sip, and squinted at the little beauty who had been teasing him for a long time. This oval face, this figure, if casually put it on the internet, it would become popular, and even become the dream of many poor boys. But such a woman, in the eyes of a veteran of romance like him, was no longer attractive. They were all the same. For the sake of money, they were just shells that sold their bodies while they were still young. Hee, sure, you won't be able to get the ticket to buy a Birkin bag from Guiyu today. Today, he saw a super beauty, and he's no longer interested in a little beauty like you. On the other side, a young man with a crew cut and a cigar in his mouth said with an evil smile. The man, on the other hand, was having a great time. He had already opened his legs, allowing a woman with purplish red hair to moan on his body. The woman was dripping with fragrant sweat, and her pair of plump buttocks were constantly moving up and down. She was trying to squeeze this man dry. However, the large number of blue pills on the coffee table in front of her clearly gave her a lot of trouble. For a while, there was no way to make the man soften. However, as long as he thought about the tips these young masters would give him, he couldn't help but twist his hips even harder, hoping that he could order her again next time. A trace of disdain flashed in Xianxia's eyes. What's going on? Which sister has seduced young Master Gui's soul? Even if young Master said it, Xianxia wouldn't believe that she's really that good-looking. Guiyu glanced at her with disdain. Miss Zhang Wancher, did you really graduate from Beijing University's Finance and Economics Department? Xianxia raised her head proudly. Of course, I have a graduation certificate. I even got a full prize when I was in university. Otherwise, I wouldn't be qualified to serve you guys here. Then why do I see that your knowledge is similar to that of a village girl? Guiyu mocked. A trace of anger flashed in Xianxia's eyes, but she immediately suppressed it and turned it into a coquettish pout. I hate you. How is Xianxia like a village girl? Is there a village girl as beautiful as a flower? Other than your big eyes and breasts, your brain is as invisible as a walnut, Guiyu sighed. Xianxia was so angry that her face turned red and white, but she knew that these masters here were not to be trifled with. She could only grit her teeth and swallow it, pretending to pout and cry out sweetly. Young Master Gui is bullying me, Xianxia won't talk to you anymore. After that, the woman ran out of the room without caring that her lower body was still naked, not forgetting to close the door. Guiyu was unmoved. He continued to sip his red wine and pondered. Another curly-haired young man who was holding a beauty in his arms and kissing her just now asked curiously, I say, Guiyu, is your sister-in-law Lin Ruoxi really as beautiful as the rumors say? I heard from my buddy who went to Zhonghai to be an official that she rarely shows up in public. I only saw her once, she's a cold beauty, but I never had the chance to see her. So what if I saw her? She's the woman of the young master of the Yang family. I heard that even the tyrant of the Li family is obedient to her. If you dare to touch her, won't your head be smashed? The man with a flat top sneered. Even if I can't touch her, it's good to see her, the curly-haired man snorted. Guiyu glared at his two friends in annoyance. *CK the woman on your body. My sister-in-law is not something that you two male dogs in heat can think about? Do you really think I don't do anything other than women? Do you know why you're able to stay in the best room with me and sleep with the best women? The two men smiled apologetically and the flat-top man said, Of course we don't rely on you, young Master Guiyu. *T. It's because my dad has a sister who married into the Yang family. It's because of the tributes that our Gui family sends every year. That old man from the Yang family is willing to accept them, Guiyu scolded. Yes, young Master Gui is. Right, we rely on the Yang family, the curly-haired man said with a smile. Guiyu took a sip of red wine and grinned. You have to know that the old man from the Yang family doesn't have many years left to live. While he's still conscious, he can still protect us. But if he's completely finished, the Yang family will be in the hands of Yang Qing. But now, that cousin of mine doesn't have a very good impression of me. Think about it, if the Yang family doesn't care about us in the future, whether it's me or you bunch of idiots following me, not to mention whether there will be anyone who will give us face, do you think our enemies outside will let us go? Ah? How did this happen? The flat-top man was puzzled. Is there a conflict? Go to hell. Guiyu scolded. I purposely went to send gifts today, but I only looked at that woman for a few seconds and that Yang Qing doesn't like me. How can I reason with this? Fortunately, I'm quick-witted and suppressed the matter. The curly-haired man asked, Did you accept the gifts? If you accepted it, it means that there's no problem. Guiyu smiled strangely. I did accept it, but that limited edition red 599 did please my sister-in-law. The two men were relieved and smiled. It's good that you accepted it, it means that you don't care too much about it. What do you know? I haven't finished speaking, Guiyu said with a gloomy face. Although she accepted it, my sister-in-law listened to my cousin and gave me one back. Guess what car she gave me this evening? What car? 1-77. Ah. The two men cried out involuntarily. Aston Martin's 1-77? That car is worth 40 million. Didn't that Ferrari only cost 4 million? The curly-haired man exclaimed. Sigh, but it's not strange, the boss of Yulei has assets of tens of billions, she's richer than all of us combined. Guiyu sneered, do you understand now? She's drawing a clear line with me. We don't have the power nor the money, she might not even want us as slaves. The scene instantly turned cold, even the two girls who were trying hard to please the men found that the atmosphere was not right. The purple-haired lady even discovered that the man with the crew cut beneath her had actually wilted and gone limp without her noticing. That's not necessarily true, we're a family, why talk about being slaves? At this time, a chuckling voice came into the room. A tall man, wearing a shirt, revealing the strong muscles of his chest, walked in lazily. In his arms was a voluptuous beauty with a mature temperament. This woman was wearing a long black dress with a deep collar. Her voluptuous snow-white peaks looked as if they would burst out at any time. Her seductive face was rippling with light, bringing with it infinite red reverie. Brother Lai, Sister Luo? When Guiyu saw the man and woman, he immediately showed a flattering look. He got up with a smile, put down the wine glass, and quickly poured wine for them. The two friends also immediately pushed away the woman on them and got up with a smile. Sit down, we are here to play, just relax a little. Young Lai waved his hand and gestured for them to sit down. The mature woman called Sister Luo asked with a smile, how are the young masters playing? If there is anything you are not satisfied with, you can tell me. Hee, these chicks are not bad, but how can they be as charming as Sister Luo? Guiyu didn't have much off for this beautiful woman. His eyes kept wandering around the beautiful woman's body, and his greed was overflowing. Sister Luo giggled and walked forward. She took the red wine glass from Guiyu's hand with one hand, and held Guiyu's head with the other hand and sat down slowly. Raising her slender and white neck, Sister Luo took a sip of red wine and put Guiyu's head on her soft and full chest. Bending her head, Sister Luo opened her lips slightly and passed the wine in her mouth into Guiyu's already opened mouth. This scene was so seductive that curly hair and crew head at the side became hard again. They swallowed their saliva, obviously fantasizing that they were Guiyu at this moment. Hee. Young Master Guo really knows how to please sister, this is a little reward. Sister Luo smiled and gently wiped the wine from Guiyu's mouth with her fingers, then put it into her mouth and sucked it clean. Although Guiyu felt like he was in the clouds, he still didn't forget to care about young Lai. He got up and asked, Brother Lai. What do you mean by what you said just now? Yang Lai had already sat on the sofa. After hooking his finger at Sister Luo obediently lay on him and gently kissed Yang Lai's ear and cheek. Aren't you worried that you won't be able to survive in Yanjing when my brother is in power? Guiyu Xianxia smiled and said, Brother Lai, what do you mean by this? Could it be? No matter what, you're still my cousin, and we have a good friendship when it comes to eating, drinking, and playing. How can I watch my brother despise you? Yang Lai gently pulled open Sister Luo's collar with one hand and squeezed out a pinkish-white ball. He squeezed it into various shapes like he was squeezing a toy. Guiyu looked at him enviously, but his mind was trying to think about the meaning of Yang Lai's words. After a while, he smiled and said, Brother Lai, to be honest, I think you are the one with the most potential. Although Big Cousin is a few years older, he is really not familiar with our Beijing circle, and he has never formally entered the army. I still think that old Marshal Yuan lacks some consideration. Yang Lai smiled and said with an unfathomable look in his eyes, a family isn't formed by one person. If the most important family member doesn't support you, then you definitely won't succeed. You know that my dad has always been on my side. Right now, my mom is still standing in the middle. Your family is very important to my mom. This, you understand, right? Understood. Understood. Guiyu seemed to have seen a surprise. Brother Lai, don't worry about this. My parents are on your side. My dad will definitely help you with my aunt. Yang Lai waved his hand, don't be so anxious. I actually just want you to feel at ease and let you know that you don't have to wrong yourself. After all, you still have me, right? Haha, that's true. Guiyu seemed to have taken a reassurance pill. Brother Lai is right. I will definitely follow Brother Lai's footsteps in the future. I was wondering why Brother Lai became more manly after coming back this time. You can even catch a beauty like Sister Luo. You really have both wisdom and courage. Yang Lai looked up and laughed a few times. Although he was laughing, it made Guiyu and others feel a little weird. Suddenly, Yang Lai reached out and pushed. The beautiful woman in his arms, Sister Luo, was pushed onto Guiyu like a toy, knocking Guiyu to the opposite sofa. Since you think this bitch is a beauty, I have always been generous. I won't mistreat my brothers. You guys, go ahead, I'll watch, Yang Lai smiled sinisterly. Sister Luo was not dissatisfied at all. She just moaned coquettishly, if you want me to play with these young masters, you don't have to throw me away. I'm happy to. As she said, she began to put her fiery red lips on Guiyu's chest. Her soft and smooth tongue began to move along the chest line. After a while, Sister Luo pulled down Guiyu's boxers and took out the stick inside. She began to swirl it with the tip of her tongue and enjoyed it slowly. Guiyu didn't stand on ceremony. It was not the first time he came into contact with this stunner. He quickly got into the mood. He grabbed Sister Luo's head with both hands comfortably and shook his waist vigorously. The flat-top man and curly hair were not interested in the chick beside them. They rushed up separately and tore the black skirt on Sister Luo's body. Sister Luo's lower part was completely empty. She disliked the slit of the skirt. Her wonderful round buttocks and the holy land of peach blossoms could be seen at a glance. The wet gap seemed to be full of infinite temptation. The three of them were all young men in their 20s. It was even more difficult for them to resist such a mature woman. Soon, they began to attack from the front and back. This Sister Luo also didn't refuse. She pressed down Guiyu and let Guiyu's clone enter her body. Then, she called Curly Hair and entered her body from the back. Ow! The woman's comfortable moan made the three men's nerves directly excited to the extreme. The flat-top man had nowhere to enter, so he simply straddled Guiyu and fiercely attacked Sister Luo's red lips. He even didn't hesitate to take a few pills to avoid being outdone. In the eyes of Yang Lai, the erotic scene of three men and one woman was sloppy. He looked at it silently, but there was no evil intention in his eyes. It was as if he was just looking at the scene of the animal world. After waiting for half an hour, Guiyu and the other two men had been squeezed dry. The nightclub's extravagance all year round had made their bodies weak. If it wasn't for the medicine, they would have been unable to support themselves. This Sister Luo was also an expert in this field. After making the three young men lie down, she shook her messy long hair, licked her mouth with the tip of her tongue, swallowed the sticky at the corner of her mouth, and returned to Yang Lai with a charming smile. You're really useless. You're so tired in such a short time. You're sleeping like a dead pig. You've been playing a lot these days, right? Seeing that you're doing it with three people, you've become more skilled. Yang Lai pinched Sister Luo's chin and asked with an evil smile. Who asked you to come to see me so rarely? Those little guys here are still wet behind the ears. They drool when they look at me. I really wonder if they all have an Oedipus complex. If I don't accompany them, how can my business be good? One of Sister Luo's hands was still wandering between Yang Lai's legs. They're really too weak. These rich young masters are all a bunch of soft-footed shrimps. Yesterday, there were 7 of them, but I'm still not as good as you, little cripple. Yang Lai sneered, you bitch, you're getting more and more shameless. You're already in your 50s. Don't think that just because I helped you with plastic surgery and changed your face into a more beautiful one, you've really returned to your youth. It's okay to play, but the more you act like a boss's wife, the less exposed you will be. However, don't mess up the things I've told you guys. Luo Zuishan's eyes were like silk as she said, don't worry, there won't be any mistakes. I've almost arranged everything. Also, there's news from Wudong that Ning Guanyao doesn't intend to give him a chance. He has already decided to let that bitch Lin Ruashi return to the Ning family. Is that so? Yang Lai narrowed his eyes. If that's the case, then Ning Guanyao doesn't have any value anymore. Do you want to kill him? Or eat him? Although there are 2 Ning Xian and Ningda around, with your current skills, it'll be easy for you to kill them. Luo Zuishan said expectantly. Yang Lai snorted lightly, I have my own arrangements. Just do as I say. Seriously, I listen to everything you say. Don't always say it at the last moment. Luo Zuishan complained. Yang Lai glanced at her, suddenly stood up and carried the woman on his shoulder. Oh. Luo Zuishan smiled, what are you doing? Do you want to change rooms? It's the same no matter where we do it. Go wash up, or else I'll think you're dirty. Also late at night, outside the Yang family's courtyard, a black Audi slowly stopped. Ning Guanyao, who was wearing a thick black coat and a gray scarf, got out of the car. Ning Xian and Ning De also got out of the car. When the guard on duty at the door saw that it was the Prime Minister, he was stunned for a moment before saluting. Prime Minister, the Marshal is already resting. Ning Guanyao smiled politely and said, I'm not here to see old Marshal Yang. Can you inform your young madam that I, Ning Guanyao, want to see her? The guards present were obviously confused as they didn't understand why Premier Ning would want to see Lin Ruoshi. However, it was a big shot after all. Just because he was polite didn't mean that he was really asking for their opinion. They still sent someone to inform and welcome Ning Guanyao and the others. Ning Xian and Ning De were soul formation cultivators. Before they entered the Yang family, Yang Qing, who was about to go to bed in the backyard, had already noticed them. Lin Ruoshi was flipping through some documents sent by the servants on her tablet. These weren't business matters, but information about some important figures in the wealthy families in Beijing. After all, starting from the Li family's full moon banquet tomorrow, she would have to deal with many families in Beijing. Lin Ruoshi had to make a last-minute effort to memorize some important figures so that she wouldn't make a fool out of herself. Yang Chen found it amusing when he saw the woman sitting on the bed in her cotton pajamas, holding on to her tablet and memorizing everything by heart. Darling, how much have you memorized? Yang Chen whispered into the woman's ear. Lin Ruoshi pushed Yang Cheng's head away and didn't turn her head. Don't bother me, I'm not done with you today. Ning Guanyao is here. Lin Ruoshi didn't react in time. I said, Ning Guanyao is here, Yang Cheng repeated word by word. Lin Ruoshi suddenly let go of the tablet in her hand. She turned her head in a daze and looked at Yang Cheng with her watery eyes. After a moment of silence, a servant's voice was heard from outside the house. Young Master Chen, young mistress, Premier Ning of the Ning family is here. He wants to meet young mistress. Yang Cheng asked the servant to leave first and got up to put on his clothes. As he was putting on his clothes, he realized that Lin Ruoshi was still in a daze. What's with that expression? It's unavoidable, Yang Cheng said with a meaningful smile. Should I go out? Why do you ask? Isn't this your own decision? Yang Cheng asked. Lin Ruoshi was a little nervous. If you don't want me to see him, then I won't go out. Yang Cheng stopped what he was doing. He chuckled and then said seriously, Lin Ruoshi, he is your biological father. No matter how I look at him, his position will never change. When you asked me to see Mom, you said it yourself that blood ties can't be severed. I know how much this means to you. No matter what he did, I will not object to you meeting him. I will only do my best to not let you get hurt, that's all. Lin Ruoshi pursed her lips and nodded lightly, I understand. Thank you, hubby. Yang Cheng shook his head helplessly, get up quickly. Do you want to go out in your pajamas, although I don't mind? Lin Ruoshi looked embarrassed and quickly got up to change her clothes. When she arrived at the front hall, Ning Guanyao was already standing in the middle of the living room waiting. He paced back and forth, as if he was a little nervous, worried that Lin Ruoshi wouldn't come out. It was already past midnight. This travel-worn appearance made some of the servants feel rather bitter. With one glance, it could be seen that this premier was a busy man. After a night of work, he specially rushed over to the Yang family. When Lin Ruoshi and Yang Cheng appeared together, the expression on Ning Guanyao's face turned into one of surprise and excitement. Ruoshi, you're finally willing to come out and see your father. Your father was worried that you wouldn't want to see me. When Ning Guanyao opened his mouth, the servant who was pouring tea almost dropped the kettle in shock. Many of the Yang family servants and guards in the living room also heard it. Father? Premier Ning called himself father? All of the servants looked at Lin Ruoshi in shock. They had always thought that this young mistress was just an elite in the business world, but in a wealthy family like the Yang family, businessmen were not very presentable. But now, the servants found out that there was such a shocking relationship hidden in this. However, although this relationship was shocking, it wasn't enough to cause the servants of the Yang family to lose control. After all, in a wealthy family, there were as many illegitimate children as there were hairs on a cow. As long as the parents acknowledged it, there was nothing that couldn't be revealed. Yangqing narrowed his eyes. Ning Guangyao clearly didn't hide his father-daughter relationship with Lin Ruoxi anymore, but it was really hard to figure out what exactly he was thinking. Lin Ruoxi was also a little uncomfortable, but at this moment, seeing Ning Guanyao's flawless face of concern and joy, coupled with his haggard appearance after rushing over late at night, it really made her heart soften. It was as if she was wrapped in warmth, making her feel touched and satisfied at the same time. Ning Guanyao walked forward and wanted to reach out to hold Lin Ruoxi's hand, but halfway through, he retracted it in embarrassment and smiled awkwardly. "I'm sorry, Ruoxi, Dad has been busy these past 2 days, so I couldn't come to see you as soon as possible." "I didn't disturb your rest, did I?" Lin Ruoxi blushed a little under the astonished gazes of the people around her, and "No." "Oh, that's good." Ning Guanyao kept sizing up his daughter, as if he couldn't get enough of her. He turned to Yangqing and smiled. "Yangqing, thank you for not stopping us father and daughter from seeing each other." Yangqing smiled evilly. "Why should I stop you? Are you going to do something bad?" Ning Guanyao laughed. "You can't joke around like that. It's just that I'm getting older and I miss my daughter more and more. I didn't get to see her more in the past, but now I want to see her every day." "That won't do. She's already married to me, so she's mine," Yangqing said directly. However, Ning Guanyao seemed to be very satisfied. "Seeing that you guys are so loving, I'm relieved." "Oh right, I heard that you guys adopted a girl called Lan Lan, and she's already been included in the Yang family's genealogy. That means she's my official granddaughter." "Where's Lan Lan? Can you let me, your grandfather, meet her? You sure did a thorough investigation." Yangqing curled his lips. "This isn't an investigation. I've been paying attention to Ruoxi's growth since she was young. Of course I know about such a big matter. I'm also doing this out of goodwill, don't misunderstand," Ning Guanyao said gently. Lin Ruoxi pulled Yangqing's hand, indicating that it was okay, then said to Ning Guanyao, "Lan Lan is sleeping in the same room with her great-grandfather. Old people rest early, so let's forget about tonight." Ning Guanyao suddenly understood. "Since she's at Eunuch Yang's place, I won't bother you anymore. How about this, I'll leave the gift here, and you guys can give it to my granddaughter tomorrow." As he spoke, Ning Guanyao signaled his assistants behind him to bring 2 boxes, one big and one small. "In this big red box are some new clothes for Lan Lan to wear during the new year. I know you guys don't lack them, but it's just a small token of my appreciation. I can't think of anything else to give her. And in this small yellow box, I asked the pastry chef at the State Banquet Hotel to specially make 2 layers of glutinous rice balls. It's for you, Ruoxi." As Ning Guanyao finished his introduction, he handed the big box of glutinous rice balls to Lin Ruoxi. Lin Ruoxi never thought that her father, who she had only met a few times and who had hurt her for so many years, would give her her favorite glutinous rice balls. Not only the woman herself, but even Yangqing had to admire Ning Guanyao's gift was too accurate, hitting the spot. Lin Ruoxi's eyes were slightly red and moist. Looking at the glutinous rice ball gift in her hand, she was a little shy, but also full of sweetness. He had really been paying attention to her growth, otherwise, he wouldn't even know what she liked to eat. Such a thought made the woman unable to control her tears for a moment. Ning Guanyao was quite emotional. "Although I can see you again at the Li family's full moon party tomorrow, I still can't help but come over tonight. I won't say much more. I want to invite you and your wife to take Lan Lan back to the Ning family after this year's New Year's Eve. I don't want to wait any longer. I want everyone in Yanjing to know that I, Ning Guanyao, have a daughter as soon as possible. Is that okay? I think even if you don't go to the Ning family, you have already spread the news." Yangqing laughed. Ning Guanyao didn't deny it and said casually, "I've done a lot of wrong things in the past, but I think it's not too late to mend the pen after the sheep is lost. I believe that Ruoxi will understand me." Yangqing looked at his wife beside him. Lin Ruoxi was already in a daze with tears in her eyes. He couldn't help but frown. This family card was played so well that the woman became stupid. Ning Guanyao, on the other hand, seemed to have already made up his mind. Without further ado, he smiled and glanced at Lin Ruoxi a few more times. Then, he turned around and left with Ning Xian, Ning De, and the others. Yangqing looked at Lin Ruoxi's soulless expression and knew that it was useless to say anything. Perhaps the card of family affection would always be a weakness for Lin Ruoxi that could never be protected. Just like Xue Mingyi, no matter how many things he did or how much he hurt her, women would always slowly forgive him as time passed. This night was destined to make it difficult for Lin Ruoxi to fall asleep. Fortunately, she wouldn't be affected by sleep now. The next day, she would go to the Li family's banquet without delay. During breakfast, Yang Gongming learned from the servants that Ning Guanyao had visited last night. He wasn't too surprised, but Yang Pejuan and Guo seemed to be in deep thought. Dad, Premier Ning's actions clearly show that he wants Ruoxi to return to the Ning family, Yang Pejuan said with a frown. Yang Gongming was happily watching Lan Lan chomp on a meat bun. He said indifferently, so be it. It's not like it's something shameful. Even so, hasn't Ning Guodong returned to the Ning family recently? His intentions for doing this are worth pondering. Yang Pejuan said worriedly. Guo said, isn't that better? This means that there's no problem. Yang Gongming turned to look at Lin Ruoxi with a smile. Child, are you willing to return to the Ning family? Lin Ruoxi had been feeling nervous. When she heard the old man's question, she pondered for a moment and shook her head slightly. I don't know. I feel very uncomfortable. No matter what decision you make, you just need to remember that Premier Ning is your biological father. But now, you are also a wife, a mother, a daughter-in-law of the Yang family. There is more than one family, do you understand? Yang Gongming said leisurely. Lin Ruoxi looked at her daughter, who was engrossed in eating breakfast, and nodded. Okay, I got it. After breakfast, Yangqing dismissed the driver and drove the family of 3 to the Li family. After all, Yangqing was on good terms with Li Dun, so he did not want to be late. Lan Lan was wearing a new pink dress. She was in a good mood. On the way, the little fellow suddenly asked, Daddy, are we going to the zoo to see the elephants today? Yangqing slapped his forehead. He almost forgot that he had promised Lan Lan that he would bring her to see elephants in Beijing. Lin Ruoxi patted her daughter's head. Lan Lan is a good girl. We are going to Uncle Li's house today. We will go after seeing the elephants. Lan Lan pouted. Didn't we say that we are going to see the elephants in Beijing? Daddy and Mommy are lying again. How are you lying? I will definitely bring you there. Don't make a fuss. Lin Ruoxi showed a serious expression and became a strict mother again. Lan Lan pouted as if she had been greatly wronged. Yangqing looked at the rearview mirror and saw that the chubby little girl was tearing up. He could not help but laugh. All right, after lunch today, Daddy will bring you to the zoo. I won't lie to Lan Lan. Really? Lan Lan's sadness turned into joy. No. Lin Ruoxi immediately rejected. We're not going anywhere today. It's the Li family's first child's 1-month-old celebration. We've agreed to hold a banquet for the entire day. Plus, we're friends. How can I leave after lunch? Li Dun is not a stubborn kid. I can just tell him, Yangqing shrugged, give him a bigger red packet. It's just a token of my sincerity. Lin Ruoxi still felt that it was inappropriate. We can go to the zoo anytime. Why do we have to go today? You can't spoil your child like this. Yangqing shook his head and said seriously, this time I lost a bet with Lan Lan. Since I said that I would go to the zoo when I arrive in Beijing, I can't go back on my words. As a parent, I can't lie to my child. At least, as Yangqing's daughter, you have to keep your word. Lan Lan is not easy to deceive. She knows what I mean. Lin Ruoxi was speechless. She did not expect Yangqing to say such a thing. Looking at the pitiful little girl, even though she knew that she was pretending, her heart softened. I really have to give it to you and your daughter. You always go against me. If this goes on, I will become an old woman before I reach 30, Lin Ruoxi sighed, pretending to be angry. Yangqing turned his head and winked. He smiled ambiguously, why would I? If you need, I will nourish you every night, baby. Go away. Perverted. What nonsense are you saying in front of the child? Lin Ruoxi's pretty face turned red. She was afraid that Lan Lan would understand and looked at her daughter nervously. Lan Lan did not know what nourishment was. She only knew that she had finally won. She happily jumped onto the seat in front of her, jumped around and hugged Yangqing's neck, giggling sweetly. Yangqing looked at the chubby little girl's body blocking in front of him. He smiled bitterly in his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that he could sense the road conditions while driving, an ordinary father would have been in a car accident because of this daughter. When they arrived at the Li family's mansion, the periphery was already filled with guards who were in charge of dispatching people. Most of the guests were nobles who came from Beijing and other places. The waiters who served them were also trained at the national level. They were like a spring breeze. Li Yunpeng and Li Dun were already inside the door to greet the guests. Most of them were polite greetings, but etiquette was unavoidable. The arrival of Yangqing with his wife and daughter immediately attracted a lot of attention. Many people were still very surprised that the Yang family only sent Yangqing and his family. It was clear that Yang Gongming had decided the future of the Yang family. Li Dun and Li Dun naturally would not be too surprised. After naturally leaving the other guests, they walked together with Yangqing with a smile. "Old Yang, you're too much. It's fine that you weren't here when I called you personally. Why did you come to my son's 1-month birthday party? Don't you know how many carts of milk powder money you brought?" Li Dun beamed with joy. "Why don't you go rob someone and return a few carts of milk powder money?" Yangqing took a big red envelope from Lin Ruoshi and stuffed it into Li Dun's hand. "That's all. Since you only treated us to ramen, I'm already doing you a favor." Li Dun grinned and stuffed the red envelope directly into his trouser pocket. "The old man asked me to confiscate the gift money. Consider this red envelope as a gift from you. I'll keep it for myself." Li Yunpeng was already used to his son's rogue behavior. He smiled and shook his head. He looked at the chubby little girl in Lin Ruoshi's arms and asked, "Yangqing, is this your daughter?" Before Yangqing could answer, he heard Lan Lan call out sweetly, "Grandpa Li." Li Yunpeng was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, "What a good girl. When you come to Beijing in the future, come and play at Grandpa's house. Old Yang, your daughter looks good. Why don't you arrange a baby marriage with my son?" Li Dun suddenly said with a wicked look in his eyes. Lin Ruoshi, who was holding the child, subconsciously tightened her arms around her daughter. She was panicking. If someone else said this, it would not be a big deal. But Li Dun might really have such a crazy idea. A baby marriage between a kindergarten girl and a baby? It was scary enough just thinking about it. Yangqing wanted to cut open Li Dun's skull to see what kind of brain structure it was. He said without hesitation, "Get lost. My daughter will not marry anyone." Li Dun chuckled and said, "No hurry, no hurry. A grown girl can't be kept at home." Looking at this guy's proud look, Yangqing suddenly had the thought of going home and giving birth to a son. At this moment, Tang Wan, who was holding a chubby boy in her arms, walked over. The woman in a wine-red round-neck velvet skirt had a happy smile on her face. Yangqing had not seen Tang Wan for a while. But thinking about it, her sister Tang Xian was giving birth and she had to go back to Beijing to visit. Tang Wan winked at Yangqing and reached out to touch Lan Lan's face. "Lan Lan, did you miss me?" Lan Lan immediately smiled sweetly and nodded. She had seen Tang Wan many times in Zhonghai and it was obvious that she had benefited a lot from her. Lin Ruoshi frowned sourly, but there was nothing she could do. She could only blame her daughter for being so useless that she could be bought over just by giving her some food. "What are you all standing at the door for? Old man Li asked you all to go in. It's time to take a seat." Tang Wan patted her nephew's little butt and said with a smile. Who knew that the little guy might be hungry? He wriggled his little body and buried his head into Tang Wan's soft breasts. He kept squeezing and squeezing, wanting to drink milk. Tang Wan's face immediately turned red and she moved her child away. But she could not hide the pool of saliva on her chest, making her clothes even more conspicuous. "Brat, you even dare to take advantage of your aunt," Tang Wan pretended to be angry. "Haha, sister, your figure is too good. My son must think that you have it too." Li Dun was also so outspoken that Tang Wan wanted to tape his mouth. But what he said was true. Tang Wan's face became more and more beautiful because of her cultivation, but her figure was still surging, which would really cause the baby to misunderstand. The few of them chatted and laughed as they came to the inner hall of the Li family. Although there were many guests, because it was the full moon banquet, it was still held in the Li family's courtyard for the family tradition. But only the most prominent people could enter the inner hall. Tang Xian was a lot more mature and charming than before. She had just given birth, and her face was especially round and her figure was slightly out of shape. However, her complexion was good, and she seemed to be doing well in the Li family. Taking over her hungry son from her sister, Tang Xian didn't care about eating and went to the backyard to breastfeed her child. Li Dun wanted to follow her to take a look but was immediately stopped by Li Mashan's cough. The atmosphere at the scene was very cheerful. Although most of the guests had their own motives, at least on the surface, they were just celebrating the birthday. As the banquet was about to start, the last important guest that everyone had been waiting for finally arrived. Ning Guangyao came in person with only a few bodyguards. He greeted Li Mozhen from afar and chatted cordially with the other family members, appearing quite approachable. Just when everyone thought that Ning Guangyao would talk more with Li Mozhen, Ning Guangyao didn't say much and walked to Lin Ruoshi. Lin Ruoshi had been hugging Lan Lan and slightly lowered her eyes. When she saw Ning Guangyao coming over, she was especially nervous and bit her lip. This must be Lan Lan. Ning Guangyao's eyes were fixed on the chubby little girl. With a doting look on his face, he stretched out his hands and said eagerly, "Ruoshi, can you let Dad hug you?" Because Ning Guanyao's action seemed to have become the focus of the audience, these two sentences also fell into the ears of a large number of guests. For a moment, many people gasped. Even the father and son of the Li clan were surprised. Although the Li family was in charge of the security bureau and knew who Lin Ruoshi's biological father was, they did not expect Ning Guangyao to be so open about it. Lan Lan looked at Ning Guangyao in a daze with her big black eyes. She didn't seem to understand why this uncle knew her. Lin Ruoshi was silent for a long time. Finally, she handed Lan Lan over to Ning Guangyao. Ouch! Ning Guangyao hugged Lan Lan and shook twice, "She's so heavy." This child is obedient and not afraid of strangers. Lan Lan tilted her head and asked curiously, "Uncle, what's your name?" "I'm not your uncle. I'm your mother's father, your grandfather," Ning Guangyao said kindly. The atmosphere of the audience seemed to be frozen at this moment. No one had thought that attending a child's full moon party would be able to hear such a shocking inside story of a wealthy family. Seeing that everyone present did not dare to breathe, Li Mozhen squinted his eyes and came up with a smile. "Premier Ning, I really want to congratulate you on the reunion of father and daughter and the birth of a granddaughter. But today is my great-grandson's full moon party. Don't steal the limelight too much." Master Li's action of smoothing things over was tantamount to giving the people present a wind vane. Yes, so what if she was an illegitimate daughter? She was still the daughter-in-law of the Yang family. Following Premier Ning's wishes and taking care of the Yang family's reputation, there was no harm in it. In an instant, many people came up to congratulate them. They began to praise the mother and daughter's beauty and flattery could be heard without end. Lin Ruoshi had no time to listen to those mushy words of flattery. She was unable to adapt to being publicly acknowledged by Ning Guangyao. Regardless, all the important guests had arrived. The Li family's full moon party had officially begun. After Tang Xian finished feeding her son, she also came out and sat down. She did not dare to forget Yang Qing's life-saving grace. She solemnly gave a toast to Yang Qing. Ning Guangyao, on the other hand, kept putting food into Lanlan's bowl. He seemed to be very fond of this granddaughter whom he had just met for the first time. This scene made Lin Ruoshi look at her biological father more and more complicated. After 30 minutes of drinking, it was the lively time of toasting. However, at a table a few tables away, someone slammed the table. "Bastard! I dare you to say it again." A man's voice roared angrily. This commotion immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Elderly Ma Shan's eyes showed a hint of anger. This was his Li family's full moon party. If someone dared to make trouble, it was equivalent to defecating on his face. "Get up and take a look." The old man stood up without a smile and said to the crowd, "Everyone, please excuse us." Yang Qing and the others also stood up. Yang Qing felt that the voice was a little familiar. When he arrived at the table, he was shocked to see his cousin, Do Yu, whom he had just met yesterday, tugging at the collar of a man in a floral casual suit. The man had a head of curly hair and a full beard, looking rather Western. Both of them were flushed at the moment, some because of drinking and some because of anger. "Cousin, you're here. This brat just said bad things about you and sister-in-law." Guiyu shouted with righteous indignation. Yangqing and Lin Ruoxi looked at each other. They didn't know this curly-haired man at all and didn't know where he came from. Li Yunpeng looked at Guiyu and said, "You're Guiyu from the Guo family, right? Let go first." "Did you hear that, idiot? Let go." The curly-haired man pushed Guiyu disdainfully and pushed him to the ground. Guiyu stood up angrily and was about to pounce on him but was stopped by the Li family's guards. "You're Liangzhen from the Liang family, right? Why did you have a conflict with Guiyu?" Li Yunpeng recognized him at a glance. Liangzhen said disdainfully, "I just said a few words that everyone knows and he wanted to be a slave and took the opportunity to flatter me. It's that simple." Some of the guests at the same table showed strange expressions, as if they didn't hear Liangzhen's words. "Where is the Liang family from?" Yangqing couldn't help but ask Lin Ruoxi, who was beside him. How would I know?" Lin Ruoxi thought in distress. "I've read all the information yesterday. There doesn't seem to be such a person in the Liang family in Beijing." On the other hand, Tang Wan, who was at the side, quietly came over and said, "He's the second son of Commander Liang of the military district of the Guangdong province. The Liang family has a history of more than 100 years. They used to be a warlord and later changed sides in the early days of the founding of the People's Republic. They also have a friendship with the British royal family, so they can be considered as half a local emperor there. They're not to be trifled with." "Oh, I see. Xiao Wan, you really know everything." Yangqing suddenly understood. He then looked at Lin Ruoxi, who was holding back her anger, and felt it was very funny. He smiled and said, "Wife, you haven't read enough information. Go back and finish reading the whole country today." Lin Ruoxi glared at him. She felt that she had lost to Tang Wan again and was very annoyed. If it's the truth, then there's nothing to hide. Today is our Li family's territory, so we definitely won't allow any guests to be humiliated. Why don't you say it and let everyone judge?" Li Yunpeng said. Liangzhen chuckled, glanced at Guiyu, then looked at Yangqing and the others, and said, "Let's not talk about anything else first. Why did you let me sit with these second-rate families in Beijing when I flew over from the Guangdong province on behalf of our Liang family to give face to your Li family? Could it be that you think that our Liang family's 400,000 troops are just for show? Or do you think that only the local families in Beijing are superior?" As soon as these words came out, the faces of some of the people at the same table turned green and white. However, the Liang family was not something that they, a second-rate family, could afford to offend, so they could only swallow their anger. "If it's about this matter, nephew Liang, you don't have to guess too much. We treat every guest very carefully, but after all, it's a family banquet, so we can't put all the tables in the inner hall. Thus, we put many young people at one table, not because of their family status," Li Yunpeng said. "Uncle Li, don't listen to his nonsense. He was just saying bad things about my cousin and sister-in-law. It was incomparably unpleasant to hear. If you don't believe me, let this grandson say it again." Guiyu said angrily. Seeing Guiyu argue so strongly, Yangqing felt that it was inconceivable. If this was an act, it would be too realistic. If he didn't stand up for him, he would be embarrassed. Liangzhen coldly snorted, "This young master is not a turtle hiding its head. What's the harm in saying what I just said? I already said that the son of the Yang family is wild, and the wife he marries is also wild. Isn't this known by everyone?" Many of the guests sucked in a breath of cold air. For a moment, the entire banquet quieted down. Yangqing and Lin Ruoxi's backgrounds were a little complicated, and it could be said that many people were well aware of it. However, under the premise that there were no benefits, there was no need to risk angering the Yang and Ning families by saying it out loud. Words that were spoken were like water that was spilled. Just by looking at Ning Guanyao's gloomy expression, one could tell what the master of the Ning clan was feeling. "What's wrong? None of you dare to speak. What a bunch of hypocritical and cowardly pitiful worms. You all clearly look down on them in your hearts, yet you're here to flatter them. Don't you feel tired living like this?" Liangzhen said disdainfully. Lin Ruashi's face turned gloomy. Although she was angry, Liang Zhen's words weren't wrong. Many of the people present must be secretly mocking her in their hearts. Yang Qing reached out his hand and hugged the woman's shoulders with a pained expression. Although the flames in his heart were already burning, he didn't know why, but he felt that something was wrong. Yellow-haired brat, this is the Li family. How can you behave so atrociously and slander us here? Immediately, someone started to clamor, using the opportunity to flatter the Li family. Li Yunpeng signaled for everyone to be quiet, and said with a calm expression, "Nephew Liang, I think you might have drunk too much. Why don't you leave and rest for today? We can talk in detail when you're sober." "What, you want to secretly silence me? I only said a few words of truth. There are hundreds of people present today. Could it be that you guys can't leak a single word? Let me tell you, I just don't like you so-called wealthy families in Beijing. Your Li family is so dignified, and you even held a full moon banquet with great fanfare. Who doesn't know that your daughter-in-law, Tang Xian, was used by Yan Buwen in the past? Who doesn't know that child is the seat of the Yan family? You still have the nerve to hold such a big banquet? Are you even worthy of being called one of the four great families? Pooey. If it wasn't for my dad asking me to come here, I would feel ashamed to be here." His unbridled speech almost made the surrounding guests not recognize this young man. It was no longer sufficient to say that he had guts, he was simply audacious to the extreme. Tang Xian's face was pale with anger, but she had nothing to say. Ever since she married into the Li family, no one in the family had discriminated against her or the child in her womb. However, she had always tried her best to play the role of the Li family's daughter-in-law so that no one would gossip about her. Who would have thought that someone would still bring it up, not to mention on such a festive day? Tang Xian's legs softened and she almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, the Li family's maid behind her supported her. Tang Wan, who was at the side, hurriedly went over to support her sister. Her willowy eyebrows were vertical as her phoenix eyes glared fiercely at the insufferably arrogant Liang Zhen. She only regretted that they weren't in the Tang clan today, otherwise she would want to go over and slap him. Xian. Li Dun looked at his beloved wife with tears in her eyes. Her face was pale with grief, and he was even more furious. "You mother****. How dare you talk to my wife like that? Are you here to cause trouble in our Li family today? Old Yang doesn't care about smashing you up. Do you think I have a good temper?" As he spoke, Li Dun rolled up his suit sleeves and pretended to raise his fist to fight. Although Li Dun was already at the peak of the Xiantian stage, he only wanted to use his physical strength to beat up Liang Zhen, who looked like he had no cultivation at all. Liang Zhen's eyes revealed a trace of panic, and he shouted in a flustered and exasperated manner, "You dare to try and fight? My father is Liang Xingchuan. My dad has an army." Li Dun was angered and couldn't care less about this. Just as he was about to continue walking forward, he was stopped by Li Mozhen. "Stop. Come back." Li Mozhen shouted angrily, his old eyes filled with a fierce light. Li Dun shuddered, but in the end, he was still no match for the old man's accumulated power. He lowered his head and silently retreated. "Brainless thing. Do you think this is the battlefield at the border of Tibet or the border of the Northeast River?" Li Mozhen reprimanded. Li Dun twisted his head and remained silent. Liang Zhen laughed complacently. "How is it, are you admitting defeat? Aren't you very arrogant and want to hit me?" "I'm telling the truth, I didn't make up a single word. Today, I ate at the Li family's house. If I die tomorrow, then your Li family will definitely have something to do with it. My dad will definitely take revenge for me. You guys better pay attention and protect my safety." With that, Liang Zhen walked in front of Yang Qing and Lin Ruashi, sneered disdainfully, and then swaggered around to leave. The four great families are only SOSO. They can only fool people in Beijing. Before leaving, Liang Zhen continued to challenge everyone's nerves. Li Mozhen waved his hand lightly, and immediately, a few special forces soldiers in civilian clothes rushed in from the outside and stopped Liang Zhen. "What do you mean? You want to silence me?" Liang Zhen turned his head. If a child does something wrong, an adult has to apologize on his behalf. "The kid from the Liang family, stay in my Li family for today," Li Mozhen said. Liangjin sneered, what right do you have to keep me here? You still want my dad to apologize? Dream on. A bunch of bastards, are you afraid of people talking about it? A glint flashed across Yang Cheng's eyes. Suddenly, when no one was paying attention, his figure flashed and a hand grabbed Liangjin's neck from behind. Are you really called Liangjin? Yang Cheng raised his hand, and Liangjin's body was lifted up. Liangjin's two hands desperately tried to break Yang Cheng's palm, but it didn't budge at all. His face was flushed red, and he gritted his teeth, yes. I am. Bastard. Let go. It seems that you are indeed not afraid of death, but your brain is a bit stupid. Yang Cheng's eyes revealed killing intent. If he continued to let this guy gossip, then he would be a pushover. At this time, Li Yunpeng hurriedly came over and patted Yang Cheng's shoulder. He lowered his voice and said, Yang Cheng, don't be rash. Liang Xingchuan is not a good person. If you provoke him, your Yang family will also be under a lot of pressure. Is that so? Yang Cheng muttered to himself. Suddenly, his other empty left hand slapped towards Liangjin's head like a slap. Ah! Many of the women at the scene screamed. While no one was mentally prepared, Yang Cheng had actually smashed Liangjin's head with a single palm. Blood gushed out from Liangjin's neck like a fountain, and the neck that Yang Cheng was holding had already been twisted out of shape. On the ground, a pool of red and white matter was emitting hot air, and it even fell into some of the bowls and plates on the dining table. Li Yunpeng, who was standing beside Yang Cheng, was the most shocked. He looked at Yang Cheng with a dumbstruck expression, as if he had done something insignificant. He threw the corpse on the ground and silently shook his hand. There are always some people who think that killing a person requires a lot of thinking about the consequences. In fact, killing a person is killing a person. Yang Cheng's tone was very calm, but it was like a drum beating on the hearts of the people around him. The young man in front of everyone had turned from a gentle sheep to a ferocious lion in an instant. Li Mozhan and Ning Guangyao both squinted their eyes, each thinking about something. Li Dun, on the other hand, was grinning excitedly and giving Yang Cheng a thumbs up. Yang Cheng turned his head and said, Wife, carry your daughter. Aren't we going to the zoo to see elephants? Huh? Lin Ruashi almost couldn't react in time, but she immediately replied with an O. The woman frowned. Although she felt disgusted, she was more used to it than before. She turned around and carried Lan Lan. The chubby little girl was quite excited to see her father killing people. Her eyes were blinking without a trace of fear. Yang Cheng smiled at Li Yunpeng, Uncle, you guys clean up here. If the Liang family has any objections, tell them to look for me. After that, Yang Cheng walked out of the door, and wherever he passed, all the guests subconsciously made way for him. Li Yunpeng and Li Mozhan exchanged glances and smiled bitterly, but soon calmed down. Since Yang Cheng did this, he must have his own plans, and the Li family did not need to worry too much. The corpse was quickly carried away by the agents, and the banquet ended early, but none of the family representatives were unhappy. This one-month banquet was really exciting and fulfilling. Just as everyone was discussing how the Liang family would deal with the second son they sent over after finding out that he had been killed, a strange scene appeared in the military hospital morgue where the Li family had placed the headless body. When the mortuary was empty, Liangjin's headless body on the bed in the center suddenly secreted some undetectable silver-gray threads from various blood pores. These threads, which could not be captured by the monitor in the mortuary, quickly penetrated through the cracks of the floor tiles and penetrated into the ground, as fast as lightning. In a small uninhabited green forest a few miles away from the military hospital, gray threads emerged from the ground. These threads gradually gathered together. When they landed on the ground, they quickly fused and swelled, gradually forming a human shape. After a moment of disdain, Yang Lai, who was dressed in a military uniform and had an evil smile on his face, suddenly appeared in the forest. Yang Lai shook his head and twisted his body, the bones in his body making caw-caw sounds. After adjusting his body, Yang Lai casually walked out of the forest. Hee hee. A charming laughter came from behind the forest. On a fiery red Porsche 911, Luo Tsuishan was wearing a pair of big striped Gucci sunglasses. Her red lips parted and she said, Is it fun to eat people? Why did you change back? Yang Lai slowly opened the door and sat in the front passenger seat, Liangzhen's body. I have to let the Liang family collect the corpse, I'll leave it to them. What a pity, was it destroyed? Luo Zuishan said regretfully, actually, that body looks pretty good to me. It's white and clean. Yang Lai stretched out a hand and hooked the mature woman's chin with his finger. What, do you like that handsome guy? Do you want me to eat him so that he can be by your side every day? Luo Zuishan stuck out her red tongue and licked Yang Lai's finger. Under her sunglasses, her charming eyes were like silk. No way, if you eat me, the handsome guy will become a dead man. I want him alive. Humph, bitch. Yang Lai sneered, I don't care if you want to find a man, but you better not delay the proper business. Don't worry, everything is ready. We're just waiting for the fish to take the bait. The corner of Luo Zuishan's mouth curled up. The safari park in the southern suburbs of Beijing was a full 2 hours' drive from the city. Although it was winter, the sun was shining brightly. When they arrived in the afternoon, the sunlight was warm and just right. Although his hands and clothes were stained with blood after killing people in the Li family, this did not affect Yangqing. He casually used the power of heaven and earth to dissect the blood, and his clothes looked brand new. After Yangqing bought the tickets for the family of 3, he and Lin Ruoshi held Lanlin's hand and entered the park. In order to avoid being too eye-catching, Lin Ruoshi specially wore a pair of sunglasses. However, this made Yangqing's appearance and temperament seem extremely incompatible with the mother and daughter. There was always the feeling of a country boy marrying a fashionable wife from the city. Because it happened to be winter vacation, there were many parents bringing their children to visit the zoo. Daddy, Lanlan wants to see elephants. The chubby little girl couldn't wait any longer as she skipped along. Got it. Aren't we walking now? Seeing that it was crowded, Yangqing simply picked up Lanlan and let the child ride on his neck. Lanlan hugged her father's head excitedly. The feeling of riding a horse made her quite proud, and her chubby and tender face was in high spirits. Lin Ruoshi said helplessly, if you spoil her so much, it will be difficult for the child to teach in the future. Didn't you say that girls should be raised well? Besides, I'm taking care of the child to play. What's wrong with riding on my neck? As Yangqing spoke, he grabbed one of Lanlan's chubby calves and gently bit it, causing Lanlan to giggle again. Following the map, when he walked to the elephant hall, he found that there were very few people outside the fence, and there was not even a shadow of an elephant in the elephant activity area inside. Yangqing spread out his divine sense and found that there was indeed not a single elephant around. Lanlan's little face puffed up and her eyes were full of unhappiness. Where's the elephant? There's no elephant. Yangqing saw that there were zookeepers around, so he asked and found out that because of the cold winter in Beijing, all the elephants were transported to warm areas to spend the winter. Feeling regretful, Yangqing could only smile at his daughter. Lanlan, there are no elephants here in winter, but there are polar bears and big tigers here. Do you want to see them? Lanlan pouted, why are there no elephants in winter? Didn't that uncle just say that elephants are afraid of the cold and went to the south for the winter? Lin Ruoshi pinched her daughter's pouted little mouth. Lanlan asked doubtfully, then don't the uncle in the zoo put on clothes for the elephants? Yangqing and Lin Ruoshi had a headache. This child really could think of anything. Elephants don't like to wear clothes. Yangqing casually made up a lie and asked curiously, Lanlan, tell daddy, why do you want to see elephants so much? Lanlan said with a serious face, because elephants are very good to Lanlan. In the past, there was a big bad dog that wanted to eat Lanlan and was chased away by an elephant. The elephant even let Lanlan ride on it. Yangqing was even more puzzled when he heard this. Little fat girl, don't lie to daddy. When did this happen? How did you ride an elephant? Where did you meet the big bad dog? Lanlan tilted her head in a daze and thought for a while. Lanlan doesn't know where it was. There was very tall grass, the sun was very big, there were many ponies, lambs. Grandpa originally knew, but Grandpa disappeared. Grandpa saw Lanlan there. Lanlan didn't lie to daddy. That big dog was bad. Lanlan threw a stone at it, but it still ran up. Listening to the child talking about some strange memories, Yangqing realized that this might be a key to understanding Lanlan's life. But Lanlan was still so young. How could she have the experience of being with a wild elephant? Moreover, according to Lanlin's description, it was likely to be the grassland or woodland in Africa or South Asia. And the big bad dog she mentioned might be a carnivorous animal like a jackal or wolf. Lon Lon, were you alone at that time? Was there no one else around? Lin Ruashi also realized the importance of the clue and immediately asked. The little fellow suddenly looked at her strangely and said faintly, "Mommy, don't remember? Mommy said that I would go away for a while and then come back to find Lon Lon. But Lon Lon was very hungry, so I went out to find delicious food. Mommy, don't be angry with Lon Lon. Lon Lon won't run around in the future." Me? Lin Ruashi pointed at herself in surprise, but then thought that Lon Lon might have mistaken her for her biological mother. But Lon Lon did not doubt him at all. She nodded her head firmly. Silly child. Lin Ruashi held back her tears and smiled bitterly. She picked up Lon Lon and turned to Yangqing. I really don't know who was so cruel to leave a child in such a place. Yangqing looked at Lon Lon thoughtfully and then smiled. One day we will know the truth. Let's go see the polar bear first. Lanlin's mood was not affected by this episode. She immediately cheered happily and wanted to see the big bear. There were more people in the polar bear museum. In the area blocked by glass fences, artificial ice blocks and rockery created a good living environment for the polar bear. Seeing the huge polar bear walking leisurely there, Lon Lon leaned on the fence, blinked her eyes, and asked, Daddy, what is the big bear thinking? Why doesn't it look over? Lin Ruashi smiled sweetly. Silly child, how would your father know what the polar bear is thinking? Yangqing raised his eyebrows and said, Why don't I know? I can even talk to the polar bear. Really? Lon Lon looked at Yangqing in surprise. Lin Ruashi was a little stunned. She couldn't figure it out. Could it be that Yangqing knew the language of bears? Yangqing cleared his throat, took a deep breath, and shouted at the polar bear more than 10 meters away. Ah. 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 Yangqing's voice was very loud, but it sounded like a broken gong or drum. It was extremely unpleasant to listen to, and it soon attracted the attention of dozens of tourists around. Lin Ruashi finally understood that this was not bear language. He was clearly shouting randomly. But it was precisely this shouting that attracted the attention of the polar bear. The big guy really turned around and looked at Yangqing in confusion, as if he didn't understand what this human was doing. Wow. Daddy can really talk to the polar bear. Lon Lon clapped her hands happily and begged, Daddy, Daddy. Teach Lon Lon how to talk to the big bear. Yangqing smiled proudly. That's very simple. Daddy shouts a few times, and Lon Lon shouts along. The louder the better. Otherwise, the polar bear won't be able to hear you. Do you understand? N. Lon Lon nodded immediately. So, Yangqing continued to shout loudly, and Lon Lon also shouted with a childish voice. The father and daughter, one big and one small, attracted the attention of all the guests around them. They talked and laughed, pointing at them with some ridicule and speechlessness. Lin Ruashi's pretty face turned red. She felt that the family of 3 was being looked at like monkeys. It was too embarrassing. However, Yangqing and Lon Lon weren't embarrassed at all. They still shouted happily. The polar bear also stared at the father and daughter, thinking about what was going on. Lin Ruashi finally couldn't stand being looked at like a monkey. She pulled Yangqing's hand. Okay. Stop shouting. Yangqing turned his head and wondered, why? Can't you see that Lon Lon is very happy? Everyone is watching. Don't embarrass yourself. Lin Ruashi said in a low voice. Yangqing looked at the mocking eyes and faces around him, and waved his hand indifferently. What are you afraid of? This isn't a hospital. It's not against the law to shout. When you bring your child out to play, you have to treat yourself as a child. Otherwise, how can you play with your child? I only want my daughter to be happy. What does it have to do with me if other people laugh at me? After that, Yangqing continued to shout at Lon Lon. Lin Ruashi was stunned. Looking at Yangqing's excited expression, and then looking at the chubby little girl's bright smile on her blushing face, she finally gave up. It seemed that she was really defeated by the father and daughter. She couldn't compete at all. However, looking at the child's sweet and cheerful smile, and Yang Cheng's exaggerated and unruly look, Lin Ruoshi suddenly felt a tingling and warm feeling in her heart. There seemed to be a strange sense of happiness wrapped around her. After shouting for a long time, the father and daughter made the other tourists dumbfounded. Then, they finally moved to Tiger Mountain. On the way, Yangqing held Lan Lan in one hand and a few sticks of candied haws in the other. He took a bite and gave a bite to Lan Lan. Of course, the money was paid by Lin Ruoshi. Yangqing didn't have the habit of bringing cash when he went out. When Yangqing brought the candied haws to Lin Ruoshi's mouth, Lin Ruoshi felt embarrassed to do this in public. However, Yangqing stuffed it into her mouth again and again, so the woman had no choice but to open her mouth and take a bite. The sweet and sour taste made Lin Ruoshi love and hate it at the same time. She glared at the man who was more dashing than anyone else and said angrily, "I'm impressed. Accompanying the child to the zoo is like playing with you." Hee, Yangqing blinked and said, "Darling Ruoshi, I know. Do you think it's embarrassing to be my wife, but it's also very happy? So what? I really want to get rid of you, but you bad guy always have a way to make me reluctant to leave." Lin Ruoshi was also a little troubled. "This is my strength. You're stuffing a date after every hit?" Lin Ruoshi rolled her eyes. Wrong. Yangqing stuffed the red skewer into the woman's mouth and smiled brightly. "It's a stick of candied haws." It was late at night. The backyard of the Yang family was quiet. Yang Lai had a military jacket draped over his shoulders. His footsteps were light as he walked towards his house while humming an unclear tune. The guards and servants of the Yang family, who were on night watch duty at different positions, did not show any surprise when they saw the second young master in this state. It was not the first day or two. Yang Lai walked to the door and a strange look flashed across his eyes. The lights in the room were turned on. It was obvious that someone was waiting for him inside. Yang Lai pushed the door open. The person sitting inside was actually Guo. It was almost 2 o'clock in the morning. Guo seemed to be ready to go to bed. She had a thick jacket wrapped around her pajamas. Seeing Yang Lai come in, Guo revealed a gentle smile. She stood up and said, "You're back. I was just thinking that you should be back at this time. TSK, you reek of alcohol. Even if you're a cultivator, you shouldn't drink so much. If your dad sees you, he'll scold you again." Guo nagged and turned around to take out a porcelain cup from the thermos box on the table. She opened the lid and a fragrant aroma immediately wafted out. "Liar, don't just stand there. Come and have some chicken soup. Don't you like the soup I make for you the most? I put in some ginger slices to help you sober up and feel better." Watching Guo happily prepare the soup as if she was talking to herself, Yang Lai still stood there with his brows slightly furrowed. "Mom, what's the matter?" Yang Lai asked. Guo was stunned. "What do you mean what's the matter?" "I'm waiting for you to drink the soup, silly child." Yang Lai still did not believe it. "Just waiting for me to drink the soup?" Guo shook her head helplessly. "You're just annoyed by your dad's nagging, right?" "Sigh, I'm not like him, lecturing people all day long. Actually, your dad is doing this for your own good. Don't mind it too much. It's just that I haven't made soup for you in a long time. I made it tonight so that you can have a bowl before you go to bed." As she spoke, Guo came up and pulled Yang Lai to his seat. "Don't think too much. It's almost 2 o'clock. Go take a hot shower after drinking." Yang Lai quietly looked at the bright chicken soup in the bowl. It was mixed with the fragrance of various Chinese herbs. The hot and moist water vapor rose on his face, making him feel unusually warm. He looked up and saw that Guo was waiting for him to drink. Yang Lai found that his hands were trembling slightly. Taking a deep breath, Yang Lai picked up the spoon and began to drink. "How is it? Does it taste good? Is it too light?" Guo asked with a smile. Yang Lai shook his head stiffly. "No, just in time." Yang Lai didn't realize that his voice was a little hoarse. "That's good. Sigh, I'm really sorry. It was too chaotic last year. Too many things happened at home. Your dad, your brother, and you were in a mess. I didn't get to spend more time with you after you came back from Kunlun Mountain. Lai, don't be angry at me. Guo Shuihua murmured. Yang Lai continued to drink the soup and nodded slightly. Guo Shuihua reached out and patted Yang Lai's back. Boys are always a little rebellious before they get married. I know you're not a bad person. You have to be more careful in the future. Don't go against your dad and grandpa. If you're obedient and filial, they definitely won't make you feel wronged. Yang Lai felt as if his heart was being squeezed by something. It was very painful. His eyes were sour and a little moist, but he had to endure it. The woman beside him would never think that although he had the body of her son, he was not her son at all. And he was the murderer who killed her son. Her blood enemy. But she had poured her motherly love for her son into himself. She was very silly and stupid, but Yang Lai couldn't laugh at all. Why are you in a daze? Drink it quickly. If it's not enough, there's more in the kitchen. Your dad and grandpa are asleep now. Don't worry about them suddenly coming to lecture you, Guo Shuihua said with a smile. Yang Lai nodded and forced the corner of his mouth to move. He asked casually, Mom, are my brother and sister-in-law back? When Yangqing was mentioned, Guo Shuihua said with a headache, No, we called them in the afternoon but couldn't get in touch with them. They're not home yet? What happened? Yang Lai's eyes flickered as he asked. Guo Shuihua sighed softly, Your brother, he went to the Li family's full moon banquet today, but in the end, he killed that kid from the Liang family in Guang province. Right now, Commander Liang Xingchuan is already furious, saying that he wants our Yang family and Li family to hand over your brother. Yang Lai was quite surprised. How could this happen? The Liang family is not to be trifled with, so what should we do now? How would I know what's going on? Your dad and grandfather won't tell me in detail. They sent people to contact them, but they couldn't get in touch. But your brother isn't an ordinary person, so he'll definitely be fine. I'm not too worried. Your brother often does things that make people's hearts jump, and he's too undisciplined. Just like today, he took your sister-in-law and her mother out for an entire day, and they still haven't come back. They're probably playing outside and spending the night outside, but I can't get in touch with them. What a headache. Guo Shuihua sighed. A hint of a sarcastic smile flashed across Yang Lai's lips, but it disappeared in a flash. Guo Shuihua sighed a few times about Yangqing, then smiled and asked, Lai your brother is already married, and he even has a child. Do you have a crush on any girl? Let me tell you. Yang Lai was stunned, and immediately shook his head, No. Oh right. Guo Shuihua slapped her forehead, Don't you like Lin Hui from the Lin family? Actually, she's quite good, and I'm familiar with her. But that girl seems to have gone back to Mount Amei to cultivate, and I don't know when she'll be back. Why don't I contact her grandmother? Mom, there's really no need, that's all in the past, Yang Lai replied. Guo Shuihua nodded regretfully, All right then, I don't have the intention to force you to get married. I'm already very satisfied that you're able to go home and return to the army. I know you must still be blaming me for not taking care of your feelings when I stayed in Zhonghai with your brother. But, Lai your brother had a hard time when he was young, and it's really God's help that he's able to come back to me alive. Seeing how he pretends to be indifferent when he's covered in scars, how can I not spend more time with him? You're all my flesh and blood, I only hope that you can live well in the future, and I don't mean to be biased. If your brother wants to hurt you, I won't sit back and do nothing, even if I have to risk my life. Although Guo Shuihua's tone was gentle, it was resolute and decisive. Yang Lai felt that his mind was in a mess, and a kind of irritation made him feel extremely uncomfortable, but he couldn't vent it, and he felt as if he was suffocating. The woman in front of him had nothing to do with him, but she made his mind in a mess. Mom, I know, rest early, Yang Lai said with a forced smile. Guo Shuihua replied with an oh, yes, I've nagged too much, Lai take a shower and sleep early, I'll go back first. After gently patting Yang Lai's shoulder, Guo Shuihua smiled and left the room, closing the door. After hearing that Guo Shuihua had gone far away, Yang Lai put down the bowl and spoon in his hand and stood up silently. Walking to the window of the room, Yang Lai looked at the hazy moonlight outside the window, his eyes were bloodshot, and the veins on his forehead were exposed. Because he used too much force, his nails were embedded into the flesh of his hands. However, the silver-gray antimatter energy kept repairing the flesh and even absorbed all the blood in an instant. The corners of Yang Lai's eyes were glistening with tears, and a bitter and mocking smile appeared on his lips. He seemed to be laughing at himself. Mom, haha, my mom, died a long time ago. The bloody incident at the Li family's full moon banquet cast a shadow over many wealthy families in Beijing. When the Liang family sent a few representatives to Yanjing overnight, the matter was pushed to the heart of the storm. Early in the morning, the front hall of the Yang family was already filled with representatives from the Liang family and several other families in Beijing who were on good terms with the Liang family. Yang Gongming sat calmly on the host's seat, facing a group of men in military uniforms and suits who were filled with righteous indignation. A general with a mustache said loudly, "Old Marshal Yang, this general is here on behalf of our Commander Liang to seek justice. Commander Liang is busy with military affairs and can't go north, but he has said that he will make the Yang family hand over the murderer, Yang Qing. Otherwise, the 400,000 Huaxia soldiers under the Liang family will never compromise with this kind of violence in broad daylight." Yang Pijuan, who was standing beside Yang Gongming, had a look of anger in his eyes, but he didn't dare to show it too much. After all, the Yang family seemed to be in the wrong this time. Seeing that his father didn't say anything, Yang Pijuan replied, "Advisor Liu, I think Commander Liang has a lot of misunderstandings. Yesterday at the Li family's banquet, there were many guests present who saw Liang Zhen provoking them first, resulting in a tragedy. It was most likely a momentary slip-up and not intentional." "Slip-up? Haha." The mustached advisor Liu retorted, "This morning, we have already seen young Master Liang's corpse. It is simply hair-raising. What kind of mistake was this? Beheading torture? Could it be that your Yang family really thinks that the entire world is afraid of you just because you are one of the four great families? Do you still want us to pretend to be ignorant after killing someone?" Yang Pijuan's face was as black as ink, and he couldn't say a word. The reason why the Yang family was so passive this time was because they knew that they were in the wrong. After all, they had casually killed someone else's son. Even if they were in the wrong first, they had still gone overboard. The Liang family was an old family in the south that held real military power, so Yang Pijuan didn't dare to be too stubborn. At this time, Yang Gongming sighed slightly and said leisurely, "I'm old, and I can't control the matters of many young people. If you want me to hand over my eldest grandson, I can't make the decision. He won't listen to me. Whether he wants to go with you or not, you have to ask him." "Old Marshal, that's not right." Advisor Liu said seriously, "You are Yang Cheng's grandfather, how could it not be related to you? What's more, you've been refusing to hand Yang Chen over. You've disappointed us generals who respect you." Yang Gongming chuckled and spread out his hands. "To be honest, that grandson of mine, Yang Qing, hasn't returned since he left yesterday. We haven't been able to contact him either. It's really difficult for you to see him." Staff Officer Liu narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Old Marshal, it's not that we don't trust you, but we're here to seek justice on behalf of Commander Liang, so we must do our best. Even if the old Marshal says that Yang Qing isn't at home, we still have to bring people to search before we can find Anqin." After saying that, Advisor Liu signaled to the other officers. Someone immediately stood up and shouted at the two groups of soldiers standing outside the door, "You guys, split up and search the backyard carefully. Don't miss a single corner." Seeing that the two teams of soldiers had agreed, Yang Gongming suddenly slammed one of his hands on the table beside him. "Pa!" Everyone was shocked, and they looked over in bewilderment. Preposterous. The amiable expression on Yang Gongming's face was completely swept away at this moment, turning into a dense cloud. At this moment, the vigorous spirit that had been in the army for half his life finally burst forth. Yang Gongming slowly stood up, his pair of old eyes flashing with a terrifying electric light. "A mere chief of staff of a local military district, giving you some face, dares to come to my Yang family like a fox exploiting a tiger's might. Do you think my Yang family is an embroidered pillow? Not to mention the current Liang Xingchuan, even his dead father, Liang Buqing, would have to respectfully call me chief in front of this old man. You bunch of eggs that haven't even grown hair grew up in the peaceful years. You haven't even fought a war, and you haven't even held a gun firmly. Do you really think you can be considered a soldier? 400,000 soldiers in the military region, that's the people's army raised by the country. How could it be his Liang family's? Liang Xingchuan still wants to rebel and become the emperor. If you dare to be presumptuous in my Yang family, don't blame this old man for falling out with you. The moment Yang Gongming scolded, dozens of burly soldiers with loaded guns suddenly appeared from all directions of the Yang mansion. They surrounded Staff Officer Liu and the other officers, as well as the two teams of soldiers on the periphery. The safety of their guns was pulled off as they stared at them fiercely. These personal guards of the Yang family were all direct descendants of the Yang family who had followed them for generations. Most of them were veterans who had retired from the battlefield and continued to serve the Yang family. Staff Officer Liu and the others' faces turned pale. They had thought that the Yang family was in the wrong this time, so they would take a few steps back and try to calm things down. However, they didn't expect that although Yang Gongming looked old, his heart was still so domineering. Yang Pejuan, who was at the side, looked at his father's slightly hooked old figure, but it seemed to be incomparably tall and majestic. For a moment, he was in a daze. In his memory, only when he was young, when he was ignorant, did he see his father in a military uniform. Time flew by, and decades had passed. Wind and frost had left countless traces on the old man's face. However, in the bones of the old man, there was still that fierce and hot-blooded aura of a golden spear and iron horse, causing people to not dare to be careless in the slightest. Old Marshal, please calm your anger. Staff Officer Liu quickly wiped his cold sweat and said with a stiff smile, this general was confused for a moment, and definitely did not mean to offend you. The Yang family has been loyal for generations, and they are also the founding fathers of the country. Our commander Liang has always respected them, and this general also worships them like gods. Scram! Yang Gongming's voice was like a bell, and his aura was like a rainbow. Staff Officer Liu and the others felt as if they had been pardoned. How could they dare to stay any longer? After all, this was someone else's territory. If Yang Gongming said the word kill, this group of bodyguards, who were like death warriors, would definitely not hesitate to pull the trigger. Although the people on his side all had their own authority, they did not have the strength to truss a chicken. To put it bluntly, they were still paper tigers that relied on the Liang family to support them. Very quickly, a group of people led two groups of people and left the Yang family's compound in a dejected manner. After the group of people left, Yang Gongming waved his hand and dispersed the personal guards that were stationed at home. A hint of fatigue flashed through Yang Gongming's eyes. He sighed lightly and leisurely walked towards the backyard. Dad, are you all right? Yang Pejuan hurriedly followed and asked with concern. I'm fine. Yang Gongming waved his hand. The pills that Yang Qing gave me were not for nothing. With my body, it won't be a problem for me to hold on for another 10 to 20 years. Yang Pejuan frowned and said, that kid is really too unscrupulous. He left this mess behind and ran off without a trace. Dad, is it really appropriate for you to hand over the Yang family to him? Yang Gongming slowly turned his head and looked at his son. His eyes were bright as he said, you know, if the one who stood up and shouted at them just now wasn't me, this old man, but you, then, I wouldn't have handed over the Yang family to Yang Qing. Yang Pejuan's entire body quivered. After a long while, he lowered his head in shame. I know I was wrong. I was useless. I'm sorry, Dad. I've disappointed you again. Yang Gongming shook his head. This isn't your fault. People are always different. You're just not suitable to sit in this position, not because you're not good. That child Yang Qing is immature, but he isn't all brawn and no brains. He also has what you, as a father, don't have, which is the ruthlessness of others. After saying that, Yang Gongming continued to walk towards the backyard. When he entered the backyard, the servant had already poured a pot of steaming hot green tea. After the old man sat down, Yang Pejuan said worriedly, Dad, should we let my sister and her family return to Zhonghai for the time being? I'm afraid the Liang family won't let this matter rest. Liang Xingchuan sent people over this time to scout out the situation. I'm afraid there will be a lot of things to do next. Yang Gongming waved his hand, no need. If it's not safe at home, then it's the same wherever we go. Although the death of Liang Xingchuan's son is a big deal, the key is to regain the face of the Liang family. He won't hurt some side branches for no reason. He will definitely come to our family to ask for the person. Yang Pijuan nodded, frowning and thinking about countermeasures. Then he heard a little girl's laughter coming from outside. After a while, he saw Yangqing holding Lan Lan and walking into the backyard with Lin Ruoxi. However, the chubby little girl's dress made not only Yang Pijuan but also many servants of the Yang family feel strange. No one knew where Lan Lan got a big straw hat made of yellow grass leaves. There were some colorful stripes on her chubby face, just like an Indian. The red vest on her body was also dirty, as if she had rolled in the sand. Lin Ruoxi was also quite embarrassed. No one knew who drew a few red and green horizontal lines on her beautiful face, as if to match Lanlan's mother and daughter makeup. Great-grandpa. Lan Lan jumped down quickly like a little meatball and jumped onto Yang Gongming's leg, almost causing Yang Gongming to fall off the stool. Ayo, look at you, where did little Lan Lan go to play? Why didn't she come home last night? Yang Gongming looked at the coarse straw hat on his great-granddaughter's head and asked in confusion. Lan Lan smiled sweetly and said, "The elephants in the zoo are afraid of the cold and won't come out. Dad took Lan Lan to a place called Africa to see elephants." Africa? Even though Yang Gongming was used to seeing big scenes, hearing this answer, he still suspected that his ears were not as good as before. Looking at Yang Cheng's proud face and Lin Ruoxi's helpless and annoyed expression, he knew that this little guy was telling the truth. With Yang Cheng's speed, going from Beijing to Africa in one night and returning in the morning was not tiring at all. However, this method was indeed a little exaggerated. Great-grandpa, look, this is a hat given to Lan Lan by a black grandpa. The chubby little girl took off the hat and put it on Yang Gongming's head. This was obviously a handmade straw hat, and it even exuded the fragrance of wild grass. Yang Pijuan's expression was ugly as he said, "After causing such a mess, you still have the mood to go to Africa? This is too outrageous." Lin Ruoxi lowered her head in embarrassment, but Yangqing did not feel it at all. He chuckled and said, "Old man, this straw hat was given to you by the native chief of the South African grasslands. You've lived for so long, but you've never received such a gift before, right?" Yang Gongming said helplessly, "You brat, I didn't see you and you ran so far. It's fine if you go, but why drag Ruoxi along as well? Look at her face, it's all smeared. How can this be? If a mother doesn't follow, it will destroy the harmony of the family." Yangqing reached out and gently pinched Lin Ruoxi's face. "This face is smeared with some local mosquito-repellent plant juice. I think it's quite fashionable." Lin Ruoxi slapped Yangqing's hand away. "I said I don't want it, but you insisted." "Grandpa, he always bullies me." "How did I bully you?" "Taking you to ride a wild elephant, no matter how rich a husband is, can he do that? Can he tame a wild African elephant?" "I already said I don't want it, but you insisted on riding it. It's so smelly. Also, those bugs were as big as a palm. They scared me to death." Yang Gongming felt a headache coming on as he watched the young couple bicker with each other. Yang Pijuan was so angry that his face turned red. "All right, Ruoxi, take Lan Lan to wash up and change into clean clothes. Yangqing, you stay here, I have something to ask you," Yang Gongming shouted. Lin Ruoxi could roughly guess what was going on, but this was something that the men in the family had to face, so she naturally wouldn't say anything. She carried her daughter and returned to the bedroom. After being dragged by Yangqing to Africa for half a day, if it wasn't for the fact that his cultivation was improving day by day, he would have collapsed from exhaustion. After the mother and daughter left, Yang Gongming said, "The Liang family has already sent people to our house to make a scene early in the morning. Tell me, what were you thinking yesterday?" Yangqing raised his eyebrows. "Is that so? It's a pity that I didn't make it in time. Otherwise, I could have killed a few more." "You still dare to kill? Are you going to make an irreparable blood feud with the Liang family?" Yang Pijuan reprimanded. Yangqing laughed. "Blood feud? I've already killed his son. Doesn't the Liang family already have a blood feud with me? Killing one is killing a group is also killing." Yang Pijuan pointed at Yangqing, but he was speechless, and his hands were trembling. Yangqing ignored him and chuckled, "Old man, don't worry, I'm not crazy. Yesterday, that brat was obviously waiting for me to kill him, so I followed his wishes. As for who will be singing next, we just need to listen. Yang. Gongming narrowed his eyes, picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip, and slowly put it down. I understand. I don't care who you want to kill, that's your business. But this Yang family was left behind by our ancestors, I can't let it go. Do you understand? Yang Gongming said with a burning gaze. The corner of Yang Cheng's mouth curled up, and he reached out to pat the old man's shoulder, as expected of someone who led troops to war. You're so old, but you're still so ruthless. Yang Pejuan looked at the old man and the young man in confusion, clearly unable to understand what they were talking about. Just then, Yang Cheng's phone vibrated. Yang Cheng took it out and saw that it was Li Dun. As soon as he picked up, he heard a loud voice shouting. Mother ****. Old Yang, you ran so far. You called 100 times last night, but you couldn't get through. Yang Cheng smiled bitterly, you're exaggerating, what's the urgent matter? Hee, nothing urgent, Li Dun said embarrassedly, are you free tonight? Tonight? Ahem. Li Dun pretended to say, yesterday, your cousin Guiyu was quite loyal. After you left, I talked to him, this kid is not bad, he even said he wanted to invite me to the entertainment club. I thought, this kind of exchange between men and enjoying the nightlife should be done with brothers, so I wanted to ask you, old Yang, do you want to go with us? A trace of mockery flashed in Yang Cheng's eyes, go if you want to go, why must you ask me? Besides, I remember that you don't seem to be interested in those places. Li Dun Xianxia laughed, you don't know, my old man is very strict, if only I go, it definitely won't work, but if you go too, then there's an explanation. Besides, your cousin is so loyal, he's so protective of the two of you, don't you feel embarrassed to let him down? I don't feel embarrassed, you can go if you feel embarrassed, Yang Cheng laughed like a rascal. Li Dun finally couldn't take it anymore, alright, I admit defeat, old Yang, I'm begging you, just go, I was in the hospital with Xian Air waiting for her to give birth, and before that, I almost went crazy. It's rare for me to have a chance to go out and get some fresh air, please do me a favor. Yang Cheng couldn't help but laugh, causing Yang Gongming and Yang Pejuan to be a little puzzled. Yang Cheng didn't mean to refuse, he just wanted to hear this guy tell the truth, for fun. In fact, Yang Cheng was more concerned about the invitation, it was Guiyu who initiated it, Yang Cheng was also quite curious if that kid had other intentions. After the decision was made, the first thing Yang Cheng did was to inform Lin Ruoshi. Lin Ruoshi always felt weird that Yang Cheng wanted to go to some entertainment club, but since he wasn't alone, she couldn't stop him. She only asked Yang Cheng not to spend the night outside, her meaning was also very clear. After dinner, Guiyu personally drove to the courtyard, picked up Yang Cheng and went to the appointed place. Cousin, the lady boss of Pink Lady, Sister Luo, has a good relationship with me. She always arranges the best pretty girls for me, and the drinks are all imported products. It's definitely to your taste. Guiyu seemed to be in high spirits. Yang Cheng asked casually, you only called Li Dun and me? No, Guiyu shook his head, Brother Li didn't tell you? Brother Lai will come too, actually I also called Yuan Yi, but that kid was afraid that his fiancée would be jealous, so he didn't dare to come out, haha. Yang Cheng nodded and didn't say anything more. When they arrived at Pink Lady, Li Dun was already waiting outside the door. Under the gorgeous neon lights, this one-eyed man in the cold wind caused many street girls to scream and whistle. Old Yang, I rarely come to this kind of place, I'm a little nervous, Li Dun whispered to Yang Cheng with a straight face. Then why did you come? Yang Cheng laughed. Li Dun clicked his tongue, I'm also a man, it's not a good thing to stay at home all the time. Anyway, with you accompanying me, I'm more daring. Yang Cheng smiled stiffly, this guy was actually like a little boy, lustful but not daring. Yang Lai didn't seem to have arrived yet, under Guiyu's lead, the three of them entered the club. Many waiters and regulars greeted Guiyu, and Guiyu pinched the butt of a beautiful girl in a pink Cheongsam, causing the girl to moan softly. Io, young master Gua, which family's young master did you bring today? The girl looked at Yang Cheng and Li Dun coquettishly, and winked at Li Dun who was even more eye-catching. Don't talk nonsense, they're all people you can't afford. Didn't Sister Luo already arrange everything? Bring us to the private room, Guiyu raised his voice. The woman in the cheongsam swayed her body and led the three of them into the dimly lit corridor. The soft carpet padded the wide walkway, and the walls on both sides were hung with a large number of oil paintings of human body art, adding a layer of pink to the atmosphere here. Brother Chen, Brother Li, let's go to the luxury private room to take a hot spring bath, it'll be comfortable, and then call a few girls to give us a massage. Guiyu turned his head and grinned. Just as he was enthusiastically introducing what they were going to do later, a waitress dressed in a maid's outfit walked past. She seemed to be walking unsteadily. She staggered and bumped into Guiyu. This bump didn't matter, but the tray in the waitress's hand toppled over, a large amount of alcohol on it swayed out of the glass, the smell of cocktail filled the air and stained Guiyu's body. End of chapter 1272. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.